What does it feel like to discover that the person you secretly admired during your school days reciprocates your feelings? What should one do when encountering their first love during a blind date? What is the sensation of experiencing rebirth alongside one's spouse? Shen Xiuhuai. Thank you for the invitation. I'm utterly smitten. Though my wife appears aloof on the surface, she is in fact quite clingy and loves to act spoiled. Shen Xiuhuai. You were always meant to be mine. Shen Xiuhuai. Let's be together. Shen Xiuhuai. Let us marry. Shen Xiuhuai believes that the most remarkable girl he has ever encountered is Lin Xiaoxiao. How can this scoundrel still harbor affection for me, even after being reborn? From school uniforms to wedding gowns, this time, they shall surely grow old together. Lin Xiaoxiao. They say you should prefer the type of a lofty flower. Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling both wronged and justified, asserts, I embody every aspect of your ideal. You can only love me. Shen Xiuhuai muses that his wife is indeed a precious gem. Chapter 1. Awakened to a wall slam? May 12, 2019, clear skies. Today, I summon the courage to slip a love letter to the one I cherish, only to witness him casually stow it away in his backpack as he turned away. After waiting in the park for 2 hours, he did not arrive. This must be what heartbreak feels like. Shen Xiuhuai. I'm feeling a bit melancholic. However, it is all right. Silently harboring affection without imposing is acceptable, is it not? November 25th, 2026, overcast skies. My mother insists that I attend a blind date, yet I am merely 24. If I refuse, she might resort to drastic measures at the entrance of my internship hospital. Very well. I shall go for a meal and then depart. Wait a moment. Why does this person share the same name as my previous crush? And he resembles him so closely. Oh my goodness. How fortuitous it is that fate has bestowed this upon me. December 3rd, clear skies. The weather is so bright that it feels as though the hospital might catch fire. Then, as Shen Xiuhuai burst into the scene clad in firefighting gear, he resembled a hero descending upon me on a rainbow. I wish to marry him. He looks incredibly dashing in that uniform. January 26th, clear skies. If I am guilty, let the law punish me. But why must I encounter an impatient patient fool? During my rounds, inquiring whether the tumor in his mind will affect his future, and even insisting I conduct an examination, I couldn't help but deliver a resounding reprimand. Upon returning home, I wrapped myself around Shen Xiuhuai, seeking his comfort for quite some time. He truly is wonderful, and I am profoundly fond of him. February 13th, 2028, overcast skies. In 3 days, I shall embark on a journey to Tibet. That rascal Shen Xiuhuai is still on duty every day and does not accompany me. How utterly vexing. Very well. I shall deliver a meal to him. He mentioned wanting to eat potato and beef stew a couple of days ago. Shen Xiuhuai closed the now yellow notebook in his hands. It has been 2 years since Lin Xiaoxiao's passing. Since her departure, he has resided in the fire station dormitory, never returning to their home, where remnants of Lin Xiaoxiao's essence and life linger everywhere. A burden he cannot bear. Shen Xiuhuai has always cherished Lin Xiaoxiao on the day he was coerced into a blind date with her. His heart raced the moment she walked through the door, for she was the girl he had secretly admired in his youth. It seemed Lin Xiaoxiao was equally pleased with him, and after merely 1 meal together, he began to contact her. Within 3 months, they had registered their marriage. Lin Xiaoxiao had always been proud and beautiful, akin to a pristine snow lotus on a snowy peak. Though this snow lotus may appear cold and distant to many, Shen Xiuhuai was captivated by her. Whether it was love at first sight or mere attraction, Lin Xiaoxiao fit perfectly within his aesthetic. Moreover, she embodied the dreams of his youth in every conceivable sense. Their year of marriage was harmonious. Shen Xiuhuai served as the fire chief, while Lin Xiaoxiao was a physician, both leading busy lives with little time to spare. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai believed that every moment they spent together was filled with happiness. However, a year ago, Lin Xiaoxiao ventured to the Tibetan region for humanitarian medical work with the hospital, only to return in a tragic accident, along with the entire medical team. While sorting through her belongings, Shen Xiuhuai discovered this aged diary and learned that the icy snow lotus had harbored feelings for him for many years. Shen Xiuhuai rubbed the small notebook in his hands. It turned out that there was no noble snow lotus, merely a timid soul who adored him from afar but lacked the courage to confess. Lost in thought, the piercing sound of an alarm shattered the silence of the night. Shen Xiuhuai's gaze sharpened as he leapt to his feet. The name Lin Xiaoxiao embroidered haphazardly across the front of his shirt, a remnant from his days in the special forces, where it was taught that stitching the name of your most cherished person on your chest would ensure that even in death, their spirit would find its way back to you. Hearing the orderly footsteps echoing in the corridor, Shen Xiuhuai hastily donned a t-shirt and rushed out. Within 10 seconds, he sprinted to the garage and donned his combat gear. The team assembled swiftly, even in the dead of night. Each member's eyes gleamed with clarity, a testament to their rigorous training. The duty communicator hurried to Shen Xiuhuai's side. Captain Shen, there's a fire at the waste disposal facility of Xingyuan Road Municipal Hospital. The dispatch notice has been sent to your phone. Understood. Dispatch 4 vehicles, just to be safe. Shen Xiuhuai commanded as he climbed into the nearest vehicle. The hospital's fire safety should be adequate, as such fires in the dead of night are clearly abnormal. The firefighting efforts proceeded smoothly, but just as they prepared to extinguish all the flames, the sound of shattering glass echoed ominously, causing Shen Xiuhuai's heart to skip a beat. Instinctively, he tackled a nearby team member to the ground, just as a tremendous explosion engulfed him in darkness. Shen Xiuhuai, you cannot leave. A familiar, icy voice, tinged with urgency, echoed in his ears. Dazed, he blinked, only to see his stunning face before him, radiating both beauty and coldness. Yet her eyes were filled with fury, her cheeks flushed. He recognized her immediately. Lin Xiaoxiao? A wave of elation flooded Shen Xiuhuai's heart. Without pausing to think, he reached out to embrace the woman before him. Xiaoxiao? If this were a dream, Shen Xiuhuai wished to remain in this slumber forever, never waking. Yet the girl forcefully pushed him away, evading his embrace, while a chorus of astonished voices exclaimed, "Brother Huai, is this your style?" Lin Xiaoxiao, her cheeks flushed, gazed at the striking young man before her with wide, watery eyes. Shen Xiuhuai, what are you doing? Her tone bore a mix of annoyance and an unfamiliar youthful innocence. Shen Xiuhuai, only then realizing the situation, noted that Lin Xiaoxiao before him was unlike the girl he once knew. She was clad in the uniform of Nanyang High School, a crisp white shirt paired with a plaid skirt, adorned with the school's emblem. Her complexion, unadorned by cosmetics, radiated a youthful innocence, yet she was undeniably beautiful. Beside him, Chi Kuang, observing Shen Xiuhuai's astonished demeanor as he fixated on their school's flower and class leader, could not help but nudge him, whispering, "Brother Huai, what's the matter with you?" Shen Xiuhuai finally diverted his gaze from Lin Xiaoxiao's face, inquiring, "What year is it?" Chi Kuang, taken aback by the question's peculiarity, replied, "It's 2018. Brother Huai, have you lost your wits after being wall-banged by the school beauty?" Originally, Chi Kuang and the others had been late and missed the flag-raising ceremony, opting to sneak in from another side of the school, only to be caught squarely by Lin Xiaoxiao, who was on duty. Shen Xiuhuai, known for his fearless demeanor as a school bully, attempted to stride past Lin Xiaoxiao without a second thought. However, upon realizing she could not halt his advance, Lin Xiaoxiao, in a moment of impulsive bravery, executed a sudden walling maneuver against Shen Xiuhuai. She effectively trapped him between the wall and her own form. Shen Xiuhuai was momentarily taken aback, and in that instant he instinctively reached out, yearning to embrace Lin Xiaoxiao. From Chi Kuang's perspective, today's brother Huai seemed somewhat peculiar, particularly as he had never been one to show interest in the opposite sex. Shen Xiuhuai suddenly comprehended the situation. Had he been reborn, or was he merely ensnared in a dream? Yet, such considerations were trivial. As he gazed upon Lin Xiaoxiao, her cheeks flushed with anger, he couldn't help but smile. His Xiaoxiao had returned, and nothing else held significance. This time, he vowed not to let her remain a timid admirer any longer. Chapter 2. The comfort of being protected by my wife. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at the inexplicably cheerful Shen Xiuhuai, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment as her face flushed crimson. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Shen Xiuhuai, what on earth is wrong with you? Being recognized as the school beauty is a testament to Lin Xiaoxiao's stunning appearance. With her striking features, fair complexion, and captivating large eyes, she is undeniably a beauty. Though still in high school, she has already surpassed 170 centimeters, exuding an aura of sophistication. When her enchanting phoenix eyes cast a cold glance, few dared to meet her gaze. Shen Xiuhuai suddenly smiled at her, recognizing a familiar essence in the current Lin Xiaoxiao. At this point in high school, Shen Xiuhuai stood at 184 centimeters, destined to reach 186, while Lin Xiaoxiao would remain at her height of 172 centimeters. Can the class monitor spare me this time? I promise I won't be late or climb the wall again. Shen Xiuhuai took a step closer to Lin Xiaoxiao, his voice tinged with both regret and amusement. They were experiencing a moment reminiscent of their earlier days, a year before Lin Xiaoxiao had confessed her feelings to him. A year can bring about significant changes, such as deepening his wife's affection for him. In high spirits, Shen Xiuhuai felt elated knowing he could nurture his beloved wife's feelings. Meanwhile, Chi Kuang stood by, dumbfounded, wondering what Shen Xiuhuai was up to. As Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes at the approaching Shen Xiuhuai and took a few steps back, her cheeks still glowed with a hint of red, leaving her feelings ambiguous, whether it was anger or something else. Yet, her tone was noticeably less flustered and frantic. This is the third time this month. You must write a reflection. Before she could finish her sentence, a voice echoed from a distance. Who is there? Chi Kuang exclaimed, pulling Shen Xiuhuai along as they fled. Run, Huai Gu, the fat tiger is coming. Shen Xiuhuai followed Chi Kuang's lead, sprinting forward. The girl who had just threatened to not let him off the hook stood rooted, not attempting to stop their escape. Nanyang High School, a private institution, boasted beautiful uniforms that looked even more splendid on Lin Xiaoxiao. A girl with a high ponytail exchanged a glance with her, as if something fleeting had passed between them. Once they reached the teaching building and confirmed that Director Pang Fu had not followed, Qi Kuang let out a sigh of relief, gasping for breath. He looked at Shen Xiuhuai, his eyes filled with concern. Why go, are you alright? Don't you remember what Uncle Shen said? If you get another demerit, he'll send you to the army once you turn 18. Finally recalling that he had never had a chance to read the love letter Lin Xiaoxiao had given him. Shen Xiuhuai's mind raced back to that day. He remembered only that Lin Xiaoxiao had handed him a notebook, which he had carelessly stuffed into his backpack, assuming it was homework or notes. Little did he know, when he returned home, his father had arranged for him to be bound and sent straight to the military, leaving him unable to take his exams. Thus, he had missed out on so many years with Lin Xiaoxiao. I want to go. I need to take my exams. Shen Xiuhuai exhaled deeply. He had been selected for the special forces in his second year of military service, but now that he had returned to the past, he had no intention of enlisting so early. He wanted to be there for Lin Xiaoxiao during her exams. He would join the special forces eventually, as he still needed to save his former teammates, but that could wait. There would be a selection process in 2 years, and he could sign up then. Casting a glance at the perplexed Qi Kuang, he resolved that he would save him as well. Since he had been granted a second chance at life, he would strive to rectify all the regrets from his previous existence. Huaigu, please don't let me look down on you. Do you remember how you did on last month's exam? You ranked 15th from the bottom in the entire grade. I scored better than you. Qi Kuang sighed, reaching out to touch Shen Xiuhuai's forehead, confirming he didn't have a fever. Shen Xiuhuai pulled him closer. There's still a year left. Just watch. I'll surpass everyone. I believe in your nonsense, Qi Kuang retorted. Having skipped the morning flag-raising ceremony, they returned to an empty classroom. Shen Xiuhuai's gaze fell upon the second-to-last row by the window, Lin Xiaoxiao's seat, where he had admired her figure countless times. Back then, he had been a poor student, often occupying the last row. He quickly spotted a basketball beneath a chair and a Gundam model on the desk, unmistakably his. Qi Kuang, seated in front of him, pulled out a hamburger from his backpack, relieved it hadn't been squished. This hamburger is nowhere near as good as a Jianbing guozi. Shen Xiuhuai accepted it with a smile. Indeed, Qi Kuang couldn't help but scrutinize Shen Xiuhuai, sensing something was off. You seem different today, Huaigu. Shen Xiuhuai thought to himself how pretentious he had been at 18. He could hardly bear to recall it. I had a chat with my mom last night. She cried terribly. From now on, I'll turn over a new leaf, study diligently, and strive to become a pillar of the nation, he declared with a flourish. Before he could finish, several boys burst through the back door. Oh, Huaigu, you skipped the flag raising again. When have you ever seen Huaigu arrive on time for the flag raising? They teased, laughter echoing in the room. Yet Shen Xiuhuai's attention was riveted on Lin Xiaoxiao, who entered expressionless, maneuvering past the rowdy boys with her deskmate to reach her seat, casting not a single glance in his direction. Unable to restrain himself, Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, drawing the attention of the rambunctious boys. Zhouda, the sports committee member, whispered, "What's up, Huaigu?" With a sigh, Shen Xiuhuai gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao's back. Nothing. He couldn't help but wonder if Lin Xiaoxiao had yet to develop feelings for him at this point. Her diary had started from the day she confessed, leaving the preceding entries unwritten. He was unaware of why she had liked him in the first place. This situation posed quite a conundrum. As the class bell rang, a stern voice interrupted his thoughts. Didn't you hear the bell? The boys surrounding Shen Xiuhuai scattered back to their seats. The newcomer was none other than their homeroom teacher, Lu Fengqin, known for her strictness yet protective nature. She surveyed the now quiet classroom, her gaze landing on Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang. Shen Xiuhuai, Qi Kuang, stand up. You two skipped the flag raising again, didn't you? The two stood in silence, tacitly acknowledging the accusation. Lu Fengqin took a deep breath, ready to reprimand them, when Lin Xiaoxiao stood up. Teacher, I was originally on duty for the common area this morning, but I also had a duty for the student council. I didn't notice the scheduling conflict. When I encountered Shun and his friends, I asked them to help me clean the common area. It was my oversight. They didn't intentionally skip the flag raising. I apologize. Teacher. Her voice was calm and serious, and given her good academic standing, teachers often favored diligent students. Lu Fengqin didn't even question Lin Xiaoxiao's sincerity. Qi Kuang made a shocked expression, sneaking a glance at Shen Xiuhuai, clearly taken aback that Lin Xiaoxiao would speak on their behalf. Only Shen Xiuhuai watched Lin Xiaoxiao's profile, his eyes brimming with delight. His wife must have already developed feelings for him, or she wouldn't have defended him. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Lu Fengqin's expression softened slightly. Just remember to inform me in advance next time. You may sit down. Xiaoxiao, you as well. After sitting down, Shen Xiuhuai's gaze lingered on Lin Xiaoxiao, savoring the delightful sensation of being protected by his wife. Chapter 3. Shen Xiuhuai's odd behavior. Ding ling ling. Alright. Class is dismissed. Next is physical education. You little monkeys better not stir up trouble. With the ringing of the dismissal bell, Lu Fengqin concluded the class. She cast a pointed glance at Shen Xiuhuai, the proverbial powder keg, before turning to leave. The boys in the back row erupted in cheers. Huaigu, Qi Kuang. Let's go play ball. That bunch from class 7 has challenged us. Zhouda bellowed, his voice booming. Qi Kuang, equally exhilarated, turned to look at Shen Xiuhuai. Beside Shen Xiuhuai sat a tall, fair-skinned boy wearing glasses, Gao Song, the academic representative of their class, truly living up to his title as he was solely devoted to his studies. When Lu Fengqin had assigned Gao Song to sit next to Shen Xiuhuai, she had hoped he might ignite a spark of enthusiasm for learning in Shen Xiuhuai. However, the two coexisted peacefully for an entire semester, each remaining absorbed in their own pursuits without influencing the other. As the commotion around them escalated, Gao Song, sensing the atmosphere, stood up and made his way outside. Keep it down. Shen Xiuhuai is still focused on Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhoda remarked, noticing that Lin Xiaoxiao had slumped over her desk after class. A slight frown creasing her brow. Was she unwell? Huaigu, take your ball with you. Playing with the school's balls lacks excitement. Zhoda and several boys gathered around Shen Xiuhuai. At this age, boys naturally idolize the strong, and Shen Xiuhuai epitomized strength in their eyes, passionate, youthful, and loyal. Take the ball. You all go ahead. I'll join you shortly, Shen Xiuhuai replied, pulling out his phone to check the date, his mind already calculating. Lin Xiaoxiao's menstrual cycle had commenced. He recalled her mentioning before that during her periods in high school, the pain could bring her to tears. Without hesitation, Shen Xiuhuai kicked the ball to Zhoda and the others before turning and striding out. Hey, where are you going, Huaigu? Qi Kuang called after him, but Shen Xiuhuai ignored him and dashed away. Lin Xiaoxiao, hearing the commotion, lifted her head, catching only a glimpse of his retreating figure as it disappeared around the corridor's bend. Xiaoxiao, can you manage alone? Her desk mate, Ku Xiaoling, asked with concern. Lin Xiaoxiao's complexion appeared pale, her lips somewhat colorless, yet she managed a weak smile in response. I'm fine. I'll be okay soon. Please let the teacher know for me. Ku Xiaoling, still worried, pushed a cup of hot water closer to her. Make sure to drink plenty of hot water. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. I will, thank you. The classroom soon emptied, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao to endure a sensation akin to a knife twisting in her abdomen. She sighed softly. It had been a while since she felt this way. Having just been reborn a week ago, she had forgotten to note the onset of her menstrual cycle. Yes, Lin Xiaoxiao had been reborn 7 days prior, her last memory frozen in time as the bus careened towards the cliff's edge, the sensation of weightlessness igniting panic within her, followed by darkness. When she opened her eyes again, she was 18 once more. It took her a week to come to terms with this reality. Returning to high school was both bewildering and exhilarating, especially upon encountering the adolescent Shen Xiuhuai once more. As she pondered this, her desk was gently tapped, and Shen Xiuhuai emerged, observing her as she lifted her head. Perhaps due to her discomfort, her complexion was pale, her lips lacking color, and her once frosty eyes now appeared watery, radiating vulnerability. Are you still in pain? He inquired, placing a pink thermos beside her cup. This is ginger tea. Knowing your aversion to germs, I bought this thermos fresh and washed it 4 times before brewing it. He then produced some ibuprofen. If the pain becomes unbearable, take this. With the warmth of April beginning to envelop them, Shen Xiuhuai had worked up a sweat from his hasty dash. Lin Xiaoxiao, observing the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, suddenly asked, how did you know about my period? Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. I heard it from Ku Xiaoling. Now, drink some ginger tea. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at him quietly for a moment before reaching for the cup and taking a small sip. The freshly brewed ginger tea was piping hot, forcing her to take cautious sips. After a few more, her stomach would feel better. Shen Xiuhuai watched her through the steam, his heart swelling with emotion. He missed her dearly. Thank you, Shen Xiuhuai, Lin Xiaoxiao murmured, lowering her gaze after a few sips of ginger tea. She extended her hand, offering him some tissues. Wipe your sweat. However, Shen Xiuhuai declined, glancing at her small backpack. Knowing it contained handkerchiefs, this was a habit of Lin Xiaoxiao's, one that persisted even into her later years. With a smile, Shen Xiuhuai remarked, I saw the handkerchiefs you gave to Ku Xiaoling. Aren't we classmates? Why the disparity? Lin Xiaoxiao paused, a blush creeping onto her face. That handkerchief. I have 2. One is for wiping sweat, as I dislike the texture of tissue paper. I had lent one to Ku Xiaoling when she had a nosebleed, and I replaced the other. Yet, seeing Shen Xiuhuai's amused expression, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but pull out a handkerchief, recalling how he had often borrowed her handkerchief in their past lives. However, as she looked at the visibly younger and more innocent Shen Xiuhuai before her, a pang of sadness struck her heart. This Shen Xiuhuai was not yet her husband, not yet hers. After accepting the handkerchief, Shen Xiuhuai did not use it to wipe away sweat. Instead, he gently clasped it in his hand, whispering, thank you, just as he was about to say more. The classroom door swung open. Lin Xiaoxiao, I knew you would be here. I have a math problem I want to discuss with you. Gao Song entered, accompanied by another girl from their class. As they took a few steps inside, they noticed Shen Xiuhuai squatting in front of Lin Xiaoxiao, momentarily taken aback. Oh, Shen Xiuhuai, just picking something up, he replied, standing and gesturing towards the medicine and ginger tea on the desk before exiting, handkerchief in hand. Lin Xiaoxiao watched him leave, lifting the handkerchief to her nose for a brief scent before slipping it into her pocket. He had neither wiped away his sweat nor mentioned returning it. That startled me. What was Shen Xiuhuai doing here? The girl whispered, He was just picking something up. Lin Xiaoxiao regained her composure, setting the pink thermos aside as she placed the medicine into her backpack. Which problem do you need help with? Xiaoxiao, are you feeling unwell? Was that medicine? I'm fine. Let me explain it to you. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Shen Xiuhuai, glancing once more toward the door, though nothing was visible. Chapter 4. Are you trying to pursue me? Why go? Let's go. Let us team up for a game. Liaonan has already secured our spot. The moment the final bell rang for the last period of the afternoon, as the teacher stepped out of the classroom, Qi Kuang jumped up, excitedly packing his belongings while glancing at Shen Xiuhuai. Shen Xiuhuai withdrew his gaze from the vision of his beloved, retorting, no, why not? At Nanyang High School, there existed a rule that other schools envied. There were no evening self-study sessions. Whether students stayed for self-study was entirely up to their preference. Those who chose to remain would find a teacher on duty in the office for any questions. Those who preferred to leave could head home after the afternoon classes. Shen Xiuhuai had always left promptly after school. Now, however, he pulled out a brand new textbook and smiled at Qi Kuang. I want to study. As soon as those words escaped his lips, not only Qi Kuang and his desk mate, but even Gao Song, who had been absorbed in his book, turned to stare at him in disbelief. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. It's the second semester of sophomore year. The exams are just around the corner. I want to study. Qi Kuang was taken aback, reaching out to touch Shen Xiuhuai's forehead, then his cheek, only to be swatted away in disdain. Don't get handsy. My wife will get jealous. Wait, you have a wife now? Qi Kuang's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice involuntarily rising as several classmates in the classroom turned their attention towards him, including Lin Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xiaoxiao. It was not quite love, but it was close. If he did not strive harder, he felt he would be unworthy of her. As he spoke, his gaze met Lin Xiaoxiao's with an earnestness that made the girl some distance away flush with warmth. Unable to withstand the intensity of his gaze, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly averted her eyes. Amidst the boisterous oaths from their classmates, she felt her cheeks grow increasingly warm, while simultaneously realizing that something was amiss with Shen Xiuhuai. Just days prior, he had been a typical brash youth, his gaze towards her indifferent, yet today, starting from the morning, he seemed entirely transformed. Shut up, you fools. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, playfully rapping Qi Kuang on the head. If you're leaving, then hurry up. You're all exasperating. Not leaving. Who's your girlfriend, bro? Which class is she in? Is she pretty? Of course. She must be stunning if she has your attention. Tell us, we're all so curious. Does she have a D cup? The boys erupted into laughter, their teasing relentless. Get lost. Shen Xiuhuai could not help but laugh as he scolded them, only to turn and find Lin Xiaoxiao looking down at her chest, her ears visibly reddening from afar. Eventually, after a brief bout of ruckus, Qi Kuang and the others sauntered away, leaving the classroom in an instant hush. Gao Song glanced at him, noting, the teacher won't arrive until 7. You might as well go have a meal. He hesitated as he gathered his belongings, then asked, want to join? Although Shen Xiuhuai rarely conversed with Gao Song and was surprised by the invitation, he shook his head. Thank you, but I just ordered takeout. Perhaps next time. Gao Song nodded and said nothing further, turning to leave while whispering, you can sit wherever you like during evening study. Lin Xiaoxiao's deskmate usually doesn't he attend. Shen Xiuhuai paused, watching as Gao Song exited without looking back, pondering whether his feelings were that transparent. Regardless of the clarity of his emotions, Gao Song's words prompted him to take a seat beside Lin Xiaoxiao, without hesitation after retrieving his takeout. Perhaps due to feeling unwell, Lin Xiaoxiao remained quietly seated, engrossed in her book. When Shen Xiuhuai placed the takeout bag down, she was startled. It was only a little past 6, and the classroom was sparsely populated. Yet his presence beside her drew attention. Shen Xiuhuai paid little mind to their stares. He unpacked his meal, pouring himself some black-bone chicken soup, and added, I ordered your favorite eggplant casserole, knowing your appetite isn't great, but you must eat something. Why are you being so nice to me? Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected, her face slightly pale and her gaze probing. Once he had retrieved all the boxes, Shen Xiuhuai finally looked up at her, his voice lowered. I had a dream last night. What was it about? Lin Xiaoxiao's voice softened, curiosity evident in her eyes. I dreamed that you became my wife. He leaned in closer, his breath brushing against her face, causing her pallid cheeks to take on a delicate hue. Startled like a fawn, Lin Xiaoxiao leaned back abruptly. Shen Xiuhuai, fearing she might collide with something, instinctively placed a hand on her waist. The sensation was soft and delicate. His gaze darkened. Realizing just how fragile and exquisite her figure was, he could easily encircle her waist with both hands, and it bore marks with such ease. Shen Xiuhuai quickly withdrew his hand, redirecting his attention to the takeout on the table. Be careful. Noticing the faint blush on Shen Xiuhuai's face, Lin Xiaoxiao observed that he had a fondness for sports and a complexion akin to sun-kissed wheat. Thus, his blush was not easily discernible. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao knew him too well. Years of unrequited love combined with 2 years of marriage had led her to believe she understood him better than he did himself. For instance, at this moment, she could see his hand hidden behind his back and the way he averted his gaze from her. A playful smile graced her lips. And with an innocent expression, She leaned in closer to Shen Xiuhuai, asking, "So, after dreaming that I became your wife, what happens next?" Shen Xiuhuai felt her breath against his ear, warmth coursing through him. The influence of the pure, youthful Lin Xiaoxiao during their high school days was profound, particularly on the young Shen Xiuhuai. Turning to meet her innocent gaze, he felt his throat tighten, his voice somewhat hoarse as he confessed, "After dreaming you were my wife, I just wanted to treat you better." The space between their desks was narrow, and Shen Xiuhuai's tall stature brought them uncomfortably close. With Lin Xiaoxiao leaning in, he sensed their breaths intertwining, her proximity overwhelming. Quickly, Shen Xiuhuai averted his gaze, unable to confront her beautiful face. His thoughts spiraled out of control until he heard Lin Xiaoxiao's voice, tinged with innocence and a hint of coolness. But dreams often contradict reality. "Shen Xiuhuai, are you trying to pursue me?" Gazing into her face so near, adorned with an expression of pure innocence and bright eyes that sparkled as they met his. He found himself responding, "Then may I pursue you?" Chapter 5. I will study diligently. Will you allow me to pursue you? Shen Xiuhuai's eyes remained fixed on Lin Xiaoxiao. His rational mind advised against such declarations at their tender age, especially given Lin Xiaoxiao's youthful innocence, which made him feel as if he were coaxing a young girl. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks, tinged with pink, broke into a smile that transformed her previously aloof demeanor into something utterly captivating. Shen Xiuhuai caught whispers from nearby classmates, and with a sigh, he nearly distanced himself from her, only to hear Lin Xiaoxiao softly declare, "Study hard, strive for progress." She then straightened her posture and averted her gaze first. Unable to contain his laughter, Shen Xiuhuai nodded in agreement, acknowledging the importance of studying. He too sat up straight and, following her lead, began to unpack the takeout boxes, unable to resist asking, "So, if I study hard, is there a reward?" Lin Xiaoxiao returned to her neutral expression, though a glimmer of amusement danced in her beautiful eyes. "Ask me that question again once you're out of the bottom ranks." Shen Xiuhuai replied with a non-committal, "Then I'll ask later." In truth, Shen Xiuhuai could hardly recall what Lin Xiaoxiao had been like during their high school days. Although he had harbored feelings for her, he never considered pursuing a relationship or confessing his feelings. During that rebellious phase, he often clashed with his father and had no thoughts of romance. Thus, he failed to notice her affections for him at the time. Later, as they arranged their marriage, their lives became so busy that they scarcely spent quality time together, with Lin Xiaoxiao consistently accommodating his schedule. Reflecting upon it now, Shen Xiuhuai recognized that his feelings were so superficial compared to the depth of what he shared with Lin Xiaoxiao. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was sipping her chicken soup, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. In comparison to the bond he shared with her, his earlier infatuation felt utterly trivial. As the dining hall gradually filled with returning students, a few mischievous voices erupted upon spotting Shen Xiuhuai seated beside Lin Xiaoxiao. "Hey, didn't Huaigu just refer to her as sister-in-law? Now he's right next to our class monitor. What's the deal? Stop talking nonsense. I'm waiting to ask the monitor a question." Shen Xiuhuai interjected with a smile, cutting off their banter. "If you keep this up, you might as well tutor me." These boys, pressured by their families to attend evening study sessions, were academically lagging behind Shen Xiuhuai. Upon hearing his words, they chuckled awkwardly and dispersed. At this age, while they enjoyed teasing, they were also perceptive enough to gauge the mood. It was evident that Huaigu was not amused by their jests, and besides, the class monitor's icy demeanor was rather intimidating. Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, her expression devoid of any emotion. Once she finished her meal, Shen Xiuhuai began to gather his belongings. Just as he was about to discard his waste, he heard a light remark from beside him. "They don't realize you only prefer grades above AD, do they?" "I don't," Shen Xiuhuai replied, momentarily stunned before he chuckled at Lin Xiaoxiao's comment. She, however, did not meet his gaze, her small face focused on her book. With a hint of mirth in his voice, he added, "In your dreams, you do." At this, Lin Xiaoxiao widened her eyes, casting a scrutinizing glance at him. Shen Xiuhuai had already started walking away, calling out over his shoulder, "The monitor ate my food. You can't ignore me when I seek your guidance later." He had never anticipated that he would truly struggle with high school material. Back in his days with the special forces, the tests they faced were from military academies, where the academic standards were not as stringent. Shen Xiuhuai was naturally intelligent, relying on last-minute cramming and his formidable physical prowess, along with near-perfect practical scores, to succeed. Now, confronted with the array of numbers and formulas, he understood each separately, yet their combination left him bewildered. Chemistry was manageable. He could even concoct various substances, but high school chemical equations perplexed him. As for mathematics, he could grasp advanced calculus, yet high school math eluded him. Sighing, Shen Xiuhuai set down his book, lamenting the torment of high school life. No wonder high schoolers were often regarded as the most formidable. They seemed to possess knowledge of everything under the sun. Lin Xiaoxiao, having penned her final answer, glanced over at the dazed Shen Xiuhuai, the classroom filled with the quiet rustle of students diligently working on their assignments. Even the few disinterested ones were silently engrossed in their phones, leaving little room for conversation. In a hushed tone, Lin Xiaoxiao asked, "Can't understand it?" Yeah, I can't. Shen Xiuhuai admitted candidly, having once been a mediocre student himself with little foundation in high school studies. Even in his reincarnated life, he had not been granted any extraordinary advantages. Lin Xiaoxiao set down her pen and picked up his pristine workbook, inscribed with his name, devoid of any marks. Beside it lay an equally immaculate textbook. She sighed, seemingly grasping why Shen Xiuhuai's grades ranked near the bottom. With your situation, being not the absolute lowest is quite commendable. Well, I did finish all the multiple choice questions in every subject. Shen Xiuhuai replied as he watched her take a piece of paper and jot something down before handing it to him. He examined the neat handwriting which read, Beginner's Guide to Flight, Zero Basis Physics and Chemistry, and Slow Starters Basic Edition. He paused, contemplating whether anyone had ever criticized the naming of such workbooks. Lin Xiaoxiao's expression remained unchanged as she replied, Yes, and don't you wish to criticize them too? After saying this, she cast a glance around the quiet classroom, where everyone was absorbed in their own tasks, oblivious to their exchange. If you complete these workbooks, elevating your rank by 200 or 300 places shouldn't be a challenge. The key issue is your lack of foundational knowledge, she continued. Shen Xiuhuai felt a blow to his confidence. Lin Xiaoxiao had always regarded him as a hero, seldom undermining his self-esteem. Though his reborn self was somewhat lacking, surely he deserved a chance for redemption? Looking at the pristine textbooks, he struggled to find motivation. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Lin Xiaoxiao, who was intently focused on a challenging problem, her delicate brow furrowed in concentration, her profile resembling a flawless sculpture. Class monitor, if I make progress in the next monthly exam, would you reward me? Shen Xiuhuai asked softly. Lin Xiaoxiao paused, her fair hand halting its motion, and she turned slightly to him. What kind of reward do you want? I'd like to take you out on a date. Just the two of us, he replied, a playful tone lacing his voice. I'll study hard. How about you allow me to pursue you? Chapter 6, Memories of the Past. Even until the evening study session concluded, Shen Xiuhuai had yet to receive a response from Lin Xiaoxiao. He tidied his belongings, intending to leave with her, but his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from his father. At this age, Shen Xiuhuai's relationship with his father, old Shen, was far from cordial. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unceremoniously thrust into the military at the tender age of 18. Their relationship had been strained to the point of no return. The phone rang a few times before abruptly disconnecting, followed by a text message that read, Shen Xiuhuai, old Gao said you haven't returned home in 3 days. If you don't come home tonight, you might as well never return. Reading the furious message, Shen Xiuhuai noted how old Shen seemed particularly irritable at this age. As he pondered over the message, he noticed Lin Xiaoxiao had already left. He hurried after her, only to find she had descended the stairs. Deciding to call old Shen, he found his father's pride evident as the call went unanswered. Shen Xiuhuai remained unfazed and tried again. This time, the call connected after a few rings. Speak, came the curt reply. Despite the tone, Shen Xiuhuai smiled. Old Shen, your temper seems quite fierce today. In his previous life, old Shen had suffered health issues the year Lin Xiaoxiao passed away, his long nights and erratic lifestyle culminating in a collapse during a dinner party. Had it not been for this reincarnation, Shen Xiuhuai would soon have been forced to retire from the fire brigade and transition into corporate life. Yet, the current old Shen appeared robust, and hearing his strong voice brought a smile to Shen Xiuhuai's face. I'll return tonight. Try not to be so easily angered. Watch your blood pressure. On the other end, old Shen seemed momentarily taken aback by his rebellious son's concern, falling silent for a while before cautiously asking, Have you gotten into trouble? I haven't, Shen Xiuhuai replied nonchalantly. You can ask old Gao. I've been studying at school tonight, and will head home shortly. Old Shen, still adjusting to his son's transformation, took a long moment before responding with a non-committal hum before hanging up. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled softly, finding old Shen's rebellious streak rather amusing. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Shen immediately called home. Old Gao, has Xiuhuai caused any trouble recently? Investigate and inquire at the school. Beside him, Mrs. Shen, accompanying her husband on a business trip, furrowed her brow in concern. After Shen ended the call, he turned to his wife. Worry etched on his face. I feel something is amiss with our son. It's as if he is possessed by something sinister. Unbeknownst to Shen Xiuhuai, his parents were worried he had encountered something malevolent. To facilitate his son's commute to school, old Shen purchased an apartment in a nearby residential complex. Typically, it was just Shen Xiuhuai and their butler, Uncle Gao, residing there. Old Shen was perpetually occupied, and both he and his wife were career-oriented, spending no more than 5 days at home each month. This lack of parental attention was likely the reason behind Shen Xiuhuai's rebellious behavior, a mere child yearning for his parents' notice. On his way home, Shen Xiuhuai sent a friend request to Lin Xiaoxiao, which remained unaccepted, probably because she had yet to return home. The pursuit of love cannot be rushed. Upon returning, Shen Xiuhuai was pleased to see Uncle Gao looking considerably younger. After declining the offer for a late-night snack, he retreated to his room. Standing outside his door, Uncle Gao wore a solemn expression. Something indeed seemed amiss with the young master today. Shen Xiuhuai gazed into his high school bedroom, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. After being conscripted into the army, he seldom returned home. By the time he was discharged, he was already in his 20s and had joined the fire brigade, often residing in the dormitories there. During that period, his relationship with his family had grown tenuous. Time had dulled his feelings for them. Everything began to shift after his marriage to Lin Xiaoxiao. Old Shen and his wife held Lin Xiaoxiao in high regard, and through her, Shen Xiuhuai's bond with his family began to mend. Yet, tragically, it was during this time that Lin Xiaoxiao passed away. Shen Xiuhuai rubbed his face, tilting his head to gaze at the droplets of water cascading from the showerhead, mingling with the tears that streamed from the corners of his eyes, falling to the ground below. To start anew, to make amends for all the regrets, love, kinship, and friendship. When Shen Xiuhuai emerged, he inadvertently knocked over a half-assembled Gundam model on his desk and retrieved a clean book and practiced problems. However, after a brief attempt to study, he surrendered. It wasn't that he couldn't comprehend the material, but rather that his efficiency was too low, necessitating a supplementary book. His gaze fell upon a handkerchief nearby. He reached for it, recognizing the familiar scent reminiscent of Lin Xiaoxiao, likely from the same laundry detergent. Swallowing hard, he pressed the handkerchief to his face, the comforting aroma evoking a profound sense of her presence beside him. He longed for her dearly. In the dim light of midnight, surrounded by the familiar scent, everything felt achingly natural. Shen Xiuhuai leaned against the headboard of his bed, and Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful visage flashed before him once more. That day, she had returned from work with a cold expression, seeking him out in the study, exclaiming, "I encountered an idiot during my shift today." At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai had been engrossed in writing a report, and upon hearing her words, he looked up to find her icy demeanor tinged with a sense of grievance. "What happened?" he inquired. Lin Xiaoxiao approached him, squatted down, and began tugging at his sweatpants. Shen Xiuhuai, clad in loose-fitting athletic wear at home, was momentarily bewildered by her actions. "What is going on?" Suddenly, she produced a piece of chocolate from seemingly nowhere. "Do you want to eat this?" Without waiting for his response, Lin Xiaoxiao maintained her frosty demeanor, stating, "I'll feed you." As she unwrapped the chocolate-like treat, if not for the faint blush on her ears, Shen Xiuhuai would have genuinely believed she was unembarrassed. The remnants of that day lingered on the desk, the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the carpet, bearing witness to their shared moments. "Xiaoxiao, wife." Shen Xiuhuai jolted back to reality, the vivid memories slowly fading. He pinched the bridge of his nose, and after a prolonged silence, muttered under his breath, "Damn. I truly feel like a creep. What am I thinking?" 5 minutes later, he stepped back into the shower for a cold rinse. When he emerged, it was nearly 1 o'clock. He picked up his phone to find that Lin Xiaoxiao had accepted his friend request. A smile broke across Shen Xiuhuai's face as he gently opened her moments, encountering a side of Lin Xiaoxiao he had never known. Her posts were sparse, mostly snippets of daily life. Yet, this facet of her was unfamiliar to Shen Xiuhuai. During their time together, she had nearly ceased posting, and when she did, it was typically to share medical information. There was scarcely any insight into her life, and the few glimpses he caught were often related to him. Chapter 7. Is there something on your mind? At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao was also wide awake. Although she was an academic prodigy, the knowledge from high school felt distant, and she needed to review and prepare. She feared she might be unable to answer her classmates' questions. After completing the final problem, she glanced at her phone, noting it was nearly 1:30. The soft murmur of voices from downstairs indicated her parents had returned. Both of Lin Xiaoxiao's parents were doctors, often preoccupied with their demanding professions. Nevertheless, they showered her with affection, and she had grown up in a nurturing environment. A gentle knock sounded at her door as her mother inquired softly, "Xiaoxiao, are you still awake?" Lin Xiaoxiao rose, just dozing off. "Dad and Mom just got back." She approached the door and opened it to find her mother standing there, with her father at the staircase, likely having just noticed the light from her room. Her mother reached out to stroke her hair, advising her to sleep early and not to study too late, reminding her that her health was paramount. Her father descended the stairs, only to return shortly with 2 cups of milk. He handed one to Lin Xiaoxiao, insisting, "Go back to sleep. It's too late. Just remember to take the cup downstairs tomorrow." After her parents retreated to their room, Lin Xiaoxiao tidied her desk, washed up, and lay in bed. She pulled out her phone, only to discover no messages from Shen Xiuhuai. Sighing, her beautiful brows furrowed in doubt. She was certain that at this very time in her past life, Shen Xiuhuai and she had no connection whatsoever, having exchanged no more than 10 words over a semester. Today, Shen Xiuhuai was behaving unusually. Lin Xiaoxiao had harbored a secret crush on him for nearly 8 years, and having been married for 2. She knew him intimately, whether as the melodramatic youth or the composed man shaped by various experiences. A single glance could still ensnare her heart. "Shen Xiuhuai, don't let me uncover your secrets." Lin Xiaoxiao playfully poked his avatar. To her surprise, the message displayed. I patted Huaiji's pants and said it was huge. Lin Xiaoxiao froze, grappling with the absurdity of the message. "So, is there something on your mind?" She stared intently at the message, attempting to retract it, only to find that it was irrevocable. She sat up abruptly, realizing it was 1:30 in the morning. Perhaps Shen Xiuhuai was already asleep? But then again, he would see it tomorrow. Why was this happening? Sleep eluded her completely. Just then, a message pinged from across the way. Why are you still awake so late? In truth, Shen Xiuhuai hadn't expected Lin Xiaoxiao to be awake at this hour either. He chuckled at his own modified message, knowing that even without seeing her, she was likely glued to her phone, desperately trying to retract the message he had sent. Moments later, she replied with 6 dots. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but laugh. Fresh from his shower, he wore nothing but a pair of athletic shorts, sitting on his bed. Though his youthful physique had well-defined muscle lines from his active lifestyle, he still felt he could benefit from more training. This was something Qi Kuang randomly altered for me. Don't take it to heart. Sleep early. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow. After a moment's thought, he added, consider it my gratitude for recommending the practice workbook and solution book. It took a while, but finally, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, She sensed the tone was somewhat too distant and added another message wishing him good night. Then, her phone's emoji feature automatically popped up, and she casually selected the first one. Then, a bunny kiss was sent over. Lin Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze on her phone, exclaiming inwardly, is there really something wrong with WeChat? Her delicate, fair fingers swiftly tapped to revoke the message, uncertain if the recipient had seen it. Fortunately, a good night swiftly followed from the other end. Lin Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he hadn't noticed. Soon after, she observed Shen Xiuhuai sending another emoji, a similar bunny kiss. In a fit of exasperation, Lin Xiaoxiao flung her phone onto the bed, burying her face in her hands as she rolled around. Nevertheless, her heart raced with the thrill of youthful infatuation long forgotten. Shen Xiuhuai, with a smile dancing in his eyes, set his phone down and gradually closed his eyes. This night marked the most profound slumber he had experienced since Lin Xiaoxiao's passing. The next day, his biological clock roused him promptly at 6. In the past, he would have headed out for a workout, but now, as a high school student, he needed to attend morning self-study sessions. However, Lao Gao, witnessing him appear at the dining table on time, was momentarily taken aback. It had been years since this young master had risen so early. Shen Xiuhuai declined Lao Gao's offer for a ride to school, opting instead to jog there, having calculated that it would take approximately 15 minutes. A perfect opportunity for some exercise. Unbeknownst to him, as he stepped outside, Lao Gao wore a grave expression as he picked up his phone to message Shen Nan. Master, I too sense something amiss with the young master. Shall we consult a temple? Shen Xiuhuai, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, attracted considerable attention as he jogged along the road. The young man trotted beneath the gentle rays of the rising sun, the wind stirring the leaves and tousling his hair. Qi Kuang rode past on his bicycle, then turned back. Huaigo? Shen Xiuhuai maintained his pace. Good morning. Qi Kuang dismounted, pushing his bike alongside him. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Are you really running? What's wrong? Just heading to school, Shen Xiuhuai replied, glancing around at the nearby breakfast stalls, pondering what to buy for his girlfriend. Hey, Huaigu, Kuanggu, what are you two up to? Zhoda abruptly halted his bicycle, observing Qi Kuang pushing his bike alongside Shen Xiuhuai. He also dismounted, joining the slow jog. What gives? No one's riding today? Not far ahead lay Nanyang High School, the road bustling with students. The peculiar sight of Shen Xiuhuai accompanied by several boys pushing bikes drew curious glances. The other boys in the class, seeing Qi Kuang and the others pushing their bikes, inexplicably halted as well, leading to a spontaneous formation of a bike-pushing jogging brigade. Finally, Shen Xiuhuai spotted a pancake stand. He recalled Lin Xiaoxiao mentioning several times how delicious the pancakes were at the school gate. Just as he was about to approach, Qi Kuang and Zhoda called out to him. Turning, he noticed the line of boys pushing their bikes alongside him. What's going on? You have bikes but aren't riding them? What about you? You're not riding either, Qi Kuang replied, slightly out of breath from the unusual exercise. I'm just jogging. Shen Xiuhuai said, patting Qi Kuang on the back. You should exercise more. Are you eating pancakes? Before Qi Kuang could respond, Shen Xiuhuai sped toward the pancake stall. I'll have some, Huaigu. Qi Kuang shouted. Me too. Zhoda chimed in. The boys trailing behind erupted in excited shouts. Huaigu. I want some too. Chapter 8. Regardless of age, Lin Xiaoxiao's affection for Shen Xiuhuai remained unwavering. Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai practically monopolized the entire pancake stall. Although the group he was with wasn't lacking in funds, they relished the camaraderie of the moment, playfully chanting about eating Huaigu into poverty, mocking the wealthy. Shen Xiuhuai managed to keep 2 pancakes for himself, fearing they would be snatched away otherwise. Despite leaving early, he almost arrived late. As the class bell rang, a throng of boys charged toward the school like wild boars, creating a ruckus. The duty students were left bewildered. Shen Xiuhuai, reluctantly tasked with paying, thought, I woke up at 6 and still ended up late? At the entrance, a classmate waved him over. The teacher isn't here, hurry. Shen Xiuhuai smiled in thanks, handing his soy milk to the classmate. Cheers, before dashing into the school. It was self-study time. Some classes were reading aloud while others remained quiet, depending on the teacher's arrangements. Shen Xiuhuai's class was in self-study. He usually entered through the back door, but today he sprinted to the last window, where Lin Xiaoxiao sat by the window. As he placed the pancake and soy milk on the sill, Lin Xiaoxiao visibly startled, her delicate fingers tightening around her pen in surprise, making a shushing gesture. Shen Xiuhuai nudged the pancake toward her, having only 1 cup of soy milk left. He quietly instructed, "Wait," before dashing away. Others may not have noticed, but Lin Xiaoxiao's companions certainly did, including Qi Kuang, who was sitting nearby, munching on a pancake. He saw Shen Xiuhuai return to his seat, rummaging through his drawer for a few pink envelopes, casually setting them aside, then retrieving a bottle of milk, checking the expiration date before sliding it through the window as well. "You drink the hot soy milk. The milk is cold," he said, not elaborating further before leaving. Lin Xiaoxiao watched him re-enter through the back door and return to his seat. Next to her, Xiaoling appeared eager to say something, but ultimately couldn't resist whispering, "Xiaoxiao, are you and Shen Xiuhuai?" Something seemed off between them. Lin Xiaoxiao handed a pancake and milk to Xiaoling. "Hurry and eat. Class is about to start." This was her way of signaling she didn't wish to discuss it. Although Xiaoling felt frustrated, she recognized Lin Xiaoxiao's cool demeanor and chose to remain silent. In truth, Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced. She had always been a composed person, even since childhood. Yet, every time she encountered Shen Xiuhuai, she felt her aloof facade crumbling. Indeed, her ears were likely flushed red from the warmth. The scene from earlier had been a figment of her imagination during her high school crush on Shen Xiuhuai, yet she never expected it to materialize one day. Meanwhile, Qi Kuang turned to Shen Xiuhuai with a look of astonishment. "Huai-gu, you wouldn't." As Shen Xiuhuai tucked away the pink envelopes, he shot Qi Kuang a glance. "Don't say anything foolish." Lowering his voice, Qi Kuang remarked, "The school belle is highly sought after. If you like her, you should stake your claim and make those other guys give up." Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. "She's a girl, reputation matters. What do you mean stake a claim? Just speak properly. Now go eat your food." His response left Qi Kuang momentarily puzzled, unsure whether Huai-gu liked the school belle or simply admired her. Beside them, Gaosong couldn't help but cast a glance at Shen Xiuhuai. Shen Xiuhuai had indeed contemplated this. Although he certainly cherished his girlfriend, the situation felt somewhat peculiar. He couldn't quite articulate the feeling, or perhaps his thoughts were simply too convoluted. He cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao's silhouette, yearning to rekindle his pursuit of her and to mend every regret she harbored. One cannot forego this process simply because someone has affection for you. In his previous life, he had allowed such regrets to fester, but in this lifetime, Shen Xiuhuai was determined to ensure that Lin Xiaoxiao would experience no such sorrows. He wished to accompany her during examinations, confess his feelings afterward, and grant her a complete youth. Before that, Shen Xiuhuai glanced at the book on his desk and sighed. The rigors of studying were indeed arduous. At that moment, Gaosong pointed to an item beneath his textbook, which was a notebook that the class monitor had just placed there. Shen Xiuhuai paused for a moment, extracted it, and thanked Gaosong. Gaosong remained silent, returning his attention to his studies. The classroom was enveloped in tranquility, with most students engrossed in their books, while a few others were having breakfast. Shen Xiuhuai smiled as he beheld the elegantly penned notebook before him. It belonged to Lin Xiaoxiao. The first page bore a sticky note. "I won't let you skip breakfast. This is a math notebook. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Though the words seemed cold and distant, Shen Xiuhuai could vividly envision Lin Xiaoxiao's awkward expression. His dear wife was undeniably charming. Had she ever considered how awkward it might be if she forgot to buy breakfast, rendering this notebook somewhat useless? As he raised his gaze, he met Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes, which were directed toward him, clearly taken aback by his sudden glance. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly turned her head away, only to feel a twinge of guilt for her reaction. Blushing, she turned back, locking eyes with Shen Xiuhuai's amused expression. Undeniably handsome, he was the reason Lin Xiaoxiao had harbored her secret affections for so many years. With his striking features and youthful exuberance, he exuded an irresistible charm during this vibrant phase of adolescence. At that moment, it seemed as though the boy's gaze was solely fixated on her. Lin Xiaoxiao experienced a fleeting moment of nostalgia, as if transported back to the autumn of the previous year when she, newly enrolled, had been knocked to the ground by someone. He had approached her, bathed in light, inquiring, "Are you all right?" In response, she had fiercely kicked the offending boy, exclaiming, "If you don't need your eyes, donate them to someone in need." Apologize. On that day, he had not worn a school uniform, and when he noticed her exposed legs, he had blushed slightly, casually draping his backpack over them. His bag was light, seemingly devoid of contents. "Can you get up? Do you need me to escort you to the school nurse?" Lin Xiaoxiao recalled vividly the look in his eyes, his reddened face, and those bright, sparkling orbs. The thrill of youthful infatuation was indeed quite simple, a gesture, a glance, an accidental touch. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao never anticipated that, even at the age of 26, she would still feel her heart flutter at the mere gaze of the 18-year-old Shen Xiuhuai. "Xiaoxiao." Ku Xiaoling observed Lin Xiaoxiao's fidgeting with some concern. "Why has your face been so flushed these past few days? Are you all right?" Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head away from Shen Xiuhuai, replying, "I'm fine, just a bit warm." Her heart raced. Oh no, it seemed like everything was repeating itself. Regardless of how many years passed, Lin Xiaoxiao remained fond of Shen Xiuhuai. Chapter 9. The Flirting Hand Beneath the Desk. The following morning, during class, Lu Fengqin announced a matter. "We will change seats this afternoon. Anyone interested should come and speak with me." Those who aren't can remain in their current spots. Of course, I will still make adjustments for some students. She cast a glance at Qi Kuang while saying this. Qi Kuang was remarkably sociable. No matter where Lu Fengqin placed him, he would befriend his neighbors within 3 days. Throughout their sophomore year, Lu Fengqin had already switched his seat 5 or 6 times. At that moment, Qi Kuang met Lu Fengqin's gaze and continued to smile. Shen Xiuhuai, upon hearing about the seat change, glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. He recalled that in his previous life, during their senior year, Lin Xiaoxiao's deskmate had always been Ku Xiaoling. Although he yearned to sit beside Lin Xiaoxiao, it seemed inappropriate. However, sitting behind her was certainly feasible. Thus, as soon as class ended, Shen Xiuhuai stood up. Qi Kuang, bewildered, asked, "What are you doing, Brother Huai?" Lin Xiaoxiao turned to look as well, only to see Shen Xiuhuai gently push Qi Kuang's head, suggesting, "Shall we change to a more conducive learning environment?" Qi Kuang was perplexed. Huh? Then he watched as Shen Xiuhuai exited the room, passing by Lin Xiaoxiao's window, from which he produced a small bag of ginger brown sugar and placed it on her desk. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced down and recognized it as her favorite brand. One she continued to drink even at 26. As she observed Shen Xiuhuai's retreating figure, a rather absurd suspicion began to form in her mind, growing increasingly certain. "Does Shen Xiuhuai like you?" Ku Xiaoling whispered, unable to contain her curiosity. Zhao Lili, seated in front, turned around with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "I think so too. Shen Xiuhuai has been acting differently towards you these past few days." Lin Xiaoxiao picked up the bag of brown sugar, noticing the thermos on her desk, which contained the same brand of ginger tea. Although she had her own thermos, she had taken this one with her when she left home that morning. "No, you're overthinking it. It's probably just because I helped them out yesterday," Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. "Shen Xiuhuai is generally nice to everyone, isn't he?" Despite her words, Zhao Lili remained unconvinced, stating, "He is indeed pleasant to the boys, but I haven't seen him take the initiative to be kind to any girl." Lowering her voice, she added conspiratorially, "I genuinely think he has a crush on you." Lin Xiaoxiao's face remained impassive, yet internally she echoed, "I think so too." Zhao Lili wasn't particularly close to Lin Xiaoxiao. She had simply overheard Ku Xiaoling's comment and felt compelled to join the conversation. Lin Xiaoxiao's demeanor was so cool and distant that it made her seem unapproachable. Noticing Lin Xiaoxiao's lack of response, Zhao Lili dared not say more and turned back. Ku Xiaoling glanced at Zhao Lili's retreating figure and quietly remarked to Lin Xiaoxiao, "Don't take it to heart. She just enjoys shipping couples and thinks everyone has a thing for someone." Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head, replying, "It's nothing." In fact, she felt that she might soon truly share something special with Shen Xiuhuai. She intended to test whether her suspicions held any truth. In the afternoon, Lu Fengqin indeed announced the new seating arrangement. Shen Xiuhuai successfully ended up seated behind Lin Xiaoxiao, while Qi Kuang became his new deskmate. Earlier that morning, Shen Xiuhuai had approached Lu Fengqin, requesting to switch to a position behind the class monitor. Lu Fengqin appeared somewhat surprised, her eyes filled with skepticism. "What are you planning?" Shen Xiuhuai feigned innocence, stating, "To study, of course. The exams are just a year away." Would Lu Fengqin believe him? Certainly not. Her first thought was whether Shen Xiuhuai intended to pursue her precious Lin Xiaoxiao. After all, Lin Xiaoxiao was stunning. There had been boys from other schools who had confessed their feelings to her at the school gate, an incident that had fortunately been interrupted by the school security. However, Shen Xiuhuai, Lu Fengqin mused, was the troublesome young master before her, having seemingly broken every school rule, yet never crossing the line into early romance. Be honest. Why the sudden desire to sit behind Xiaoxiao? She's a top contender for our class's exams, so don't get any funny ideas, she warned, her tone laced with caution. "No, Fengqin," Shen Xiuhuai sighed dramatically, pulling a chair and sitting down. "I'll be honest with you. My parents said that if my grades don't improve, they'll send me to the military as soon as I turn 18. This statement is not a falsehood. He was indeed sent away just after turning 18 last year. Therefore, I must study diligently, making incremental progress each day. The class monitor truly answers any question posed to him," remarked Shen Xiuhuai with an expression of calm assurance. "You can inquire with Gao Song, the study committee member," Lu Qin suggested, furrowing her brow slightly. "Not quite, Fengqin. Have you not heard the saying, a man and a woman working together is less tiresome? The efficiency of learning while gazing at a beauty cannot possibly compare to that of a bookworm, can it? Besides, do I not have the opportunity to ask both?" Shen Xiuhuai's placid demeanor left Lu Fengqin uncertain about his true intentions. "How about this? I shall provide you with a written guarantee that before the exams conclude, I will not engage in any premature romance, nor will I disturb Lin Xiaoxiao. However, if she were to take the initiative, I cannot be held responsible." "And what of after the exams?" Lu Fengqin retorted with sensitivity. Shen Xiuhuai appeared speechless. "After the exams, you still wish to interfere? How am I to predict whether I might develop other feelings for the class monitor? I cannot make such absolute statements." In truth, his feelings could arise even without the exams, as they already were. Ultimately, Lu Fengqin, swayed by Shen Xiuhuai's straightforwardness, reluctantly acquiesced. Yet, she cautioned him that should Lin Xiaoxiao claim he disrupted her studies, he would need to change his seating arrangement. Then Lu Fengqin remembered the troubling Qi Kuang. Perhaps you should change your desk mate as well. Sit with Qi Kuang, so I can observe your dedication to studying. The truth was, Qi Kuang was ill-suited to sit anywhere, and given his tendency to heed Shen Xiuhuai's words, it seemed best for them to share a seat. Shen Xiuhuai was indifferent about whom he sat with, fully aware that Lu Fengqin had intentionally placed Qi Kuang near him due to his compliance. Qi Kuang, a troublesome student, was a source of constant concern for teachers. Thus, the situation evolved into what it was now. Lin Xiaoxiao observed as Shen Xiuhuai relocated his Gundam model and books to the space behind her. Finally, with his backpack slung over one shoulder and a basketball in hand, he settled down. Hello, class monitor, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Shen Xiuhuai greeted Lin Xiaoxiao with a smile. Lu Fengqin rapped her knuckles on the table. All right, now that the seating is arranged, let us settle down. I hope everyone takes this opportunity to study earnestly. If I receive complaints from any students, we will consider rearranging again. Understood? Understood. They chorused. Very well. Take out last week's exam papers. Is this not supposed to be a study period? Qin, you are monopolizing our study time again. What are you all fussing about? Have you all considered how poorly you performed? Take out your papers. Please, no? Shen Xiuhuai cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao's profile, only to feel a gentle tap on the underside of his desk. He raised an eyebrow and looked down to see Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate hand lightly brushing against his knee, a piece of paper in her grasp. Noticing his lack of reaction, she applied a bit more pressure, causing her hand to shift slightly. This scene altered Shen Xiuhuai's gaze. Chapter 10. A girl who loved him until the end of her days. Perhaps due to Shen Xiuhuai's continued inattention, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to glance at him. As she did, she caught his raised eyebrow, a silent inquiry directed at her. Suddenly, her hand beneath the desk was seized, and the note was snatched away. The touch of that hand, whether intentional or accidental, traced across her soft palm, prompting Lin Xiaoxiao to retract her hand abruptly, her cheeks flushing. In the school's quiet classroom, with the teacher at the podium and the concealed desks, even the slightest movement sent her heart racing. Shen Xiuhuai observed the faint blush creeping into Lin Xiaoxiao's ears, and the delicate curve of her neck began to take on a rosy hue. He unfolded the note, which read, "Shall we have a meal together later?" When his girlfriend takes the initiative to invite him, he must accept. Beside him, Qi Kuang was bubbling with excitement, whispering, "Brother Huai, what do you think Fengqin is thinking? How could she permit us to sit together? I made such a ruckus in her office, and she never acquiesced." He gazed at Shen Xiuhuai with admiration. "I never imagined you would be so good to me, Brother Huai. The moment you approached Fengqin, we became desk mates. From now on, I shall be your loyal dog." A professional sycophant. Shen Xiuhuai merely stared. In front of them, Ku Qiaoling suppressed a giggle, while Lin Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a smile. Qi Kuang was simply too boisterous. Lu Fengqin at the podium shot them a glance. "Some classmates, please refrain from speaking." Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao recalled that in her previous life, Qi Kuang had passed away just before graduating high school and entering university. She could not help but turn to glance back. Seeing Shen Xiuhuai pushing Qi Kuang's face away in disdain, "Keep your distance, don't disrupt my studies. If I fail to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, it will be your fault." Upon noticing Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze, Qi Kuang straightened his posture, attempting a casual flick of his hair, quietly declaring, "Hi, class monitor. I look forward to your guidance." His youthful smile was radiant, yet Lin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of regret, wishing she could assist in some way. She nodded at him before turning back. Qi Kuang leaned closer to Shen Xiuhuai, whispering, "The class monitor is so cold, like an ice cube." "Not at all. She's quite lovely," Shen Xiuhuai replied, bending down to scribble a few words on the sticky note, crumpling it up and tossing it forward, where it landed on Lin Xiaoxiao's desk. Qi Kuang pondered, "Is something off with Brother Huai?" Lu Fengqin observed their antics from the podium, suddenly regretting her agreement with Shen Xiuhuai. As the school bell rang, Qi Kuang hesitated, glancing at Shen Xiuhuai, who was engrossed in his studies. "Brother Huai, are you coming with us?" "No, I need to study." Shen Xiuhuai shot him a look, reminding him, "Stay away from trouble and head home early." At the back door, Zhou Da and the others were already waiting. "Brother Huai, Qi Kuang, let us go?" Qi Kuang regarded Shen Xiuhuai with suspicion. "Brother Huai, something seems off with you." Before he could finish, Lin Xiaoxiao turned around. "Are you coming?" The one who had just claimed he was studying promptly set down his book and followed suit. Qi Kuang walked towards Zhou Da, his expression blank, not even bidding farewell to Shen Xiuhuai, thinking, "The clown is me." Now, as they exited school, Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao walked closely behind one another. Shen Xiuhuai observed Lin Xiaoxiao's slender figure. She appeared so frail. Adolescent girls possess a delicate, fragile beauty, exuding a unique innocence. Her posture was upright, and her responses to classmates were polite, yet slightly distant. Shen Xiuhuai reflected deeply, struggling to recall that in high school, Lin Xiaoxiao was never lacking in companionship, yet there always seemed to be a sense of detachment, a phenomenon that persisted even into her professional life. In contrast, Shen Xiuhuai was surrounded by friends, familiar with everyone. This led to frequent calls of Huai Gu as they passed, inviting him to play online games, basketball, or dine together. As he watched the three boys who had just invited him to play basketball depart, Shen Xiuhuai realized Lin Xiaoxiao had vanished from sight. He frowned, pulling out his phone. Just as a cool voice interrupted, "Over here." Turning to look, he saw Lin Xiaoxiao standing quietly to the side, watching him. Shen Xiuhuai offered a sheepish smile. "I'm sorry for making you wait. I thought you had left." Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head and continued toward the snack street behind their school, leaving behind the words, "I will wait for you. I will always wait for you." This statement left Shen Xiuhuai momentarily stunned, as in his previous life. Their conversations were frequently punctuated by her saying, "I will wait for you." Her work often led to unforeseen events, resulting in his repeated failures to meet her. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao never seemed to mind, often responding, "It's all right, I will wait for you." Shen Xiuhuai gazed at the figure of Lin Xiaoxiao ahead, momentarily unable to discern whether he was ensnared in reality or a dream. He hastened forward, matching her stride, and inquired, "What do you wish to eat? Did you not just mention a newly opened restaurant renowned for its delectable noodles?" Lin Xiaoxiao produced a crumpled sticky note, declaring, "Let us have this." "You still keep it?" Shen Xiuhuai chuckled softly at the sight of the paper in her hand. To his surprise, he observed Lin Xiaoxiao tucking the note back into a book, affirming, "I do keep it." Her expression remained inscrutable, exuding an icy demeanor, yet the act of placing the note was imbued with tenderness. "Xiaoxiao, do you harbor feelings for me?" Shen Xiuhuai blurted out, regretting the question as soon as it left his lips. They were strolling along a path where students occasionally passed by. He truly yearned to comprehend what it was about him that had captivated Lin Xiaoxiao for so many years. Did he truly deserve such affection? Lin Xiaoxiao halted, turning to face Shen Xiuhuai. The distance between them was not great, yet she took a gentle step closer, saying, "So you noticed?" Shen Xiuhuai felt his heart race, captivated by her familiar, yet somewhat foreign visage. He remembered every contour of Lin Xiaoxiao's face at the age of 26, yet before him stood the 17-year-old version. He retreated slightly, asking, "You noticed? But why? What was it about his present self that warranted her admiration?" Upon being reborn, Shen Xiuhuai realized the sheer weight of her enduring affection, which rendered his own feelings rather insubstantial by comparison. Here was a girl who had loved him since she was 18, her devotion unwavering until her life's end, and this realization pierced his heart with a sharp ache. "Yes," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, stepping back with an emotion in her eyes that Shen Xiuhuai could not decipher. "Shen Xiuhuai, you are aware of my feelings for you. Yet you still engage in ambiguous gestures. What are you doing?" Lin Xiaoxiao whispered, "I've witnessed how you reject others. And your actions lead me to believe that perhaps you also harbor feelings for me." After uttering this, she turned and continued walking, leaving him with the words, "At our age, studying is of utmost importance." She did not hear Shen Xiuhuai's quiet confession, "I do not merely like you, I love you." Chapter 11. After the exam, I shall confide a secret. The two young adults, cloaked in youthful exteriors, exchanged flirtatious glances, only to seemingly forget the moment. Yet, during the ordering of dishes, Lin Xiaoxiao intentionally urged Shen Xiuhuai to choose. As she watched him precisely select several of her favorite dishes, a sense of calculation stirred within her. Initially, Shen Xiuhuai had not perceived anything unusual about Lin Xiaoxiao, but her recent words ignited a peculiar feeling within him. His affection for her had been genuine. Yet at that time, he had never contemplated approaching her or seeking to understand her. His feelings had been akin to the fleeting turbulence of adolescence. What boy in his youth does not admire the radiant school beauty? However, the essence Lin Xiaoxiao exuded earlier evoked in Shen Xiuhuai a profound familiarity reminiscent of the 26-year-old Lin Xiaoxiao. It was indeed absurd, yet a sudden thought flitted through his mind. If he could be reborn, why could not Lin Xiaoxiao? This notion filled him with excitement. His previous affection had been so insipid compared to her unwavering devotion over the years. Had he not been sent to the military, perhaps his feelings would have faded into oblivion. In stark contrast, Lin Xiaoxiao's enduring affection and subsequent love cast a shadow over his own feelings, rendering them unworthy. Yet, if the Lin Xiaoxiao before him was indeed the one he believed her to be, he would strive to be deserving of her affection. After placing the order, Shen Xiuhuai met Lin Xiaoxiao's unwavering gaze. He smiled and asked, "What is it?" "You have changed significantly of late," Lin Xiaoxiao remarked suddenly. "And you just ordered all my favorite dishes. What a coincidence." Pouring her a cup of tea, he gazed at the beautiful girl before him. "I had an extraordinarily long dream. Would you care to hear about it?" Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a soft thank you. "If you wish to share, I would love to listen. I dreamt that we were married, having met through an arranged meeting, and we were blissfully in love." As he spoke, a smile graced Shen Xiuhuai's face, but suddenly, something seemed to dawn upon him. Lin Xiaoxiao noticed a heavy sadness enveloping his expression. "But then you died in an accident." Shen Xiuhuai's eyes brimmed with sorrow, a sadness that seemed insurmountable, yet he forced a light-hearted smile. "That dream is rather far-fetched, isn't it? How could you perish in an accident?" Lin Xiaoxiao felt a lump in her throat. "And then what happened after I died?" Shen Xiuhuai fixed his gaze upon her, his voice barely above a whisper. "After your passing, I fell into despair. I never returned to our home. Ultimately, during a fire rescue, an explosion occurred. I shielded my comrades, and then everything went dark. I must have died. Lin Xiaoxiao's grip on her cup tightened, her complexion paling. You died? Her voice trembled, her eyes reddening. From the moment she awakened, she had never considered that Shen Xiuhuai might have perished. She imagined that he was living well in that world, perhaps remarrying a few years down the line. With his commendable qualities and being an only child, he should not remain alone. Yet, she had never envisioned such a tragic fate for him. Seeing the redness in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes, Shen Xiuhuai felt a seed of doubt sprouting within him. Xiaoxiao, are you saddened? Why? Lin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of distress. She was generally adept at managing her emotions, yet her eyes were still somewhat reddened. It's nothing. The story is rather tragic. Shen Xiuhuai observed her in silence for a long while before smiling gently. Yes, dreams are often inverted. You will be safe and sound. Lin Xiaoxiao's hand trembled slightly as she lowered her gaze. She understood that the person before her was Shen Xiuhuai, her Shen Xiuhuai. Yet, she remained uncertain whether to reveal her identity as Lin Xiaoxiao, the girl from the same hometown. In her marriage with Shen Xiuhuai, she felt blissful. Yet she was unsure of his true feelings. Perhaps he had merely married her because she happened to be the one he met during the arranged meeting. The one who seemed suitable? Shen Xiuhuai bore the weight of many responsibilities, his country, its people, his comrades, and so much more. Lin Xiaoxiao even wondered if there existed a corner of his heart that belonged solely to her. She was a girl of privilege, yet in the presence of Shen Xiuhuai, she felt unremarkable, merely an admirer who had cherished him for years. Even in death, she had not had the chance to confess, I have loved you for a decade. I truly love you. Now, with this second chance, should she continue to bind him with the remnants of their past marriage? The Shen Xiuhuai before her was merely 18. His life just beginning, filled with myriad choices, none of which were predetermined. Indeed, dreams are inverted. I should not be your wife, Lin Xiaoxiao murmured. She raised her eyes to meet Shen Xiuhuai's gaze, her expression still icy. Our primary focus now should be our studies. Thus, your dream is indeed rather absurd. Shen Xiuhuai felt a pang in his heart at her words, yet he firmly asserted, dreams may be inverted, but the fact that you are my wife is undeniably true. Lin Xiaoxiao's face displayed an expression of bewilderment, appearing somewhat dazed, her eyes round and her eyelids slightly reddened. She was undoubtedly unaware that this youthful visage, when intentionally adopting a demeanor of aloofness, only served to endear her to Shen Xiuhuai. At that moment, a server knocked and entered, breaking the somewhat silent atmosphere between them. Once the server departed, Shen Xiuhuai smiled and said, let us dine. You are right. Our primary objective now is to study diligently. What do you aspire to pursue in the future? Medicine, Lin Xiaoxiao replied without a moment's hesitation. Whether in her previous life or this one, she had always harbored the ambition of becoming a doctor. Shen Xiuhuai was not at all surprised. In her past life, Lin Xiaoxiao had gained admission to the nation's top medical school. He pondered for a moment, recalling several esteemed institutions nearby. Yet, given his current academic standing, he would be unable to even approach their gates. With a sigh, Shen Xiuhuai asked, would you accompany me to buy some practice books later? I'll treat you to bubble tea. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him, remarking, your foundation is indeed quite lacking. Shen Xiuhuai nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, so please assist me. Class monitor. He paused momentarily before adding, and in exchange, I shall reveal a secret to you after the exams. Lin Xiaoxiao's previously frosty expression finally softened, and she smiled at Shen Xiuhuai, playfully retorting, perhaps I already know it? Not a chance. There is a secret you most certainly do not know, Shen Xiuhuai confidently asserted. Chapter 12. I remember many things about you. Recently, Pang Fu had been feeling somewhat anxious. One of his classmates, who served as a director at another private school, had been venting to him about the recent restlessness among students, perhaps due to the arrival of spring. Instances of early romantic relationships were alarmingly frequent. He had already caught 4 or 5 couples this month. This awareness filled Pang Fu with a sense of urgency, causing him to lose his appetite. Early romances were inadvisable. They disrupted academic focus. Consequently, it became apparent to the broader student body in Nanyang that the director's presence was ubiquitous, particularly in the most inconspicuous corners of the school. Today, Pang Fu, feeling that his heightened vigilance was excessive, decided to visit a bookstore to unwind. However, upon reaching the second floor of the educational materials section, he immediately spotted a tall figure seemingly clad in their school's uniform. Pang Fu adjusted his glasses and intended to approach, contemplating how diligent their school students were in purchasing study materials after classes. Yet, the student's silhouette struck him as inexplicably familiar. Just as he was about to draw nearer, he noticed a girl emerge from behind the tall boy, obscured moments earlier. The girl said something, and the boy leaned in slightly closer, their proximity diminishing, allowing Pang Fu to clearly discern the boy's profile. Shen Xiuhuai, what are you doing getting so close? Pang Fu's blood pressure surged as he rushed forward with an agility that belied his portly physique and age. Shen Xiuhuai had just been trying to ascertain the title of the book in Lin Xiaoxiao's hands when he heard an enraged shout. He turned in astonishment to see Pang Fu barreling toward them like a missile, and instinctively stepped forward to shield Lin Xiaoxiao, while simultaneously steadying Pang Fu. Director, please calm down. What are you so worked up about? Are they students from our school? Pang Fu's tone was somewhat harsh, having spent several days monitoring students only to find them on a date at a bookstore. No, director, we are simply here to buy supplementary books. There's no need for such agitation, Shen Xiuhuai urged, noticing several curious glances directed their way. Although the crowd was sparse, it did not mean they were entirely alone. A few individuals were also clad in Nanyang uniforms. Director, Lin Xiaoxiao peered out from behind Shen Xiuhuai, her expression one of confusion. Why are you so angry? Upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's face, Pang Fu nearly choked, realizing that Shen Xiuhuai was now courting his prized cabbage. His finger trembled as he pointed at Shen Xiuhuai, rendered speechless. Recalling that Qi Kuang had mentioned earlier that Pang Fu was currently apprehending students involved in early romances, Shen Xiuhuai understood that a misunderstanding had arisen. No, director. I am merely purchasing study materials with the class monitor. Why are you so agitated? Shen Xiuhuai said reassuringly, patting Pang Fu's back to calm him. Let us keep our voices down. Everyone is watching. His tone implied that Pang Fu was akin to a petulant child throwing a tantrum, nearly driving him to exasperation. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately recognized Pang Fu's deliberate provocation and quickly raised the book in her hand, stating, Director, we are genuinely here to buy books. Shen Xiuhuai's foundational knowledge is quite weak, and the previous supplementary materials were not suitable for him. Pang Fu glanced at the books in Lin Xiaoxiao's hands, which indeed consisted of foundational and introductory texts, well suited for Shen Xiuhuai's current level. However, Pang Fu harbored doubts regarding Shen Xiuhuai's sincerity in studying, suspecting he might be using this as a pretext to get closer to Lin Xiaoxiao. The youth of today were notably cunning. Pang Fu stepped past Shen Xiuhuai to examine the books Lin Xiaoxiao held. His demeanor softened considerably as he addressed her. Xiaoxiao, if you encounter any difficulties, please feel free to confide in me. Do not hesitate. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Director, what do you take me for? Aren't you aware of your own actions? Last semester, you were rather heavy-handed with the girls. Are you not concerned that I might be perceived as a threat to Xiaoxiao? Pang Fu retorted, how can a grown boy resort to violence against a girl? This incident had transpired so long ago that Shen Xiuhuai scarcely recalled the specifics, though he did remember having troubled a girl in high school. Director, it wasn't he like that, Lin Xiaoxiao interjected. Shen Xiuhuai had his reasons. That girl was publicly discussing another girl's private matters in an insulting manner. Only after discovering this did Shen Xiuhuai react. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was soft, merely indicating that Shen Xiuhuai's actions had been a warning rather than an assault. The girl had lied. Lin Xiaoxiao recalled hearing about the incident during gym class when Qi Kuang and others had expressed their indignation on Shen Xiuhuai's behalf. At that time, Qi Kuang had asked, why didn't you clarify things with Pang Fu and the others, Brother Huai? It was that group who were being malicious, yet you ended up receiving a punishment. How infuriating. What would have been the point? If I explained, my punishment would have been lifted, but then the entire school would know about Su Zhao's private life. How could that girl live with such exposure? Shen Xiuhuai had responded nonchalantly. An extra punishment is inconsequential to me. His youthful tone was casual as he continued. My father always said that often misguided goodwill can be detrimental to others. Perhaps my actions today were merely meddling. If I had disclosed everything to Pang Fu and the others, the entire school would be privy to it, making it even harder for Su Xiao to navigate her school life. Let bygones be bygones. Let no one speak of it again. Lin Xiaoxiao remembered that boy even after more than a decade. So young, yet so insightful. Her feelings for Shen Xiuhuai had never been a mere case of infatuation. Rather, the closer she drew to him, the more she found herself irresistibly drawn in, ultimately leading to her irrevocable fate. At that moment, both Shen Xiuhuai and Pang Fu regarded Lin Xiaoxiao with astonishment, pondering how she could recall such events from so long ago. Had she overheard them? If anyone else had voiced such sentiments, Pang Fu might have assumed they were attempting to exonerate Shen, but coming from Lin Xiaoxiao, it held a different weight. Xiaoxiao, how do you know about this? Pang Fu inquired, his brow furrowed. What personal matters? Such deplorable conduct should have been reported to the teachers. Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent for a moment, glancing at Shen Xiuhuai. I came to learn of this incident quite inadvertently. That group has not only discussed others' privacy on multiple occasions, but some of the boys have even taken photos of female classmates and made derogatory comments. I find it quite troubling. Pang Fu momentarily froze, wishing to inquire further, but the attention of several onlookers had already turned towards them. This was certainly not an appropriate venue for such discussions. You too, come with me, he commanded, inhaling deeply before pivoting to exit. Shen Xiuhuai approached Lin Xiaoxiao and asked, do you still remember what happened all that time ago? Yes, I remember many things. Lin Xiaoxiao replied softly. However, many of those matters are trivial to you. I suspect you've forgotten them. Though Lin Xiaoxiao meant no offense, her words struck a chord in Shen Xiuhuai. Chapter 13. Are you so concerned about me? After taking a couple of steps, Pang Fu turned to see the pair lagging behind. What are you doing? Hurry up. Shen Xiuhuai sighed. I'm paying, you know. He then took the exercise book from Lin Xiaoxiao's hands and murmured, I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Sorry for what? But Shen Xiuhuai had already turned to pay. Ultimately, Pang Fu escorted them back to the office, stopping along the way to buy 2 cups of milk tea. Shen Xiuhuai declined, considering it inconvenient for Lin Xiaoxiao, but Pang Fu, perhaps realizing he had misjudged Shen Xiuhuai, insisted on treating them. The two eventually accepted the goodwill of their head teacher. With some time remaining before evening study sessions, Pang Fu regarded the two and said, "Have a seat and explain what is going on." Shen Xiuhuai pulled a chair behind Lin Xiaoxiao for her. Pang Fu squinted at Shen Xiuhuai, who continued to smile. "Director, the way you're looking at us makes it seem like you've caught us doing something illicit, just like earlier in the bookstore. You've tarnished our class leader's reputation on this walk." Pang Fu shot him a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't change the subject. What's the matter?" Shen Xiuhuai gestured for Lin Xiaoxiao to sit, and though she feared appearing too eager in front of Pang Fu, she complied. Shen Xiuhuai then turned to Pang Fu with a satisfied smile. "There's really nothing to worry about. I've forgotten all about it. It's been quite a while since then. How could you possibly forget? If such a situation truly arose in our school, it deserves our attention," Pang Fu replied. But before he could finish, Lin Xiaoxiao gently interjected, "But it has been a considerable time. I doubt the individuals involved would admit to anything now, Director." Pang Fu pondered this, realizing she was correct. He glanced at Shen Xiuhuai. "Why didn't you speak up back then? What was there to say?" "Although I didn't strike that girl, I did confront those boys, which was against school regulations," Shen Xiuhuai said with a casual smile. "Next time I encounter similar circumstances, I will still choose to take action." "You." Pang Fu widened his eyes at Shen Xiuhuai. "You fool. You should have reported it to the teachers. That would have made things worse for that girl," Shen Xiuhuai sighed. "Generally, those who report incidents to teachers end up isolated." "Oh, Pang Fu, let us forget about this. It's all in the past." After saying this, he added playfully, "Director, can we leave now? We have evening study." He shot Lin Xiaoxiao a glance, prompting her to rise. "Director, we need to head back. Teacher Lu is on duty tonight, and I have some questions to ask," she stated seriously, though her demeanor remained somewhat frosty. Pang Fu could see that the two were unwilling to divulge anything further, so he waved them off. "All right, you may go." Shen Xiuhuai felt a wave of relief wash over him. In truth, he had almost forgotten the incident entirely, including who had been bullied. If Pang Fu pressed for details, he wouldn't have much to say. Pang Fu watched as they exited, his mood darkening. It seemed there were such troubling matters within the school. His gaze drifted to the window just in time to see Shen Xiuhuai taking the items from Lin Xiaoxiao's hands. Suddenly, he felt something was amiss. Hadn't he just caught them in a moment of youthful affection? Shen Xiuhuai, oblivious to Pang Fu's suspicions, stepped out of the office and took the heavy books from Lin Xiaoxiao, which were even weightier than his own stack. "Have you bought so many books? Do you think you can finish them all?" he asked, frowning slightly. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the books he had taken. "I can manage. I'll write a bit when I get home." Shen Xiuhuai sighed. "Take care of yourself. Don't strain your eyes and end up with myopia." Lin Xiaoxiao had regretted her past experiences with eye strain. Though her vision was not severely impaired, she still needed glasses during work hours. She glanced at him, acknowledging his concern. Suddenly, she halted, glancing back toward Pang Fu's office. "I think I forgot to grab my milk tea," she said, a look of regret crossing her face. At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai began to doubt his earlier assumptions. Lin Xiaoxiao seemed quite childlike now, so different from before. Just as he was about to speak, they were interrupted by Qi Kuang's voice calling, "Huai Ge, class leader." A gust of wind followed as he rushed over. "Where have you two been? I waited in the classroom for ages." Lin Xiaoxiao took a step back, observing as Qi Kuang placed a hand on Shen Xiuhuai's shoulder, complaining in a low voice, "My dad heard from someone that you've started studying diligently. So he called me to come back to school. He is picking me up after evening study. How terrifying." Shen Xiuhuai noticed Lin Xiaoxiao quickening her pace towards the classroom and clicked his tongue. "You could just go to an internet CAF and return when it's time. That was my initial plan, but then I thought, I can't fall behind you. Otherwise, my dad's strange competitive nature will kick in, and I might end up in a summer school program." Qi Kuang replied, his tone slightly cheeky, making Shen Xiuhuai want to hit him. Upon returning to the classroom, they found it remarkably quiet. Most students had already begun their studies. Lu Fengqin sat at the lectern, momentarily surprised to see Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang. The two entered quietly through the back door, settling into their seats and beginning to read. Lu Fengqin couldn't help but wonder if she had misjudged them. Was Shen Xiuhuai truly studying? After handing Lin Xiaoxiao her books, Shen Xiuhuai indeed began working on the foundational exercises, tackling the Clever Bird series. Qi Kuang had initially come just to fulfill a requirement. He doubted Shen Xiuhuai's sincerity and secretly speculated whether he was merely pretending to study to impress the class leader. However, after observing him for a while, he realized Shen Xiuhuai was genuinely engaged in his studies, and with great focus. Panic set in for Qi Kuang. He couldn't lag behind Huai Ge. He might end up in a tutoring program. Thus, Lu Fengqin witnessed her two most troublesome students diligently studying throughout the evening. When the evening study session concluded, she left with satisfaction. As Shen Xiuhuai watched Lin Xiaoxiao begin to pack her things, he followed suit. "Wait a moment, Huai Ge, I have one last question." Qi Kuang said. "No, isn't your dad coming to pick you up?" "I'm leaving," Shen Xiuhuai replied bluntly, then caught up with Lin Xiaoxiao. "Class leader, wait for me." Lin Xiaoxiao slowed her pace. Aren't you running home? How do you know I ran here in the morning? Are you so concerned about me? Shen Xiuhuai teased with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao turned her face away, her neck flushing with a hint of pink. I just heard them talking about it. Chapter 14. Are you alright, class leader? Shen Xiuhuai's gaze swept over her fair neck, where the blush was strikingly apparent. His expression darkened momentarily as he recalled certain inappropriate thoughts. He slightly averted his gaze, and I understood. I will escort you home. How will you return? It dawned on Shen Xiuhuai, rather belatedly, that he had no knowledge of Lin Xiaoxiao's residence during her high school years and how she might get home. I'll take the bus. It's quite near, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, walking towards the school gate. Your home and mine are in opposite directions. The pair were both strikingly handsome. Accustomed to being the center of attention at the flag-raising ceremony, one for delivering self-reflections, the other as a distinguished academic representative sharing insights on studies. As they walked together, one behind the other, they inevitably drew considerable attention. As they passed the school gate, Shen Xiuhuai even heard a security officer inquire if Lin Xiaoxiao needed assistance. He began to ponder whether his reputation during high school had truly been so dismal. The two made their way to the bus stop, and it seemed Lin Xiaoxiao was aware of his thoughts. The security officer isn't targeting you. It was a previous incident involving a student from our school and someone from another school who cornered me at the gate, to confess their feelings. When she spoke of this, Lin Xiaoxiao's tone remained level, her expression devoid of emotion. The incident had occurred so long ago that she had forgotten the identity of the person involved. Yet, seeing Shen Xiuhuai's contemplative demeanor, she felt compelled to clarify. Shen Xiuhuai remained silent, merely glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful face, which was undoubtedly captivating. Did this mean she often encountered such situations? The bus arrived, and Lin Xiaoxiao took a couple of quick steps before turning to Shen Xiuhuai, saying, I've learned a bit of self-defense. You needn't worry. Just head back. However, Shen Xiuhuai reached out to take her backpack, insisting, you should get on, otherwise, the bus will leave. Lin Xiaoxiao cast him a look before boarding the bus. Shen Xiuhuai followed her inside. The bus at this hour was mostly filled with weary office workers returning home after late shifts. Though not overly crowded, the seats were nearly all occupied. Once Lin Xiaoxiao settled into the last available seat, Shen Xiuhuai stood beside her, holding her backpack. Lin Xiaoxiao silently accepted it, placing it on her lap to shield her exposed legs. After accompanying her to the entrance of her residential complex and watching her enter, he turned and jogged back home. An odd yet harmonious equilibrium persisted between them for a while. Eventually, word spread that Shen Xiuhuai had become engrossed in his studies, mending his ways. This did not imply that he had abandoned his male friends. Rather, he no longer engaged in frivolous pursuits. He still participated in physical education classes and extracurricular activities, but refrained from skipping classes or leaving early, even attending evening study sessions. Lu Fengqin and Pang Fu observed this transformation with satisfaction after some time, even taking the opportunity to commend a certain student at the flag-raising ceremony for finally beginning to cherish the passage of time. Why do I feel like Fat Tiger is talking about you? Qi Kuang chuckled after listening for a while, nudging Shen Xiuhuai's shoulder. Is it you, Huaigo? Shen Xiuhuai withdrew his gaze from Lin Xiaoxiao, who was holding a sign at the front of the class, and replied, perhaps, I have indeed started to value my time. Damn, I'm genuinely afraid that after the monthly exams, you'll surpass me. However, it seemed that after the monthly exams, the spring sports meet would follow. Qi Kuang had not finished his sentence when Lu Fengqin lightly tapped him on the head as she walked by. He immediately settled down. Sure enough, after the flag-raising ceremony, Lu Fengqin returned to the classroom to discuss the upcoming monthly exams and the sports meet. Initially, everyone had been somewhat disheartened due to the impending exams, but upon hearing about the sports meet, the boys began to cheer. The spring sports meet in Nanyang lasted 2 days, during which classes were suspended, and students could enjoy free time. However, this year was exceptional. Continuous rain had delayed the event until the end of May. Previously, Shen Xiuhuai and his friends would simply sneak out to play online games. With the sports meet looming ahead, the monthly exam seemed far more bearable. Amidst the lively discussions, Shen Xiuhuai tore off a piece of sticky note paper, penned a few lines, and gently poked Lin Xiaoxiao on the back. Ever since discovering that Lin Xiaoxiao would keep his notes, Shen Xiuhuai had developed a fondness for writing them for her, even purchasing several sets of decorative sticky notes, which Qi Kuang had spotted and teased him about. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't be bothered to respond. The little brat simply did not comprehend the nuances of their relationship. When Lin Xiaoxiao turned to face him, he handed her the folded note. She glanced at it with a neutral expression, yet reached out to take it. The boys continued to discuss which events to sign up for in the sports meet, and whether they could skip reporting altogether to enjoy themselves. Zhoudu appeared aggrieved, exclaiming, Come on, guys, I'm the sports committee member. At least give me some respect. In the midst of the noise, Lin Xiaoxiao unfolded Shen Xiuhuai's note, admiring the neat handwriting. Do you remember? If I improve in the monthly exams, will you go on a date with me? Lin Xiaoxiao swiftly tucked the note beneath her book. What was this person thinking, suddenly bringing this up? All right, everyone, calm down. The monthly exams are in 2 days. Focus on your studies before anything else. You all can be so disruptive, Lu Fengqin stated, tapping the podium. Now, take out your books. Shen Xiuhuai waited until lunchtime to eat. Yet he still hadn't received a response from Lin Xiaoxiao. Watching her walk off hand in hand with Qiaoling, he clicked his tongue in frustration. Would he ever get to go on a date? It had already been a month, and he hadn't even held his wife's hand. Especially lately, he often found himself dreaming. Cough. It was rather taxing on his health. A hug from his wife would surely remedy that. Qi Kuang turned to invite Shen Xiuhuai to lunch, but upon seeing his expression, he exclaimed, Huaigu, why do you look so radiant? No wonder your Chinese grades are failing. Zhou chimed in. Huaigu is clearly in high spirits. Neither of you should speak. I'm off to eat, Shen Xiuhuai retorted, groaning at their choice of words that would make any language teacher weep. Come on, Huaigu, share with us, urged one of his friends. During lunch, Qi Kuang expressed a desire for spicy hot pot, leading the three of them to skip the cafeteria and meet up with classmates from other classes who usually joined them for online gaming. Qi Kuang's amiable nature allowed him to chat with anyone, and soon their trio had expanded to 8, prompting them to reserve a private room. Once seated, Shen Xiuhuai ignored their banter about smoking and boasting, directly messaging Lin Xiaoxiao. Is it possible, class monitor? He said nothing more. But Lin Xiaoxiao would surely comprehend his meaning. After a moment, she replied, and Shen Xiuhuai smiled. It was an affirmative response. His mood instantly brightened. Just then, Yin Feng from class 8 mischievously inquired, Does your class monitor, the school beauty, have a boyfriend? Shen Xiuhuai glanced up. Qi Kuang, who had been sipping water, couldn't help but look at Shen Xiuhuai upon hearing this. Sure enough, he appeared displeased. Yin Feng, oblivious to the tension, continued with excitement. I initially thought Huaigu had something going on with her, but seeing him so engrossed in his studies, I guess not. Yin Feng was a tall, athletic student. And while he wasn't unattractive, he was notorious for his incessant romantic escapades. He thought to himself, since Huaigu has no chance, maybe I could try my luck. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Xiuhuai, with a flat tone, interjected, No. Huh. Yin Feng was taken aback. Huaigu, do you like her? Our class monitor is aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University. Keep your misguided intentions away from her. Shen Xiuhuai set down his phone, asserting, She is not someone you can toy with. Yin Feng was momentarily stunned, mistakenly believing Shen Xiuhuai was referring to Lin Xiaoxiao's grandfather. He was an esteemed general. Truly not someone they could provoke. With a sigh, I merely spoke out of jest. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaoxiao was undeniably enchanting, exuding a charm distinct from that of other girls. Qi Kuang, noticing the displeased expression on Shen Xiuhuai's face, quickly rapped on the table, urging, That's enough. You should refrain from bothering our classmates. It affects our average score. The conversation swiftly shifted away. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai remained in a foul mood, disinclined to tolerate anyone coveting his Xiaoxiao. For she was his beloved wife. Shen Xiuhuai's discontent lingered until the afternoon class concluded. Qi Kuang was not attending evening study sessions today, as he needed to return home for his grandfather's birthday celebration. He dashed out as soon as the bell rang. Lin Xiaoxiao remained seated, motionless. Shen Xiuhuai set down his pen and glanced at her silhouette. The classroom was now empty. Why wasn't she going to eat? Was she waiting for him? Lin Xiaoxiao turned to face him, asking, Are you feeling unwell? Shen Xiuhuai simply replied with a grunt. Is it because I didn't respond to your note? Lin Xiaoxiao's expression remained unchanged, though the coldness in her beautiful eyes had softened, revealing a touch of tenderness. She gently affixed a sticky note to the back of Shen Xiuhuai's hand. Her delicate fingers brushed against his skin, causing his hand to twitch as if to grasp hers. Ultimately, however, he peeled away the note, which bore neat handwriting. All right, if you do well on your exam, we'll go on a date. A small heart was drawn next to the message, endearing in its simplicity. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but chuckle, realizing she had misunderstood, yet he chose not to clarify. His mood visibly brightened as he tucked the note away. He reached out to tousle Lin Xiaoxiao's hair, saying, Let us go eat. You've messed up my hair. She protested, covering her head with her hands, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. What are you two up to? A sinister voice echoed from outside the window. Startled by Pang Hu's voice, Shen Xiuhuai withdrew his hand from Lin Xiaoxiao's head, turning to face him. Pang Hu, with a scowl, scrutinized the pair. Lin Xiaoxiao blinked and patted Shen Xiuhuai's hand, prompting him to withdraw it and casually inquire, Have you eaten, director? I have. What were you two just doing? Pang Hu's suspicious gaze flitted between them. The class monitor said there was something on her head, so I was just checking, Shen Xiuhuai replied, revealing a scrap of paper in his palm. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at it, puzzled as to when he had acquired it. Upon seeing the paper, Pang Hu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been discreetly observing Shen Xiuhuai for the past fortnight and had begun to believe the lad was genuinely focused on his studies. Moreover, he had not witnessed any suspicious behavior between Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao. Clearing his throat, Pang Hu said, Well then, have you two eaten? Not yet. We were just about to. Shen Xiuhuai stood up straight, maintaining a casual demeanor as he asked Lin Xiaoxiao, Class monitor, would you like to join us? Lin Xiaoxiao responded with a curt nod, directing her gaze towards Pang Hu. Is there anything else, director? Pang Hu turned away, Nothing else. You may go. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, who refused to meet his gaze, bidding Pang Hu farewell before stepping out first. Shen Xiuhuai waved goodbye with a smile. "We're off, director," and then followed her. Pang Hu observed their departing figures, feeling a twinge of unease, though he couldn't pinpoint the source. Eventually, he sighed, chalking it up to his own heightened anxiety. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned, the two figures that had been sequentially moving ahead transformed into one that walked side by side. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao beside him. She seemed a tad too slender, her bones visible even through her clothing. He found his thoughts drifting when he felt a gentle tug at his hand. Startled, he looked down to see Lin Xiaoxiao's hand resting next to his, as if unintentionally brushing against it. The trees lining the pathway cast dappled shadows as the sky darkened and the streetlights flickered to life, illuminating the ground. The path was sparsely populated, with a few individuals whispering beneath the trees. Shen Xiuhuai watched as Lin Xiaoxiao's hand lightly hooked his pinky finger, her cool voice barely audible. "I'm sorry for ignoring you. It wasn't intentional. She hesitated, unsure of how to continue. Shen Xiuhuai realized she still thought he was upset because she hadn't replied to the note. A smile broke across his face as he swiftly clasped her delicate hand, which had just grazed his pinky. Lin Xiaoxiao gasped, her eyes wide with surprise as she asked, "What are you doing?" In school, Shen Xiuhuai quickly squeezed her soft hand before letting go, whispering, "No one saw. I'm not upset about that." Lin Xiaoxiao's hand moved slightly, almost as if she wished to grasp something but quickly retreated behind her back. Misinterpreting her action, Shen Xiuhuai sighed, "I won't be angry with you. It's just that something unpleasant happened during lunch." He produced the sticky note from his pocket. "Does this still count?" Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the paper, her long eyelashes fluttering. She turned to continue walking, declaring, "It counts. Just do your best." Shen Xiuhuai chuckled as he tucked the note back into his pocket. "How much improvement counts?" 300 places. You have ample room for growth," she replied. Shen Xiuhuai admired the beauty of her profile, his eyes brimming with delight. "I will study hard, class monitor. Wait for me." Lin Xiaoxiao's expression remained neutral, yet a hint of a smile danced in her eyes. In truth, she too looked forward to a date with Shen Xiuhuai, having longed for a moment of solitude with him. Stepping out of the school, Shen Xiuhuai's hand brushed against Lin Xiaoxiao's. Once, twice, 3 times their fingers briefly met, then parted, echoing the unsteady rhythm of their hearts, gentle yet enticing, leaving them reluctant to sever the connection. The sweet ambiguity of youth was a chapter they had previously overlooked. Chapter 16, Youthful Romance. The night was dim, with only a solitary nightlight casting a glow, and the air was infused with the scent of rain-soaked grass, a familiar yet foreign aroma. Shen Xiuhuai felt as if he had dreamt of the past once more, though everything remained obscured, save for the visage of Lin Xiaoxiao, which lingered in his mind. Ding ding ding. The sound of an alarm jolted the sleeping girl awake. Disoriented, she sat up, her breath quickening, drenched in sweat, her face flushed. She cupped her hands over her face, exclaiming, "Lin Xiaoxiao, what have you done?" Her voice laced with irritation. Meanwhile, Shen Xiuhuai silently regarded his damp bed sheets. As a voice called from outside, "Young master, it's time to get up for class." Shen Xiuhuai sighed, "I know, Uncle Gao." His voice was predictably hoarse. After a moment of silence, the footsteps retreated. "Ah, youth." Shen Xiuhuai sighed again. Was it just holding hands? He muttered to himself while getting out of bed to tidy up. At this rate, even if Uncle Gao said nothing, he wouldn't be able to maintain his composure. A thought crossed his mind, and he sighed once more. "Another day yearning to embrace my wife. When will I reach the legal age for marriage?" Qi Kuang discovered something rather peculiar. Today, his dear Huaige did not exchange a single word with the class monitor. Although breakfast was still prepared and water was fetched, the two seemed to share no communication whatsoever, not even a fleeting glance. Furthermore, the moment the class monitor laid eyes on Huaige, her cheeks flushed. What could this signify? This particular class was a study period, and Qi Kuang cautiously nudged Shen Xiuhuai's hand, addressing him as Huaige. Only after Shen Xiuhuai pinned down his answer did he glance at Qi Kuang, silently prompting him to speak. "Have you and the class monitor had a falling out?" As soon as the words left his lips, Shen Xiuhuai noticed Lin Xiaoxiao shift her body. He sighed, gazing at Qi Kuang with a serious expression. "At times, I find myself questioning your intellect. Do you think our position is close to that of the class monitor?" Qi Kuang nodded, affirming their proximity. "Then, do you suppose she can hear what you say?" Shen Xiuhuai inquired with a smile. Xiao Ling, seated in front, couldn't suppress a chuckle. Qi Kuang shot a glance at her back, thinking that the eavesdropping classmate could exhibit a bit more decorum. If you're going to eavesdrop, at least keep quiet, he thought. Recently, Xiao Ling had observed that both boys were quite entertaining and lost her fear of them. Turning to Qi Kuang, she remarked, "I just recalled every sorrowful moment of my life and still couldn't hold back." Qi Kuang clicked his tongue, gesturing towards Lin Xiaoxiao. "Is the class monitor in a tiff with my Huaige?" Xiao Ling glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, who had lowered his head to continue solving problems, then whispered, "I'm not sure, but Xiao doesn't seem in too bad a mood." Xiao Ling, came a cold voice, prompting her to giggle and turn back. Qi Kuang was about to add something when Shen Xiuhuai slapped a test paper onto his face. This is due tomorrow. Get to it. Shi Kuang glanced at his Huaigu, sighed, and muttered, you can't do this. How are you supposed to pursue a girl? Shen Xiuhuai's pencil paused momentarily. Indeed, he had not engaged in much conversation with Lin Xiaoxiao today. The truth was, after having a rather peculiar dream the previous night, he felt a sense of unease whenever he saw her. After all, his dream was far from concluded, and he feared he might not endure another night of it. As for why Lin Xiaoxiao blushed upon seeing him, Shen Xiuhuai found himself at a loss. After all, following their secret hand-holding yesterday, he had escorted her home quite normally. Thus, after school, they walked to the dining hall in silence, and as they passed a small garden, Shen Xiuhuai noticed the absence of others and suddenly spoke. Class monitor, I had a dream last night. Before he could finish, Lin Xiaoxiao abruptly halted. Swiftly turning to face him, her cheeks once again tinged with crimson. Shut up, she hissed, her voice low, yet Shen Xiuhuai discerned the irritation beneath. He blinked. Why? I dreamt about you. Lin Xiaoxiao took a step forward, one hand covering Shen Xiuhuai's mouth while the other pressed against the column behind him, creating an intimate walling gesture. Shen Xiuhuai looked down at her flushed face, her delicate hand now covering his lips. His heart raced. Class monitor. As he spoke, his lips brushed against her palm, causing his breath to fan against her skin. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly withdrew her hand, hiding it behind her back, feeling as if her palm were ablaze. Class monitor, you're walling me in again, Shen Xiuhuai said with a teasing tone. According to the cliché of novels and dramas, your next move should be to kiss me. Before he could finish, Lin Xiaoxiao retracted her hand, stepping back, too flustered to meet his gaze. What nonsense are you spouting? Shen Xiuhuai found amusement in her flustered demeanor. Why don't you ask me what I dreamed about? What did you dream about? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. I dreamt that you asked me if I had finished my homework, but I told you I hadn't tea, and you got angry. Shen Xiuhuai blinked innocently. What else could I possibly dream about? Lin Xiaoxiao, seemingly lost in thought, shot him a glare before sprinting away. Shen Xiuhuai called after her, but she did not look back. Chapter 17. I give you all my candy. After Lin Xiaoxiao dashed off, she suddenly turned back, whispering to Shen Xiuhuai, good luck on your monthly exam. The atmosphere was tranquil, and Shen Xiuhuai could hear the rhythm of his own breathing. Their relationship had commenced with an arranged meeting. Despite spending half a month adjusting to each other, their romantic progression was hardly worth noting, as they were both exceedingly busy. Yet, he now distinctly felt the subtle, tantalizing sensation of budding romance, akin to a kitten playfully scratching at his heart, delightfully irritating, yet spurring a desire to advance. He swallowed. You want me to do well, don't you? Suddenly, the girl before him glanced around, noting the absence of any onlookers, although some classmates were ambling in the distance. Shen Xiuhuai watched as she approached him briskly, catching a whiff of her fragrant hair and the gentle sound of her breath. Shen Xiuhuai, make sure to do well. As he observed her turn and dash away, her silhouette was captivating. Her ponytail swayed gently behind her, and the breeze accentuated the delicate curve of her waist in her uniform. Damn, Shen Xiuhuai muttered, touching his slightly flushed ears, unable to suppress a smile. His high school sweetheart was simply too sweet, initially intending to tease her and probe her unusual silence. Shen Xiuhuai experienced an unexpected surge of motivation. This monthly exam would surely be a triumph. Upon returning to the classroom, Shen Xiuhuai noticed that Lin Xiaoxiao was already engaged in conversation with a classmate, a girl from their class. It seemed the girl was inquiring about some questions. During evening study sessions, when the teacher was absent, many would approach Lin Xiaoxiao for assistance. Generally, she would respond with a neutral expression while explaining problems. This led others to perceive her as somewhat aloof, despite knowing she was willing to help. Shen Xiuhuai placed a strawberry-flavored lollipop on Lin Xiaoxiao's desk, not intending to interrupt her. However, the girl, perhaps having noticed his recent change in demeanor, blushed and jestingly asked, "Is there any for the class monitor?" "I don't have any." Shen Xiuhuai, with a lollipop still in his mouth and another in hand, glanced at the girl. His memory of her name was vague. Yet he recalled her being among the upper-middle achievers in class and occasionally socializing with Zhou and others. He replied, "Nope, only the class monitor has it." The girl paused, pointing to the lollipop in his hand. "But you have one right there. Can't you give it to me first? I'll buy you a pack tomorrow." Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze fell on the lollipop in Shen Xiuhuai's hand. Deep down, she disliked seeing other girls converse with him, particularly those blushing. While doing so, their intentions were all too transparent. While internally chastising herself for feeling jealous of a younger girl, Lin Xiaoxiao shot a frosty glare at Shen Xiuhuai. He caught her gaze and smiled, his charming smile causing the girl's face to flush even deeper. In fact, she had secretly slipped a love letter into Shen Xiuhuai's desk last week and had seen him place it into his backpack. Despite the lack of a response over time, he would at least acknowledge her whenever she spoke to Zhou and others, leaving her hopeful for a chance. At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, "I'm sorry, but this one is also for the class monitor. I plan to give it to her tomorrow when I have questions." Lin Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a fleeting smile before she averted her gaze, slightly turning to glance at the candy on the table. She then reached out and tucked it into her bag. The expression on the girl's face was somewhat awkward. Oh, it's nothing, but you could give it to me first, and I'll buy you some tomorrow. Upon hearing a chair scrape behind her, Lin Xiaoxiao noticed someone sitting down. A languid voice drifted over. That's different. Now the class monitor knows. What if I seem insincere and she refuses to explain the questions to me later? Have you finished asking? If so, it's my turn now. There was a hint of urgency in his tone. The girl did not respond further. She turned around and hurriedly listened to Lin Xiaoxiao finish explaining the math problem before departing. It was unclear if she had grasped the concept. Once the girl had left, Lin Xiaoxiao waited for a moment, but did not see Shen Xiuhuai inquire about her question. Thus, she turned to cast him a glance, finding him engrossed in solving a math problem. What do you want to ask? Shen Xiuhuai lifted his head to meet her gaze. The candy still lodged between his teeth. He smirked slightly and leaned in to whisper, I have no questions, but she had far too many. His implication was clear. He found her excessively noisy. A glimmer of amusement flitted across Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes as she softly uttered an "oh" before turning back to her studies. However, Shen Xiuhuai suddenly interjected. Hey, his voice dropping lower. Were you looking at me with a hint of jealousy just now? Lin Xiaoxiao's expression turned frosty as she shot him a glance that conveyed disbelief, subsequently ignoring him and returning to her studies. Shen Xiuhuai observed the faint blush creeping onto her ears and chuckled softly. He murmured from behind, Don't worry, all my candy is for you. I won't share it with anyone. Lin Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on her pen, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Though she did not speak, she fished out a strawberry milk candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. Witnessing her action, Shen Xiuhuai felt an inexplicable uplift in his mood. He found himself genuinely looking forward to the upcoming monthly exam, a sentiment he had never anticipated feeling towards an examination. However, during the evening self-study session, Shen Xiuhuai was unable to escort Lin Xiaoxiao home. This was due to the unexpected arrival of his father, who had not picked him up from school in ages. Knowing that since elementary school, his father had never accompanied him to or from class, Shen Xiuhuai found himself facing his father's tense expression as he settled into the car. Unable to contain his amusement, he quipped, Dad, are you nervous? Shen Nan's eyes flicked to his son's smiling face. What nonsense is this? You're not even calling me dad anymore. Shen Xiuhuai sighed. Haven't I stopped for many years now? Being angry ages you, and aging makes you unworthy of my mother. Chapter 18. Call me sister, and I'll take care of you. Shen Nan fell silent, contemplating his son's demeanor. There was indeed something amiss with Shen Xiuhuai. However, he refrained from probing further and merely drove them home. Shen Xiuhuai lowered his head to message Lin Xiaoxiao, instructing her to inform him upon her arrival home. From the rearview mirror, Shen Nan glanced at his son in the passenger seat, who was engrossed in conversation with someone, his face adorned with a gentle smile that starkly contrasted with his usual irritability. Shen Nan had long recognized that his son's rebellious phase had commenced due to their busy lives as parents. They had attempted to communicate with Shen Xiuhuai, but their efforts proved largely ineffective. By the time they were free to spend time with him, Shen Xiuhuai had already grown resistant to their attempts at communication. This left Shen Nan feeling powerless. Recently, he had even begun reaching out to friends from the military, considering sending Shen Xiuhuai for training once he turned 18, hoping it would temper his rebellious spirit. Yet, it seemed that his son had transformed, making Shen Nan reconsider his plans. After messaging Lin, Shen Xiuhuai turned to Shen Nan. You don't need to sneak glances. Do you have something to ask? Clearing his throat, Shen Nan found himself at a loss for words after such a long time without a calm conversation with Shen Xiuhuai. Well, Qi Kuang mentioned that his grandfather confused him with his older brother and pressured him about marriage all night. Noticing Shen Nan's discomfort, Shen Xiuhuai smoothly redirected the conversation towards familiar topics. Oh right, it seems the old man isn't in great health. The Qi family didn't even hold a birthday banquet this time. The father and son engaged in a rare, amicable exchange, casually discussing matters until they reached home. Upon arrival, Mrs. Shen had prepared a late-night snack and was awaiting their return. Seeing her husband and son, she stood up. Xiuhuai, you're back from school? Are you tired? She moved to take Shen Xiuhuai's backpack, but he deftly evaded her grasp. Her expression dimmed, as she had sensed her son's increasing resistance to their closeness over the years. It's just practice books. They're a bit heavy. Mom, you want to be able to carry them, Shen Xiuhuai explained naturally, causing Mrs. Shen's previously dull eyes to brighten instantly. She reached for his backpack once more. It's not heavy. I often helped you carry it back in elementary school. Why are you still bringing so many practice books home? You need to balance study and rest. I have a weak foundation, and with the monthly exam approaching, I need to review more, Shen Xiuhuai explained, trailing behind Mrs. Shen. Watching his son, Shen Nan couldn't help but frown, noticing the significant changes. Mrs. Shen ushered Shen Xiuhuai into the washroom. Your father and I are home for a few days. Uncle Gao is on vacation. Come wash your hands. As soon as Shen Xiuhuai's parents were seated, he cut to the chase. Have you heard from Uncle Gao about my changes? He observed his parents, who appeared noticeably younger than before. And this question had been on his mind for some time. He had considered pretending, but he could hardly recall his teenage self, only remembering a rather awkward phase. Years of military discipline made it difficult for him to revert to his former demeanor, so he resolved to be genuine. Taking a deep breath as he regarded his parents, Shen Xiuhuai confessed, "I've developed feelings for an exceptional girl, and I want to pursue her, so I must strive to improve myself." Both Shen Nan and Mrs. Shen looked at him with expressions of surprise before exchanging glances. They had not anticipated such a reason, though it was not unusual for a boy in his adolescence. However, Shen Nan still exhibited skepticism. "So, you're dating early?" Shen Xiuhuai took a bite of his wonton and shook his head. "Not yet. She has to be interested in me first." Shen Nan cast a disdainful glance at him and muttered as he took another bite. "With that attitude, you might as well give up. I didn't meet your mother when I was your age." Shen Xiuhuai retorted indignantly. "Well, I was not even born yet." This exchange brought back a familiar side of their son to the couple, alleviating some of their concerns. After finishing their late-night meal, Mrs. Shen insisted that Shen Xiuhuai not help with the cleanup, but instead go wash up and sleep. As he picked up his backpack to head to his room, he heard Shen Nan say, "You spent quite a bit of your allowance last month. You'll need to manage your budget for this month and the next." Before Shen Xiuhuai could respond, Mrs. Shen interjected discontentedly, "Old Shen." Without turning back, Shen Xiuhuai replied, "I understand," and entered his room, his tone devoid of any particular emotion. As he closed the door, he overheard Mrs. Shen lamenting, "It's rare for our son to be so obedient." He gently shut the door, careful not to reveal too much of a difference from his previous self, lest his parents grow suspicious. Placing his backpack on the desk, he proceeded to take a shower. Afterward, an idea struck him, and he approached his desk to send Lin Xiaoxiao a message. "Class monitor. My dad is back and said I overspent my allowance last month, so I'm out of funds this month. Sigh, I'm going to go hungry." After sending the message, he followed up with a pitiable rabbit emoji. On the other end, Lin Xiaoxiao was engrossed in her exam, ignoring the vibration of her phone. A few seconds later, she realized that the only person who would reach out to her at this hour was one particular individual. Unable to resist, she picked up her phone and, upon reading Shen Xiuhuai's message, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This was the first time he had ever acted so adorably towards her. A smile crept onto Lin Xiaoxiao's face. Perhaps due to the late hour or the distance created by the digital medium, she whimsically replied, "If you call me sister, I will take care of you." After sending her message, she abandoned her exam and fixated on her phone with sparkling eyes. It wasn't long before a reply came through. To her surprise, it was a voice message. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced as she stared at the 15-second audio clip. After a moment's hesitation, she gently pressed play. Initially, there was silence, followed by Shen Xiuhuai's playful laughter. "Do you enjoy being called sister so much? Would you be willing to provide a bit of soft rice?" The statement was brief, yet the boy's voice carried a teasing undertone. Lin Xiaoxiao detected an air of coaxing within his words. She couldn't help but listen again, her cheeks gradually warming. Covering her face, she leaned onto her desk, realizing that Shen Xiuhuai was crossing boundaries. After a brief wait without a reply from her, Shen Xiuhuai understood that she was likely shy. However, Lin Xiaoxiao's call of sister reminded him that she was a few months older than him. He chuckled at the thought, recalling how, in her notebook, she had written Xiuhuai, little brother. Did she truly enjoy being called sister so much? Shen Xiuhuai gazed at the chat box, envisioning the rosy face on the other side. That night, Shen Xiuhuai did not receive Lin Xiaoxiao's response. But the following morning, he discovered an unexpected breakfast on his desk. Chapter 19. Are you stealing a kiss from me? Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao's back. In truth, he had eaten breakfast before arriving at school, and he was holding a breakfast he had brought for her. Lin Xiaoxiao's eating habits during high school should have been regular, and she too had likely eaten breakfast before coming. Nevertheless, Shen Xiuhuai believed she was too thin and made it a point to bring her breakfast every day, which she always finished. He had even set a short-term goal for himself, to plump up his wife. Now, looking at the breakfast on the table, he recalled his earlier comment about being short on money. He was genuinely pleased, leaning forward to say, "Thank you, sister." As expected, Lin Xiaoxiao flinched, her neck turning a shade of crimson. Indeed, she was shy. Shen Xiuhuai retrieved a strawberry milk candy from his bag and placed it on Lin Xiaoxiao's desk, also setting down a small container of wontons. These weren't takeout. They were lovingly packed in a thermos. "My mom made these wontons. You should like them." "Give them a try," Shen Xiuhuai said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao had initially furrowed her brow, about to question him on his earlier claim of being broke. But upon realizing they were made by his mother, her expression softened. She glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, who had already settled down to enjoy the hamburger she had bought for him. Lin Xiaoxiao whispered a soft thank you before opening the thermos, revealing the wontons separated from the steaming broth. No wonder he had arrived earlier than usual today. "Sister, I rode my bike today. I'll give you a ride home tonight," Shen Xiuhuai said softly from behind. With few people in the classroom, especially near them, Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a quiet and began to eat her wontons. The next day was the monthly exam, and in the afternoon, a small notebook appeared on Shen Xiuhuai's desk, filled with the key points Lin Xiaoxiao had illustrated. Beside him, Qi Kuang, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, "Someone is marking key points for you. Now I believe you're not just pursuing the class monitor, you're merely coveting her notes." Shen Xiuhuai shot a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao's figure, gritting his teeth as he replied to Qi Kuang. Do you know what happens to gossips? What happens? Qi Kuang asked, intrigued. I once heard of a case where a woman was dismembered by her neighbor due to her incessant gossiping, Shen Xiuhuai recounted, recalling a widely publicized incident from his past life. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, noting her pen had indeed paused momentarily. Shen Xiuhuai felt a sense of understanding dawning on him. His wife had truly been reborn alongside him. Qi Kuang gasped, covering his mouth in shock. No way. You can't be serious? I'm too handsome for anyone to harm. Shen Xiuhuai looked at Qi Kuang, feeling a weight in his heart. In his previous life, Qi Kuang's life had tragically ended at the tender age of 18. Shen Xiuhuai had learned of his passing while in the military 3 months after the incident, where he had lost his life while protecting a girl from a violent attack. Though justice had ultimately been served, Qi Kuang could never return. When Shen Xiuhuai had returned from military service to investigate, he discovered the girl Qi Kuang had protected was now married with children. Stop talking nonsense. Shen Xiuhuai chided, playfully ruffling Qi Kuang's hair. You definitely won't face such a fate. Just keep your chatter to a minimum. In this lifetime, with himself present, Qi Kuang's past misfortunes would not repeat. Qi Kuang mumbled a few O's and stealthily reached for the notebook in front of Shen Xiuhuai. Brother Huai, let me take a look. Shen Xiuhuai swiftly snatched the notebook back. No, it's mine. I'll copy it out for you later. Greedy. By the end of the afternoon class, Lu Fengqin made a point to remind them. Tomorrow is the monthly exam, so do your best. After the exam comes the sports meet, and following that is the dreaded parent-teacher meeting, so don't get too excited. Just do your best, and hope for the best. Fengqin, you have no heart. Why remind us about the parent-teacher meeting? They lamented in unison. With a smile, Lu Fengqin left them to their despair. That evening, the classroom was bustling with students cramming for the exam. Lin Xiaoxiao hardly managed to study herself, as she spent the night helping others with their questions. Not just Lin Xiaoxiao, but several academically strong students were busy, with lines forming outside the teacher's office. Shen Xiuhuai watched Lin Xiaoxiao diligently assisting others. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he had not spoken a single word to his wife all night. Lin Xiaoxiao, hearing his discontented sound, knew he was upset, especially since it was loud enough to be hard to ignore. Once the student in front of her departed, and before the next one arrived, Lin Xiaoxiao rummaged through her desk, retrieving a piece of chocolate. Occasionally, she experienced low blood sugar in the mornings, so she always kept candies and chocolates on hand. However, recently, she had only been consuming the ones Shen Xiuhuai gave her, leaving her own stash untouched. Fortunately, the weather was not too warm, and her chocolate had not melted. She pulled out a few more candies and placed them on Shen Xiuhuai's desk. Qi Kuang, noticing, casually extended his hand to take one. Thank you, class monitor. Shen Xiuhuai barely had time to intervene before Qi Kuang handed him a book. Brother, I don't understand this question. With a resigned sigh, Shen Xiuhuai took the candies. Noticing Lin Xiaoxiao's hand still resting on the desk as she leaned in to examine the question Qi Kuang was struggling with, he gently tugged at Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. She did not turn back, yet her fingers lightly grazed across his palm. In that moment, Shen Xiuhuai was easily appeased. Thereafter, he did not cause much of a ruckus. This evening, he lingered after the evening study session, primarily because Lin Xiaoxiao was somewhat preoccupied. As the time approached, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to find Shen Xiuhuai slumped over his desk, seemingly asleep. Qi Kuang had long since departed, leaving only 3 or 4 individuals in the classroom. Lin Xiaoxiao gathered her belongings and stood watching Shen Xiuhuai for a while before suddenly leaning in closer. Her warm breath brushed against his face. In truth, he was not asleep. His eyes merely felt fatigued, so he rested for a moment while waiting for Lin Xiaoxiao. As she gazed at him, he felt compelled to open his eyes, but the proximity of her breathing caused him to remain still. He was curious about her intentions, or perhaps his slightly quickened heartbeat anticipated her next move. After a considerable wait, he noticed that Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to have no plans beyond drawing nearer. He sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat disappointed, just as he was about to open his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a slight pressure, as something swiftly brushed against his face. Did you just steal a kiss? Shen Xiuhuai's heart raced as he opened his eyes, meeting the astonished gaze of the girl before him. Chapter 20. Lin Xiaoxiao. I love you. The look of astonishment on Lin Xiaoxiao's face quickly faded, replaced by a smile as she replied, I didn't steal a kiss. Her voice was soft, her breath mingling with the scent of laundry detergent on her clothes, causing Shen Xiuhuai to feel somewhat dazed. He found himself contemplating when he could ask her for another small handkerchief, the scent of which had already faded. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her delicate hand, saying, You have something on your face. It must be from when you were resting. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at the small piece of paper she held, feeling a twinge of disappointment as he sighed. I thought. Lin Xiaoxiao, as if anticipating his unspoken words, placed a slender finger over his lips. Sho. There are still others here. The soft touch against his lips filled Shen Xiuhuai with delight, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Meanwhile, the classmate who had just asked Lin Xiaoxiao a question was now ready to leave. Class monitor, Huaigu, we're heading out. Lin Xiaoxiao, with a blank expression, replied, Be careful. Shen Xiuhuai waved his hand in farewell. Soon, only the two of them remained in the classroom. Suddenly, Shen Xiuhuai opened his mouth and gently bit Lin Xiaoxiao's finger that rested on his lips. He did not apply any pressure. It was merely a touch. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly withdrew her hand, muttering softly, "Isn't that dirty? Full of germs." Shen Xiuhuai sat up, his eyes gleaming brightly. "Not dirty at all. Very soft." Lin Xiaoxiao felt a warmth rise within her. "Let us go. It's getting late." Yet Shen Xiuhuai unexpectedly grasped her hand. There's no one else in the classroom now. Lin Xiaoxiao, blushing, pulled her hand back, "But there are cameras." Then, she shouldered her backpack and walked away. Shen Xiuhuai sighed, glancing at the decorative surveillance camera at the front of the classroom. It rarely seemed to be turned on except during midterm exams. He picked up his backpack and hurried after her. "Wait for me, sister. What are you shouting for?" The girl's cool voice held a hint of exasperation. "Don't you like it? You promised I could call you sister, and you'd take care of me." This marked the first time Lin Xiaoxiao had sat in the back seat of Shen Xiuhuai's car, her hand resting on the back of the seat. Gazing at the boy in his school uniform, still slightly slender. A gentle smile graced her features. This was 18-year-old Lin Xiaoxiao with 18-year-old Shen Xiuhuai. "Why aren't you holding my waist?" Shen Xiuhuai's voice came from the front, sounding somewhat puzzled. "I specifically chose this car with a back seat because I thought you wouldn't want to sit in front with me holding you." Lin Xiaoxiao grasped the fabric of his waist, giving a slight affirmative sound. "If I had to sit in front, I might as well take the bus home." Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, and then suddenly asked, "Xiaoxiao, are you happy now?" "Yes, very happy. Happier than before." Shen Xiuhuai's tone dipped slightly. Lin Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before smiling and responding, "It's different. I was happy before too, very much so." This was the first time since his rebirth, aside from the first day, that Shen Xiuhuai referred to her as Xiaoxiao, having previously only called her class monitor. Shen Xiuhuai's words resonated with Lin Xiaoxiao, and she understood. His response brought a tender smile to Shen Xiuhuai's face. This version of Lin Xiaoxiao stirred a sense of tenderness within him, making it even harder for him to let go. This was undoubtedly his Xiaoxiao. Remarkably, Shen Xiuhuai returned home without studying. With the monthly exam tomorrow, he thought perhaps it was time to relax a bit. He glanced at the small handkerchief he had placed beside his pillow. The scent of Lin Xiaoxiao had vanished, leaving only his own fragrance, reminiscent of the laundry detergent he used. A sudden urge to smoke washed over him, but remembering his age, he dismissed the thought. He took out his phone and glanced at it a few times, first replying to the trivial banter in their group chat with Chi Kuang. Finally, he opened the chat window with Lin Xiaoxiao, looked at the small handkerchief once more, snapped a photo, and sent it. "I washed it. It doesn't smell the same as when you gave it to me. What brand of laundry detergent do you use?" After a moment, her response came. "You should give it back to me." Shen Xiuhuai chuckled and sent a voice message. "No way, sister. You want a little handkerchief back?" Lin Xiaoxiao listened to the voice message twice, her face flushing slightly each time she heard sister. She replied to Shen Xiuhuai with 3 question marks. What was wrong with him? It was only natural for her to want her handkerchief back. After a while, Shen Xiuhuai replied, "You probably wouldn't want it back anyway." He followed up with, "It's now filled with my scent." At first, Lin Xiaoxiao was somewhat perplexed. But after a while, she finally grasped the implication. She bit her lip and sent a voice message back, her tone filled with annoyance. "Shen Xiuhuai, are you a pervert? Isn't this sexual harassment?" Shen Xiuhuai chose not to respond further via text, but called her instead. This marked their first phone call since their rebirth. "Are you angry?" "I'm sorry." As soon as the call connected, Shen Xiuhuai apologized. He regretted sending those last 2 messages, realizing they sounded inappropriate, almost like the words of a deviant. Though he understood that the person on the other end was his wife, it still felt wrong to express himself that way at this point. Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, and all he could hear was her breathing. Feeling flustered, he spoke apologetically. "I really didn't mean it. He paused. "I just miss you so much. And I'm only 18 now." As he continued, Shen Xiuhuai suddenly felt a wave of defeat wash over him. "Damn, forget it. I think I might be a bit of a pervert, but I truly didn't mean it." "Didn't he mean what?" Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly asked softly. "Didn't he mean me?" Shen Xiuhuai fell silent for a moment, thinking, "I really do." Lin Xiaoxiao remained quiet again, and they both lapsed into silence. After a long pause, she finally said, "Next time, don't tell me that." "How old am I?" Shen Xiuhuai was taken aback for a moment before realizing what she meant. His eyes lit up with immense joy, and he replied with a smile. "You'll be 19 in November. But you won't turn 19 until May next year," Lin Xiaoxiao countered. "Indeed, in my previous life, I was abruptly conscripted into the military by my father without even having the chance to peruse your love letter. It was never my intention to neglect you, nor did I wish to convey any sense of rejection." Suddenly, Shen Xiuhuai broached the subject of their past lives. Lin Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on her phone, wondering if this constituted a moment of confession. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Did you read my diary? I stumbled upon it while tidying up. I am truly sorry." Shen Xiuhuai replied in a hushed tone, "I had no idea. You mean to say I was oblivious to your long-standing affection for me? Now that I am aware, does it invoke a sense of guilt?" Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was barely audible. "So, do you pity me, or do you feel sorry for me?" No, Lin Xiaoxiao. I love you. Chapter 21. You are unique. Shen Xiuhuai's spontaneous declaration plunged them both into silence once more. After a while, he sighed deeply, leaning back against the headboard, initially contemplating that he ought not to speak of it. Yet, he found himself unable to resist. Xiaoxiao, I miss you terribly. I understand. Lin Xiaoxiao interjected, abruptly interrupting his train of thought. However, Shen Xiuhuai, I believe it is inappropriate for us to discuss this now. We are merely 18, with an abundance of choices ahead of us. Do you grasp my meaning? Shen Xiuhuai felt a weight settle in his heart. You desire other options? No. I wish to provide you with options, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, her countenance displaying a possessive yearning that contradicted her words. I offer you the opportunity to see if, when faced with other choices, you would still harbor feelings for me. Shen Xiuhuai's breath grew heavy in response. Lin Xiaoxiao continued softly, but I would still choose to love you. If you do not come, I will pursue you nonetheless. Shen Xiuhuai, I have cherished you for so many years. I will not relinquish my feelings. Shen Xiuhuai, whose heart had previously sunk, suddenly felt it revive, as if in disbelief. You still have feelings for me? Why would I not? Shen Xiuhuai, what I just expressed was genuinely difficult for me. I never wanted to give you the chance to fall for someone else. I am so remarkable. Why should you not love me? Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was soft, yet resolute. However, I wish for you to see the real me. Let us take our time, shall we? Very well. Regardless of who you are, I shall love you. Shen Xiuhuai responded without hesitation. Xiaoxiao. We are at an age where we should be mature, yet we are still young. Since we have the chance to start anew, I will ensure that this time does not leave you with regrets. Even until the call ended, Shen Xiuhuai was bewildered at how a simple conversation had evolved into such profound topics. He raised a hand to cover his face, relieved that the outcome was not entirely disheartening. It merely marked a return to the phase of mutual understanding they had previously lacked. Thus, they would commence anew at 18. With the 18-year-old Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao. The following day, for once, Shen Xiuhuai was awakened not by his biological clock, but by the gentle rapping of Mrs. Shen's knock. As he emerged for breakfast, he found Shen Nin already seated, who glanced at him and remarked nonchalantly, as expected, your resolve did not last 2 days. Shen Xiuhuai scoffed. Indeed, you are absolutely right. He muttered under his breath, if you possess such capability, try not to be late. When you reach my position, you can arrive at your leisure without anyone daring to question you. However, that is not the case at present. You are still a student. And old Shen is not angry, he continued, sipping his milk. Besides, if I don't accompany you today, you will genuinely be late. Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai begrudgingly climbed into old Shen's car, humming a tune, as he did not wish to be tardy for the monthly exam. Fortunately, he managed to arrive just in time. Upon entering, Qi Kuang lowered his voice and said, Brother Huai, I've added you to a group. As Shen Xiuhuai placed candy on Lin Xiaoxiao's desk, he inquired, what group? A group that guarantees your academic success. Qi Kuang whispered even lower. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao still turned a glance at them. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. When did I ever require such a group? I'll withdraw immediately. The last remark was directed at Lin Xiaoxiao. Qi Kuang exclaimed, I'm just concerned that Uncle Shen might exert too much pressure on you. What if he truly sends you off to the military? What would I do? Shen Xiuhuai swiftly opened WeChat and exited the nearly 200-member group. Casting a few glances at Lin Xiaoxiao, she turned back to her seat with a neutral expression, then placed her favorite pen on Shen Xiuhuai's desk. A smile graced Shen Xiuhuai's face as he reached for it. Ku Qiaoling observed Lin Xiaoxiao with curiosity. They had been desk mates for quite some time. Yet this was her first encounter witnessing Lin Xiaoxiao display warmth towards someone. She recalled the rumors and reflected on the evidently close relationship between the two, a knowing glint flashing in her eyes. Perhaps the pairing that Zhao Lily had mentioned was indeed genuine? Qi Kuang continued to murmur something in the background when Lu Fengqin entered with the exam papers. Once inside, the classroom fell silent. All right, put away any unrelated items. The classroom surveillance is now active. Please behave. I shan't say much more. You are no strangers to examinations. This test would span an entire day, with results expected by Monday, and the spring sports meet scheduled for Wednesday and Thursday. Shen Xiuhuai pondered that perhaps he could plan a date during the sports meet. Consequently, Qi Kuang remarked on Shen Xiuhuai's noticeably good spirits throughout this exam, observing that he displayed no signs of irritability. This prompted him to wonder if the effects of studying were truly that pronounced. After Lu Fengqin collected the papers, she glanced at them and announced, school is dismissed. Have a delightful weekend. Results will likely be available by Monday, and you may not be able to smile then. The classroom erupted in a chorus of excited shouts. Qi Kuang called out, Fengqin, you're being too harsh. My weekend has lost its charm. Lu Fengqin looked on with amusement as they continued to banter. Shen Xiuhuai lightly tapped Lin Xiaoxiao's back with his finger. Shall we walk home together later? Lin Xiaoxiao did not turn around, but leaned back slightly, her long ponytail brushing against Shen Xiuhuai's hand as he glanced down. At present, Lin Xiaoxiao's hair was sleek and dark, its luster evident and smooth to the touch. No, I'm going shopping with Xiaoling and the others, Lin Xiaoxiao replied softly, a hint of distress in her tone. Shen Xiuhuai could not help but chuckle. While many labeled Lin Xiaoxiao as aloof, he perceived her more as someone who grappled with social anxiety, unfamiliar with engaging with others. Class monitor, are you truly aloof? Or do you simply have social anxiety? Shen Xiuhuai couldn't resist asking. Lin Xiaoxiao paused, then playfully swatted his hand away from his hair. Mind your own business. I'm not cold towards you. As Shen Xiuhuai regarded his hand that had just been playfully swatted, a smile spread across his face. He contemplated that indeed. Lin Xiaoxiao's aloofness had never been directed at him. Even with her expression remaining largely unchanged, the affection in her large eyes was impossible to overlook. Shen Xiuhuai felt a surge of joy. He whispered, "So, am I unique?" Amidst the clamor of the classroom, he heard a soft, "Yes, you are unique." "I am very happy," Shen Xiuhuai quietly replied. "Wow, you're happy too, brother Huai." Then it's settled for Saturday night. Qi Kuang exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 22. The abandoned Huai Go, whose wife has friends. Zhou Dia over there called out. "So it's settled, brother Huai." Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Qi Kuang and then at Zhou Dia, inquiring, "Settled, for what?" "My birthday." Qi Kuang replied with a look of grievance. "What is wrong with you? Did you forget?" Shen Xiuhuai paused for a moment. Indeed, he had forgotten, as Qi Kuang had been away for quite some time. Moreover, he had been preoccupied with his studies lately. He clicked his tongue, looking at Qi Kuang. "What is there to be aggrieved about? I've just remembered now. Of course. I'll go. Send me the address later." Qi Kuang's mood brightened. "You've been acting strangely lately. Regardless, you must come to my birthday. I've booked a spacious private room." As he spoke, he suddenly glanced at the two girls in front of them. With a chuckle, Lu Fengqin had already left, and several classmates were beginning to pack up and prepare to head home. Qi Kuang suddenly leaned in between Ku Qiaoling and Lin Xiaoxiao. "Class monitor, Ku, do you want to join us for my birthday this Saturday? A few girls from our class are going too." As if fearing rejection, he pointed out Zhao Lily in front of them. "Zhao Lily is going as well." Zhao Lily, who was tidying up her things, turned to look. "Yeah, Kuang Ji's birthday. A lot of people are going. We should go too, Xiaoling." She glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao's icy expression, her voice softening a bit. "But, has the class monitor ever been to such places?" Lin Xiaoxiao sighed internally. Here we go again. Due to her slight social anxiety, she had often been excluded from invitations to activities since her school days. However, she was not one to seek out social situations. So not going was perhaps for the best, sparing everyone from discomfort. Just as she was about to decline, she heard Shen Xiuhuai cheerfully say, "Class monitor, why not join us? Everyone is going. You are the class monitor, after all." Qi Kuang nodded. "Right, class monitor, you should come along." Ku Qiaoling chimed in with a smile. "Xiao, join us. I'm going, and you can accompany me." Zhao Lily felt a bit awkward, initially. She thought Lin Xiaoxiao didn't want to go, which was why she had said what she did, hoping to ease the tension. But now, with everyone insisting, she felt rather uncomfortable. Lin Xiaoxiao met their gaze, her eyes locking with Shen Xiuhuai's for a brief moment before she turned to Zhao Lily. "I really haven't been to such places. Will you wait for me, Lily?" At her age, Lin Xiaoxiao indeed had never been to a KTV. Zhao Lily blinked in surprise, quickly responding, "Of course. I can pick you up. I remember our homes aren't too far apart." The class monitor wasn't as stoic as they had imagined. Shen Xiuhuai observed Lin Xiaoxiao, a gentle smile gracing his features. His gaze lingered on her, wishing for her to have many friends in this lifetime rather than always being solitary. With newfound camaraderie, Lin Xiaoxiao walked hand in hand with her new friend. Shen Xiuhuai watched as Zhao Lily linked arms with Lin Xiaoxiao, accompanied by Ku Qiaoling. Having just completed their monthly exams, everyone was eager to unwind, with no one planning to study. Qi Kuang glanced at his bro, who appeared lost in thought, and sighed. Why don't you go after them?" Shen Xiuhuai withdrew his gaze, resting a hand on Qi Kuang's shoulder. "Why do you have so many pointless questions? What gift do you want for your birthday?" "Anything you like. Can we just go online for a bit?" "You haven't hung out with us in ages," Qi Kuang complained softly. "Studying has pulled you away from us." Zhou Dia and the others approached from behind. "Yeah, why? You're too terrifying. Is it studying that has captured your heart, or the class monitor?" Shen Xiuhuai's eyes twinkled with amusement as he allowed their playful banter. As long as it remained within reasonable bounds, he had never concealed his unique feelings for Lin Xiaoxiao. If he were a bit older, he would have pursued her with fervor. Reflecting on this, Shen Xiuhuai sighed. University life is much better. High school at this age is so awkward." Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai followed Qi Kuang and the others to the arcade, mainly because the internet CAF had no available computers, and they were too lazy to search for another one. However, as he approached, he found himself blocked by a girl whose identity he could not recall. Beside him, Qi Kuang exclaimed, "What is she doing here?" Fang Yuanyuan looked at Shen Xiuhuai. "What a coincidence, Shen Xiuhuai." Qi Kuang chuckled. "Indeed, what a coincidence. Did you forget to check the calendar before stepping out?" Shen Xiuhuai remained expressionless, glancing at the group of rough-looking men beside her and asking, "Who are you?" Fang Yuanyuan's expression darkened instantly. Last time at school, he had humiliated her, and now he was asking, "Who are you?" Fang Yuanyuan's face flushed with anger. "How forgetful of you, young Master Shen. Have you forgotten what happened last semester at the school cafeteria?" Shen Xiuhuai recalled that incident. the girl who had discussed her classmates' private matters with the boys and even shared their private photos. A look of disdain crossed Shen Xiuhuai's face as he regarded Fang Yuanyuan coldly. What do you want? Zhou De, having just returned with his tokens, noticed his friends surrounded and hurried over. In their group of 3, they were outnumbered by Fang Yuanyuan's 5 or 6 companions, and the situation looked tense. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Fang Yuanyuan and then at her entourage. Keep your distance from unsavory characters. One of the men bristled at this, stepping forward to confront Shen Xiuhuai. Hey kid, you're quite rude, aren't you? His speech bore a regional accent, raising questions about how a student like Fang Yuanyuan mingled with such individuals. Qi Kuang frowned. Come on, man, how old are you? Don't you dare take advantage of a young girl's naivety. Fang Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Qi Kuang, what is your problem with the way I talk? Fang Yuanyuan is my sister, the man retorted angrily. His companions laughed, adding, is she your little sister? Ha ha ha, that SA keeper. Fang Yuanyuan frowned at this remark. These men were merely hired by her to put on a show for her classmates, and their words irritated her. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, recognizing the vanity of youth. He wasn't keen on getting entangled with them, especially as onlookers began to gather. Forget it, let us go, he said impatiently, casting a glance at Fang Yuanyuan. Do you want to leave with us? Qi Kuang also frowned. Let us go, we know about your little act. With that money, you could do something worthwhile. Fang Yuanyuan's expression soured further. The man, agitated, scoffed. You think you can just ignore me? Did I give you permission to leave? Chapter 23. She is indeed my wife. Shen Xiuhuai had no regard for this man. They were in a shopping mall where no one would dare to act recklessly. He noticed the security guard approaching from a distance. Let us go, Shen Xiuhuai said, clicking his tongue, intending to bypass the man. The man's eyes glinted with hostility. He detested the pampered offspring of wealthy families. He reached out, attempting to grab Shen Xiuhuai. Fang Yuanyuan, frowning, called out, what are you doing? She had only intended to intimidate them, but feared that the man might genuinely harm Shen Xiuhuai and the others. Qi Kuang, alarmed, was ready to red ollie. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai remained unfazed, turning to twist the man's arm. Then, a sudden cry erupted from Xionggu, his face paling in fright. The other young men, hearing his wail, rushed forward, demanding, let go of Xionggu. Are you seeking death? Qi Kuang and Zhou De, drawing closer to Shen Xiuhuai, also turned white, aware of their numerical disadvantage. At that moment, 2 security guards hurried over, questioning, what's going on? Are you causing trouble here? Meanwhile, Fang Yuanyuan felt a wave of relief wash over her and stepped back a few paces. With the guards present, she believed that nothing untoward would occur. Xionggu and his companions were indeed hesitant to escalate the situation further, recognizing that being taken into custody would be counterproductive. Shen Xiuhuai applied slight pressure on Xiongji's wrist, where his pulse throbbed, and upon seeing the man break into a cold sweat, he finally released his grip. A crowd had gathered, intrigued by the unfolding drama, and Shen Xiuhuai noticed several students in their uniforms stealthily recording the incident. Security. These individuals are harassing us and blocking our way. Qi Kuang immediately reported as the guards arrived. We're still students. Had you not come so promptly, they might have resorted to violence. He then pointed at Xionggu, realizing that he had already been aggressive. Fortunately, his classmates had some training. The guards, glancing at the students' uniforms and then at the intimidating presence of Xionggu and his gang, instinctively sided with the students. They cautiously positioned themselves in front of Shen Xiuhuai and his friends. What is going on? As Xionggu attempted to defend himself, a male student in uniform stepped up, declaring, I got it on video. They were the ones who blocked our classmate. Call the police and have them arrested. Shen Xiuhuai was genuinely astonished that matters had escalated to the police station. The guards were diligent, and the onlookers were eager to assist. Xionggu and his cohorts certainly did not present as innocent. Thus, the trio, along with Xionggu and his companions, ultimately found themselves at the police station. Fang Yuanyuan had long since fled. When Shen Nan rushed to the station to retrieve them, his face bore a hint of pallor. Upon seeing Shen Xiuhuai, his immediate reaction was, stand up, let me see. Are you all right? What trouble did you get into this time? Qi Kuang and Zhou De exchanged glances, anticipating that at this hour, Huaigu would surely be embroiled in a quarrel with his father. You're not missing any limbs, but what on earth happened? Shen Xiuhuai retorted. Why do you assume I caused trouble without asking for the details? Why not inquire with the police officers? Shen Nan was taken aback by his son's unexpected defiance. Momentarily rendered speechless, Shen Xiuhuai pondered that his rebellious streak might partially stem from his father, who often resorted to reprimanding without understanding the full context, a common trait among many parents. Qi Kuang quickly interjected, Uncle Shen, this is truly not our fault. We were merely playing a game. Just then, the officer responsible for the case arrived, confirming, you're the parents of Shen Xiuhuai, correct? Thankfully, the child is unharmed. Shen Nan promptly moved aside to discuss the situation with the officer. Zhou De leaned in, whispering, Huaigu, your temper has improved significantly lately. Qi Kuang nodded in agreement. However, Shen Xiuhuai was preoccupied, focused on the messages Lin Xiaoxiao had sent him. I only didn't come home with you for one night. And you went and got into a fight? I heard you're at the police station. This message had been sent 10 minutes prior, and he hadn't had the chance to read it until now. A few more messages followed. I watched the video. Are you hurt? Which police station are you at? I'm heading out now. The last message had come just 2 minutes ago. Shen Xiuhuai sighed. Glancing at the time, it was 8:15 p.m. He stepped aside to call Lin Xiaoxiao, who answered promptly, both speaking at once. Where are you? Shen Xiuhuai exhaled softly, adjusting his tone. I'm at the police station. You needn't come over. My father is here. There was a moment of silence on Lin Xiaoxiao's end before she asked, Are you hurt? Her tone indicated her discontent. I'm not hurt. You should head home. I'm fine. I can come find you later, but don't go out alone. Shen Xiuhuai expressed his concern, adding, You attract too much attention. After saying this, he chuckled lightly, noticing that Qi Kuang and Zhou Da's parents had arrived, lowering his voice further. Please listen to me. Lin Xiaoxiao let out a sigh. I'll wait for you at the dessert shop across from your community. She hung up before Shen Xiuhuai could respond. Qi Kuang, originally keen to eavesdrop on Shen Xiuhuai's call, was interrupted by the arrival of his father. He secretly speculated that the call was to their class monitor. Shen Xiuhuai thought about the next half hour, which felt particularly agonizing. Once they finally got in the car to head home, he urged Shen Nan to drive faster. Shen Nan, still vexed about his earlier tone, struggled to swallow his pride and apologize to his son. Seeing Shen Xiuhuai's urgency, he couldn't help but inquire. In a hurry to get home to use the bathroom? At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai was texting Lin Xiaoxiao to let her know he would arrive shortly when he heard his father's remark and cast him a bemused glance. Honestly, if it weren't for the family business being passed down from grandpa, I would seriously question how you manage in business with that mouth. Shen Nan couldn't help but respond with a playful rebuke. Get lost, you little rascal. He glanced at his phone in the rearview mirror. Realizing his son was eager to see the girl, Shen Xiuhuai's expression softened. Yes, to see my fiancée. Shen Nan scoffed lightly. You're quite bold. Has she even acknowledged you yet? And you're already calling her your fiancée. Shen Xiuhuai thought to himself. She is indeed my fiancée. You wouldn't understand. Shen Nan. Though he referred to him as son, Shen Nan still complied with his request to drop him off at the entrance of the community. However, just as Shen Xiuhuai was about to exit the car, Shen Nan called out, It's getting late. Make sure the girl gets home early. You can call me for a ride if needed. How about by 10:30? Call me latest by then. He cast a warning glance at Shen Xiuhuai, signaling the need for moderation. Shen Xiuhuai turned back to him, catching the warning in his father's eyes, and couldn't help but chuckle. Old Shen. Do you think so little of your son? I'll be sure to drop her off. He waved goodbye and exited the vehicle, leaving Shen Nan muttering a curse under his breath as he watched his son hurriedly make his way to the dessert shop across the street. Chapter 24. I'm quite easy to pursue. As Shen Xiuhuai entered, he immediately spotted Lin Xiaoxiao. She sat by the window, initially gazing outside, but upon noticing his entrance, she turned to him, phone in hand. Shen Xiuhuai approached and overheard her softly saying, I understand, Mom. I'll be home soon. I've made plans with my classmate. I'll call you when I get home. Whatever was said on the other end, Lin Xiaoxiao responded obediently before finally ending the call. Shen Xiuhuai took a seat across from her, inquiring, Have you been waiting long? She had left around 8, and it was now nearly 9:30. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly scanned Shen Xiuhuai's upper body, frowning slightly. Stand up, let me see. Although she had replayed the video multiple times, confirming that the men hadn't laid a hand on him, seeing him in person still made her uneasy. Earlier that evening, Lin Xiaoxiao had planned to return home after dining with Xiaoling and the others. But she had been unable to focus on her book at home when Zhao Lily sent her a video. I saw this. I thought you'd want to see it. The video depicted Shen Xiuhuai and his friends being harassed. Instantly, Lin Xiaoxiao was unable to sit still. She texted Shen Xiuhuai immediately. When he didn't respond for half an hour, she couldn't resist going out to find him. In truth, she had merely intended to wait for him to return, knowing that as minors, they would be picked up by their parents if Shen Xiuhuai was at the police station. Her presence wouldn't be of any assistance. Upon hearing the words, Shen Xiuhuai obediently rose to his feet, his arms outstretched. The dessert shop, though modest in size and attendance, could not escape the attention his gesture garnered from several patrons. The tall boy, with a smile gracing his features, gazed at the enchanting girl across from him. She stood, circled him with curiosity, and then gently took his hand to examine it, finally feeling reassured. Shen Xiuhuai, you're not really 18. Why the impulsiveness? Lin Xiaoxiao's tone carried a hint of reproach, soft and delicate. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, reaching out with his free hand to stroke her hair. She stood before him, her gaze cast downward at her own hands, her voice laced with complaint, yet he found immense joy in her presence. I had no intention of striking him. He was the one who initiated it. I merely acted in self-defense, Shen Xiuhuai murmured. I'm not a child after all. Lin Xiaoxiao examined her palm, devoid of any red marks, and released his hand, only to be taken aback as Shen Xiuhuai clasped her hand firmly. His palm was warm, a testament to his youthful vitality. He had yet to experience hardship, military service, or firefighting, and the thin calluses on his hand were likely remnants of his time spent playing basketball. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced up, her cheeks tinged with crimson. What are you doing? So many people are watching. Shen Xiuhuai nodded. If it weren't for their prying eyes, I would have done more than just hold your hand. Moments later, they found themselves seated side by side at a table, their bodies close, fingers intertwined beneath the table. Shen Xiuhuai beamed with delight, while Lin Xiaoxiao's face flushed. Yet she did not withdraw her hand. How did you know? Shen Xiuhuai, fearing her face might redden further and provoke her ire, asked softly. Their proximity allowed his breath to brush against her face, causing her cheeks to deepen in color. Don't speak to me like that. Zhao Lili sent me a video. Shen Xiuhuai sighed, realizing that she was indeed well informed. Did I worry you? Ignoring her previous words, he continued speaking in a hushed tone. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced, an expression of annoyance flashing in her eyes as she turned to glare at him. However, their closeness meant that as she moved, her nose brushed against his. The boy before her was enveloped in mirth, gazing at her as if he knew she would inevitably ensnare herself. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunning, even without makeup. Shen Xiuhuai could discern no flaws on her complexion. Her long, curled eyelashes framed delicate features, her large, beautiful eyes now filled with a flurry of emotions. Her cheeks bore a soft blush. Shen Xiuhuai's gaze lingered on her moist, rosy lips, tantalizingly close. He blinked, his eyelashes softly sweeping across Lin Xiaoxiao's face. Their breaths intertwined, and he caught the fragrance of ripe peaches. Perhaps it was her scent or that of the dessert shop. Confusion clouded his thoughts as his heart raced. Consumed by the girl before him, his throat bobbed nervously. He felt tenser than during his first kiss with her. He shifted slightly, inching closer until their noses touched. Lin Xiaoxiao could hear her heartbeat, felt Shen Xiuhuai's deepened breaths, and when their noses met, it was as if a thunderous sound reverberated in her ears. No, Lin Xiaoxiao whispered, aware that they were perilously close, just a breath away from their lips touching. She even sensed her lips brushing against his as she spoke. We're only in our second year of high school. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was a mere whisper, her cheeks aflame. In a swift motion, she turned her face and pecked his cheek, adding with a hint of playfulness, and you haven't even pursued me yet. The moment felt surreal as Shen Xiuhuai realized the little peach before him had suddenly vanished, the soft sensation of her touch slipping away. He watched as Lin Xiaoxiao distanced herself slightly, calling out softly, "Wife," in a playful manner, "I miss you so much." Her eyes sparkled, though her heart raced. The term of endearment softening her resolve. Yet, she countered, "Have you forgotten what you told Teacher Lu?" Shen Xiuhuai was taken aback that she knew this, finding it amusing. "What is there that you don't know?" "Zhao Lili has informed me of much," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, blinking innocently, "and I know everything." Shen Xiuhuai sighed, lamenting the timing of their second year. They had more than a year left. His gaze fell upon his delicate, radiant wife, and he chuckled. "I said I wouldn't take the initiative, but you can certainly pursue me." Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at him as if he were a rogue. Shen Xiuhuai found her reaction utterly adorable, gently squeezing her hand. All right, I'll pursue you. I'm just teasing you." His tone softened, adopting a more serious note. "For the rest of my life, I will follow you." After a moment of silence, Lin Xiaoxiao quietly replied, "I will wait for you. I'm easy to pursue." As long as it was Shen Xiuhuai, she found herself easily captivated. Chapter 25. Everything is getting better. Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai was unable to kiss his beloved wife. The public nature of their surroundings was not quite suitable, especially considering their status as minors. Nevertheless, he was grateful to have held her hand. On their return, Lin Xiaoxiao opted for the bus. They sat together in the last row, hands intertwined, her cheeks still slightly flushed. Suddenly, she posed a question. "Do you think I'm just toying with you? Holding hands when we aren't even together yet, and kissing you?" As she spoke, her hand instinctively moved as if to withdraw. Shen Xiuhuai tightened his grip slightly, turning to her. "Isn't this the essence of marital affection?" Lin Xiaoxiao's face deepened in color. She knew he was right, yet she felt an odd discomfort when reflecting on her own actions. Shen Xiuhuai continued, "Xiaoxiao, I know you harbor some reservations. Since we have a chance to revisit those youthful regrets, let me help you make amends." He paused, smiling. "And I'll do the same for myself." A genuine smile graced Lin Xiaoxiao's face. The prospect of a second chance had never crossed her mind. What surprised her even more was Shen Xiuhuai's return. It felt as though fate had granted them another opportunity, one she intended to cherish and approach step by step, allowing them both a chance at love. However, deep down, Lin Xiaoxiao understood that granting each other a chance was merely a phrase. She could never stop loving Shen Xiuhuai. From the very beginning, it was destined that no matter her age, Lin Xiaoxiao would inevitably fall for him. Shen Xiuhuai accompanied her to the entrance of her neighborhood, watching her enter before he turned to head home. Yet, after only a few steps, his phone rang. Shen Nin was calling. "Where are you?" Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. "Just dropped someone off. I didn't do anything." He could only anticipate Shen Nan's reason for calling. Shen Nin cleared his throat on the other end. "You better hurry back. Should I come pick you up?" Under normal circumstances, Shen Nin would have simply told him to return immediately, let alone offer to pick him up. However, during this period, he indeed felt a transformation in his son. Although there were still moments that could be quite infuriating, it was evident that he was improving. Shen Nin felt a sense of joy. No need for that. I can return on my own. You and Mom should retire early, Shen Xiuhuai remarked, adding, I'll wash up and sleep once I get back. Tomorrow is Saturday, so don't bother waking me up. His words elicited a laugh from Shen Nan, who chided him a few times before hanging up the call. A smile graced Shen Xiuhuai's face. Things were quite satisfactory as they were. Upon returning home, he noticed that the light in his parents' bedroom was still on. It was evident that they had not yet gone to bed, having waited for his return. Shen Xiuhuai approached and gently knocked on the door, announcing, I'm back, sleep well. Good night, before dashing away. Just before entering his room, he noticed the light in his parents' bedroom had been extinguished. The following day, Shen Xiuhuai indulged in the rare pleasure of sleeping in. After all, what high school student doesn't he enjoy a leisurely morning? Upon waking, he remained still for a moment, reaching for his phone to check the group chat. The discussions were still revolving around the events of the previous night, primarily fueled by Zhou De and Qi Kuang's exuberance. Shen Xiuhuai found it somewhat amusing, as the previous night's altercation hardly warranted such grandiose tales. Yet, in the mouths of Qi Kuang and Zhou De, he had nearly become a one-man army. Enough already. Did you two go too far? Shen Xiuhuai sent a voice message in exasperation. The group consisted of about 10 people, all of whom were quite close. As soon as he sent his voice note, the chat erupted with responses. Wow, what a sexy voice. Is Brother Huai just waking up? If I share this, I could gather a legion of fangirls for Brother Huai. Brother Huai, when are you going to teach us how to take on 10 opponents? Brother Huai. Shen Xiuhuai, uninterested in engaging with their antics, simply replied, scram, and proceeded to get out of bed and wash up. Once he emerged from the bathroom, he noticed a flurry of private messages from Qi Kuang. Most were reminders not to forget about that evening's KTV outing, along with a subtle nudge to bring a gift. Finally, Qi Kuang added, the class monitor will be there. Should I create an opportunity for you? Shen Xiuhuai pondered how Qi Kuang, who usually seemed carefree, was so astutely aware of the dynamics surrounding his relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao. He replied, I've got the gift ready, don't mess it up. What will you do if the class monitor gets upset and runs off? Qi Kuang responded with a shocked emoji, followed by a series of thumbs-up icons. Shen Xiuhuai decided not to reply further, knowing they would see each other in the afternoon. Mom, where are the sneakers you brought back for me last time? It was clearly unrealistic to buy a gift at this point. Fortunately, Mrs. Shen had brought him a pair of sneakers on her last visit. If he recalled correctly, Qi Kuang's shoe size matched his own. I'll look for them. Do you want to wear them? Mrs. Shen rose from the sofa, there's breakfast in the pot. You should eat something before lunch. Shen Xiuhuai approached and hugged her, saying, Thanks, Mom. But can I give the shoes to Qi Kuang? I didn't have time to prepare a gift for his birthday. His tone was filled with regret. That's fine. They were originally your shoes. I'll find them for you. Next time, I'll buy you a new pair, Mrs. Shen replied, her face lit up with joy. She had noticed a significant change in her son during this visit, which delighted her, and she was also curious about the girl who had such an impact on him. Unable to resist, she tentatively inquired, Will that girl be coming too? Should I drive you this afternoon? Shen Xiuhuai immediately recognized his mother's curiosity and playfully responded, She will come, but she is only arriving in the evening. I'm going out with Qi Kuang and the others this afternoon. Are you also curious about my future daughter-in-law? Mrs. Shen was taken aback by her son's openness and said, Your father mentioned that girl was worried about you last night. She hesitated, adding, But you're still quite young. You shouldn't distract her from her studies. Shen Xiuhuai sighed, Mom, we haven't started dating yet. I like her, and I'm trying to catch up to her. I know what I'm doing. Mrs. Shen glanced at him, realizing her son had unknowingly matured. Over the years, both she and her husband had been too preoccupied with work, allowing life's chaos to overshadow their family. They had forgotten that money is endless, but children grow up. Thankfully, her son was changing for the better. Had he remained the same as before, old Shen might have truly sent him off to the military, which would have pained her as well. As this thought crossed her mind, Mrs. Shen reached out to pat Shen Xiuhuai's head, just like when he was little. Our Xiuhuai is a good boy. I1TB is busy from now on. You're in your second year of high school now. Focus on your studies. Once you get into a good university, I'll ask your father to buy you that car you've always wanted. Shen Xiuhuai beamed at his mother. All right, but I want the top model. Sure, I'll have your father buy it. After all, earning money is for you, Mrs. Shen replied with a smile. Chapter 26. Peace and Safety. Lin Xiaoxiao spent the entire afternoon watching as Shen Xiuhuai inundated her with messages. Every time he reached a new location, he would text her about who was there and who he was with, flooding her phone with notifications. This made it difficult for Lin Xiaoxiao to concentrate on her studies. She glanced at the last message, sent 3 minutes ago. Class monitor, when are you coming? That message had a certain charm. A gentle smile appeared on Lin Xiaoxiao's face as she pondered why Shen Xiuhuai was so fond of being clingy. She replied, Shen Xiuhuai, why are you so needy? To her surprise, he called her immediately. Lin Xiaoxiao answered, and the background noise was quite loud. But it soon quieted down, indicating that Shen Xiuhuai had moved to a different spot. You picked up quickly. Were you waiting for my call? Shen Xiuhuai's voice was filled with warmth. Lin Xiaoxiao found herself smiling unconsciously. What is the rush? Lily said she'd be there by 7:30. And it's only 7 now. Shen Xiuhuai sighed on the other end. I miss you. I want to see you soon. He paused before adding. Let me come pick you up. I've arranged to meet Lily, and Xiaoling. Lin Xiaoxiao gently declined, her tone softer than her usual cool demeanor, which made Shen Xiuhuai feel as though his heart might melt. Shen Xiuhuai, you've become quite clingy. At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai was in the corridor of the KTV on the second floor, observing a group of men smoking nearby. He gazed at the darkening sky, where stars were beginning to appear. You think I'm too clingy? He teased Lin Xiaoxiao, deliberately adopting a melancholic tone. Does my sister not like clingy people? As he watched the group smoking, he felt a strange itch, especially since he couldn't see his beloved at that moment. After a brief silence, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, I don't dislike it. I'll be there soon. She hesitated and added, when I arrive, could you come down to meet me? It would allow us to see each other a few minutes earlier. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled softly. All right, just let me know when you arrive. Can I have a smoke? Just a few puffs. Lin Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, remembering that in his previous life, Shen Xiuhuai had never smoked. Aren't you the one who doesn't smoke? Since you left, I've occasionally indulged. I don't know why, but I felt the urge today, he confessed. Exhaling a breath, he pulled out a piece of candy from his pocket. Forget it. I want smoke since I'm underage. I'll eat the candy I was going to give you today. I'll make it up to you next time. Lin Xiaoxiao blinked, a touch of haze clouding her vision. All right, just remember to make it up to me next time. I'm getting ready to head out. After a brief pause, she added, don't smoke. I'm back. Okay, Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile. Hurry over, and I'll let you personally check. I really didn't smoke. After hanging up the phone, Shen Xiuhuai unwrapped a strawberry milk lollipop and popped it into his mouth. In his previous life, he indeed did not smoke. As a sniper in the special forces, his energy and willpower were extraordinary. Even when it came to drugs, he possessed a certain resilience. However, when Lin Xiaoxiao passed away, he was engulfed in profound sorrow and pain, suffering from sleepless nights where nothing could lull him into slumber. Consequently, he began to smoke incessantly, though it proved largely ineffective. Still, nicotine seemed to provide him with a semblance of comfort. Shen Xiuhuai crushed the candy in his mouth, but now he no longer required nicotine. He had regained his beloved strawberry milk candy. Returning to the private room, he found it filled with a multitude of people. Qi Kuang was well-liked and could mingle seamlessly with anyone. Thus, even though they had booked the most luxurious suite, it was nearly at capacity. With some attendees from other schools, Qi Kuang, who had been singing, immediately grabbed the microphone upon seeing Shen Xiuhuai enter, shouting, Brother Huai, come join me for a duet. He kicked Zhou aside, snatching the microphone from his grasp as he approached Shen Xiuhuai. Zhou's voice could be heard exclaiming, Qi Kuang, are you a dog? You just said I was your good brother. My best brother is Brother Huai. Qi Kuang declared. He gifted me those limited edition sneakers I've coveted for so long. He thrust the microphone into Shen Xiuhuai's hands, his expression one of heartfelt admiration. I mentioned it casually before, but I never expected you would remember, Brother Huai. Enough chatter. You must sing this song with me. Shen Xiuhuai's face bore little expression, yet he felt a twinge of guilt within. He was uncertain how to explain to Qi Kuang that he had no prior knowledge of his desire for those sneakers. Oh well, a beautiful misunderstanding, perhaps. However, when Shen Xiuhuai's gaze fell upon the screen displaying Brother, Let Us Embrace, his expression momentarily twisted. Meanwhile, Qi Kuang, with deep affection in his eyes, began to sing, Brother, you've lost weight, you look weary. The dust of travel cannot conceal the passage of time. Brother, you have changed, you've become silent. Speak up. Share those thoughts you keep buried deep. Brother, our youth resides in the depths of our hearts. Only through the trials of wind and rain will the flowers bloom. Brother, you said you would no longer strive. You only wish to be a fool in love, yearning for a stable home. Observing Qi Kuang's vibrant performance, Shen Xiuhuai's expression gradually softened, a hint of a resigned smile gracing his lips. By mere happenstance, the lyrics resonated deeply with his state of mind. Ultimately, Qi Kuang finished the song solo, lamenting Shen Xiuhuai's lack of participation. Shen Xiuhuai reached out to embrace Qi Kuang and, amidst the clamor, quietly said, Happy birthday, Qi Kuang. May you have peace and prosperity. Qi Kuang was momentarily taken aback by the solemnity of the phrase peace and prosperity, before he patted Shen Xiuhuai's shoulder, exclaiming, Brother Huai. I was just joking. Your sudden seriousness caught me off guard. His smile was radiant, and thank you, Brother Huai. Soon after, Qi Kuang resumed his raucous revelry with Zhou and Yin Feng. Shen Xiuhuai found a corner to sit and watch them frolic. Meanwhile, a group of girls was discreetly stealing glances at Shen Xiuhuai. After a few nudges, one girl, clad in a fitted top and a short skirt, stood up, shyly casting furtive looks at Shen Xiuhuai, who was engrossed in his phone. Blushing, she made her way over. However, just as she was about to reach him, he stood up, phone in hand. The girl noticed a hint of a smile on his otherwise expressionless face as he bypassed her and headed for the exit. Xiaoyi, her friend remarked after peeking at the doorway. Maybe he went to the restroom? When he returns, you should be more proactive. Xiaoyi recalled the smile on his face moments ago, sensing he likely wasn't heading to the restroom. In truth, Shen Xiuhuai was not going to the restroom. Lin Xiaoxiao and her friends had already arrived, and he was rushing out to greet them. Upon reaching the entrance, he immediately spotted 3 girls standing there, all evidently dressed up, contrasting sharply with their usual school uniforms. They exuded the vibrant youth typical of their age, with the girl in the center being particularly striking. She glanced down at her phone, her unbound hair cascading softly over half of her delicate face. She wore a knee-length powder blue dress that accentuated her slender waist and long legs, the exposed skin appearing fair and supple. She looked both demure and alluring. That was his wife. Chapter 27. Wishing you ever-increasing academic success. As Shen Xiuhuai approached, he noticed several men who had been seated on the lobby sofa, just rising, still clutching their phones. He scanned them briefly. Upon seeing another male, they hesitated momentarily. Ignoring them, he called out, "Class monitor, you all have arrived?" The 3 girls looked up, and Zhao Lili exclaimed, "Wow, Brother Huai, you look handsome." Shen Xiuhuai smiled. "Thank you. You all look beautiful." His gaze lingered on Lin Xiaoxiao as he spoke. Zhao Lili giggled, moving to link arms with Xiaoling, thus freeing up Lin Xiaoxiao's other side. "Could you please come down to greet us?" "We could have gone straight up." Shen Xiuhuai replied nonchalantly. "I was planning to grab some items from the convenience store across the street. I figured I would come down while I was at it." Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him, instantly comprehending his desire for solitude. However, recalling Shen Xiuhuai's mention of wanting to smoke during their phone call, she felt a pang of sympathy. She glanced at Xiaoling and Zhao Lili. "I also want to buy something." In truth, she was not adept at lying, though her face bore little expression. Her eyes flickered slightly, an extent that Shen Xiuhuai could easily discern. Nevertheless, Zhao Lili and Xiaoling did not call her out, but instead smiled and said, "All right. You two go together. We'll head up first." As Zhao Lili waved her hand, she added to Shen Xiuhuai, "Please keep an eye on our class monitor. She is quite the beauty." Shen Xiuhuai nodded, "Of course." He watched as the 2 girls, hand in hand, entered the elevator. He then turned his attention back to Lin Xiaoxiao. Though he had seen her in casual wear before, even just the previous night, she typically preferred pants and rarely wore skirts, favoring a neat appearance due to her professional habits. Moreover, at just 18 years old, Lin Xiaoxiao's youthful charm was undeniable, compelling Shen Xiuhuai's gaze to wander over her legs and that exquisite face. Noticing his lingering gaze, Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip and softly asked, "Are you still going?" Shen Xiuhuai smiled, gently grasped her hand for a fleeting moment before releasing it, and replied, "Yes, I'm going to buy some candy." Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback that he genuinely intended to buy something. It seemed his next destination was indeed now. Watching Shen Xiuhuai, who was intently searching for strawberry milk-flavored lollipops on the shelf, she noted his simple t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, his hair slightly unkempt yet exuding an irresistible youthful energy. "There's no more strawberry milk flavor," Shen Xiuhuai sighed, turning to see Lin Xiaoxiao staring at his face in a daze. He raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing in his eyes. "Do I look good?" "No charge for gazing. Feel free to look as much as you like." Lin Xiaoxiao quickly averted her gaze. Then realizing something was off, turned back to him, nodding as she focused on his face. "You look quite good, a charming young lad." Shen Xiuhuai was taken aback by her audacity. He blinked in surprise. In truth, Shen Xiuhuai possessed a striking handsomeness, resembling his mother with his exquisitely delicate features. However, due to his previously tempestuous temperament and his tall, sun-kissed physique, few would dare to describe him as pretty. Lin Xiaoxiao was the sole person in his life who would ever use such a term to characterize him. As she beheld his long, fluttering eyelashes, her eyes curved into a smile as she leaned in slightly and whispered, "Is it permissible for me to seduce you?" With a poker face, Lin Xiaoxiao pushed his face away, stating, "Absolutely not." Shen Xiuhuai's gaze lingered on her increasingly flushed and fair neck, but he refrained from teasing her further. "I don't have strawberry milk flavor anymore. Would you prefer orange?" he offered. Despite her earlier protest about consuming too much candy, she still reached out to accept the sweet from his hand. Ever since he had seen the smile on Lin Xiaoxiao's face, it had remained etched there. "Then I shall purchase you fewer candies in the future and substitute them with other snacks. I fear you might experience low blood sugar in the mornings," he remarked. Lin Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on the candy. So, it was out of concern for her health, not merely a fleeting whim that prompted him to bring her sweets. As she glanced at Shen Xiuhuai walking toward the cashier, he suddenly exclaimed, "If it weren't for the fear of Qi Kuang crying, I would wish to take you away right now." Lin Xiaoxiao turned to him, noticing his gaze once more roaming over her gracefully exposed legs. They were too exquisite to expose to others. She wished to conceal them. With a slight smile, Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, "Do you find them attractive?" Shen Xiuhuai nodded affirmatively. Leaning closer to his ear, she softly confessed, "I initially intended to wear pants, but then I thought of you, so I changed. I wore this deliberately for your eyes, hoping to hear your praise." Shen Xiuhuai chuckled softly. "You truly look splendid." Lin Xiaoxiao beamed with satisfaction. As they entered the private room, someone near the door exclaimed, "Wow, the campus belle has arrived. Brother Kuang, you are impressive." The previously boisterous crowd turned their attention towards them. Primarily, Lin Xiaoxiao was known for her solitary nature, rarely seen engaging closely with anyone, let alone attending a KTV birthday party. Her sudden appearance at the door left many momentarily speechless. A few boys who had been smoking instinctively extinguished their cigarettes, having faced reprimands at school before. Chi Kuang chimed in. Brother Kuang has quite the reputation. You all enjoy yourselves, but don't frighten our class monitor. He tossed the microphone to someone nearby and approached Lin Xiaoxiao, his face beaming. Class monitor, you made it. With a smile, Lin Xiaoxiao produced a neatly wrapped square gift from her bag, exclaiming, Happy birthday. Chi Kuang accepted it with gratitude, though upon glancing at the gift, he noted, the texture feels familiar. I hope your grades continue to improve. What had he just heard? The class monitor's cool voice was melodious, yet her words lacked warmth. Chi Kuang's expression turned blank as he caught Shen Xiuhuai's suppressed laughter. His gaze shifted back to Shen Xiuhuai, and an epiphany struck him. Brother Huai, how did you enter with the class monitor? Though Chi Kuang had urged others to enjoy themselves, many were still observing this exchange. Since the moment they had entered, curiosity about the rumored relationship between the campus Belle and Brother Huai had been palpable. Could it be true? I happened to encounter her at the convenience store while buying something, so we came in together, Shen Xiuhuai replied nonchalantly, tossing a box of throat lozenges into Chi Kuang's arms. Your voice sounds as if it's about to crack. Chapter 28. Brother Huai, shall we play a few rounds? Chi Kuang was instantly moved, forgetting his initial question. Brother Huai, you're always so good to me. He glanced around. Wow, it seems like there's south no place to sit. Let me see where the class monitor is, far from that group smoking and drinking. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. Go ahead. I'll take the class monitor to find a spot. Lin Xiaoxiao had spotted Ku Xiaoling and the others waving at her from across the room. She pointed towards them, saying, I'll go over there. She then earnestly wished Chi Kuang, happy birthday, pausing to add, may you have peace and safety every year. Shen Xiuhuai and Chi Kuang were momentarily taken aback. Shen Xiuhuai then chuckled. Is this what they call a telepathic connection? Chi Kuang joined in the laughter. Class monitor. Your way of speaking is quite similar to Brother Huai's. You two aren't doing this on purpose, are you? Lin Xiaoxiao blinked, turning to meet Shen Xiuhuai's amused gaze. Sighing, she conceded, let us just say it was intentional. As long as there's peace, that's all that matters. Chi Kuang chuckled. And as someone called for him from the other side, Shen Xiuhuai nudged him. Go have fun. I'll stay with the class monitor. All right then. Brother Huai. Join us later, and class monitor. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable. I want to drag you into playing with that bunch of obnoxious guys. Chi Kuang shouted back to the urging group. Coming right up. Just watch me take them down. Lin Xiaoxiao watched him dash off, unable to suppress her smile. As long as there's peace. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at her. Indeed. Afterward, he eyed the group where Ku Xiaoling was seated, noticing it was predominantly girls and a few usually quiet boys. Shall I accompany you? He offered. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him. Aren't you going to play? Not to bully the kids. I wish to keep you company. He paused to glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, class monitor. Lin Xiaoxiao sensed he was silently expressing a desire to accompany his partner. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. As they approached, Zhao Lili made space. I thought you were going to play with them, class monitor. No, I also don't partake in those games, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, shaking her head as she settled down. Initially, one might have expected Shen Xiuhuai to join the boys, but to her surprise, he smiled at Zhao Lili and inquired, is there still room over there? Zhao Lili paused, then shifted closer to Ku Xiaoling, nearly sitting on her lap. It's fine, Brother Huai, you can sit, she exclaimed excitedly, under the gazes of many. Shen Xiuhuai naturally took a seat beside Lin Xiaoxiao. Instantly, various eyes fell upon the duo, some with curiosity, others with interest. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao appeared quite at ease, simply glancing at the people around her before averting her gaze. They were seated closely. The sofa was spacious, yet the crowd was overwhelming. Amidst the ruckus, someone was shouting and singing Deadly Love. Despite the clamor surrounding them, an odd tranquility enveloped their little corner. Finally, Zhao Lili broke the silence. Let us play some games. It might be a while before we get our turn to sing. What shall we play? A cheerful voice chimed in. Let us join you. Three girls who had been seated on the other side approached, with the short-haired one expressing keen interest. Zhao Lili recognized them as three girls from the arts class, particularly noting that the striking one in the middle was named Tang Yi, her gaze fixated on Shen Xiuhuai, who was quietly speaking to Lin Xiaoxiao. Zhao Lili could easily discern the unspoken connection. Nonetheless, she merely smiled and replied, we haven't decided yet. Do you have any suggestions? The short-haired girl, alongside Tang Yi and another girl, nestled onto the sofa beside Shen Xiuhuai. The two boys who had been sitting there promptly vacated their seats, retreating to the other side. Ku Xiaoling furrowed her brows at the scene before her, muttering softly to herself about the rudeness displayed by the three individuals. Shall we play dice? It's the simplest game, remarked the short-haired girl, casting a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao. But Lin Xiaoxiao, do you even know how to play? Lin Xiaoxiao had been engrossed in conversation with Shen Xiuhuai, primarily indulging in his playful antics. It seemed he had comfortably embraced his 18-year-old persona, skillfully maneuvering her affection, sweetly calling her sister in hopes of coaxing her into a solo outing with him the following day. Of course, Lin Xiaoxiao declined, reminding him that they had agreed to discuss such matters after the monthly exam results were released. Just as she was speaking, she heard someone calling her name, leaving her momentarily bewildered as she glanced at the three girls. unable to recall who they were as they did not belong to her class. Do you want to play? Shall we join in? Tang Yi suggested softly, adding, if you lose, just pick truth or dare. I've seen the cards, they're quite simple. The most you'd have to do is call someone over from the adjacent room to sing. She glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, inquiring, Shen Xiuhuai, would you like to join us? Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head, I don't know how to play. You all go ahead. Zhao Lily chimed in with a playful tone. Our class representative is visiting this place for the first time. Please don't bully her, we'll manage fine with you all. The short-haired girl then remarked. What about Shen Xiuhuai? Isn't he playing? She fixed her gaze on him, suggesting, how about playing a couple of rounds? It would be more enjoyable with a mix of boys and girls. Zhao Lily observed their eager expressions. Their intentions were quite transparent. Lin Xiaoxiao's face revealed a flicker of understanding. It was evident they merely wished to play with Shen Xiuhuai. She glanced at him. Shen Xiuhuai appeared disinterested. Leaning back against the sofa, the space feeling cramped for his tall figure, his arm casually draped over the backrest, creating the illusion of an embrace around Lin Xiaoxiao. Tang Yi's eyes glimmered with sadness, yet she maintained a cheerful facade, saying, last time, didn't you promise to play together when you had the time? In truth, Shen Xiuhuai had forgotten who they were, and when the last encounter had occurred, he genuinely found little interest in the situation. However, upon hearing the mention of last time, Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She then turned to Shen Xiuhuai, saying, it wouldn't be right to go back on your word. How about playing a few rounds, Shen Xiuhuai? His posture straightened considerably, realizing that his partner seemed upset. The challenge lay in his inability to explain. It had been years since that incident, and he truly had no recollection. Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai joined the game along with a few other boys, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Lin Xiaoxiao's expression, anxious to prevent any signs of displeasure from appearing on her face. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao maintained her stoic demeanor, her eyes betraying no emotion. Shen Xiuhuai sighed internally, fearing that she might genuinely be upset. This thought added to his growing agitation. In Chapter 29, Truth or Dare, Shen Xiuhuai's irritation peaked when he felt targeted once again. Unable to contain himself, he shoved the dice cup aside and glared at the short-haired girl. Are we playing, or are we just targeting me? The girl's face turned pale, taken aback by Shen Xiuhuai's outburst. Previously, they had played a few times together during Qi Kuang's gatherings, where he typically approached the game with nonchalance, indifferent to winning or losing. However, it was unexpected for him to lose his temper today. Tang Yi, recognizing the situation, swiftly interjected, Zhou. You need to take this seriously. We can't play like this. She then turned to Shen Xiuhuai, her expression apologetic. Shen Xiuhuai, Zhou is probably just a bit distracted today. Then let us not play, Shen Xiuhuai replied flatly. Though he knew he shouldn't lose his temper in front of a group of youngsters. However, Lin Xiaoxiao's silence beside him caused a flutter of anxiety within him. Lin Xiaoxiao was not one to display significant emotional fluctuations. In her previous life, she had only confronted him once out of anger, which was due to a visit from a comrade's wife shortly after their marriage. The memory of that quarrel brought him discomfort. Lin Xiaoxiao rarely got angry, but when she did, it was rather intimidating. I'm sorry, the girl named Zhou murmured. I'll play properly from now on. Saying this, she grabbed a nearby beer and took a swig. Shen Xiuhuai was taken aback by her swift action. Initially, he intended to withdraw from the game entirely, but now that she was drinking, it would seem inappropriate for him to do so. Moreover, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked, the girl has apologized. You shouldn't hold a grudge. Zhao Lily and the others joined in to mediate, prompting Shen Xiuhuai to sigh and concede. Fine, I'll play 3 more rounds, but that's it. He anticipated that in the penultimate round, it would be Tang Yi who lost. She chose truth, and by a stroke of fate, the question posed was, is there someone you like present? The question was glaringly obvious. A chorus of teasing oaths erupted from the crowd. Even those sitting at a distance turned to see what was amiss, with Qi Kuang curiously asking, what is going on? Someone responded, Tang Yi is answering a truth question about whether there is someone she likes here. Instantly, the other side erupted in further teasing. Shen Xiuhuai instinctively cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, who merely took a sip of her cola, her expression unchanged. Tang Yi's face flushed, her gaze flitting over Shen Xiuhuai before she admitted, yes. The uproar grew louder, with questions flying. Who? It was obvious to anyone with eyes, yet the inquiries continued. Haha, seize the moment to confess. Tang Beauty, go for it. Shen Xiuhuai, though not looking directly at Tang Yi, noticed the way Lin Xiaoxiao's fingers gripped the cola can, her knuckles turning white. He clicked his tongue and took the dice cup, asking, last round. Are we continuing or not? If not, I'll be on my way. Tang Yi, her face still flushed from the teasing, contemplated whether to seize the opportunity to confess. Initially, she had felt disheartened upon seeing Shen Xiuhuai enter with Lin Xiaoxiao. Yet the earlier conversation had sparked her curiosity. She sensed there was something between the two. However, she was unwilling to yield. She had harbored feelings for Shen Xiuhuai since her first year of high school. Recent rumors of their closeness had unsettled her, prompting her to consider using Qi Kuang's birthday as a chance to gain clarity. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai's interruption halted the teasing. It became evident to everyone that he was displeased. Even Qi Kuang rushed over, keen to see Shen Xiuhuai play the last round. Shen Xiuhuai was adept at this game. Yet perhaps his impatience showed. In the final round, he actually lost. Zhou Zhou's eyes brightened. Shen Xiuhuai, truth or dare? Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao again and replied, dare. The worst he would have to do was call someone over to sing. However, as he looked at the card in his hand, which read, kiss the person next to you for 30 seconds, he fell silent. The atmosphere grew tense. As everyone present was underage. This was rather inappropriate, wasn't he? To his left sat Qi Kuang, who had come over to observe, while to his right was Lin Xiaoxiao. Tang Es smile faltered. That doesn't count. We can't play like that here. It's not suitable. Except for a few boys who were eager for excitement and vocally expressed their disapproval, the rest of the attendees remained silent. In the end, Shen Xiuhuai drew another card, which read, confess to the person you like in front of everyone present. This declaration ignited a fervor within the private room. Lin Xiaoxiao turned her gaze towards Shen Xiuhuai, inadvertently locking eyes with him. Shen Xiuhuai sighed inwardly, feeling that the day had turned quite unfavorable. The moment they exchanged glances, every person in the room took notice. The commotion escalated, yet Lin Xiaoxiao's emotions remained inscrutable. The air was filled with the cacophony of encouragement. Come on, Huaigu. Huaigu, you're amazing. Wow, this is getting intense. Shen Xiuhuai's lips moved slightly as Lin Xiaoxiao abruptly stood up, declaring, I need to go get some fresh air. A hush fell over the crowd. What was happening? Was this a one-sided affection? Surely not. Shen Xiuhuai exhaled deeply. I'll go too. What's the punishment for this daring game? 6 drinks, right? I'll take it. He glanced at Qi Kuang, who immediately stood and began pouring several cans of beer into an unused cup. Wait, Huaigu is drinking? Why not just serve it straight? Someone muttered softly. You don't understand anything. Our school rule number 10 prohibits early romantic relationships. Qi Kuang shot a glare at the boy. What if the confession is rejected? Besides, the class monitor doesn't seem like someone who would engage in early romance. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao had reached the door and was about to leave. However, one girl suddenly whispered, but drinking also violates school rules. Shen Xiuhuai noticed Lin Xiaoxiao's footsteps falter. She turned to look back at him, and he stood amidst the crowd, quietly observing her. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of frustration. She did not wish to hear Shen Xiuhuai confess to her in such an environment. Even though they clearly shared mutual feelings, she did not want to be the recipient of a confession that stemmed from a wager lost. Yet, seeing Shen Xiuhuai watching her retreating figure, she felt a sudden pang of reluctance. What would he do if she left? Thus, the crowd witnessed the school's bell return. Softly asking, does the first draw still count? 30 seconds of a passionate kiss. The room fell silent in shock. Shen Xiuhuai was also taken aback. Wasn't the first card a passionate kiss for 30 seconds? Of course it counts. Qi Kuang was the first to react. How about this? At our age, a passionate kiss for 30 seconds might be inappropriate. So let's opt for a hug instead. I'm the main character today. I call the shots. Yes, let's hug. Joda chimed in. Their classmates quickly echoed the sentiment. Given the previous awkwardness, the class monitor's initiative to ease the situation was welcomed, as the crowd cheered once more. Lin Xiaoxiao took the initiative to embrace Shen Xiuhuai, resting her face against his chest, where she could hear the rapid beating of his heart. The embrace was brief. Shen Xiuhuai mentally counted down, and as the time elapsed, he said, we should head back now. He reached for Lin Xiaoxiao's bag on the sofa, leading her away. Though someone called after them, he did not pause. Only when their figures vanished at the door did the room erupt, as if someone had hit the play button. Wow, I knew it. Huaigu is incredible. I've said enough. Huaigu and the school bell. Aside from Tang E and her 2 friends, every face in the room sparkled with excitement over what was perceived as a sensational gossip. Thank goodness I didn't say too much last time. Yin Feng said with relief. I wondered why Huaigu suddenly spoke up. Bro, I didn't say anything inappropriate, did I? He inquired anxiously of Joda. Joda and Qi Kuang wore expressions of bewilderment. Wait, what? Qi Kuang suddenly remembered something, grabbing the microphone. Hey, everyone, quiet down. Those who are here today are all my brothers. You all understand what is going on with Huaigu, right? If any rumors leak out, don't blame me. Huaigu is like a brother to me, and our class monitor is a seedling for Tsinghua and Peking University, so be careful. Come on. It's not a big deal, Joda responded. They didn't kiss or confess. What's the big deal about a hug? Got it. We understand. Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao remained oblivious to the stir they had caused. Shen Xiuhuai led Lin Xiaoxiao out of the KTV and walked for a considerable distance until they reached the banks of a river, where many people were strolling. It was past 9 in the evening, and a few couples could be seen nestled under the trees. After finding an empty chair for Lin Xiaoxiao to sit, Shen Xiuhuai spoke first. I can't recall who she is or what I promised, but I can assure you that apart from my feelings for you, I have had no interest in any other girl. Lin Xiaoxiao's face remained expressionless, perhaps due to the dim lighting, making it hard for Shen Xiuhuai to discern her emotions. Yet, I still feel jealous, she said coldly, her words pricking Shen Xiuhuai's heart like a gentle poke. Shen Xiuhuai, I don't like other girls looking at you with that kind of gaze. Then hide me, he blurted out, squatting in front of her and looking up. Sister, You hide me. Only you can see me. Lin Xiaoxiao looked down at him, her long hair cascading over his face and shoulders, creating an illusion of intimacy between them. I don't like that you confessed to me because you lost a bet or kissed me. I dislike that. Her voice remained cool, but her tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. You clearly like me, but in that situation, it feels forced, and I really dislike that. She reached out her delicate hand to cover Shen Xiuhuai's face and said, You like me. I like you, Shen Xiuhuai replied, smiling up at her, clearly seeing her exquisite features and the hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes, akin to a child whose candy has been taken away, awkward yet endearing. A jealous sister is truly adorable, he remarked. Don't worry, I only love you. Lin Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks warm at the compliment, for despite appearing youthful, she was in her 20s and, at her core, a mature adult. You said you only like me. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned in slightly, their noses nearly touching. Her breath brushed against Shen Xiuhuai's face as she said, I just ate the candy you gave me. It was orange-flavored. Shen Xiuhuai could smell it. His Adam's apple bobbing as his heartbeat quickened. Is it sweet? Why don't you try? Lin Xiaoxiao moved even closer, their lips a mere breath apart, as if the slightest movement would bring them together. Shen Xiuhuai, I feel like I can't wait any longer. You were always meant to be mine. Lin Xiaoxiao whispered. Her soft lips brushed against his. His gaze darkened as he leaned in, finally tasting the sweet orange flavor. It was soft, sweet, and refreshingly delightful. Lin Xiaoxiao remained still, allowing him to kiss her lips. This was their first kiss since returning to this place. The night, the riverside, the small trees, the bench. The youth, Shen Xiuhuai, was evidently unsatisfied with the current state. He gently pressed down on Lin Xiaoxiao's head, drawing them even closer together. It was only when he sought to deepen the kiss that Lin Xiaoxiao stirred, attempting to withdraw, her hands gently pressing against Shen Xiuhuai's chest. Shen Xiuhuai, somewhat reluctant, brushed his soft, tender lips against hers before ultimately releasing her. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and the once rosy hue of her lips now appeared deeper. That passionate kiss lasted for 30 seconds. You've exceeded your limit, she murmured softly. It seems your reward for the progress in your monthly exam has been prematurely claimed. Shen Xiuhuai sighed. I suppose I must apologize for the promise I made to myself. Lin Xiaoxiao, would you consider embarking on a romantic relationship with me? A twinkle of joy sparkled in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes as she reached out to touch Shen Xiuhuai's face, her affection for him unmistakable. All right, this is my first time breaking school rules, she whispered. I originally intended to wait a bit longer, but I can't bear the thought of seeing other girls confess to you. When Shen Xiuhuai uttered that question, he had not anticipated Lin Xiaoxiao's affirmative response, for they were still quite young. Thus, when Lin Xiaoxiao replied in the affirmative, he was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the smiling and gentle Lin Xiaoxiao before him. He asked, Did you just agree? But will you treat me differently now that I've said yes? Lin Xiaoxiao tilted her head, a hint of regret in her tone. I should have waited, but I like you so much, Shen Xiuhuai. Why do I like you so much? Finally, the overwhelming surprise jolted Shen Xiuhuai back to reality, and his smile blossomed even brighter. Chapter 31. No need for testing, my bottom line is you. He observed Lin Xiaoxiao's face, a mixture of vexation and evident delight. Is it true? He asked, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. Are we together now? Sister is my girlfriend? Shen Xiuhuai, you're truly bending the rules. Lin Xiaoxiao playfully pinched his cheek. What do you intend to do by calling me sister? Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, gently pulling her hand down and holding it in his voice laced with mirth. I'm doing it on purpose. You enjoy it when I call you sister, don't you? Will that make you like me a little more? He placed her hand on his cheek, grinning unabashedly. Look, I already have a girlfriend. His shameless demeanor evoked laughter from Lin Xiaoxiao, who regarded the boy before her seriously. Shall we establish some rules? All right, Shen Xiuhuai replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. As long as you agree to be with me, I'm open to anything. Initially, Shen Xiuhuai had prepared himself for a long, arduous battle, but the surprise of the evening had taken him off guard. The irritation stemming from Tang Yi and her friend's antics dissipated, and he thought that had he known Lin Xiaoxiao's possessiveness earlier, he might have provoked her sooner. Shen Xiuhuai feigned humility, his eyelashes casting shadows over his sparkling eyes. So, we agreed. We're still young, and our primary focus should be on our studies. Lin Xiaoxiao paused, then quietly inquired, Are you going to participate in the exam? Previously, Shen Xiuhuai had skipped the exam and was sent to the military by his father. Consequently, for many years, Lin Xiaoxiao had not seen him, and her relationships with her classmates were rather mediocre, resulting in her hearing little news about him. When she encountered Shen Xiuhuai during a blind date, she was genuinely surprised, akin to being struck by a grand prize while strolling down the street. Shen Xiuhuai took her hand and sat beside her, their proximity allowing him to catch a whiff of her delightful peach fragrance. It's wonderful, he remarked. I will participate in the exam this time, and I'll accompany you to university. He gently squeezed her tender hand, recognizing the importance of hands for someone aspiring to be a doctor. Lin Xiaoxiao's hands were slender and fair, appearing exquisite, with delicate joints visible, yet they felt remarkably soft, as if devoid of bones. At certain moments, they were particularly intoxicating. Shen Xiuhuai found himself momentarily distracted by a dream. So, let us prioritize our studies and set some rules, shall we? Lin Xiaoxiao's gentle voice brought Shen Xiuhuai back from his wandering thoughts. All right, what are the 3 rules? Shen Xiuhuai swallowed hard. Unable to resist taking her hand and pressing a kiss to it, his tongue deliberately grazing her hand's back. Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned crimson in an instant. She glanced around, their location being somewhat secluded with few people nearby. What are you doing? Be serious. I am very serious, Shen Xiuhuai feigned innocence. Looking up at Lin Xiaoxiao, I simply couldn't resist the urge to steal a kiss. Lin Xiaoxiao noted that Shen Xiuhuai seemed a bit playful today, and surprisingly, she quite liked it. Her delicate face bore little expression, but her ears were flushed, betraying her feelings. Now listen to me. First, there shall be no intimate gestures at school. Let us maintain our previous boundaries. Is that acceptable? Shen Xiuhuai nodded. Of course, studies take precedence. Lin Xiaoxiao clasped his hand in return, her voice softening. Secondly, although we are together now, we should remain as we were before. She hadn't finished her thought when Shen Xiuhuai interjected. Does that mean no kissing or hugging? His tone lacked indignation, yet it resonated with disappointment. As though he were reluctant to voice his discontent, Lin Xiaoxiao's heart softened instantly. Of course, as long as your grades improve, I'll offer you rewards, all right? She paused before adding, I can even give you a little handkerchief, but we're still quite young. Shen Xiuhuai's eyes lit up. Had he known that being coy would be effective, he wondered what he had been doing in his past life. Perhaps it was simply due to the limited time he had spent with Lin Xiaoxiao. Sister, there's no need to feel pressured. Shen Xiuhuai sighed. I understand we're still young, but I am technically already an adult. It's just my body that remains youthful. Lin Xiaoxiao could see through his playful facade. Yet she was inexplicably drawn to it. Leaning closer to Shen Xiuhuai's ear, she whispered, the greater your progress, the bigger the rewards, but let us not cross any boundaries. Shen Xiuhuai had merely intended to test Lin Xiaoxiao's limits, yet her candor took him by surprise. Xiuhuai, I know what you're thinking. You are my boundary. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was soft and gentle, starkly contrasting her usual demeanor with others. If you're willing. I can't bear to, Shen Xiuhuai interrupted, gazing into her sparkling eyes. I can't bear to. Let everything unfold as you wish. At school, we'll remain as we have been. He sighed gently, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's face. Xiaoxiao, what kind of person do you think I am? I can't bear to part with you. As for those rewards, offer them only if you wish. Shen Xiuhuai smiled. Even without rewards, I will strive to catch up with you. Lin Xiaoxiao enveloped him in an embrace, her porcelain-like face nuzzling against his neck. You are truly wonderful. Shen Xiuhuai tightened his hold on her, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Since his rebirth, he had longed for this moment. Here, he was not alone. His beloved shared the same roots as him. Starting anew, she still chose to love him, which gave Shen Xiuhuai a profound sense of security. No matter the time or circumstance, should they be granted another chance, Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai would undoubtedly choose to love one another again. Shen Xiuhuai closed his eyes, holding the girl tightly in his arms. Everything was worthwhile. Nonetheless, they were still high school students. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Shen Xiuhuai promptly escorted Lin Xiaoxiao home. Having received a call from Qi Kuang informing him that everyone had dispersed, and Ku Xiaoling and Zhao Lily had also returned home. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with mirth as she gazed at Shen Xiuhuai, softly uttering, well, I shall take my leave now. All right, I shall depart as well. Despite their words, neither moved. They merely stared at each other foolishly. Although both were adults, they resembled young lovers, reluctant to part. Eventually, it was Shen Xiuhuai who noticed the security guard glancing their way several times. He reached out and gently caressed her hair, saying, you should head back. I will leave as soon as you do. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of reluctance, knowing that if she lingered any longer, her parents would soon finish work. With a final wave and turning back thrice, she walked into the community. Shen Xiuhuai did not turn away until her figure had completely vanished from sight. Chapter 32. Can sister video call with me? Lin Xiaoxiao felt her spirits soaring, her heart racing as it began to calm. Thoughts of Shen Xiuhuai flooded her mind, past and present, each glance imbued with laughter. Xiaoxiao, a gentle voice called from behind, interrupting her reverie. She paused and turned to see her mother not far behind. Mother, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, halting to regard Dr. Huang. Huang Yao, her mother's original name, was an obstetrician who had been delayed returning home due to a difficult delivery case. As Huang Yao approached and took her daughter's hand, she continued forward. I recall today is your classmate's birthday. Have you just returned? Yes, mother. I just got off work, Lin Xiaoxiao answered, extending her hand to take her mother's bag. But Huang Yao gently declined, assuring her it was not heavy. Just got off work. Thankfully, we are both safe. The two engaged in casual conversation, and upon entering the elevator, Huang Yao caught a glimpse of her daughter in the reflection, noting how gracefully she had grown. The daughters of the Lin family were indeed strikingly beautiful. Throughout her childhood, Lin Xiaoxiao had attracted many young admirers. Yet her mother understood that beneath her seemingly aloof exterior lay a touch of social anxiety, making her hesitant to engage closely with others. Reflecting on what she had just witnessed, Huang Yao softly remarked, I believe I saw a boy at the community entrance who escorted you home. A tall, handsome lad. Is he your classmate? Lin Xiaoxiao's expression remained neutral, her demeanor composed. Ah yes. He is my classmate, Shen Xiuhuai. He accompanied me back since it was rather late. Every word was true, merely omitting what could not be said. In her heart, Lin Xiaoxiao silently apologized to her mother, aware that their current youthfulness necessitated discretion. Revealing too much would only provoke concern. Huang Yao nodded, refraining from further discussion. He is rather handsome. I presume many young girls admire him? I wouldn't know. I haven't paid much attention. He sits behind me in class. As the elevator doors opened, the mother and daughter exited hand in hand, continuing their conversation as they walked home. Meanwhile, Shen Xiuhuai was blissfully unaware that he had drawn his future mother-in-law's attention. Whistling a tune, he entered his home, only to find his father, Mr. Shen, and Mrs. Shen seated on the sofa, flanked by 2 suitcases, an unmistakable sign of impending business travel. As expected, Mrs. Shen stood upon his arrival, her face etched with regret. Just days prior, she had assured her son of spending time with him, only to now depart once more. Xiuhuai, I am so sorry. Your father and I must attend to urgent matters again, she said softly, approaching him and taking his hand. I had promised to spend more time with you. Forgive me. She observed her son's expression closely, noting how the smile that had once adorned his face gradually faded, a slight frown taking its place. Are you leaving now? The branch office requires immediate attention, Mr. Shen sighed, casting a remorseful glance at his son. We just received the call. The driver is waiting downstairs. Shen Xiuhuai remained silent, casually tossing his bag onto the sofa before bending down to pull up the suitcase handles, dragging them toward the door. I'll see you off. Both Mr. and Mrs. Shen were taken aback. They had braced themselves for a tantrum, yet their son remained remarkably composed. Mrs. Shen exchanged glances with her husband and hurried after him. Xiuhuai, are you not upset? Your father and I truly have pressing matters. We had hoped to spend a few more days with you. Shen Xiuhuai pressed the elevator button, glancing back at Mr. Shen as the doors began to close. He sighed helplessly. What can I do if you have urgent matters? Crying and making a scene won't change anything. His mood seemed subdued. After a moment, he asked, will you return next week? Their SA parents' meeting. His voice trailed off. I believe I did quite well this time. I hope you can make it back. We will certainly return in time, Mr. Shen assured him, observing his towering son with warmth in his eyes. Your mother and I will be busy for a few days, but we will manage to be back in time. The sports meet at your school is coming up, right? You won 3 first prizes in your freshman year. Aim to achieve even more this time. Shen Xiuhuai met his father's gaze. Although Mr. Shen's expression was neutral, his eyes brimmed with affection, the unmistakable gaze of a father toward his son. Mrs. Shen blinked back tears, sensing her son had truly matured. After bidding farewell to his parents, Shen Xiuhuai returned to the now empty house. He took a glance around before retreating to his room. In his previous life, he had overlooked many details, often lamenting his parents' busyness and their lack of attention. Yet Mr. Shen had remembered the date of the sports meet, recalling how many awards he had won the previous year. They had endeavored to ensure they could return before the parents' meeting. Shen Xiuhuai could not recall whether he had ever invited his parents to attend the meeting in his past life. He doubted they had been home that day. Lying on his bed, he sighed, realizing how immature he had been at that age. But Lin Xiaoxiao had likely been a well-behaved girl back then. Was harboring a crush on him her most rebellious act? Having only just parted ways, thoughts of Lin Xiaoxiao made him yearn to see her again. He retrieved his phone and found her WeChat, sending a playful emoji asking, are you there? Initially intending to send a kiss emoji, he hesitated, concerned about her surroundings. She replied promptly, I just finished showering. What is up? Upon reading her message, Shen Xiuhuai sat up, his eyes sparkling. After a moment's thought, he typed, my parents are leaving for a business trip tonight. They are always so busy. A brief sentence, devoid of any embellishment, concluded with a period, perhaps hinting at a touch of melancholy. Lin Xiaoxiao had just finished drying her hair when she sensed Shen Xiuhuai's solitude in the empty house. She was aware that his relationship with his family had been rather strained. Mrs. Shen had once whispered to her that their demanding jobs had limited their communication with the teenage Shen Xiuhuai. By the time they realized their child had grown distant, it was too late. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Lin Xiaoxiao sent a voice message. Are you home alone right now? Shen Xiuhuai quickly replied, yes. So can you keep me company? Lin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow slightly. But it's too late now. My mother is home. I can't go out. Then can you video call with me? Shen Xiuhuai's voice message conveyed a tone of despondency. Lin Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, contemplating the idea of a video call. Chapter 33, Then Let Me See You. After waiting for a while without a response from Lin Xiaoxiao, Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but click his tongue in frustration. He rose to send Lin Xiaoxiao a message. It's all right, sister. I'm going to take a shower. Subsequently, he entered the bathroom, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the multitude of surprises the day had brought. After finishing his shower, Shen Xiuhuai noticed that Lin Xiaoxiao still hadn't replied to his message, prompting him to reflect whether his requests had been a tad excessive. After all, they had only just begun their relationship. He sent Lin Xiaoxiao 2 stickers. Yet her silence persisted. The lively chatter in the group chat with Qi Kuang and the others drew his attention, and he clicked in to take a cursory glance. Over 1,000 messages flooded the chat, and he couldn't be bothered to sift through them all. Instead, he simply posted a question mark. This group comprised of their close-knit circle of friends, and his mere presence invigorated the already boisterous chat. Messages flew in rapidly, and Shen Xiuhuai quickly scanned through. Realizing most were inquiries about the situation between him and Lin Xiaoxiao, he let out a hiss and recorded a voice message. Have you ever heard the saying, "Curiosity killed the cat"? Qi Kuang promptly responded, "Brother Huai, I'm not afraid. Let me be that ill-fated cat." "Ah, stop it. It's your birthday. Why are you talking nonsense?" Zhouda chimed in. "Moreover, your howl was so loud that my dad just asked why there was a dog barking in my room. Isn't it a bit late for dad to still be awake? Don't you have earplugs? Our parents' nightlife has just begun, right? Get lost, you bunch of lecherous men." The conversation quickly shifted as they were all too familiar with one another. They understood that Shen Xiuhuai's earlier comment was a sign of not wanting to discuss tonight's events, which could either mean it hadn't worked out or that it had, but he preferred to keep it discreet. Regardless of the situation, they were adept at changing the subject. Shen Xiuhuai observed their chaotic banter, occasionally joining in. Meanwhile, Qi Kuang had begun a private conversation with him. On Lin Xiaoxiao's end, she finally replied, "Wait a moment, my mom is in the room." Seeing her message relieved Shen Xiuhuai. Had she delayed any longer, he would have contemplated calling her or even visiting her home. Understanding that Huang Yao was also present in Lin Xiaoxiao's room, he refrained from sending further messages. He opened Qi Kuang's chat window. "Brother Huai, my birthday is almost over. Brother Huai, I promise not to spill the beans, but I'm genuinely curious, please. So, what is going on with you and the class monitor?" After a minute without a response from Shen Xiuhuai, Qi Kuang assumed he was not forthcoming. "Ah, forget it. If you don't want to share, that's fine. It seems you've changed a lot lately, but you'll always be my brother Huai. Hee. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled at that. He typed 2 words but ultimately deleted them, opting instead to send a voice message. "It's just as you think. Your brother Huai has finally broken every school rule in Nanyang." "Wow. Impressive, brother Huai." Qi Kuang's voice message arrived swiftly. "You little rascal. If you keep howling at this hour, I'll toss you out." Hearing Qi Kuang's father's admonishment made Shen Xiuhuai laugh. Qi Kuang was a brother he had grown up with, holding a special place in his heart. There was nothing he couldn't share with Qi Kuang. He regarded him as his younger brother, someone he would protect for life. Shen Xiuhuai recalled that he should find a moment to ask Lin Xiaoxiao if she knew what had truly transpired back then. The police reports only mentioned street conflicts and accidental homicide. The gang members involved had received sentences of over 20 years. However, he suspected that as long as the Qi family remained, those thugs would likely remain imprisoned for life. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai believed that every event has its cause. Qi Kuang, despite his impulsive nature, was not without intelligence. There must be some underlying truths. Sighing, he rubbed his face, watching the screen as Qi Kuang inundated him with messages. A smile creeping into his eyes. "Are you still awake? Your dad's going to scold you again. Don't let your pocket money vanish next month. I've got none left, waiting for the class monitor to support me." Feeling inexplicably as if he were being fed dog food, Qi Kuang left in tears. Shen Xiuhuai finally received a message from Lin Xiaoxiao around midnight. "Are you asleep? I just had a chat with Mom. It's rare for Dad to be out." Noticing her good spirits, Shen Xiuhuai initiated a voice call, and soon he heard a soft hello from her end. "Is it inconvenient to talk?" he inquired with a smile. "Is the soundproofing at home poor?" He then heard the sound of a door closing, and her voice grew slightly louder. "Oh, I hadn't closed the door yet. Why aren't you asleep? I was waiting for you. Didn't you say to wait a moment?" Shen Xiuhuai replied lazily. "Well then, since I've waited so long, can we video chat?" Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment before abruptly hanging up the voice call. Shen Xiuhuai blinked in surprise. "Huh?" The next second, a video invitation popped up on his phone. Happiness arrived too suddenly, catching Shen Xiuhuai off guard as he quickly accepted the call. The environment on the other end was dim, likely because Lin Xiaoxiao had turned off the lights, leaving only the bedside lamp on. The camera shook slightly before Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful face appeared on the screen. "Can you see me?" Shen Xiuhuai smiled as he gazed at her exquisite visage. "I can see you." Lin Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, adjusting the phone's stand before focusing on the screen, where she then caught sight of Shen Xiuhuai's bare torso. She blinked, realizing that while Shen Xiuhuai had developed some muscle definition since his youth, he was still far from the remarkable physique of his 20s, which she had always found particularly appealing. Yet, there was something charming about his youthful form as well. Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze swept over his still subtle pectoral muscles. "His skin still fair. Why aren't you wearing a shirt?" she asked, her eyes fixed on Shen Xiuhuai's chin, as his face remained out of view. "The camera is still somewhat unsteady. Because I was planning to go to bed," he replied. "Just a moment, let me adjust this stand." As he looked at the camera, he was met with Lin Xiaoxiao's lovely face and the evident rise and fall of her chest. She seemed to be seated at her desk, with unfinished papers cluttering the surface. Clad in what appeared to be pink pajamas with a slightly low neckline, her forward lean accentuated her figure. Shen Xiuhuai felt a surge of madness, inexplicably envious of the desk that held her. He awkwardly shifted his gaze away. Lin Xiaoxiao initially noticed nothing amiss. What's wrong? Are you ready? Your skin looks so fair. It seems even whiter than mine. Is it? Then let me see. Shen Xiuhuai blurted out. Chapter 34. Early to bed and early to rise is good for health. The moment Shen Xiuhuai spoke, he felt something was amiss. He coughed lightly, hoping the dim light would conceal his embarrassment. Hearing his words, Lin Xiaoxiao also sensed something was off. She clicked on the small box in the upper right corner, enlarging her side of the frame, and suddenly realized that her posture seemed somewhat awkward. A glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes. She leaned back slightly, refocusing on Shen Xiuhuai in the video. Brother Huai, what are you thinking about? This was the first time Lin Xiaoxiao had addressed him as Brother Huai. Shen Xiuhuai discerned the playful taunt in her cold voice, and with a sense of resignation, he leaned back against the headboard. What am I thinking? You wouldn't know? Nothing much. He gazed at the video, captivated by Lin Xiaoxiao's radiant smile. I've been thinking about you every day. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She hadn't even begun to tease him, and yet he had already surrendered. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she remarked, Come on, Huai go. Is that really all you've got? By the way, she added softly, don't look around too much, it's quite rude. Shen Xiuhuai laughed, feeling a warmth in his heart. After all this time, he was still here, waiting for her. His eyes swept over Lin Xiaoxiao's face, her fair skin glowing brilliantly under the light. Why are you so pale? He exclaimed in a tone of wonder. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao chose not to engage with his comment, retorting instead, So, you're just going to discuss my complexion at this hour? A mischievous smile played on her lips as she inquired, Are you planning to sleep tonight? Shen Xiuhuai was certain he wouldn't be able to sleep. It wasn't much of a conversation, really. He just yearned to talk to her. Sister, I was wrong. Please spare me. He sighed. I merely wish to chat with you. Lin Xiaoxiao could not hold back a soft laugh, her eyes twinkling with mischief. He noticed her shift slightly, tugging at her clothes to cover most of her alluring figure, which left him feeling both regretful and relieved. However, the girl in the video soon stood up, saying, My mom seems to have warmed up some milk for me. I'll go get it. Just a moment. Shen Xiuhuai then caught sight of her nightwear, a delicate pink silk nightgown that clung to her form, appearing even shorter after her slight adjustment. He inhaled sharply and averted his gaze, only turning back when he heard her stepping out of the room. Shen Xiuhuai hesitated for 3 seconds, debating whether to end the call and ease his own discomfort or to continue this sweet torment. Ultimately, he chose the latter, as he found it hard to let go. Moments later, Lin Xiaoxiao returned, a glass of milk in hand. Oh no, why are you bleeding? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of Shen Xiuhuai's nosebleed. Caught off guard, Shen Xiuhuai hastily reached for a tissue from the bedside table, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Are you all right? Lin Xiaoxiao asked, her brow slightly furrowed, surprised by how easily he was flustered. She glanced at the milk on the table. I'm fine, just a bit overheated lately, he replied, clearing his throat to steer the conversation elsewhere. Do you still need to work on your assignments? He felt he was on the verge of breaking down. Yet, he was truly reluctant to hang up. For the first time, Shen Xiuhuai recognized that his wife possessed a mischievous charm, contrasting with the aloof and serious demeanor she often exhibited in their past life. All right, for a little longer, Lin Xiaoxiao said hesitantly, taking a seat. Aren't you planning to sleep? I'll keep you company. Shen Xiuhuai shook his head, setting aside the tissue as he felt the bleeding had ceased, a small relief washing over him. As Lin Xiaoxiao picked up her pen, he added, I'll be quick. Shen Xiuhuai observed her for a moment, but soon realized that this was not sustainable. He gently shifted his gaze, lowering his voice, Sister, don't study too late. It's already past midnight. Noticing his wandering eyes, Lin Xiaoxiao leaned in slightly, her face filling the screen. Then you should sleep first. She was surprised to see the handsome features of Shen Xiuhuai, his cheeks slightly flushed. Unfortunately, the dim lighting obscured her view, but she could hear his breathing was heavier than usual. Are you all right? She asked softly. Shen Xiuhuai's eyes, now tinged with a hint of red, remained fixed on her, and he finally sighed. I'm fine, sister. Good night. And then the call ended. Chapter 35. The innocent young man Shen Xiuhuai opened his eyes to the piercing sunlight. He could hear sounds from the living room, indicating that Uncle Gao had returned. Last night, he had fled in a panic after being teased by Lin Xiaoxiao. Her words had stirred his imagination too easily, culminating in him nearly needing to change his sheets again. In the end, the sheets remained unchanged, but that handkerchief was washed once more. Shen Xiuhuai sighed. High school life was intolerably challenging. Couldn't he just fast forward? Moreover, he had dreamt persistently about Lin Xiaoxiao throughout the night, remembering those inappropriate dreams. He rubbed his face and got out of bed. With 2 days off, he faced a daunting pile of assignments, none of which he had completed yet. Uncle Gao, seeing him awake, smiled, You're up? I brought out breakfast for you. Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile, Thank you, Uncle Gao. However, when he saw a large bowl of nourishing soup, he momentarily lost control of his expression, staring blankly at Uncle Gao. Uncle, do I really need to drink this first thing in the morning? Uncle Gao remained unfazed, saying, Last night, both the master and mistress mentioned you've been studying hard lately. You need to replenish your strength. Had it not been for the seahorse, Shen Xiuhuai might have believed it. He held back his laughter, unable to resist. Uncle, this seahorse cough, it's for growth. Just drink it while it's hot. Uncle Gao said, glancing at the balcony where Shen Xiuhuai's bedding was still hanging. At 184 centimeters, Shen Xiuhuai was already quite tall for a sophomore. In the end, Shen Xiuhuai downed the soup and retreated to his room to tackle his assignments, albeit with a lingering worry of potentially bleeding again. Throughout the day, he couldn't shake the feeling that Uncle Gao was looking at him strangely. Monday arrived swiftly, as it always does, never absent. Since Shen Xiuhuai stopped being late, Qi Kuang had also shed his habit of tardiness. However, upon entering the classroom today, Shen Xiuhuai was slightly taken aback to see Qi Kuang's familiar figure. As he approached, he understood Qi Kuang was busy copying notes. Hearing the commotion, Qi Kuang glanced up momentarily, then placed a stack of papers on Shen Xiuhuai's desk. Huaigu, I just copied these. The class monitor's accuracy is guaranteed. Lin Xiaoxiao, seated in front, turned to look, her uniform impeccably buttoned to the top, revealing only a slender section of her neck. Her gaze toward Shen Xiuhuai was imbued with amusement and a hint of mischievous triumph. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue inwardly, confirming that she had indeed been deliberate that night. He had felt too shy to contact her all day yesterday. Shen Xiuhuai pressed his tongue against his molars, waiting for her to react. His hand obediently retrieved some candies from his pocket, placing them on Lin Xiaoxiao's desk. Good morning, class monitor. With his other hand, he pushed back Qi Kuang's papers. No need, I've finished. Qi Kuang was taken aback. He had thought Shen Xiuhuai's sudden interest in studying was merely a fleeting phase. Moreover, the dynamic between him and the class monitor seemed unchanged. Haven't they talked? He pondered, yet Shen Xiuhuai had mentioned they were involved. Lin Xiaoxiao maintained her frosty demeanor, merely uttering a good morning before turning back. This left the onlookers from Saturday night, who had hoped for further entertainment, quite puzzled. So, are they not together? Ku Xiaoling and Zhao Lili exchanged glances, both expressing confusion. Shen Xiuhuai had no time to ponder their thoughts. He was eagerly anticipating the upcoming exam results. The results indeed arrived swiftly. In the afternoon, Lu Fengqin entered the classroom with the papers, and a chorus of lamentations erupted from their classmates. Indeed, it is the dreaded Death Monday, a day that instills a sense of terror within me. Oh, Huaigu, please do not abandon me. I dread the thought of remedial classes. Qi Kuang, with a woeful expression, tugged at Shen Xiuhuai, only to discover that his Huaiji's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Fengqin. Could it be? Has Huaigu truly betrayed us? Enough of your wailing, Lu Fengqin admonished, tapping the table to regain control. You all have neglected your studies. And now the results of the monthly exam are out, with the parent-teacher meeting approaching. What good is your lamenting? Save your cries for when your parents come to reprimand you. Qin, save the children. Zhoda cried out. During my first year of high school, my father chased me down 3 streets after the parent-teacher meeting. Zhoda, a student-athlete, indeed had dismal academic results. Lu Fengqin couldn't help but chuckle at his plight, retorting, did he catch you? With a proud grin, Zhoda replied, of course not. But by dinner time, I had essentially walked into my own demise. Laughter erupted in the classroom, spurred by his words. Lu Fengqin joined in the merriment, but quickly rapped the table again. All right, enough fooling around. Let's discuss our grades. Our class did not fare too badly this time. We ranked 3rd overall in the grade, showing improvement from the last monthly exam. Her smile grew as she glanced at Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang, noting that several students had made remarkable progress, significantly raising the average score. Isn't it thanks to Huaigu and Kuanggu? Shouted a boy from the back row, his face flushed with indignation. The rowdy boys erupted into cheers. Lu Fengqin continued. Indeed, Shen Xiuhuai has made a tremendous leap, advancing by 483 places, moving from the bottom ranks to the middle tier. Everyone should take a leaf out of his book. Qi Kuang has also shown remarkable improvement, rising over 200 places. And let us not forget our class's contributions. Huaigu is amazing. Kuanggu is phenomenal. Our Huaigu is truly impressive. The cacophony of voices surrounded Shen Xiuhuai, yet his focus remained solely on Lin Xiaoxiao, captivated by the delight and tenderness reflected in her smile. Learning no longer seemed as burdensome, for with Lin Xiaoxiao's laughter, all hardships transformed into sweetness. Shen Xiuhuai silently mouthed a word to Lin Xiaoxiao, who, after a moment's pause, understood he was suggesting a date. With a blink, she responded silently, all right. As he gazed at her soft lips, a fleeting glimmer crossed his eyes. Qi Kuang then playfully wrapped his arms around Shen Xiuhuai, exclaiming, oh Huaigu, my father will be so moved. I've advanced over 200 places. I'm finally not among the bottom 100 anymore. My father will surely offer thanks. Turning to Lin Xiaoxiao, Shen Xiuhuai gently pushed Qi Kuang's face away. Stop that. You're a grown man. Cut the coddling. To which Qi Kuang bashfully retorted, I'm not a man. I'm still a pure-hearted boy. A laugh erupted from Ku Xiaoling, unable to contain herself, and even Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't suppress her amusement. Without their school bully Fade, Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang appeared utterly adorable. Chapter 36, Lin Xiaoxiao, you're starting to resemble a scoundrel. This class was meant to be a study period. But Lu Fengqin's attempts to quiet the ruckus were in vain. Finally, she sighed, don't forget the parent-teacher meeting this Saturday. If any students cannot attend due to personal matters, please inform me. Unexcused absences are not acceptable. Afterward, she gazed at the boisterous boys, a smile creeping onto her face. I've told you to study diligently. Now look at you all with glum expressions. Joda, come up and discuss the upcoming spring sports meet. Joda let out an exaggerated cry. Brothers, this is our final spring sports meet. Let us give our Fengqin a chance to win some prizes. Having already registered for most events half a month ago, he intended to confirm their participation individually. I primarily want to inform you all about the event schedule. Nanyang is a private school, and the teachers there enjoy generous salaries and bonuses. Those who place among the top in exams or competitions receive corresponding rewards. Under such a system, each teacher is quite dedicated. After all, who would turn down money? Once Zhou De finished speaking, Qi Kuang called out, Fengqin, we'll win you some prizes. Lu Fengqin smiled. All right, if you truly secure first place, I'll treat you all to a barbecue feast. Woo. Are the prizes that generous? Really? I'm all in. Zhou De exclaimed. I can sign up for another event. I'm actually quite good at long jump. Indeed. You all must work hard. This is your last high school sports meet. By this time next year, you'll be preparing for exams. So I hope you leave no regrets. Lu Fengqin spoke earnestly. Many of you may find this boring now, but in a few years, you will reminisce about these times. Such is the allure of youth. So, my young lads and lasses, let us strive together. All right. After the self-study period concluded, the school day ended. However, most students lingered around Zhou De, fervently discussing something. The allure of Fengqin's barbecue was too enticing. Their spirits were lifted. It's not that they couldn't afford a meal, but the prospect of their homeroom teacher treating the entire class to barbecue was exhilarating. Shen Xiuhuai chose not to join the commotion. He had forgotten what events he had signed up for before his rebirth. Yet, with a group of high schoolers. Surely he wouldn't be at a disadvantage, right? He approached Lin Xiaoxiao from behind and called out playfully, class monitor. The breath he exhaled brushed against her neck, causing her to instinctively flinch and turn around, asking, what is it? What events did you sign up for? Shen Xiuhuai inquired softly, uncertain if she had registered for anything, though he recalled her being in good shape, often practicing self-defense and physical fitness. After all, her grandfather was a veteran general who held high expectations for her health. Thinking for a moment, Lin Xiaoxiao retrieved a few papers from her drawer. As the class monitor, she had the schedule and list of participants. I signed up for the mixed relay race. I didn't know if I could find time since I'll also be busy with the student council, so I didn't register for anything else. She glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, noting, you seem quite busy. As she placed the papers on his desk, he perused them. Astonished by the packed schedule, a 400-meter sprint in the morning, long jump in the afternoon, mixed relay race, followed by a 3,000-meter run, high jump, and shot put the next day. Zhou De had clearly arranged this for him. And Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but wonder if he had indeed been that overzealous and self-assured in the past. Qi Kuang turned just in time to see Shen Xiuhuai examining the list, and chuckled. Zhou De is quite the taskmaster. Though you said it didn't matter. He really has organized your events tightly. Look, the long jump and relay race are only half an hour apart for your rest. Realizing Zhou De had enlisted him for everything, Shen Xiuhuai understood the lack of enthusiasm surrounding the sports meet. He noticed many girls had no participants for their events. They were simply not competing. Lin Xiaoxiao was right. She was only signed up for the relay race. At that moment, Xiao Ling also turned around, noting, it seems there are no vacant events left now. Everyone is eager for barbecue. However, it's true that our class's girls do not possess the best physical fitness. It's all good. Our aim is to participate. We boys can score points, right, brothers? Qi Kuang exclaimed with a smile. Absolutely. It's a sure thing. Let's crush those rascals from class 7. The boys' laughter mingled with the girls' giggles, bringing a smile to Shen Xiuhuai's face. Surprisingly, he began to feel a sense of anticipation for this sports event, which posed little challenge for him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Seizing the moment while everyone was engaged in idle chatter, he quietly asked Lin Xiaoxiao, if we win, is there a reward? I could take first place, all of it. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Shen Xiuhuai with a bemused expression, fully aware of his physical capabilities. She couldn't help but whisper, you have some nerve, don't you? Why should I feel embarrassed? Shen Xiuhuai replied innocently, I would win based on my own merit. Against a bunch of middle schoolers? Lin Xiaoxiao dismissed him with a wave. Retorting, you have no shame, before turning away. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but chuckle, finding amusement in his own laughter. Hey, brother Huai, what are you grinning about? Qi Kuang asked. You better do well. You're the hope of our entire class. Didn't you just say it depended on you guys? Shen Xiuhuai replied playfully, lazily leaning back in his chair. I wasn't involved when you were boasting to Xiaoling and the others. You guys are really lacking lately. As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of Lin Xiaoxiao's back. She stiffened momentarily, tilting her head as if considering turning around. However, perhaps weighing the presence of so many people, she ultimately chose not to. That evening during self-study, Shen Xiuhuai promised Qi Kuang he would accompany them for dinner, acknowledging that they were likely running out of time. He lingered at the back, waiting for Qi Kuang and the others to exit before whispering to Lin Xiaoxiao, I'll walk you home tonight. Wait for me. Lin Xiaoxiao had already put her pen down, preparing to head out with another female classmate. Upon hearing his words, she glanced at Shen Xiuhuai and replied, "No need. I can go back by myself." After a deliberate pause, she looked at Shen Xiuhuai's face, which bore no signs of weakness, and teased, "Shen Xiuhuai, could you be any more clingy?" Shen Xiuhuai was both amused and annoyed. "Lin Xiaoxiao, you're acting like a cad. Xiaoxiao, can we go now?" A voice called from the front. After acknowledging the call, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to Shen Xiuhuai and said softly, "I'm just joking. It's all in good fun." Before walking away. Chapter 37. The essence of youth amidst everyone's anticipation. Wednesday finally arrived, heralding the sports meet. Early in the morning, all students except those in their final year lined up by class to enter, each required to wear their school uniforms. Qi Kuang stood in front of Shen Xiuhuai, both positioned at the end of the line, flanked by Zhou De and Gao Song. Shen Xiuhuai's gaze was drawn to Lin Xiaoxiao at the front, the slender girl struggling to hold up a sign. Among all those silhouettes, she stood out as the most beautiful, tall and leggy, her exposed skin fair and radiant. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, feeling a bit lovesick, as if his beloved was perfect in every way. "Hey, why, what do you think?" Zhou De asked in a low, teasing voice. Shen Xiuhuai withdrew his gaze, responding, "What are you talking about? That girl in front, the freshman, I heard she's quite pretty." The voting post in the forum suggests she is almost as tall as our class monitor, Qi Kuang pointed out. Shen Xiuhuai glanced over, noting that the girl was indeed attractive. Her uniform, likely altered, fit her perfectly, with the hem of her skirt slightly above the knee, revealing a coveted area for many. She appeared to be wearing makeup, her face looking exquisite from a distance. Numerous boys were stealing glances at her. "She's all right, a bit short," Shen Xiuhuai remarked, quickly diverting his attention back to his wife. "No way, the proportions are fine. Her height is acceptable," Zhou De countered. "She's just a freshman, she'll grow." "Come on, what's wrong with you, Dad? Are you crushing on her? Our class has the school bell, why aren't you looking at her?" Qi Kuang joked, eliciting laughter from the boys nearby. As it was nearly their class's turn to enter, Lu Fengqin approached from the front, admonishing them to quiet down. "We're entering now. Straighten up, everyone." With a collective cheer, they heard the announcement. "Class 2 to 8, enter." Shen Xiuhuai watched the figure at the front walk in, standing tall and holding the sign aloft. Nearby, Zhou De muttered, "Who doesn't know the monitor is pretty? But she's like a Tianshan snow lotus. Just one look makes me feel cold. I can't handle it." A smile crept into Shen Xiuhuai's eyes. "If you can't, that's just as well. That snow lotus is mine." Once inside, they listened to speeches from the leaders before returning to their designated area. Their class was unfortunate, situated in a spot without shade, exposed to the sun from all angles. The girls in the class quietly complained, shielding their faces from the sun, while the boys seemed indifferent, having faced worse while playing basketball. The sports meet was less restrictive, allowing many boys to run about freely. Shen Xiuhuai's 400-meter sprint was not scheduled until later in the morning, so he had time to spare. He noticed Lin Xiaoxiao glance his way before joining the student council members, having yet to exchange a word. With a click of his tongue, Shen Xiuhuai realized his earlier wish to spend time with his wife during the sports meet was overly optimistic. While he had the time, Lin Xiaoxiao was busy. A sudden silence fell over him, and he noticed Zhou De and Qi Kuang were nowhere to be found. A few girls remained at their Class S spot, sitting by the makeshift tables, guarding their belongings. The sun had begun to heat up, and they likely felt uncomfortable in the rising temperature. Shen Xiuhuai pondered for a moment before retrieving the water and snacks Zhou De had bought and placing them beside the girls. "I'll look for an umbrella. You all wait here. If it continues like this, someone might faint from the heat." The girls looked surprised but smiled as they replied, "Thank you. But we'll have someone take over shortly." Just then, a cheer erupted nearby. "Kuang Ge, you're amazing." Shen Xiuhuai turned to see Qi Kuang and another boy from class carrying a large outdoor umbrella toward them. The umbrella was enormous, and the two boys seemed oblivious to the absurdity of their antics, running with it without even considering folding it up to carry it back. They appeared like two fools, swaying in the wind, with a few other boys trailing behind, culminating in Qi Kuang's overly bright smile that made the scene quite comical. The girls couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Where on earth did they find such a large umbrella? As the two boys reached them, Qi Kuang, panting, proclaimed, "Look what we brought." The girls smiled and said, "Thank you. But where did you get this umbrella?" "There were two at the entrance of the school store. We just took one." Qi Kuang chuckled, adding, "The other was taken by some freshmen." Shen Xiuhuai's brow furrowed. "Wait, you didn't just take it without asking?" The other boys looked at each other, equally confused, as did Qi Kuang. The smiles on the girls' faces began to fade. "Qi Kuang, have you lost your mind?" Shen Xiuhuai exclaimed, clearly exasperated. Qi Kuang suddenly laughed. "Brother Huai, what's the matter? I'm not a fool. This is just a 15 yuan rental for 2 days." The other boys joined in the laughter, exclaiming, "Huh, were you tricked? Do we really look that foolish?" However, one girl gazed at them with a furrowed brow, pondering how to transport the items. "Aren't you going to collapse the umbrella and bring it back? Running over here like that was rather foolish." "Because they're foolish," Shen Xiuhuai silently retorted, taking a seat aside. "Don't just stand there. We need to bring that concrete block." "Ah, I just said we should take it," Qi Kuang remarked, as he observed the noisy group of boys and girls, a smile dancing in his eyes. This was the essence of youthful exuberance. Qi Kuang was set to run 800 meters, and Zhou had already called him to prepare for the registration. He handed the umbrella to the remaining boys and urged Shen Xiuhuai to join him. Brother Huai, cheer for me. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. Are you a little girl? Why would a grown man cheer for you? You don't understand. If I had a girl I liked, I wouldn't need you. Just one shout from her, and I could fly. Qi Kuang teased. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Shen Xiuhuai. Did you tell the class monitor to cheer for you? Shen Xiuhuai felt a stir in his heart. He hadn't called her, had he? He glanced at Qi Kuang, who wore a cheeky grin, and thought, this silly boy does have his uses. Chapter 38. Is early romance confirmed? Qi Kuang's stamina held up reasonably well. He managed to run the 800 meters. But with 4 athletes competing, he barely secured 3rd place despite giving it his all. Panting, he leaned against Shen Xiuhuai's shoulder, his forehead slick with sweat. That Wangli nearly got away from me. A classmate nearby consoled him. Awesome, Brother Kuang. 3rd place among 4 athletes is impressive. I told myself I couldn't lose to that guy who stepped on my foot during basketball last time. Qi Kuang gritted his teeth, still catching his breath as he defiantly gestured at Class 7. Then he noticed the silence from Shen Xiuhuai. Turning around, he saw him smiling while typing a message. Forget it, Brother Huai, once married, water spilled, feelings fade, and that's that. Yet Qi Kuang couldn't resist leaning in to catch a glimpse. However, Shen Xiuhuai withdrew his phone. Pulling him along, stopped gasping. If someone didn't know better, they might think you ran 8,000 meters. Brother Huai, who are you texting? Qi Kuang asked cheekily. Let me guess. Shut it. Meanwhile, on stage, Lin Xiaoxiao felt her phone vibrate a few times. She glanced at it and discovered several messages from the clingy one. Sister, they all say that when a girlfriend cheers, you can run faster. Sister, will you come cheer for me? If you really can't make it, it's no problem. Followed by a sad emoji. But if I win through hard work, can I get a kiss? If not, a hug will do. Lin Xiaoxiao's previously expressionless face suddenly faltered. Did Shen Xiuhuai just completely let go? How brazenly obvious. Her male classmate, who had been beside her, noticed her cold demeanor transform into a softer expression, even eliciting a smile. He was momentarily taken aback, then felt his cheeks flush. Lin Xiaoxiao was exceptionally beautiful, yet she usually maintained a frosty demeanor. He had rarely seen her smile until now, and it was even more enchanting. Unable to restrain himself, he softly inquired, Did you see something particularly funny, Lin? Lin Xiaoxiao set her phone down, her smile fading as she met her partner's gaze with her usual impassive look. It's nothing. We can leave at 10, right? The classmate blinked and nodded, yes. Thank you, Lin Xiaoxiao replied. Recalling that Shen Xiuhuai's 400 meters was scheduled to start at 10:20, they had time. After waiting for a while without a response from Lin Xiaoxiao, Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, assuming she was busy. He then decided to observe from the stage side. He noticed that even with her cold demeanor, people frequently approached her, some even offering water or milk tea. Yet, she typically rejected them with an icy expression. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue in admiration of her popularity. Zhou returned for a drink and sought out Shen Xiuhuai. Brother Huai, remember to register later. My throat is nearly on fire from calling out. Qi Kuang and the others were playing on their phones under their umbrella. No worries, I'll definitely call for you. Brother Huai, Zhou assured before walking away. However, Qi Kuang was taken aback when he finished a game and noticed that Shen Xiuhuai had suddenly vanished from the stage's vicinity. Shen Xiuhuai hurried over to Lin Xiaoxiao as she descended from the stage, half a cup of milk tea in hand. After standing for so long, she was quite thirsty, and her previous water had long run out. The other boys who had brought her water also came with love letters or chocolates, their intentions clear. Naturally, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't accept them, especially since her throat felt parched. She glanced at Shen Xiuhuai's half cup of milk tea and unexpectedly asked, Is it good? Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. Class monitor, are you thirsty? I saw many people bringing you water, so I just drank it myself. The remark was slightly sour. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him, acknowledging yes. Many people brought water, but some stared for ages without offering me a drop. As she spoke, she began walking towards their classroom, relying on herself. Men were unreliable. Shen Xiuhuai followed with a smile, pulling out another water bottle from behind him. Drink this. I'll buy you milk tea later. Drinking milk tea when you're thirsty makes it worse. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him and accepted the open bottle. After taking a sip, Shen Xiuhuai feigned surprise. Oh no. I think I grabbed the wrong one. This one seems like I've already drunk from it. You don't mind, do you? Lin Xiaoxiao paused, then looked at him. I don't mind. I've already drunk your saliva. As she spoke, she deliberately stuck out her tongue and licked her moist pink lips. Seeing Shen Xiuhuai freeze in place brought her joy, and without waiting for him, she turned and walked away towards the classroom. Damn. Shen Xiuhuai swallowed hard, feeling flustered by her playful tease. His wife never failed to surprise him with something new every day. Meanwhile, Qi Kuang, searching for people, spotted Shen Xiuhuai quietly following Lin Xiaoxiao, a smile on his face as he whispered something to her. Lin Xiaoxiao's face remained expressionless as they approached the classroom. Then he saw Shen Xiuhuai tug at Lin Xiaoxiao's school uniform. She paused for a moment before they headed towards the experimental building behind the classroom. This area was rarely opened and lacked surveillance, making it a popular spot for students to sneak a smoke. What could he possibly intend? Just a hug from his wife. That's all. Just as he led her into an empty classroom and was about to hold her hand, he heard a commotion outside, accompanied by muffled curses from boys. Why is Fat Tiger here? Run. Damn it, don't go upstairs. Here comes Fat Tiger. You might as well run along, you fool. Lin Xiaoxiao froze for a moment, exchanging a glance with Shen Xiuhuai. What should we do? Is our early romance exposed? Shen Xiuhuai let out a hiss. Yet, undeterred, he reached out to embrace her briefly, whispering, I despise Fat Tiger. Lin Xiaoxiao, always the obedient child, had never encountered such a situation and nervously nudged Shen Xiuhuai, exclaiming, what do we do now? It's fine. Let's hold on a little longer. 3 minutes later, Pang Fu encountered Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao in the corridor on the 3rd floor. With wide eyes, Pang Fu asked, what are you two doing? Director, just now, Shen Xiuhuai informed me that someone was smoking here, so I came to check, Lin Xiaoxiao replied coldly, her expression stark. Though only Shen Xiuhuai noticed her ears had turned distinctly crimson. The girl, unaccustomed to deceit, was visibly tense. Chapter 39. Sister, cheer for me. I will definitely take first place. Pang Fu was no fool. He had sensed something amiss between the two. Although Shen Xiuhuai had genuinely improved his behavior and grades recently, if they were indeed in a romantic relationship, he would not let them off easily. When did you arrive? Where are the culprits? Pang Fu inquired, glancing behind them. We just got here. We heard a noise and rushed up to the 3rd floor. Director, you were just looking for someone on the 1st and 2nd floors, right? We didn't notice you, Shen Xiuhuai said, his heart steady, casting a glance at the classroom clock. If they didn't hurry, the culprits would escape. And he had a competition to attend. Director, may I leave now? Pang Fu was clearly still skeptical and was about to retort when the student council members, accompanied by Qi Kuang, arrived. Qi Kuang burst in, exclaiming, what the hell, Brother Huai? Didn't you say you were catching the class monitor for smoking? Where are they? Hurry up, you're about to miss your check-in. His performance was somewhat exaggerated, yet still passable, Shen Xiuhuai noted internally. He then feigned surprise, looking at Pang Fu. Oh. Director, you're here too. Pang Fu wore a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I've been here for quite some time. The other student council members greeted him as well, inquiring if Lin Xiaoxiao had apprehended anyone. With Qi Kuang's interruption, Pang Fu began to believe that the pair had merely coincidentally come to investigate the smoking incident. Qi Kuang continued to urge Shen Xiuhuai to check in. Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai left with Qi Kuang, while Lin Xiaoxiao and the rest of the student council followed Pang Fu to catch the smokers. As they exited the experimental building, Shen Xiuhuai glanced back, knowing without question that his little sister must be utterly anxious. The obedient child had never told a lie and was now rendered nearly speechless. Qi Kuang turned to look back as well, and then teasingly raised his eyebrows at Shen Xiuhuai. What mischief are you bringing the class monitor into, Brother Huai? Let me tell you, it's unsafe during the day. Later, you should visit that little park in the northwest of the school. There are wild mandarin ducks aplenty. Ha ha ha. Shen Xiuhuai lightly tapped his head. What nonsense are you thinking about? We haven't done anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was simply too rushed. Even the hug felt hasty. Shen Xiuhuai sighed, a tinge of regret washing over him. After finally coaxing her over, she would likely be reluctant to come again next time. Brother Huai, found you. Zhou wailed as he rushed over, dragging Shen Xiuhuai towards the check-in area. You didn't answer your phone. You can't trust Qi Kuang. Hurry, hurry, it's time for check-in. It's not my fault. Wait for me, Qi Kuang shouted, pursuing from behind. As luck would have it, upon checking in, Shen Xiuhuai's number was also 8. Zhou beamed, even with 2 athletes. I still feel our brother Huai has a fighting chance. While speaking, he adjusted his number tag, cheering, Brother Huai, you're the best. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, thanks. I'll do my best to secure first place. The 2 athletes, who often played ball together, expressed their discontent, jesting, Brother Huai, you've gotten a bit full of yourself. We are athletes after all. If you 2 lose, will you have to train harder? Shen Xiuhuai teased, quickly scanning the crowd for Lin Xiaoxiao, but she was nowhere to be seen. She had likely been detained by Pang Fu. Shen Xiuhuai felt a pang of disappointment. Alas, without his sister's encouragement, he felt somewhat devoid of motivation. He redirected his attention to the boys bickering with Qi Kuang over who was more formidable. In Qi Kuang's eyes, even the King of Heaven paled in comparison to his brother Huai, and they nearly came to blows. Shen Xiuhuai, amused, restrained him, as the teacher called for preparations. Qi Kuang excitedly urged Shen Xiuhuai, Brother Huai, go for it. You're the best. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. Shen Xiuhuai nodded, all right. Watch as your brother Huai regains his honor. The 2 athletes laughed, commenting on how Brother Huai had become even more full of himself lately. In truth, Shen Xiuhuai did not intend to run too fast. Using the speed he honed in the special forces against high school students felt excessive. Thus, at the start, he deliberately took a few seconds to ease into it, maintaining a moderate pace. However, upon spotting Lin Xiaoxiao at the finish line, her voice ringing out, Shen Xiuhuai, go for it. Amidst the throng, he could not contain his speed any longer. A whistle blew and cheers erupted. 400 meters was simply too short. Brother Huai, you're amazing. The boys in the class cheered, accompanied by the shrieks of girls. A few boys rushed forward, causing Lin Xiaoxiao, who had paused with water in hand, to hesitate for a moment. She noticed several girls blushing, holding water bottles nearby, as the youthful figure radiated vitality. The 400 meters was a breeze for him. He hardly broke a sweat, encircled by his male classmates, yet his bright eyes sought her out. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart settled as she dashed over, having lied to the director, and it felt as if everything was worth it. Incredible, Brother Huai. 49, 3 seconds. The two athletes wore looks of disbelief. Shen Xiuhuai, however, pushed them away, exclaiming, "It's nothing to fuss over. I told you, Brother Huai is extraordinary." He glanced at the water in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, realizing it was too blatant. Someone was bound to notice. Someone jokingly chimed in, "I even heard the school beauty cheering for Brother Huai." Heh. Before Shen Xiuhuai could respond, Qi Kuang interjected, his heart racing. "Isn't that normal? Our class is incredibly united. We have plenty of girls here." Just then, a girl from another class approached, blushing and holding a bottle of water. The boys began to tease, but Shen Xiuhuai bypassed her and walked straight to Lin Xiaoxiao, taking the water from her hand. Lin Xiaoxiao did not stop him, merely watching as he unscrewed the cap and took a sip, smiling as he said, "Thank you, class monitor." "Oh, thank you, school beauty." "Thank you, class monitor. I want some too." The boys shouted playfully, and Lin Xiaoxiao's face flushed, but her eyes sparkled with joy, aside from the laughter. All that remained was the youth before her. Shen Xiuhuai leaned in closer, whispering, "I told you, with my sister cheering for me, I would surely take first place." "You're teasing a child," Lin Xiaoxiao replied softly, her tone laced with laughter. "I didn't mean to tease. I was just eager to reach you." Shen Xiuhuai grinned. "You're all I see, so I overlooked them. For 100 meters isn't long." Lin Xiaoxiao muttered, "You're quite the smooth talker," then grabbed the recently arrived Ku Xiaoling, saying, "I'm off now. Good luck with the upcoming races." Ku Xiaoling felt a flush creeping onto her cheeks as she overheard the raucous taunts from the boys. With a sense of awareness, she clasped Lin Xiaoxiao's arm and prepared to depart. Just then, she heard the school bully murmur, "Sister, will you cheer for me this afternoon?" Chapter 40, The Adorable Lin Xiaoxiao. The term sister from his lips sent shivers down her spine. She turned to Shen Xiuhuai, disbelief etched on her face. Did she mishear? Who had Shen Xiuhuai just called sister? At that moment, her typically aloof deskmate responded lightly, "If I have time." Then, she tugged at Ku Xiaoling and they hastened away. It wasn't until they reached the small supermarket that Ku Xiaoling snapped back to reality, stammering, "Just now, did Shen Xiuhuai call you sister?" She glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful yet expressionless face, wondering if it was directed at her. Lin Xiaoxiao blinked and nodded, her gaze meeting Ku Xiaoling's astonished eyes. "It's me." In her previous life, during high school, she had few friends, and by university, she had lost touch with them all, save for Ku Xiaoling, with whom she had shared 2 years as deskmates. Ku Xiaoling seemed indifferent to her cool demeanor, always the one to reach out, even informing Lin Xiaoxiao about Qi Kuang's incident. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao had genuinely regarded Ku Xiaoling as a close friend, though she struggled to express it. "Wait, Xiaoxiao, you and Shen Xiuhuai are really together?" Ku Xiaoling whispered, her voice subdued. Over the past few days, she hadn't noticed any change in their interactions. The KTV incident had led everyone to believe there was something brewing between them, yet upon closer observation, they appeared unchanged, which made others think perhaps they were reading too much into it. But what did Xiaoxiao's reaction mean now? Ku Xiaoling felt a wave of confusion wash over her. You and Shen Xiuhuai?" Ku Xiaoling asked cautiously, aware of Lin Xiaoxiao's naturally reserved nature, uncertain if the latter would even wish to divulge anything. "We're together," Lin Xiaoxiao stated, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ku Xiaoling, her voice low. "This is something I'm telling you alone, because we are friends." Gazing into Lin Xiaoxiao's earnest eyes, brimming with trust, Ku Xiaoling felt as though her heart had been pierced by an arrow. "Wow, Xiaoxiao, you are just too adorable." The sweet tone of a child making a good friend was overwhelming. She immediately grasped Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, excitement radiating from her. "Rest assured, I won't tell anyone. We are good friends." Lin Xiaoxiao smiled, her lovely face lighting up with joy. Ku Xiaoling, captivated by her beauty, resolved in her heart to remain lifelong friends with Lin Xiaoxiao, overwhelmed by her charm and grace. Unbeknownst to Shen Xiuhuai, he had unwittingly gained a devoted fangirl friend through his wife. His spirits lifted by Lin Xiaoxiao's earlier words, he decided to continue teasing the younger kids in a bid for first place later that afternoon. Qi Kuang was buzzing with excitement as a throng of boys discussed Shen Xiuhuai's record-breaking feat. "Haha, Brother Huai, you're amazing. That teacher just asked if you were interested in practicing sprints." One boy chuckled. "Impossible. My brother Huai now only loves studying," Qi Kuang casually remarked, glancing at his phone. A new restaurant opened behind the school, serving Sichuan cuisine. "Let us eat there for lunch. Isn't Dada's supposed to be waiting for us?" A boy called out. "A new place? Let us grab a spot and tell him to come later," Qi Kuang suggested, turning to Shen Xiuhuai. "Brother Huai, are you in?" "Anything is fine, you all decide." Shen Xiuhuai replied absently, his focus on his dead phone, eager to find a place to charge it. The group exited the school gates. The campus security officer noticing the time and allowing them to pass as there were still 30 minutes left. If he stopped them now, these rascals would surely climb the wall to escape. Qi Kuang cheerfully placed an unopened soda on the officer's desk. Thanks, uncle. The officer's expression softened slightly. Just don't climb too many walls, and that'll be thanks enough. Okay, uncle. Less climbing, you rascals. The group bantered as they exited. However, they were unprepared for an encounter with Fang Yuanyuan and Xionggu. This was primarily due to Qi Kuang insisting on dragging Shen Xiuhuai to buy bubble tea. While the others went ahead to secure a table, they stumbled upon Fang Yuanyuan and another girl, cornered by Xionggu and his gang in an alley beside the tea shop. I've already given you the money. Stop coming after me, Fang Yuanyuan said, her tone weary and trembling. The girl beside her was trembling in fear. Hey, are you alright? We've been detained for 3 days. I lost my job when I got out. Is this meager amount enough? Xionggu sneered. He had just been released after 3 days and was furious that Fang Yuanyuan had ignored his calls. He had spent 2 days lurking around her school waiting to confront her. Since she had money, he felt entitled to seek compensation. Fang Yuanyuan widened her eyes. I never asked you to take action. We agreed on 3,000, and I don't have any more. Who agreed with you? You rich people can't possibly be broke. 30,000. Pay it, and I want to come after you again. If we meet on the street, I want to even acknowledge you. What do you say? Xionggu chuckled darkly. Otherwise, I'll just tell your classmates about our intimate love story. His companions chuckled ominously behind him. Fang Yuanyuan regretted her decision to approach this gang due to her foolish vanity. The girl beside her pulled out her phone, declaring, I'm calling the police. Before she could finish, a man rushed out from behind Xionggu, seizing her phone hand. The girl screamed, let go. Don't touch me. Having recorded the scene for quite a while, Qi Kuang and Shen Xiuhuai could no longer hold back. Hey, what is going on? Qi Kuang rushed to stand protectively in front of the two girls. Oh, what a familiar face. Upon seeing Qi Kuang, Xiongji's expression darkened further. Shen Xiuhuai approached slowly. The police will arrive in 5 minutes. Are you sure you don't want to leave? He waved his phone slightly, indicating he had called for help. Xionggu and his companions glared at Shen Xiuhuai, yet they hesitated to act. If the police arrived, they would find themselves back in trouble. You think you can toy with me? Xionggu spat, pointing at them before hastily retreating with his crew. Qi Kuang clicked his tongue and turned to Fang Yuanyuan and the other girl. Are you alright? Fang Yuanyuan was indeed frightened. But recalling how Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang had previously embarrassed her, she replied curtly, we don't need your interference. Shen Xiuhuai scoffed, pulling out his phone. I'll send you the recording from just now. You'd better report this or tell your family. These thugs want tea, let it go easily. Fang Yuanyuan, however, grabbed the other girl and walked past them, stating, we don't need your interference. Qi Kuang stared at their retreating figures. What a weirdo. Chapter 41. Brother Huai is bleeding again. Shen Xiuhuai didn't respond, glancing at Qi Kuang. You should avoid being so impulsive next time. When they had exited the tea shop, they hadn't initially noticed anyone in the alley. However, just as they passed by, Qi Kuang claimed he had heard something. They turned back to investigate, only to find several men surrounding two girls, their faces obscured but their school uniforms clearly visible. Qi Kuang immediately wanted to rush in, as he was naturally hot-headed yet eager to help others, despite his carefree demeanor. It was still Shen Xiuhuai who extended his hand to stop him. Although he was capable of overpowering the individuals inside, he understood that it was imperative to grasp the antecedents and consequences to fundamentally resolve the issue. Thus, he instructed Qi Kuang to retrieve his mobile phone and commence recording. When Fang Yuanyuan spoke again, Shen Xiuhuai realized that it was indeed her. Oh, I was merely considering how I might assist a fellow student. Qi Kuang remarked with a click of his tongue. Had I known it was her, I would have abstained. That woman seems rather unhinged. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai was acutely aware that Qi Kuang could not genuinely disregard the matter. Otherwise, such incidents would not have transpired in their previous lives. Let us leave, Shen Xiuhuai urged, gesturing for him to follow. Next time, think things through more carefully. But why doesn't Brother Huai just report it to the authorities? Qi Kuang countered. If we did, those two girls would likely find themselves expelled from school. If a few boys corner them in an alley, it would be impossible to clarify the situation. During the afternoon competition, Shen Xiuhuai spotted Lin Xiaoxiao once more amid the crowd, as she received a bottle of water. Lin Xiaoxiao truly had little time to spare. Hastily leaving after watching his match, the two-day sports event swiftly came to an end. To their delight, their class clinched first place with a mere 5-point lead in the overall standings, igniting exuberance among the students. Lu Fengqin beamed with joy, announcing in the classroom that once the parent-teacher conference concluded, she would treat them to a buffet barbecue. Whoa, Qin, I adore you. As Pang Fu strolled by, he caught a glimpse of their jubilant exclamations, peering in for a moment before shaking his head and departing. Shen Xiuhuai leaned back against his chair, absorbing the cheers around him, his mood subtly shifting, as though he were being infected by their joy. Qi Kuang and Zhou De were deliberating over dinner options across the aisle, while Lin Xiaoxiao was quietly confiding in Ku Qiaoling. The sight of her gentle profile, adorned with a hint of laughter in her eyes, softened Shen Xiuhuai's heart. Zhao Lili suddenly turned to join their conversation. It appeared that Xiaoxiao was genuinely beginning to engage harmoniously with her classmates, fostering friendships. Shen Xiuhuai gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao's profile, warmth enveloping him. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to look at Shen Xiuhuai, and a fleeting smile graced her previously expressionless face. It was faint and vanished almost instantly. Yet Shen Xiuhuai had caught sight of it. This led him to ponder the interrupted embrace. Had Pang Fu not arrived at that moment, perhaps that embrace would have transcended mere camaraderie? At this thought, Shen Xiuhuai could not help but lick his lips, feeling a parched sensation. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, who had already turned away. His thoughts began to drift, lingering until the conclusion of the evening study session. Once Lin Xiaoxiao tidied her belongings and cast a glance his way, she noticed his desk was empty. Are you leaving? Shen Xiuhuai replied affirmatively, shouldering his backpack and reaching for Lin Xiaoxiao's. They typically departed last after evening study, and now the classroom was deserted. However, Lin Xiaoxiao was still wary, considering that Pang Fu could emerge from anywhere at any moment. No need. It's not heavy. I can carry it myself, she said, stepping out but inadvertently bumping her knee against a nearby chair, letting out a small yelp. Are you all right? Shen Xiuhuai frowned, rushing out. As he crouched down, the bright classroom lights illuminated Lin Xiaoxiao's fair knee, revealing a red mark. He sighed, gently lifting her leg to examine the bruise. Does it hurt? Lin Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of pain, having struck the iron edge of the chair. Yet, as she beheld Shen Xiuhuai crouching before her, her cheeks flushed unexpectedly. I'm fine. Please get up. We should head home. Shen Xiuhuai raised his gaze to hers, but upon doing so, his eyes froze. The school uniform skirt fell just below her knee, yet Lin Xiaoxiao, being tall, had it right up slightly. Furthermore, as he had just lifted her leg, the sight was all too easily within his view. Shen Xiuhuai suddenly felt the delicate warmth of her skin against his palm, his thoughts drifting further. In that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao noticed Shen Xiuhuai staring at her, and he abruptly began to bleed from his nose. She froze for a moment, quickly retracting her leg and rummaging through her bag for a handkerchief. Why are you bleeding again? She asked, squatting down beside him, gently pressing the cloth against his nose. Her voice laced with concern. Do you often experience nosebleeds? If so, you should get that checked out. Shen Xiuhuai muttered a curse under his breath, recalling the nourishing soup Uncle Gao had been making him lately. He resolved to inform Uncle Gao not to make it anymore. If he continued, he might bleed to death. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao's worried expression, feeling slightly embarrassed. Just a glance had caused him to bleed. It was rather humiliating. Are you all right? Lin Xiaoxiao continued to fret, her mind racing through possible causes for frequent nosebleeds. You should consider getting a full checkup. What are you two doing? A voice devoid of emotion suddenly interrupted from the window. Shen Xiuhuai exclaimed in surprise, quickly looking up to find Pang Fu standing there with an impassive expression. Upon noticing the handkerchief at Shen Xiuhuai's nose, Pang Fu was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to make his rounds and head home, but noticed that Class 8 of the second year still had their lights on. Approaching, he was astonished to see a boy and a girl squatting closely together, seemingly engaged in something rather intimate. Now observing Shen Xiuhuai with a bloodied nose, Pang Fu's suspicions were aroused. What is going on? Yes, director, Shen Xiuhuai sighed. I just had a nosebleed, so the class monitor is helping me with it. He stood up, reflexively reaching out to assist Lin Xiaoxiao as she rose with the support of her chair. Pang Fu scrutinized the pair, sensing something amiss. It was curious how they always seemed to be together during his encounters, often in ambiguous situations. After years of experience as a director, his instincts were sharp. There was undoubtedly something brewing between them, yet he could never catch them in the act. Why are you still here so late? He inquired, directing his gaze at Lin Xiaoxiao. In contrast to Shen Xiuhuai, she was far more forthright. Lin Xiaoxiao blinked and replied honestly, we intended to leave. But Shen Xiuhuai suddenly had a nosebleed. Pang Fu pressed further, you two? Are you going home together? Shen Xiuhuai felt confident that his nosebleed had subsided. Pulling the handkerchief away. Director, we're not going home together. Our houses are in opposite directions, but the school gate is in the same direction. He held the small handkerchief, a teasing grin on his face. Do you think we're in a romantic relationship? Shut up. Pang Fu was exasperated by his antics, hastily cutting him off. Just get home already, it's late. After he finished speaking, he cast another glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, urging her to return home promptly. You should come back earlier after evening study sessions. It's too late. You are still a student, and it's unsafe. Lin Xiaoxiao obediently acknowledged him, while Shen Xiuhuai waved his hand, adding, Director Pang, you should head back and rest early. Stay away from late nights. It can lead to hair loss. Director Pang glared at him, rendered speechless by anger, and chose to ignore him, instructing Lin Xiaoxiao to ensure the lights and doors were secured before he departed. As Lin Xiaoxiao followed Shen Xiuhuai out of the school gates, she finally spoke up. Why do you always have to be so insufferable, especially towards Director Pang? Shen Xiuhuai slowed his pace slightly, and, as she walked beside him, teasingly flicked her fingers with his. I used to be just like that. If I suddenly changed too much, it would be too obvious. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, admitting, I didn't have time to adjust before, but you noticed. Lin Xiaoxiao blinked, gazing at Shen Xiuhuai with a glimmer of pride in her eyes. I can tell even now, unless you keep your distance from me. As long as Shen Xiuhuai approached her, she could perceive the differences. Shen Xiuhuai smiled, gradually intertwining his fingers with hers. The path from the school was becoming less crowded at this hour, though a few passers-by remained. They walked beneath the trees, standing close together and whispering softly. Bystanders cast a fleeting glance before diverting their gaze. I could never resist getting closer to you, Shen Xiuhuai mused, realizing he truly could not distance himself from Lin Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, a memory struck him. Do you remember how I used to be with you? After asking, he felt a twinge of regret. His high school self seemed rather wretched, and he wished he had refrained from inquiring. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, broke into a smile. Her voice tinged with mirth. Back then, you ignored me. Well, not just me. You ignored every girl. She looked at Shen Xiuhuai with sparkling eyes, recalling. I thought you were so cool, a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Thus, she would declare that unless Shen Xiuhuai actively sought her out, she would always discern that he was not the same Shen Xiuhuai she once knew. Not ignoring you. Shen Xiuhuai's voice came out dry. You still liked him? For so long? How foolish. He felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao seemed unfazed by the pain of her long-hidden affection. I just like you, what does it matter? She replied lightly. There are so many who like you. I secretly count how many girls confess to you each day. Shen Xiuhuai tightened his hold on her small hand. I'm sorry. It's all right. Not liking me isn't your fault. I don't not like you. Shen Xiuhuai interrupted, his tone a touch urgent. I just didn't think much back then. Lin Xiaoxiao placed her delicate finger to her lips, shushing him. What are you so anxious about? Liking someone is a solitary affair. Love is a mutual matter. She paused, standing beneath the grand tree, the bus stop not far ahead. Back then, I counted how many people confessed to you each day, telling myself that one day, I would find the courage too. Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to recall her youthful self, her expression cold, perhaps not very endearing. Everyone labeled her as an unattainable flower, aloof and distant. No one dared to approach her. Even those who confessed would merely whisper an apology before fleeing. It appeared everyone feared her icy demeanor, which only exacerbated her insecurities. Shen Xiuhuai, however, was different. He radiated warmth, surrounded by friends and admirers. Thus, during that time, Lin Xiaoxiao battled her self-doubt. She admired the radiant youth, yet lacked the courage to approach him. He was too dazzling. Who would fancy an ice cube? Hence, she was certain he would never reciprocate her feelings. Honestly, even if I didn't get a response from you back then, I wasn't too disappointed, Lin Xiaoxiao reflected, gazing at the boy before her. No one would like a little ice cube. I had prepared myself for that. It was merely half a month before exams. And I shouldn't have confessed, but that day, you had just turned 18. Shen Xiuhuai, looking at the smiling Lin Xiaoxiao, felt her underlying sadness. Young love is perhaps the most cherished yet hardest to forget. He wanted to apologize, but didn't he know how to articulate it? For what should he apologize? For the letters of affection he failed to notice? Or for the love he overlooked over the years? Yet, it didn't matter. When I meet you again during my arranged marriage, I will remind myself not to let you slip away. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly leaned closer to Shen Xiuhuai, noticing the sorrow and regret in his eyes. They stood near, their breaths entwined in an intimate dance, charged with unspoken feelings. Shen Xiuhuai, do you regret marrying me? Lin Xiaoxiao asked softly. Not at all, he replied, inching closer until their lips gently met. Shen Xiuhuai's hand softly pressed against her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Enveloped by a scent reminiscent of ripe peaches, Lin Xiaoxiao blinked, her long lashes brushing against his cheek before she gradually closed her eyes. Shen Xiuhuai felt her tremble slightly in his arms. Chapter 43. Sister, which one do you like? If it weren't for Lin Xiaoxiao pushing him away, Shen Xiuhuai felt he might have ventured further. Their breaths were heavy and disordered. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, visible even under the dim streetlights. I should go home, she began, momentarily taken aback by her own soft voice. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, she shot a glare at Shen Xiuhuai. Yet, meeting his fervent gaze only intensified her blush. She quickly averted her eyes, muttering, the reward is gone. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, adjusting her slightly askew collar. He felt Lin Xiaoxiao flinch instinctively. Darling, I know this is a public street. It's not that serious, he said, somewhat helpless. Just moments ago, he intended to kiss her in the open. The atmosphere had simply led to it. Lin Xiaoxiao, belatedly realizing what they had just done in public, was not inclined to linger and hear more from Shen Xiuhuai. She glanced down, tugging him along briskly toward the bus stop. Just don't say anything. Shen Xiuhuai followed her, matching her swift pace, and by the time they reached home, Lin Xiaoxiao had not uttered another word. Shen Xiuhuai understood that his wife was simply shy. He sighed and glanced down at his school uniform, realizing he indeed looked a bit disheveled. I've arrived. You should go back now, Lin Xiaoxiao said, glancing at the entrance of her neighborhood. It's late. Shen Xiuhuai nodded, reaching out to ruffle her hair affectionately. You head back. Tonight, Lin Xiaoxiao truly felt embarrassed, lowering her head as she hurried inside, her face still aflame. Watching her silhouette vanish, Shen Xiuhuai slowly turned to leave. The security guard at the neighborhood entrance glanced at his retreating figure and then at the direction Lin Xiaoxiao had disappeared, murmuring, "Ah, youth." Upon returning home, Shen Xiuhuai declined Uncle Gao's invitation for a late-night snack, insisting he truly could not drink any more nourishing soup, having already experienced a nosebleed. Finally, he presented his handkerchief to Uncle Gao, who then believed him, assuring him there would be no soup tomorrow. Shen Xiuhuai exhaled deeply, having just finished his shower and noticed a message from Lin Xiaoxiao on his phone, stating that she had begun working on her exam papers. He clicked his tongue in mild annoyance, realizing that his wife was not only academically gifted but also incredibly diligent, which only intensified the pressure he felt. Originally intending to spend some time on his phone, Shen Xiuhuai sat up instead, resolutely returning to his studies. After all, he needed to take examinations at the same university as his wife. He could not afford to slack off. By the time he completed a practice paper, it was already past 11 o'clock. Suddenly, memories of Lin Xiaoxiao's expression when she had spoken to him earlier that evening flooded his mind, leaving him with a tinge of sadness. She had asked him whether he regretted marrying her, a question that caught him completely off guard. Shen Xiuhuai had always believed that Lin Xiaoxiao knew of his love for her. Their life and relationship post-marriage had always seemed harmonious. Yet, the sorrow etched on her face when she posed that question was unmistakable, compelling him to kiss her in a moment of weakness. He could not bear to see her looking so despondent. Had she been grappling with insecurity and self-doubt throughout their marriage? Shen Xiuhuai chided himself inwardly, feeling a sense of guilt wash over him. Throughout his life, he felt he had served his country and the people well. Yet he seemed to have neglected his family and his beloved. How could he have allowed someone as remarkable as Lin Xiaoxiao to feel such uncertainty about herself? Shen Xiuhuai rubbed his face in frustration, picking up his phone to open the conversation with Lin Xiaoxiao. He typed a few words, but felt they were inadequate and deleted them. After several attempts, he spent 10 minutes in a futile cycle of writing and erasing. In exasperation, he tossed his phone onto the desk with a loud thud. Nothing seemed to capture the essence of what he wanted to convey. He should have expressed himself in person, but that kiss had left him somewhat dazed. Just then, his phone vibrated on the desk, snapping him back to reality. Initially thinking it was Qi Kuang, who might still be awake, he lazily reached for the device, only to find a message from Lin Xiaoxiao. She rarely initiated conversations with him, not that she never did, but it was uncommon. Usually, it was Shen Xiuhuai who messaged her, to which she would promptly respond. He had always assumed that Lin Xiaoxiao meticulously organized her time, for she was indeed a self-disciplined and accomplished individual. Glancing at the clock, he realized he had dawdled for quite some time. It was already midnight. He opened Lin Xiaoxiao's message, which contained 2 succinct sentences. "Shall we go to the amusement park this weekend? And don't dwell on what I said tonight. We are starting anew." Shen Xiuhuai was momentarily taken aback. Did she sense his turmoil? Without further deliberation, he initiated a video call. Well, he did consider it for a moment, hence opting for video. The call connected swiftly, and he first caught sight of Lin Xiaoxiao's fair neck. The camera wobbled slightly, revealing her radiant face. A hint of disappointment washed over him as he noted that she was clad in snug sleepwear that concealed her figure. Clearing his throat to mask his evident dismay, he asked, "You're not asleep yet?" Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with mirth as she propped her chin on her hand and gazed at the screen, her expression reflecting the disappointment she saw on his face. "Disappointed?" she teased. "A little," Shen Xiuhuai admitted with a smile, his gaze lingering on her features. "I did call for a video after all. I was worried you might faint from blood loss." Lin Xiaoxiao playfully poked the screen with her finger, her voice laced with laughter as she dragged out her words. "Brother Huai, you've had 2 nosebleeds in the past few days. Wow. Your words sound like a playful tease. How adorable." Shen Xiuhuai thought, yearning to kiss her. "Please spare me, my dear. I find myself utterly defenseless against you. Just a flick of your finger, and I might blush." Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback by his boldness, her laughter growing more genuine. "Then why haven't you gone to bed yet?" "I just finished my practice papers," Shen Xiuhuai replied, stretching lazily. The weather had begun to warm, and in his room, he wore no sleepwear. As he stood and stretched, Lin Xiaoxiao caught a glimpse of his toned, albeit slightly underdeveloped, abdomen. His well-defined muscles were undeniably evident. Lin Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks flush. After all, she too was a mature woman with her own thoughts. Noticing her blush, Shen Xiuhuai smirked and lightly teased. "So you like this sort of thing? I used to be in better shape, you know? I still have work to do." Chapter 44. Eager to grow up, Shen Xiuhuai found himself feeling inexplicably perturbed, as if he were grappling with jealousy of his own. In Lin Xiaoxiao's heart, was the 18-year-old Shen Xiuhuai akin to a beacon of light? The kind of person she admired so much that she would eagerly count how many confessions he received each day, and a mere glance at him would brighten her entire day. But what about the man in his 20s? Reflecting on their marriage, where Lin Xiaoxiao had always catered to him, he worried whether he had ever truly placed her as his priority. A sense of unease crept in. Had their married life dulled her initial admiration for him to the point of erasing it entirely? Thus, he asked her this question, which caught Lin Xiaoxiao off guard momentarily before she laughed. "Shen Xiuhuai, why do you still compare yourself to your younger self?" Her laughter was melodious and delightful. With a sigh of self-deprecation, he admitted, I seem to have become rather foolish. Yet, I can't help but feel insecure. What do I possess that you would find appealing? You are so exceptional. I like you, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly whispered, her tone softening. Whether it's the 18-year-old Shen Xiuhuai or the 28 or 38-year-old Shen Xiuhuai. As long as it's you, I will always like you. Her voice carried a playful lilt, her face radiating warmth, contrasting sharply with her usual icy demeanor in front of others. My affection for you transcends time. It exists simply because you are Shen Xiuhuai. After uttering this, Lin Xiaoxiao added with a hint of exasperation, if I wanted to see fit bodies, I could easily look them up online. You must understand that for a doctor, our emotions remain steadfast regardless of physical appearance. I blush solely because of you. Shen Xiuhuai gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao and suddenly chuckled. Sister, you truly adore me, don't you? Indeed, very much, she replied. They say if one were to be reborn, they should not fall into the same pit twice. I even fear that my pit has shifted. Lin Xiaoxiao confessed, appearing remarkably composed as she spoke to Shen Xiuhuai, unburdened by the need to maintain her usual facade. On Qi Kuang's birthday, I was genuinely upset. I couldn't quite discern whether it was due to the game or that girl named Tang Yi, or perhaps it was my own immaturity. How childish of me, a 20-something. To bicker with a little girl, she reflected, a frown creasing her brow. Yet, I was still angry. I don't like others confessing to you. Upon returning, I realized I had developed a sense of possessiveness. I am not the same Lin Xiaoxiao I used to be. I can no longer be content merely watching you. Shen Xiuhuai, I think I have an issue. I feel a strong sense of ownership over you. I believe you should belong to me. Lin Xiaoxiao looked deeply into Shen Xiuhuai's eyes as she spoke earnestly. If you do not belong to me, I have even contemplated hiding you away, so that you can only see me and love me. My love for you seems to have morphed into something selfish. As Lin Xiaoxiao spoke, her gaze was not fixed on the screen. Shen Xiuhuai attempted to interject several times, but was repeatedly interrupted by her. I initially did not wish to discuss this with you, but today you seem to be enveloped in guilt, regret, or perhaps some other sentiment. I merely want to convey that I like you, and I have never regretted loving you. In fact, my feelings seem to have transformed within me. Shen Xiuhuai, do you still want me? Yes, I do. Shen Xiuhuai reached out to caress the girl's face on the screen, but she did not look at him, her lashes casting shadows over her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, an overwhelming desire to see her surged within him, a fervent feeling that he could hardly contain. He rose to his feet and began to put on his clothes. Can you wait for me? Lin Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze and saw him directly removing his pants, then changing into trousers suitable for going out. I'm going to see you, baby. Wait for me, Shen Xiuhuai said as he picked up his phone and stepped out. Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. He ended the video call. She almost called out to stop him, but it was too late as Shen Xiuhuai had already exited the living room. The noise prompted Uncle Gao to inquire, Xiaohuai, where are you going at this hour? I'm just stepping out for a bit, Uncle Gao. I'll be back in an hour at most, Shen Xiuhuai replied while slipping on his shoes. However, he had forgotten that he was still a high school student, and at this hour, Uncle Gao would hardly allow him to go out alone. Where do you think you're going at this late hour? You mustn't go alone. I'll drive you. With that, Uncle Gao grasped his arm, fearful that he might run off in an instant. Shen Xiuhuai froze momentarily. He truly hadn't considered that he was still a high school student. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xiaoxiao stifled a laugh, covering her mouth to suppress her amusement, lest her voice frighten Uncle Gao. She sensed that Shen Xiuhuai had been spending too much time with Qi Kuang, and it seemed as if the mature facade he wore was beginning to peel away, revealing the shadow of the youthful boy he once was. Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai was unable to leave. He certainly could not expect Uncle Gao to drop him off at Lin Xiaoxiao's building. After shutting the door, he picked up his phone and was met with Lin Xiaoxiao's flushed face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shen Xiuhuai, feeling somewhat aggrieved, remarked, "You're still laughing. As if you're eager for me to grow up." Lin Xiaoxiao, upon seeing his crestfallen expression, chuckled even more heartily. "Are you foolish, Huaigo?" Despite her words, she shyly made a kissing gesture towards the phone. "Kiss, don't be sad. I don't want that kiss. Sister, you should take the initiative next time." Shen Xiuhuai, sporting a bold demeanor, voiced his request. "I'm so upset. It's been over a month since I've only held your hand and received a mere peck." 2 pecks, Lin Xiaoxiao corrected him. "I kissed you before. Does a heated kiss for 30 seconds count?" Shen Xiuhuai remarked, as he began removing his shirt with one hand. What a waste of effort for a late-night endeavor. Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, observing his actions. Shen Xiuhuai raised an eyebrow, noticing the flush on her face through the screen. "Why are you blushing?" Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks reddened, but she retorted defiantly, "It's nothing. You should go to sleep soon." Shen Xiuhuai found her stubbornness amusing and replied, "All right, I shall prepare for sleep now." Teasing her to witness her blush was not an unworthy endeavor for a night's amusement. Chapter 45, Conflict. In a fit of anger, Shen Xiuhuai found himself scorned by his wife, and he spent a restless night devoid of dreams. Upon awakening the next day, he sighed, uncertain if it was better to dream or not. Ultimately, he enjoyed a proper breakfast at home before heading out. It was Friday, and with the parent-teacher meeting scheduled for Saturday, the last 2 periods of the afternoon were dedicated to cleaning and rearranging desks. After organizing the tasks, Lu Fengqin instructed Lin Xiaoxiao and several class representatives to supervise before retreating to the office. The moment the teacher departed, the classroom erupted into chaos, as boys of this age often caused more mischief than they did earnest cleaning. Even Lin Xiaoxiao's stern demeanor failed to intimidate them. They continued their playful antics, laughing and running about. Thankfully, a portion of the boys adhered to the instructions, while the majority of the girls dutifully assisted. Shen Xiuhuai, Qi Kuang, and several tall boys were busy cleaning windows atop their desks. A few mischievous boys from the neighboring class approached to shake the desks. Qi Kuang steadied himself as the desk began to wobble violently. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. "Are you insane?" Though the desk appeared sturdy, the commotion was rather alarming. Several nearby girls gasped, urging, "Please stop shaking." Yet the two boys, driven by their impulsiveness and a desire to show off, intensified their antics, even kicking Shen Xiuhuai's desk from a distance. "Are you out of your minds? Bringing water in here?" Zhou De, who had been carrying water, strode over and pushed one of the boys aside. "If you're insane, go see a doctor. What are you messing around for in our class? What? Can't you handle it?" The boys, feeling a bit humiliated, retorted with dark expressions. Shen Xiuhuai, already frowning at their incessant antics, leapt off the desk upon witnessing Zhou De confront them. Qi Kuang followed suit. "What the hell? You get back up? Let me take a turn." The two boys, seeing the number of students from Shen Xiuhuai's class, felt their faces grow pale, yet they were reluctant to leave, fearing the loss of face. Boys at this age are notably sensitive about their pride. Lin Xiaoxiao, who had been erasing the blackboard, approached upon hearing the commotion. "What are you all gathered around for?" She walked past Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang to confront the two boys. "Aren't you from class 7? What are you doing here?" "Oh, so you think being in a crowd makes you special?" One of the boys glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, his gaze quickly sweeping over her chest. The school uniforms were white and, when wet, could appear slightly transparent. Lin Xiaoxiao, having inadvertently splashed a tiny drop of water on herself, was likely unaware of it. The boy, however, smirked derisively and remarked, "Is a big chest something to boast about? TSK, the school belle wearing pink underwear, huh?" He intended to divert attention from his embarrassment and provoke Lin Xiaoxiao, believing that as the class monitor and a member of the student council, she wouldn't retaliate. After all, what could a little girl do? She would likely just cry. Little did he know that he had ignited Shen Xiuhuai's fury. "What the hell?" Lin Xiaoxiao instinctively covered her chest, and others turned to look. Of course, nothing was visible, but Qi Kuang quickly stepped in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. "Are you all insane?" Before he could finish, Shen Xiuhuai's fist landed squarely on the face of the boy who had spoken so rudely. Everyone froze momentarily. "Why go? Damn it. I got hit by mistake." Chaos erupted in the room, and the teacher arrived shortly thereafter. The outcome was predictable. The students from class 8 ganged up on the few instigators. As they entered the office, Lin Xiaoxiao felt dazed, standing next to Shen Xiuhuai, wearing Ku Xiaoling's jacket to keep warm, as she often wore a coat until summer approached. In reality, she didn't need the jacket. The small water spot had dried long ago. "You all can't even manage a cleaning session without getting into a fight? You're all in for it." Pang Fu nearly choked on his own breath in exasperation. He pointed at the two bruised boys and then at the students from class 8. "Is it appropriate to brawl and gang up on them? Who told them to act recklessly?" Qi Kuang shot a glare at the two boys. "So what if we ganged up? Our class is united." Lu Fengqin shot him a disapproving look before turning to Pang Fu, "Director, I've just gathered some information on the situation," and then quietly recounted the events that had transpired. Pang Fu cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, urging her, "Xiaoxiao, this has nothing to do with you. You should head back." Lin Xiaoxiao, however, shot a look at the still frowning Shen Xiuhuai and retorted, "Director, they acted out because of me. I see no wrongdoing in protecting my classmates. Isn't that a bit excessive? A mere word could cause you internal injury?" A brash boy interjected defiantly, "What we have here is genuine harm." "Oh," Zhou De chuckled, "does it hurt? I'll strike again next time. If we say it's nothing, then from now on, we shall call you Brother Miao. How does that sound?" Shen Xiuhuai regarded the boy with a frosty glare. The boy, initially intent on rebutting, found himself silenced under Shen Xiuhuai's formidable presence, especially after experiencing the sting of a punch to his face that left him questioning the stability of his teeth. Shen Xiuhuai was indeed furious. Since his rebirth, he had maintained a rather placid temperament, considering these classmates merely children. As an adult, he ought not to genuinely hold grudges against them. However, that last remark had ignited his ire. It felt akin to a lion whose territory had been encroached upon. Even if they were just exchanging words, it was unacceptable. For Lin Xiaoxiao was his wife. Moreover, he found such derogatory remarks about girls particularly distasteful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to violence in the cafeteria against Fang Yuanyuan and her associates. I had thought that as high school students, you would have learned the essence of respect. Even the 3-year-old child next door understands this. If you were struggling to grasp it, I would be more than willing to teach you, Shen Xiuhuai stated coldly. Several teachers exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting their surprise. Pang Fu recalled the incident in the cafeteria involving Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai, and he began to believe their account. Ultimately, Those who had engaged in the altercation were required to write a reflection of 5,000 words, after which they were promptly dismissed by Peng Fu. The students from Class 7 faced a reprimand from their homeroom teacher, who insisted they apologize to Lin Xiaoxiao. The two boys complied, offering their apologies, which Lin Xiaoxiao accepted with an impassive expression. As they exited the office, the audacious boy called out, "Lin Xiaoxiao." The students from Class 8 eyed him warily. Ignoring them, he bowed to Lin Xiaoxiao and added, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean any harm earlier. I simply care too much about my pride. Anyway, I apologize." Afterward, he shot a glare at the other students from Class 8. "I'll remember you lot, you bunch of troublemakers," before hastily fleeing with his classmates, fearing retribution. Is this guy out of his mind? Chi Kuang couldn't help but voice the collective sentiment. Chapter 46. Don't be angry. Shen Xiuhuai remained silent, merely lowering his gaze to observe Lin Xiaoxiao, whose complexion appeared quite normal. Yet, she regarded him with a worried expression. The other students from Class 8 continued to grumble. Upon returning to the classroom, Ku Xiaoling and Zhao Lily, accompanied by several girls, surrounded Lin Xiaoxiao to comfort her, stating, "That guy has a foul mouth." The girls from their class unanimously detested him, finding his words utterly repulsive. However, with so many people present, Shen Xiuhuai found it challenging to speak with Lin Xiaoxiao. After a while, Chi Kuang noticed Shen Xiuhuai's anger, prompting everyone to look at him expectantly, hinting he should gauge the situation. Chi Kuang felt exasperated, thinking, "What's up? Is Brother Huai angry? I'm scared too." Nevertheless, he called out softly, "Brother Huai." Shen Xiuhuai glanced at him. "What is it? Don't let that fool get to you." "Yes, just a loudmouth. If you're still furious, I'll team up with Dada after class to deal with him. You could even join in yourself, or have the class monitor take action," Chi Kuang suggested quietly. "I'm quite experienced in this." Joda chimed in, "Right? A bag is too good for him. I'll find a fertilizer bag instead, that little dog." Shen Xiuhuai sighed, clearly still irked. "I will indeed resort to violence next time." "Absolutely, it's only fitting," they agreed. "That punch you threw earlier was quite impressive," Chi Kuang remarked. And Lin Xiaoxiao turned to glance at Shen Xiuhuai, who was encircled by the boys, managing a smile. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai's mood remained sour, a fact Lin Xiaoxiao noticed. This discontent lingered until the evening's self-study session. As Saturday approached, many students opted out of the evening session due to the upcoming parent-teacher meeting, leaving only a sparse handful in the classroom. By the usual 9:30 p.m., only Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai remained. After completing his exam paper, Shen Xiuhuai looked over at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was still engrossed in her work, so he refrained from interrupting. He took out his phone and noticed that Lao Shun and the others had returned just in time for the parent-teacher meeting, having landed around 8 p.m. They inquired if he wanted them to pick him up, to which Shen Xiuhuai replied, "No need, I'll head back myself." Lao Shun ceased to inquire further. After reading through several messages in the group chat, Shen Xiuhuai spotted Lin Xiaoxiao gathering her belongings and watching him. "Ready? Let us go," he said, picking up his backpack and instinctively reaching for Lin Xiaoxiao's bag. Typically, she would refuse and carry it herself, but today she allowed him to take it. Shen Xiuhuai raised an eyebrow at her, but said nothing. The two walked side by side in comfortable silence as they exited the campus. Then Lin Xiaoxiao suggested, "Shall we take a stroll by the riverside park?" Indeed, there was a river adjacent to Nanyang High School, along with a quaint little park that saw few visitors. Slightly secluded and nearly empty at night. However, Chi Kuang and the others had mentioned that many students secretly rendezvoused there. Thus, Shen Xiuhuai hesitated upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao mention the park. "Are we going now? It's getting late." Lin Xiaoxiao blinked. "Don't you want to go? Is there something else?" "Well, if you want to go, then let us do it. I have no objections," Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and indeed turned to head in that direction. Shen Xiuhuai, uncertain of her thoughts, followed her. The park was modest in size and appeared largely deserted. In the center stood a small corridor, adorned with climbing purple wisteria, quite a picturesque sight. Upon entering the park, Lin Xiaoxiao reached for Shen Xiuhuai's free hand. Shen Xiuhuai smiled. "What is the matter? Are you scared? If you are, we can head back." After all, it was nighttime in a dimly lit park with few people around. Lin Xiaoxiao said nothing, simply guiding him toward the corridor. As they entered, she suddenly turned, gazing at Shen Xiuhuai as he stepped closer. Shen Xiuhuai took a few steps back until his back met a pillar. "Why have you suddenly gone silent? It's quite unnerving." He then noticed Lin Xiaoxiao leaning against the pillar behind him, finding himself once again in a corner. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but chuckle. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Xiaoxiao, who had been silent for quite a while, softly uttered, "It's not pink." Shen Xiuhuai was taken aback. Feeling Lin Xiaoxiao take his backpack from him and place it on a nearby bench, "Please don't be angry." She looked into his eyes, inching closer. "You weren't always this impulsive, were you?" As Shen Xiuhuai beheld her approaching face, his mind momentarily blanked. Xiaoxiao. Just as he called her name, he felt her grasp his hand, gently tracing her fingers across his palm. In an instant, Shen Xiuhuai regained his senses, feeling the rhythm of their heartbeats resonate between them. "Are you upset about what happened this afternoon?" Lin Xiaoxiao whispered softly, the distance between the two not far. Yet Shen Xiuhuai could still catch the faint scent of peach emanating from her. Yes, I am indeed angry. Shen Xiuhuai sighed, acknowledging that at this age, boys should consider themselves fortunate for their youth. Otherwise, he might have knocked out not only their teeth, but more. As he spoke, there was a slight grit to his teeth, and his tone took on a childlike petulance. Regardless, I am of their age now, and it is only natural that I have a temper. A smile graced Lin Xiaoxiao's face, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Why bother with them? They're still so young. She reached out to pat Shen Xiuhuai's hand, as if to soothe him, saying, don't be angry. Besides, he probably just said that to shift attention. My clothes aren't that wet. Noticing his lingering displeasure, Lin Xiaoxiao adopted a deliberately stern expression. Look up, she urged, though her voice inadvertently carried a teasing lilt. Shen Xiuhuai paused, genuinely glancing upwards, where he beheld a sky sprinkled with stars. What are you looking at? He murmured. Though his gaze remained fixed upwards, there's nothing there. Lin Xiaoxiao suppressed a laugh, observing his earnestness. There are stars up there, and they are laughing. They twinkle. She added softly, Shen Xiuhuai isn't so petty after all. Her tone playfully mimicked innocence. So what do you think? Are they right? Shen Xiuhuai found himself momentarily stunned by her childlike banter, grappling with the sheer cuteness of his wife, who seemed adept at charming him with her playful demeanor. Finally exhaling gently, he lowered his gaze to her eyes, which sparkled like the stars, and remarked, you. His words were imbued with a sense of indulgent resignation. Lin Xiaoxiao tilted her head, silently laughing, relishing the sight of Shen Xiuhuai's bemusement. Are you still angry? Please don't be mad, okay? Chapter 47. Damn. It's a loop. In the end, Shen Xiuhuai did nothing at all, instead dutifully escorting her home. The first location was inappropriate, the timing was off, and above all, he was reluctant to leave. Reluctant to part from Lin Xiaoxiao, who, despite her evident nervousness, blushed deeply while tenderly coaxing him. After seeing her safely home, he returned to his own residence. Upon arrival, Uncle Gao had already left, and Mrs. Shen was busy in the kitchen preparing a late-night snack. Oh, the young master is back? Mr. Shen greeted him. I'm back, sir, Shen Xiuhuai replied languidly, strolling over to call out, Mom, I'm home. Mrs. Shen turned with a smile. Oh, sit for a while. The snack will be ready shortly. Shen Xiuhuai casually tossed his backpack onto the sofa and approached his mother, inquiring. You didn't rest after getting off the plane at 8? What are you busy with? I'm not tired. I thought you'd be hungry after class, Mrs. Shen replied cheerfully, her face devoid of fatigue. Oh, Dad, next time, if you want a late-night snack, just order takeout. Don't tire Mom out like this. Shen Xiuhuai feigned irritation. Get lost, you little rascal. Your mom does it because you love to eat. Mr. Shen retorted. Mrs. Shen observed the apparent easing of tension between her husband and son, a smile brightening her eyes. After Shen Xiuhuai finished the late-night snack with his parents and confirmed that Shen would attend the parent-teacher meeting the following day, he retreated to his room. After showering, he and Lin Xiaoxiao exchanged messages and completed a couple of exercises. As it was Friday, with no classes the next day, they stayed up late. It was only when Lin Xiaoxiao suggested they sleep that Shen Xiuhuai remembered she had to return to school the next day. As the class committee members were all going back, shall I help you tomorrow? Do you need help moving desks? He asked, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao on the screen. Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled. If you go, Teacher Lu and Director Pang will be terrified. Shen Xiuhuai realized the truth in her words and laughed in return. After chatting for a while and exchanging goodnights, he completed another exercise, finishing at around 3 in the morning. He gazed at the pile of papers on his desk and sighed. How come others can be reborn and become top scholars, while I have to struggle through it all? This was more exhausting than any physical training he had endured. Muttering to himself, he stood and stretched, then headed to the bathroom to wash up before collapsing onto his bed. Logically, after such a night of work, he should have slept soundly. However, he not only failed to achieve restful slumber, but was plagued by a series of dreams within dreams, all recalling events from his past life. Qi Kuang, his comrades, and ultimately Lin Xiaoxiao. Each figure eluded his grasp, as if this world had been stripped down to just himself. With a sudden start, Shen Xiuhuai sat upright, his breathing heavy. After a moment of gasping for air, he slowly stood and took a large gulp from the glass of water on his desk, now cold. The silence felt almost suffocating. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was 3 in the morning. He had spent 2 hours lost in a dream. He sighed. If this continues, I might truly break down. Eventually, Shen Xiuhuai shook his head. Everything had begun anew, and there was a chance to amend past regrets. All was gradually improving. After using the restroom, he changed his damp sheets and rolled back into bed, finally falling into a deep sleep. When he awoke, it was already past 9. As he brought the freshly laundered sheets outside to dry, Mrs. Shen glanced at him but said nothing further. Shen Xiuhuai felt a hint of embarrassment. He had been changing his sheets far too often lately. Yet, this was merely due to his vivid dreams causing him to sweat profusely. Explaining this felt oddly peculiar, as if he were trying to cover up a truth. Son, come eat breakfast, Mrs. Shen called out. He responded and took a seat at the dining table. Mrs. Shen had already eaten, yet she remained to keep him company. Have you been studying late lately? You seem to have lost weight and tanned quite a bit. It's not that. The weather is hot, which makes me tan, right? Being tanned just makes me look slimmer, Shen Xiuhuai replied nonchalantly. I sweat a lot in summer. Mrs. Shen nodded. Just don't overexert yourself studying. Balance is key. After a pause, she added, you're still young. Moderation is essential. Shen Xiuhuai stiffened for a moment before watching his mother awkwardly rise to return to the kitchen. At lunch that day, he encountered the familiar restorative soup on the table. Damn, it's a loop, he thought. I'm really not. Chapter 48. I want to be exclusively hers. After returning from the parent-teacher meeting, Mr. Shen's mood was visibly buoyant. It seemed that his son's prolonged rebellious phase had genuinely come to an end. The homeroom teacher's effusive praise during the meeting had made Mr. Shen look at Shen Xiuhuai with newfound appreciation. Shen Nan was genuinely busy. After the parent-teacher meeting, he headed straight to a business dinner. Only returning home for dinner later that evening, he glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, who was sipping soup, and the more he looked at him, the more he found his son agreeable. Guarantee you wanting to buy that limited edition Gundam? I'll take you to buy it tomorrow. Before he could finish, Shen Xiuhuai interrupted him. No need. I'm busy tomorrow. While speaking, he opened WeChat and transferred the money, saying, thanks. Shen Nan, what a small fry. Do you think this is a transaction? He shot a glare at Shen Xiuhuai, but proceeded to take out his phone to scan the code for a transfer. Initially intending to send 10,000, he reconsidered and settled on 5,000, reasoning that a child should not possess such a substantial amount of money. Fortunately, Shen Xiuhuai seemed indifferent, barely glancing at the phone before setting it aside. However, Madame Shen was less than pleased. After casting a disapproving look at her husband, she inquired, are you going out with your classmates tomorrow? Do you have enough money? If not, tell your mother, and I shall transfer some to you. Have fun while you're out. It's all right, Mom. I have enough. Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile, explaining that he typically did not require much money at school. So, are you going out with that young lady tomorrow? Madame Shen asked softly, her eyes betraying a mix of joy and concern. If you're going out with her, you should take more money. 5,000 is sufficient, Mom. Shen Xiuhuai sighed helplessly. That amount can cover my living expenses for 2 months. In truth, 3 months would suffice, but he feared that mentioning it might lead old Shen to think he had been possessed. Yet, before Madame Shen could utter another word, old Shen interrupted. That's enough. A doting mother spoils her child. He cast a glance at his son, who had indeed changed significantly, noting how rare it was for his son to show such maturity. Shen Xiuhuai sighed again, setting down his bowl. Right. So your understanding son is off to do his homework now. Don't work too hard. I'll bring you some fruit shortly. Thank you, Mom. Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile, hearing Madame Shen grumble about Shen Nan's stinginess as he headed inside. With a smile in his eyes, he took a shower and began his homework, knowing that Lin Xiaoxiao was staying at her grandfather's house and thus could not video call him. Nevertheless, the thought of meeting her the next day filled him with happiness. Yet another day yearning for my wife. The following day, Shen Xiuhuai rose early. However, since he had arranged to meet Lin Xiaoxiao in the afternoon, he was not in a hurry to get up. Instead, he perused the group chat and moments from the previous night. To his surprise, he discovered that the group had already begun organizing a trip to the amusement park that afternoon, followed by a fireworks display in the evening. Realizing he had missed the chance to intervene, Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue in annoyance at the enthusiastic group of youngsters who seemed to prioritize fun over their studies. He had originally planned to take Lin Xiaoxiao to the amusement park and then watch the fireworks together. However, the thought of the noisy Qi Kuang and Zhou De dampened his eagerness to join. I'll ask Lin Xiaoxiao this afternoon, he resolved. Initially, Shen Xiuhuai intended to pick Lin Xiaoxiao up, but since she had gone to her grandfather's house, which was not nearby, she declined his offer to take a taxi to fetch her and suggested they meet at the city library instead. Feeling somewhat disheartened that he could not collect his wife on their first date, Shen Xiuhuai arrived at the library half an hour early. Checking the time and finding it still early, he crossed the street to buy a milk tea. Qi Kuang and the others had continued to invite him to join them, but he coldly rejected their pleas, focused solely on his date. The tall and handsome young man stood at the library entrance, a cup of milk tea in hand, casually engaging with his phone, a faint smile gracing his lips, a sight undeniably captivating. Just as Lin Xiaoxiao stepped out of a taxi, she caught sight of a petite and charming girl standing before Shen Xiuhuai, conversing animatedly with him. Shen Xiuhuai, glancing down at the girl, shook his head and waved his phone dismissively. Disappointed, the girl eventually walked away. Shen Xiuhuai sighed at having to turn down the girl's advances, only to lift his gaze and spot Lin Xiaoxiao watching him from a distance. Since she was not at school, her hair was down, cascading behind her. She wore a loose white t-shirt paired with denim shorts that accentuated her long, fair legs, which appeared dazzling in the sunlight. The hem of her t-shirt was tucked into her shorts, and though her outfit was quite ordinary for a student, her figure transformed it into an alluring silhouette. With long and even legs, a curvaceous form, and a waist so slender it seemed fragile, she exuded an enticing charm, yet her face bore a youthful, delicate beauty that seemed both innocent and aloof. The contradiction was harmonious, making her mere presence a stunning sight. Without hesitation, Shen Xiuhuai dashed over, calling out, "Sister, you arrived without a word. I saw you were rather busy just now," Lin Xiaoxiao replied lightly, her gaze lingering on the direction of the girl who had just left. Shen Xiuhuai understood immediately. She had noticed the earlier interaction. Smiling, he took Lin Xiaoxiao's hand and walked forward, teasing, "Then why didn't you come to rescue me from those other temptresses?" Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback by his audacity, exclaiming, "You truly have no shame." "Sister," Shen Xiuhuai suddenly halted, turning to face her, his eyes shimmering with both mirth and sincerity. "Next time you encounter such a situation, feel free to assert your claim." Leaning closer, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Aren't you the one who dislikes others getting too close to me? Then you should come over and chase them away." Lin Xiaoxiao's pupils slightly widened. "Wouldn't that be unreasonable?" "Not at all. It would make me very happy," Shen Xiuhuai proclaimed, kissing her hand. "I wish to be solely yours." Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling a pang of insecurity, found her confidence restored by Shen Xiuhuai. While her love was characterized by understanding and selflessness, he yearned for it to evolve into a relationship of equality and mutual support. Lin Xiaoxiao's maturity tugged at his heart, prompting him to wish for her to embrace her true self. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Lin Xiaoxiao finally acquiesced with a simple, "All right." Shen Xiuhuai, his smile returning, handed her the milk tea he had purchased. Upon receiving it, Lin Xiaoxiao observed her empty hand and remarked, "You only bought one cup?" "Yes. A large one. You won't be able to finish it," Shen Xiuhuai replied nonchalantly. It took Lin Xiaoxiao a moment to grasp his intention. While it might seem awkward for a couple in their 20s to share a drink, for two 18-year-olds, it felt perfectly natural. A faint blush crept onto Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks. Chapter 49. The date clearing her throat, Lin Xiaoxiao swiftly scanned their intertwined hands and said, "I need to return some books to the library and find another one. Can we go to the amusement park afterward? There's still plenty of time." "Of course. As long as I am with you, I am content to go anywhere," Shen Xiuhuai replied without hesitation. He then recounted the plans of Qi Kuang and the others to visit the amusement park, his tone tinged with resignation. "Although the amusement park is quite large, I wonder if we will run into them." He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, secretly wishing for some private time with her. If they encountered Qi Kuang and the others, it would be challenging to enjoy their time together, let alone hold hands. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with understanding, recognizing the unspoken words in his gaze. However, she refrained from elaborating further, instead leading Shen Xiuhuai into the library to return his books. By the time they finished and emerged with new books, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. As Shen Xiuhuai prepared to order a taxi to the amusement park, Lin Xiaoxiao intercepted him with a gentle hand. Looking at her fair hand blocking his phone screen, he met her gaze. "Allow me. You don't want to go to the amusement park, do you? I heard Lily and the others mention a different place," Lin Xiaoxiao remarked with a playful tone. 15 minutes later, Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao found themselves standing in front of a private home theater, still processing the unexpected turn of events. Private home theater. Guaranteed safety and privacy. The words flashed before him, and just before Lin Xiaoxiao could pay, Shen Xiuhuai quickly intervened to handle the payment himself. The proprietor, with a jovial demeanor, summoned a server to escort the two patrons to a couple's suite, informing them that the film would commence in 5 minutes, and wishing them an enjoyable viewing experience. After casting a glance at them, he added a reminder. The cinema is equipped with surveillance cameras. Shen Xiuhuai noticed that Lin Xiaoxiao's hands seemed to be slightly clammy. She was evidently anxious. A side glance revealed that although her expression remained stoic, her ears were flushed with color. This so-called private cinema was merely a small room, rather diminutive in size. Inside, 2 comparatively luxurious movie chairs faced a vast screen, but fortunately, apart from the 2 of them, no one else was visible, creating an intimate and secluded ambience. Having purchased a package, the server swiftly brought in their cola, popcorn, and hot dogs before retreating. Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao settled into their seats, prompting him to finally inquire, "When did this place open? I have no recollection of it." One would think that Qi Kuang would be eager to visit such a venue. "I don't know," Lin Xiaoxiao replied earnestly, lowering her voice slightly. "I only heard Xiao Ling mention it while chatting with Li Li. They referred to it as a date destination, so I made a note of it." Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, noting that since they were in a couple's seat, there was no barrier between them. He took her hand and gently wiped it with a tissue. "You seem quite tense," he remarked. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. "It's as if that proprietor was implying we might engage in something inappropriate here. He probably only mentioned it because we look young." Shen Xiuhuai's eyes twinkled with amusement. "I wouldn't be surprised if others have indeed done something here." Lin Xiaoxiao considered this. After all, adults are well aware that cinemas have surveillance. Such a fact hardly warrants mention. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, she heard Shen Xiuhuai murmur, "I wish to do something as well." Taken aback, she widened her eyes at him. Shen Xiuhuai sighed and covered her bright eyes with his hand, his tone laced with exasperation. "For a moment, I thought you were bringing me here for something more intimate." He felt a flutter of excitement coursing through him, both emotionally and physically. As he felt the gentle brush of her long lashes against his palm, he lamented that this was merely a more private movie experience. How disappointing. "But you said you would be happy as long as we were alone," Lin Xiaoxiao retorted, her voice dwindling, tinged with annoyance. "What are you thinking about all day?" She sensed Shen Xiuhuai leaning closer, his warm breath caressing her fair cheek. Shen Xiuhuai admired her delicate complexion, which was now tinged with a rosy hue. Her lips parted slightly as she nervously swallowed, utterly adorable. He pressed a gentle kiss upon her cheek, murmuring, "I was thinking of you." Suddenly, the movie screen illuminated, signaling the start of the film. Lin Xiaoxiao instinctively pushed against Shen Xiuhuai's chest, her previously closed eyes fluttering open, revealing her shyness. Shen Xiuhuai cast a lingering glance at her before reluctantly releasing her from his embrace. Lin Xiaoxiao's face was flushed, her posture upright. Her gaze fixed intently on the screen. Shen Xiuhuai, amused, brushed his fingers across the glistening corner of her mouth. "You're quite bashful," he teased. "Not much experience?" Lin Xiaoxiao quietly replied, glancing at him. "Unlike some people who seem quite proficient, who knows?" Her voice dwindled further. A blend of playful complaint and innocent curiosity. Was this truly her first time? Shen Xiuhuai chuckled at the film's opening scene and softly declared, "It is indeed my first time. I have given all my firsts to you." Leaning close to her ear, he continued, "If you don't believe me, the rest of my life will still be yours." His breath brushed against her ear, igniting a flush that enveloped her entire ear. She instinctively covered her heated ear with her hand, pushing him playfully. "Sit properly, the movie has begun." When they arrived, they hadn't chosen a film, opting for the one that started the soonest. To their surprise, it turned out to be a melodramatic romance, rife with clichés, first encounters, courtship, misunderstandings, breakups, and the inevitable reconciliation. Shen Xiuhuai lost interest after a while, his gaze drifting to Lin Xiaoxiao, who was wholly engrossed in the film. The flickering lights from the screen danced across her face, and Shen Xiuhuai marveled at how beautiful his girlfriend was. Yet, as is typical of romance films, there were moments of undeniable intimacy. The current film seemed to have passed censorship with surprising leniency, as some scenes lingered longer than expected. However, these moments didn't particularly cause Lin Xiaoxiao to blush, until their on-screen counterparts shared their first date in a cinema, hands entwined, kissing, with amplified sound effects heightening the atmosphere. Lin Xiaoxiao discreetly glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, meeting his amused gaze. Chapter 50, Truly Unintentional. It must be noted that while this private cinema charged a premium, the sound quality was exceptional. The film's score enveloped them in clarity. "Why is your face so red? Are you feeling warm, sister?" Shen Xiuhuai leaned closer, observing Lin Xiaoxiao's slightly embarrassed visage. She blinked at him, as though regaining her composure. As Shen Xiuhuai contemplated how to tease her further, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly leaned in, a playful grin spreading across her face, and whispered excitedly, "Hey, have you heard?" Shen Xiuhuai momentarily struggled to grasp her words. Or perhaps she was speaking too rapidly. He only caught the mention of movie. Turning his attention back to the screen, he noticed the lead characters were now entangled in a passionate embrace. Given the narrative trajectory, it wouldn't be long before it became unsuitable for children, and true enough, as the scene shifted, they found themselves in a car. "Have you heard?" Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was laced with mischief. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner, then back at the film. "But it's fake, you know?" She continued, retracting slightly, increasing the distance between them. "The cinema has cameras, so everything in the movie is a ruse. Perhaps we should read more and watch fewer films," she declared, her tone dripping with playful malice. Seeing the glint of mischief in her eyes, Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but pinch her cheek. "You'd best not provoke me, or you'll regret it. And I didn't hear anything just now. You did that on purpose, didn't you? What are you talking about?" Lin Xiaoxiao feigned innocence, her gaze wide and innocent. "I was just making a joke, didn't you hear?" Her exaggerated innocence only served to heighten Shen Xiuhuai's annoyance. Yet, he could only pinch her cheek again, "Be honest. I know you did it on purpose." Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise, playfully swatting his hand away. "You were the one not paying attention to the movie, yet you blame me," she pouted. Shen Xiuhuai released her, glancing at her reddened cheek and gasping, "I hardly touched you, and yet you're blushing. Why did you do it so hard?" Lin Xiaoxiao complained, rubbing her face. "Did it turn red?" Shen Xiuhuai, momentarily flustered, averted his gaze. "It's nothing. It shouldn't be red for long." Lin Xiaoxiao, trusting him, turned back to the film. As they left the cinema, Shen Xiuhuai occasionally glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao's face, pondering when the crimson mark would fade away, attempting to dismiss the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Regrettably, by the time the film concluded, the mark remained stubbornly on Lin Xiaoxiao's visage. Due to her fair complexion, the impression had not diminished significantly. Rather, it had transformed into a conspicuous fingerprint, unmistakably the result of a squeeze. When the closing credits rolled, Lin Xiaoxiao shot a glance at Shen Xiuhuai, questioning, "Why do you keep staring at me? Surely, I am more captivating than the film?" Shen Xiuhuai nodded affirmatively. "You are indeed the most beautiful." Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled, dismissing his words, and promptly stood up, stating, "I need to use the restroom. Let us go for dinner afterward." She then turned and walked away. Shen Xiuhuai considered calling after her, but ultimately sighed, resigning himself to the inevitable revelation. Indeed, as he gathered his belongings and waited at the entrance, Lin Xiaoxiao emerged from the restroom, her face slightly flushed, casting a fierce glare at Shen Xiuhuai. However, being in a public space, She felt restrained and simply let her long hair cascade over the marked side of her face to conceal the imprint. Shen Xiuhuai feigned innocence, blaming her delicate skin for the incident. You've mastered the art of being the first to complain, haven't you? Lin Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, mentally reminding herself of the decorum required in public, and then seized Shen Xiuhuai's hand, leading him away. Shen Xiuhuai secretly exhaled in relief, believing the matter had subsided. Moments ago, he even searched online to understand the situation better. However, as they passed the very room where they had just watched the film, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly shoved him inside with force and followed, shutting the door behind her. Shen Xiuhuai's expression stiffened momentarily as he opened his mouth to speak. But Lin Xiaoxiao pressed him against the wall once more, adopting the familiar position of a playful confrontation. Sister, I apologize. I didn't anticipate your skin being so tender. Look, I didn't even exert much force, and you hardly felt any pain. Shen Xiuhuai's voice dwindled as he gazed into Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao, staring at the innocent-looking boy before her, recalled the fingerprint she had seen in the mirror moments earlier, and her emotions became a tangled web. In truth, she wasn't excessively angry. She merely remembered his repeated assurances that everything was fine. Yet, that fingerprint was undeniably conspicuous. Shen Xiuhuai. Lin Xiaoxiao pronounced each syllable of his name deliberately. She then opened her mouth, displaying a row of pristine white teeth, resembling a playful threat. Shen Xiuhuai could only watch as she seized his hand and playfully nipped at the webbing between his thumb and index finger. Although it didn't hurt, it tickled enough to elicit a chuckle from him. Shen Xiuhuai placed his hand gently on her back without resisting, allowing her to gnaw playfully at his hand with a certain reluctance. Eventually, Lin Xiaoxiao, unable to bring herself to bite harder, merely rubbed her teeth against his skin before releasing him. Shen Xiuhuai, amused, remarked, "Is that all you've got?" Lin Xiaoxiao shot him a fierce glare. "What if it doesn't fade by the time I get home? My parents will see it. It shouldn't be too noticeable," Shen Xiuhuai reassured her, albeit his voice was soft and uncertain. "Would you like to take another bite?" he offered, extending his hand obediently toward her. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, firmly pulled his hand down, declaring, "That is quite enough." She then opened the door and stepped out, only to be yanked back by Shen Xiuhuai just as she was about to leave. She watched in disbelief as the door slammed shut behind them. Chapter 51, Growing Old Together. Lin Xiaoxiao had completely forgotten that she was the one seeking to confront Shen Xiuhuai. Instead, the current situation had transformed into one where she found herself trapped. In the enclosed room, with the surveillance cameras turned off and confronted by the boy's aggrieved expression, she sighed deeply and reached out to gently pat his head. "I'm no longer angry. Shall we step outside?" Shen Xiuhuai's tone softened, his heart melting at her words. "You are so easy to appease," she added, stealing a glance at him, adding, "But you are the only one I would allow this. You're truly wonderful." Shen Xiuhuai gazed at her, gently loosening his grip and retreating a couple of steps, as he felt an overwhelming urge to tease her. She was simply too endearing. Lin Xiaoxiao observed his movements, her eyes misty, and with a flushed face, she stammered, "I'll go first." Before she could finish her sentence, a knock echoed from the door. "Is anyone in there? I need to come in and clean." Guests are asked not to linger too long after the film. Silently, Lin Xiaoxiao shot Shen Xiuhuai a final glance, her cheeks flushed, before turning back to open the door and stepping outside, her hurried pace revealing her flustered state. Shen Xiuhuai called after her, holding her bag in front of him as he chased her down the corridor. He couldn't help but reflect on whether he had gone too far. The attendant, observing their retreating figures, sighed enviously, "Goodness, even students have such beautiful girlfriends now, while I'm still single." He then pushed the door open to begin cleaning. Shen Xiuhuai emerged at the door only to find Lin Xiaoxiao had vanished from sight. Is she angry? His heart sank as he pulled out his phone to call her. After a few rings, the call ended abruptly. Shen Xiuhuai felt a wave of despair. How could he have upset his girlfriend on their first official date? Regret washed over him as he exhaled slowly, opening the chat with Lin Xiaoxiao, but just as he began to type, a chill spread across his face as if he had been struck by frost. He turned sharply to see Lin Xiaoxiao pressing a traditional Beijing popsicle against his cheek. Her face still slightly flushed, her enchanting eyes glistening with moisture, she proclaimed, "Here, this will cool you down." Shen Xiuhuai, relieved at her seemingly displeased, yet pouting expression, accepted the popsicle from her hand. "I thought you were upset and would leave me," he admitted, grasping her now cool hand. Lin Xiaoxiao did not withdraw her hand but merely glanced at him, asserting, "Even if I were angry, I wouldn't abandon you." She pointed towards a nearby 7-Eleven, explaining, "I just went in to buy you this popsicle to cool you off. Honestly, I wanted to douse you with cold water instead." Lin Xiaoxiao shot him a glare. "What do you think about all day long?" Shen Xiuhuai replied earnestly, "It's not an everyday occurrence. I simply lose control when I see you." With a sigh, he confessed, "I am an adult, experienced in life, and I love you. Since you left, I've had little interest in anything else." Lin Xiaoxiao, hearing him mention their past life, couldn't help but inquire, "Didn't you?" "No," Shen Xiuhuai interrupted gently. "After you left, I was all alone. Sometimes, I missed you so much that I would go back home for a night, but I couldn't stay too long. It hurt too much." As Shen Xiuhuai felt the popsicle in his hand begin to melt, he noticed that while his hand was cold, Lin Xiaoxiao's warmth gradually enveloped it. Xiaoxiao, after you left, I felt as though I was merely a shell of myself. I am grateful for this second chance. Perhaps I saved too many people. And fate has spared me the burden of sorrow. I cannot fathom how I would have navigated my later years without you. Even now, there are nights when I awaken in fright, fearing this might all be a dream, that I've gone mad and lost my opportunity for a fresh start. Tears cascaded down Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks as she embraced him, the weight of sorrow etched on the boy's face. This is real, not a dream. We have a second chance, Xiuhuai. This time, let us cherish it fully. We will grow old together. Her voice trembled with emotion. Moreover, she had come across a phrase online that suggested, in essence, that the one who departs first in a loving relationship is the fortunate one, while the one left behind endures the greatest sorrow. In her previous life, she had always believed that her relationship with Shen Xiuhuai was merely that of an ordinary arranged marriage. She thought that her departure would cause him some sadness. Yet he would quickly recover, meeting other girls arranged by his family, just as they had initially done, through matchmaking, marriage, and perhaps even welcoming a delightful child. However, Lin Xiaoxiao had never dared to contemplate that, in her absence, Shen Xiuhuai might not even consider how to carry on with his days. Passers-by couldn't help but turn their heads in curiosity at the sight of the two embracing. Shen Xiuhuai placed a gentle kiss on her hair and murmured, "All right. Stop crying. I long to hold you close, but it seems inappropriate here." Only then did Lin Xiaoxiao remember they were in the midst of a bustling street. She took a couple of steps back, her voice muffled by tears. "I have a handkerchief in my bag." Shen Xiuhuai, who was about to retrieve a tissue, chuckled helplessly, opening her bag and pulling out a handkerchief from a compartment. He lightly dabbed her face, teasing, "Why do you act like a child? Just as children have their favorite toys, our Xiaoxiao has her cherished handkerchief. I shall carry a couple in my bag from now on." Lin Xiaoxiao took the handkerchief from his hands, her cheeks flushed yet unable to suppress a smile. "It's rather odd for a man to carry a handkerchief." Shen Xiuhuai replied nonchalantly, "How can what is necessary for my wife be considered odd? Those who find it strange are undoubtedly still single." As Shen Xiuhuai held Lin Xiaoxiao's hand and continued walking, he mused aloud about dinner. "What about ice cream? It seems to be melting." "That's all right. There's a trash can ahead. I'm craving the Korean army stew that Xiao Ling mentioned." The two strolled along, engrossed in conversation, completely oblivious to the figures lurking in a nearby alley, observing them intently. "Brother Xiong, that kid is dating early," one man spat dismissively. "I knew these pampered youths were nothing of consequence." Brother Xiong withdrew his gaze. "Forget it. We understood last time at the station that we can't provoke this kid's family." He glanced at his subordinate. "Did anyone manage to snap a photo? We can't afford to provoke Hainan either. That girl seems like a model student. Early dating means calling the parents. I've got a photo of them holding hands." Chapter 52. You must always be together. The subordinate who captured the image of Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao holding hands asked excitedly, "Brother Xiong, should we print this out and distribute it at their school?" Brother Xiong shot him a look. "You're paying for the printing? It's just a hand-holding photo. Not an explicit one. Besides, you'll get caught right away. Can't you think a little?" Other subordinates chimed in. "What about posting it online? You fools. Send it to Fong Yuan. Brother Xiong smacked their heads lightly. "That girl isn't on good terms with this kid, is she? Send it to her and ask for some money. Damn it, if we get paid this time, we can go home. We want to find work in the capital. What if she refuses? Then we can threaten the kid for some cash." Brother Xiong rolled his eyes. "You lot aren't considering where we are. And after the last time Shen Xiuhuai effortlessly captured my wrist, I still feel the pain. Watch less TV, send me the photo. I'll deal with that girl." Meanwhile, Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao remained blissfully unaware that someone was plotting against them. They arrived at the Korean army stew restaurant that Xiao Ling had recommended. Being a trendy spot, the queue was rather long. They had to wait for 5 tables. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed regretfully. "Had I known, we should have come here to grab a number before going to the movies." The dining establishment wasn't too far from the cinema. Shen Xiuhuai found her childlike demeanor charming, or rather, the current Lin Xiaoxiao finally revealed her youthful side in his presence. He chuckled and guided her to a nearby chair, saying, "All right, we'll be sure to grab a number next time." Who knew there would be so many people? A few nearby young ladies observed the couple, noting the girl seated while the boy squatted before her, softly coaxing her and placing his bag on her lap, shielding her lovely legs. "Are you hungry? Should I get you something to snack on?" Shen Xiuhuai recalled there was a snack store and a dessert shop upon entering. This place was a small mall, and there were plenty of other eateries. Lin Xiaoxiao considered for a moment and replied, "Could you get me a macaron? I haven't had one in ages. I'll see if theirs is any good. Wait here, I'll go buy it." Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. "Had I known, I would have prepared some snacks in advance. I promise I'll be more prepared next time." The nearby young ladies exchanged envious glances, realizing that being in love often meant having a caring and attentive companion. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded obediently, watching as Shen Xiuhuai stood up and dashed off. Her eyes shimmered with warmth. In her previous life, she had met Shen Xiuhuai through an arranged marriage, but they had both been too busy. Before receiving their marriage certificate, they had only truly met 3 times, all during meals, not to mention the lack of movie dates or outings. Even after marriage, their time together was scarce. One was a fire captain, while the other was a neurologist. Their rare meetings required meticulous adjustments to their duty schedules and surgical times. It wasn't that they didn't wish to see each other. It was simply a matter of time. Sometimes, even when she managed to free up her schedule, she might not find Shen Xiuhuai at home, needing to visit the fire station instead. In her previous life, they had no children, but thankfully, their families were quite open-minded and did not rush them. Lin Xiaoxiao gently caressed her flat abdomen, her eyes filled with a bittersweet mixture of regret and gratitude. If we had a child, they would surely be adorable. But given the circumstances, it would have been heartbreaking if we had lost them. Lost in her thoughts. A light-hearted voice interrupted. "Hello there, miss. Are you alone?" Lin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows, looking up at the two men standing before her. Meanwhile, Shen Xiuhuai had purchased the macarons and then entered a snack store to buy some treats, thinking they could bring leftovers to school. Upon returning, he spotted Lin Xiaoxiao conversing with the two men who were leaning in toward her. Having been beautiful since childhood, Lin Xiaoxiao handled such situations with ease. She maintained a stoic expression, seeming cold and exuding an air of aloofness that deterred approach. "I'm not alone, so please step aside. You're blocking my way." The man hadn't expected her to be so forthright. Yet, he was reluctant to give up on such a stunning girl and stammered. "Well, can we exchange WeChat? Let us be friends. There's plenty of delicious food here, and this Korean army stew is rather mediocre." Before he could finish, an annoyed voice interjected. "Could you please step aside?" They turned to see a tall, handsome young man standing behind them, holding bags of snacks and pastries. The two men slightly parted to make way. Shen Xiuhuai cast his emotionless gaze over them before striding toward Lin Xiaoxiao. "I got you some snacks." The two men exchanged glances, but said nothing more before turning to leave. As Lin Xiaoxiao watched them depart, she returned her focus to the clearly displeased Shen Xiuhuai and gently touched his face. "What's wrong? You seem upset." Indeed, even a brief separation proved insufficient. It took mere moments for someone to approach her. Shen Xiuhuai nuzzled against her hand, akin to a child seeking comfort, wanting to take her with him wherever he went. Before Lin Xiaoxiao could respond, they both heard an audible intake of breath from nearby. As they turned their heads, they beheld two young ladies gazing at them with expressions brimming with excitement, seemingly starstruck. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a slight warmth rise to her cheeks. Realizing that they had been observed, she contemplated retracting her hand, but it was firmly held by Shen Xiuhuai. The two young ladies, likely perceiving them as a fresh-faced couple just embarking on their university journey, awkwardly apologized. "Sorry, we didn't mean to intrude, but you truly make a lovely pair." Shen Xiuhuai responded with a smile. "Thank you." One of the girls, visibly animated, exclaimed, "Oh my, you both are stunning, such a sight for sore eyes." Ultimately, their conversation was interrupted by the two girls, and they did not resume their previous topic. Shen Xiuhuai had purchased an abundance of small cakes and snacks, which Lin Xiaoxiao generously shared with the girls. Initially hesitant, they eventually accepted 2 bags. Their turn came swiftly, and as they entered, they cheerfully remarked to Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao, "You two must stay together. You truly complement each other." "Thank you," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, her eyes reflecting a hint of joy. Once the two girls had entered, she heard Shen Xiuhuai softly say in her ear, "We will always be together, for eternity." Lin Xiaoxiao turned to him, her face radiating a brilliant smile. "Yes, always together." Chapter 53. Class Monitor, you look splendid even in casual attire. Upon finishing dinner, the two found themselves somewhat hesitant about their next activity. Shen Xiuhuai had initially intended to avoid meeting Qi Kuang, yet the latter persistently bombarded him with messages. Now, he had even resorted to a phone call. Reluctantly, Shen Xiuhuai answered, "You better have a good reason." No, Brother Huai, come watch the fireworks." Qi Kuang's voice was loud, filled with the sounds of his friends. "It starts at 8:30. You can still make it if you leave now. What are you doing at home all day? You need to balance study with leisure." Shen Xiuhuai replied, "I don't know how to explain my dating to you single folks." Sitting beside him, Lin Xiaoxiao caught his gaze and mouthed an encouraging go. Shen Xiuhuai then said to Qi Kuang, "Stop shouting. I'll be there shortly. Hurry up. Your place is quite far. Don't be late." Qi Kuang exclaimed, "Damn it, Zhou Da, if you eat my fries again, I swear I'll knock your head off." All right, I'll be there soon." Shen Xiuhuai, hearing the commotion on the other end, hung up the phone. Lin Xiaoxiao, observing his exasperated expression, smiled. "Qi Kuang really has a wonderful personality. You seem particularly fond of him." Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. "Yes, Qi Kuang is different." Qi Kuang's father and Shen Nen have been close friends since childhood, and though they now engage in daily banter and competition, it is merely a peculiar rivalry among middle-aged men. Qi Kuang is approximately a year younger than Shen Xiuhuai, having just celebrated his 16th birthday last week. His father believed children should not fall behind, especially with Shen Nan's son as a benchmark. Thus, Qi Kuang grew up attending school alongside Shen Xiuhuai, always following in his footsteps. "Qi Kuang is like my little brother. I will always protect him," Shen Xiuhuai said, his smile dimming slightly as he turned to Lin Xiaoxiao, pondering whether Qi Kuang had truly met his end by unfortunate circumstances in his past life. Lin Xiaoxiao paused, then apologetically replied, I'm sorry. My relationships with my classmates were rather mediocre. I wouldn't have known about Qi Kuang's passing had it not been for Qiao Ling informing me. Her face wore an expression of regret. I was so busy at that time, and by the moment I learned of it, he had already been gone for quite a while. But surely his family must have investigated. It must have been an accident. Shen Xiuhuai gently squeezed her hand. It's all right. This matter does not concern you. In his previous life, he had conducted an investigation. And those present, whether the assailant or the girl he had rescued, had all claimed it was an accident. The alley lacked surveillance cameras, and ultimately, the police found no further evidence, thus closing the case. However, Shen Xiuhuai could not shake the feeling that Qi Kuang was not the impulsive type. He had always been exceptionally intelligent. How could he have been led into an alley and killed by a mere accident? Moreover, the girl he saved ended up marrying one of the delinquents. Contemplating this, Shen Xiuhuai's gaze darkened, yet he resolved that in this life, he would certainly protect Qi Kuang. Lin Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on his hand and softly said, Let us go. Nothing will go awry in this lifetime. Shen Xiuhuai returned to the present and smiled at her. All right, I'll call for a ride. The journey from Shen Xiuhuai's neighborhood to the amusement park was indeed quite far, yet from their current location, it was relatively close, taking less than half an hour. When they arrived, it was just past 8 o'clock, and Qi Kuang was already urging them on. Lin Xiaoxiao, surveying the bustling amusement park, suddenly inquired, Do you think many of our classmates will be here? Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, loosening his grip on her hand. Are you afraid? Before he could finish his sentence, he felt her grasp his hand again, and Lin Xiaoxiao, seemingly displeased, replied, Aren't you worried I might get lost? Shen Xiuhuai glanced down at their intertwined fingers, a smile gracing his features. Of course I worry. That's why I'll hold your hand tightly. Lin Xiaoxiao found his earnestness endearing, yet she smiled. No need to hold so tightly. If we see classmates or teachers, remember to let go, or else if I get summoned by my parents, you'll be in trouble. Shen Xiuhuai imagined his in-laws, 2 cultured and discerning doctors. However, he thought of Lin Xiaoxiao as grandfather and cleared his throat, saying earnestly, Understood. They proceeded to queue for tickets. Meanwhile, Qi Kuang's relentless calls had not ceased. As they entered, they spotted Qi Kuang waiting eagerly at the entrance, who rushed over with Zhou De, exclaiming, Brother Huai. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao beside him, he chuckled, Class monitor. His mischievous gaze lingered on their clasped hands. Zhou De stood in astonishment, staring at the hand-holding pair before him. What the? Initially reluctant to wait for Shen Xiuhuai, Qi Kuang had been dragged along, thinking it rather childish. Yet now, witnessing this scene, he was utterly flabbergasted. Wait a moment, Qi Kuang whispered, Ke Xiaoling and the others are also coming. He checked the time. Since Ke Xiaoling lived nearby, and Zhao Lily had also mentioned her arrival, they should be here soon. Lin Xiaoxiao paused and heard Shen Xiuhuai quietly say, I informed him that you would be coming. It must have been him who invited those 2 girls. Qi Kuang was far more thoughtful than he let on. Lin Xiaoxiao, following this group of boys, considered the potential encounters with classmates and teachers that might lead to speculation, especially given the rumors surrounding her and Shen Xiuhuai's early relationship. Sooner or later, their budding romance would come to light. However, with more girls present, it would merely appear as a friendly gathering. Lin Xiaoxiao turned to Qi Kuang and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. She understood that it was all for her sake. Shen Xiuhuai was undoubtedly unbothered by the exposure of their relationship. Thus they were merely protecting themselves. No problem. The more, the merrier, Qi Kuang replied with a grin. What the? Zhou De finally snapped back to reality, his eyes wide with astonishment. Brother Huai, you're incredible. Qi Kuang quickly covered Zhou De's mouth. Can you keep it down? Shen Xiuhuai raised an eyebrow at Zhou De. You won't blurt anything out, right? Of course not. Zhou Daming patted his chest, proclaiming, We're brothers. I would never speak carelessly. He then chuckled and glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, his cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. The class monitor looked stunning even in casual attire. Hey, what's wrong with you? Qi Kuang suddenly smacked the back of his head. What are you looking at? I was merely complimenting her. Zhou Daming protested innocently, shielding his head. Lin Xiaoxiao, witnessing their playful bickering, couldn't help but laugh. Thank you. Class monitor, your smile is also quite lovely. Zhou Daming marveled once more. At this point, Shen Xiuhuai could no longer contain himself and playfully slapped Zhou Daming. Stop ogling my wife. Chapter 54. Shen Xiuhuai, I love you, now and forever. Qi Kuang and Zhou Daming chorused in a teasing tone, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. Has the class monitor given her consent? Huai Gu, you're quite shameless. After a few minutes of playful banter, Ke Xiaoling arrived. Upon entering, she immediately spotted the group at the doorway, particularly Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai, whose radiance stood out even in a crowd. What are you all laughing about? You seem so happy, she inquired curiously, popping her head out from behind Lin Xiaoxiao. To her right, Qi Kuang, caught off guard, exclaimed, what are you doing? Am I really that frightening? Ke Xiaoling asked innocently. Lin Xiaoxiao turned to her with a smile. You made it. Ke Xiaoling, admiring her joyful expression, exclaimed, my goodness, Xiaoxiao, you should smile more. It suits you. Lin Xiaoxiao was genuinely in high spirits today, delighted by her date with Shen Xiuhuai and feeling relaxed upon seeing Qi Kuang and the others. Let's go, let's go. Zhao Lili said she would take a while. We don't need to wait for her, Zhou Daming remarked, glancing at his phone. We should hurry to secure a good spot. Noticing Lin Xiaoxiao's cheerful demeanor, Shen Xiuhuai felt his mood lift in tandem. It was Sunday evening, and the crowd gathered to watch the fireworks was considerable. Mostly composed of young couples and families with children, as the time from 8:30 to 9 o'clock was not too late. Qi Kuang led them to join several other boys, who paused momentarily upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao, particularly because it was uncommon to see the class monitor in casual clothing. It was Qi Kuang's playful exclamations that finally drew their attention away, leading them to compliment the two girls on their beauty. Some of them noticed how closely Shen Xiuhuai stood beside Lin Xiaoxiao, protectively guiding her through the throng, and they understood the unspoken bond between them. Though none dared to voice their thoughts, the thrill of discovering such a secret was undeniably enjoyable. However, when they unexpectedly encountered Lu Fengqin and her family, the group was caught off guard. In unison, the adolescents called out, "Teacher Lu!" Lu Fengqin exclaimed in surprise, "What are you all doing here?" Her gaze swept over Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai as she posed the question. "We're here to watch the fireworks, teacher," Qi Kuang replied brightly, pointing out the adorable little girl in Lu Fengqin's arms. "Oh, Fengqin, your daughter is absolutely adorable." He leaned in to take a closer look, successfully diverting Lu Fengqin's attention. The other boys soon gathered around to admire the child, effectively blocking Lu Fengqin's view. Lu Fengqin's eyes sparkled with amusement, yet she chose not to expose their little ruse. After allowing the children to entertain themselves for a while, she said, "All right, you all should head home after the fireworks. I wouldn't want to be in your way." She turned to Lin Xiaoxiao, as the class monitor, "Ensure everyone arrives home safely." "Of course, Teacher Lu. Have fun," Lin Xiaoxiao responded, embodying the diligent student she was. Lu Fengqin nodded, casting a glance at Shen Xiuhuai before departing with her daughter. "Do you think Teacher Lu noticed anything?" Ku Qiaoling whispered conspiratorially to Lin Xiaoxiao. "She kept staring at you and Shen Xiuhuai." Instinctively, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to look at Shen Xiuhuai, who was beaming with joy. Then she recalled her earlier promise to Lu Fengqin and decided, forget it. Keeping my word pales in comparison to my wife's happiness. Shen Xiuhuai, adept at regulating his emotions, quickly put the matter to rest. At last, Zhao Lili arrived just a minute before the fireworks were set to begin. Just as the group was about to continue their conversation, a loud bang erupted, and a magnificent firework burst forth, illuminating the night sky. Everyone's attention was immediately captivated by the spectacle. Shen Xiuhuai glanced up, and amidst the cacophony of the crowd and the crackling of fireworks, he heard Lin Xiaoxiao lean in close, her voice low yet earnest. "Shen Xiuhuai, I love you. Always have." He turned to face her. She wasn't watching the fireworks, but gazing solely at him. The fireworks were breathtaking, reflecting off Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate features, making her even more enchanting. In a swift motion, Shen Xiuhuai leaned down and pressed a kiss to her lips, whispering, "I love you too." Nearby, Zhao Lili turned just in time to witness this tender moment, her cheeks flushing with excitement as she tightly grasped Ku Qiaoling's arm. Ku Qiaoling quietly sighed, furrowing her brow at Zhao Lili's enthusiasm. Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai exchanged glances filled with mutual understanding and unspoken connection. As the fireworks display concluded, the exuberant boys, still brimming with energy from their afternoon of fun, suggested heading out for late-night snacks. However, Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated, noting the time. It was already past 9, and classes awaited them the next day. Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai declared, "It's time to head back. We have school tomorrow, and it's not ideal for the girls to return late." The boys groaned in disappointment. We rarely get to hang out with the girls. I caught you bragging the other day about seeing that junior from the first year." "Damn it, you promised you wouldn't spill the beans." They playfully bickered as they ran off. Shen Xiuhuai turned to the three girls. "I'll escort you home." "No need. My house is just a 10-minute walk from here." Ku Qiaoling waved her hand dismissively. Nevertheless, Shen Xiuhuai called Qi Kuang over to ensure Ku Qiaoling got home safely, while he accompanied Zhao Lili and Lin Xiaoxiao, who lived nearby. Zhao Lili nervously protested, No, I can go back by myself. I don't want to intrude or be a third wheel." Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at her and took her arm. "Let us go back together." Surprised, Zhao Lili felt as though Lin Xiaoxiao had changed somehow. At the entrance of the amusement park, they established a WeChat group to confirm their safe arrivals home before parting ways. Shen Xiuhuai walked behind the two girls, who were somewhat anxious, glancing back occasionally. On her fifth glance, Lin Xiaoxiao, a bit exasperated, suggested, "Why not have him walk ahead so you can look at him at your leisure?" Zhao Lili, flustered, responded, "No. I have no ulterior motives." She cautiously peered at Shen Xiuhuai, who was following them at a comfortable distance, and then turned to Lin Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, you too?" She felt it inappropriate to ask, but couldn't help her curiosity. The flames of gossip were burning brightly within her. Lin Xiaoxiao regarded her with a neutral expression. Zhao Lili quickly covered her mouth, mumbling an apology. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked." Chapter 55, An Encounter with the Father-in-Law. Lin Xiaoxiao found her friend's nervousness amusing, suddenly realizing that reliving these moments felt quite delightful. People and events she had previously overlooked now appeared vibrant and alive. Once, Lin Xiaoxiao's memories of high school were vividly colored only by Shen Xiuhuai, while everyone else appeared as mere black and white photographs. They existed in her recollections, but she merely recognized their faces, occasionally encountering them on the streets without being able to recall their features. However, now things have changed. The monochrome images have been infused with color, and her classmates have begun to feel vibrant and alive. This seemed to embody the essence of youth. Lin Xiaoxiao turned to glance at Shen Xiuhuai, who was engrossed in his phone. As if sensing her gaze, he lifted his eyes to meet hers and smiled. Lin Xiaoxiao returned his smile and leaned closer to Zhao Lily, whispering, "What do you think our relationship is?" Without hesitation, Zhao Lily replied, "No relationship." Her gaze at Lin Xiaoxiao sincere. "The scholar doesn't need love. You both only cherish learning." Her voice was somewhat loud, and even Shen Xiuhuai, standing behind them, caught her words. Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Who said that? Before she could finish her thought, the bus arrived. Zhao Lily boarded first, exclaiming, I was just joking. The bus is here." The recent fireworks display had drawn a considerable crowd from the amusement park, making the bus quite crowded. Shen Xiuhuai frowned slightly as he sheltered Lin Xiaoxiao in his embrace, positioning himself behind the two girls, lamenting silently that he should have taken a taxi. Zhao Lily, standing on Lin Xiaoxiao's other side, added, "It's not that I disagree, but Huai Gu, the taxi line would probably take an hour or two." Shen Xiuhuai considered this and realized it was indeed likely true, letting out a sigh. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled reassuringly. "It's fine. We can transfer at the subway station later." More passengers continued to squeeze onto the bus, prompting the driver to shout, "Don't get on." The doors 1T close. The jostled passengers began to grumble. In truth, Lin Xiaoxiao felt somewhat uncomfortable. She had a slight aversion to filth, and the crowded bus was rife with various odors and unavoidable contact with others. Shen Xiuhuai quickly noticed Lin Xiaoxiao's discomfort. He gently pulled her closer, creating a small pocket of space for her in the crowded setting. Meanwhile, Zhao Lily internally squealed with delight at the sight, thinking how adorable this was. Lin Xiaoxiao looked up at Shen Xiuhuai and smiled at him. His gaze brushed over her fair face, where the imprint of his teeth had vanished. In that moment, he was uncertain whether to feel relieved or regretful that his mark had disappeared. He suddenly felt akin to a little dog, wanting to stake his claim. Fortunately, the torturous bus ride lasted only 2 stops before they disembarked, finding the subway less crowded. Zhao Lily's neighborhood was not far from Lin Xiaoxiao's. So Shen Xiuhuai first saw her home before leisurely walking back with Lin Xiaoxiao. During their stroll, he received a call from Mrs. Shen, expressing concern that her son had gone out in the afternoon and had yet to return home by 10 o'clock. Shen Xiuhuai reassured her, promising to be home by 11, and declined her offer to come pick him up. Once he hung up, Lin Xiaoxiao softly remarked, "It feels like your relationship with your mom has improved a lot." She paused midway, realizing she had become too accustomed to casually referring to her as mom. Stealing a glance at Shen Xiuhuai, she found him smiling, but he refrained from mentioning her slip. After all, it would be inevitable to call her that eventually. "I've come to see things differently. My parents aren't neglectful. They are simply overwhelmed with their responsibilities. There is no universal standard for parental love across the world. I don't want to hurt them, as they genuinely care for me." As Lin Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, a smile graced her lips. "Our Huai Ge has indeed grown up." Her words held a teasing undertone. Shen Xiuhuai, playfully hooking his pinky with hers, received a glare from Lin Xiaoxiao, cautioning him that they might encounter neighbors here. Nevertheless, she did not withdraw her hand. Shen Xiuhuai, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "At this hour, your neighbors are still out for a stroll?" As he spoke, he reached out to take Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. Just then, a gentle yet authoritative voice called from behind, "Xiaoxiao." Both Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai froze momentarily. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly distanced herself from Shen Xiuhuai and turned around to see her father, Dr. Lin He, casually dressed in home attire and slippers, holding a takeout bag not far behind them. It was uncertain how long he had been following them. Shen Xiuhuai, typically fearless, even towards Lin Xiaoxiao's grandfather, the esteemed General Lin, felt a twinge of apprehension in the presence of her father. Though Dr. Lin was not intimidating, quite the opposite. He exuded a refined gentility. His demeanor concealed a sharpness within. He had always been somewhat disapproving of Lin Xiaoxiao's relationship in the previous life. With this thought, Shen Xiuhuai felt his anxiety heighten, and he managed to utter, "Uncle." Dr. Lin's gaze remained on Shen Xiuhuai, his expression warm and inviting. "Hello. You must be Xiaoxiao's classmate." Shen Xiuhuai nodded. "Yes, we went out to have fun with classmates tonight. I was just escorting her and another female classmate back." "Right. This is Zhao Lily, the girl who invited me to hang out last time," Lin Xiaoxiao added, glancing at Shen Xiuhuai. "He Shen Xiuhuai, sitting behind me." Dr. Lin nodded. "It's getting late. You should head home, young man, or your parents will start to worry." Shen Xiuhuai exchanged a brief glance with Lin Xiaoxiao before replying, "That class monitor." "Uncle, goodbye." Dr. Lin smiled at him. "Be safe on your way back." Once Shen Xiuhuai had distanced himself, Dr. Lin turned to Lin Xiaoxiao. "Your mother mentioned she was craving wontons from across the street. I came down to get some for her." Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced, her expression neutral, yet her eyes were keenly observing her father's demeanor. Can't quite tell. Dr. Lin did not accompany her back to their neighborhood. Next time, if it's this late, call your father. I'll come to get you. As he spoke, he recalled his frequent late nights at work, or suggested that she call her mother, or if that failed, the family driver, to avoid troubling her classmate. It was too dangerous for her to be out so late. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. At your age, you should be mindful of your safety. Although he said nothing overtly, Lin Xiaoxiao sensed her father's awareness. Had she been a bit older, she would have undoubtedly revealed her relationship with Shen Xiuhuai. However, as an 18-year-old high school student, Lin Xiaoxiao softly replied, I understand, Dad. Chapter 56. The action commences. After returning from the amusement park, as the end of the semester approached, everyone seemed to be preoccupied. They had yet to visit Lu Fengqin's barbecue, deciding it was best not to interfere with their studies. Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao continued their clandestine lives, diligently studying by day and enjoying their dates by night. However, now Dr. Lin would pick Lin Xiaoxiao up whenever he was free in the evenings, significantly reducing Shen Xiuhuai's opportunities to be alone with her. It was quite distressing. Yet he felt powerless. Oh, I wish the exams would hurry up. I can barely focus anymore. Qi Kuang lamented in despair. Ever since the parent-teacher meeting, his father had come to believe he possessed intelligence but lacked determination, setting a goal for him to improve by 300 ranks by the end of the semester. He cast a resentful glance at Shen Xiuhuai, who was immersed in his exam paper. Why go, are you happy? Shen Xiuhuai was solving a problem when he responded, What? Are you happy as we approach our senior year? Qi Kuang inquired once more, his head resting despondently on the table. With merely 12 days of summer vacation left, an insurmountable mountain of assignments loomed before him, coupled with relentless examinations and the specter of terrifying tests. The mere thought sent a dull throb through his head. Oh, the third year of high school. At least we would be 18 then. Shen Xiuhuai, however, chuckled in response, declaring that university would usher in freedom. After uttering this, he cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao's retreating figure, reflecting on the significance of turning 18. Qi Kuang sighed. Huaiga, you've been thoroughly brainwashed. Shen Xiuhuai chose not to retort. During lunchtime, they made a rare venture to the school cafeteria. The weather had turned quite warm, and the cafeteria was relatively empty, as most students, unburdened by financial constraints, preferred to dine in air-conditioned establishments. Hey Qi Kuang, if the food is subpar, I swear I'll take you down. I just returned from training and am counting on the air conditioning to survive. Our cafeteria's cooling is less effective than a mere fan, Zhou complained, beads of sweat cascading down his face. No. They say the mouth-watering chicken has just been released and is supposed to be better than what is served in outside Sichuan restaurants. I absolutely must try it. Qi Kuang exclaimed, reaching out to pat Zhou Dao on the shoulder, only to recoil in distaste at his sweat, ultimately resting his hand on Shen Xiuhuai instead. Right, Huaiga? Zhou Dao nearly lashed out at him. Shen Xiuhuai, having finished a message, replied with a nonchalant give it a shot. Due to the sparse crowd, they quickly reached the front of the line, and the three of them found a spot near the air conditioning vent, enjoying the scant breeze. Qi Kuang observed Shen Xiuhuai as he simultaneously ate and replied to messages, whispering, Are you in a virtual romance with the class monitor? Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, pushing Qi Kuang's head away. You talk too much. Yet, there was some truth to it. Recently, Lin Xiaoxiao's parents had been taking turns picking her up after class, a precautionary measure following a recent incident involving a high school girl. This concern extended beyond Lin Xiaoxiao, as many girls were now being fetched by their parents at night, and a significant number had ceased attending evening study sessions. Lin Xiaoxiao had just messaged Shen Xiuhuai, saying her parents wanted her to study at home. Although Shen Xiuhuai felt he could protect Lin Xiaoxiao, it was indeed more convenient for her to remain at home. This, however, meant they could no longer attend evening study sessions together, and their previously limited alone time had dwindled even further. Shen Xiuhuai's mood soured considerably. At that moment, a group of oblivious boys sauntered through the cafeteria entrance, their raucous laughter drawing the attention of many. Qi Kuang and his friends exchanged glances, puzzled by the ruckus. Zhou Dao remarked, athletes, all basketball players. But they played dirty. The coach has scolded them repeatedly. He clicked his tongue. I overheard them discussing girls. That beautiful freshman from the first year. It seems one of them is pursuing her, and his choice of words was utterly distasteful. His tone was laden with disapproval. Shen Xiuhuai merely glanced over, unperturbed. After all, boys of that age often still possessed a degree of immaturity. After grabbing their meals, the boys seemed oblivious to Shen Xiuhuai and his friends, plopping down at the table directly behind them. One of the boys exclaimed, They say chasing girls is a 3-minute affair. Look, I've added her on WeChat. Today's high school girls view everything through a filter. With my height and looks, plus my family background, they must think I'm a Prince Charming. His tone dripped with arrogance and disdain. Just wait, within a month, I'll have her. The other boys erupted with crude laughter, their remarks unsettling. Qi Kuang set down his chopsticks, no longer interested in eating. Shen Xiuhuai's brow furrowed slightly. Zhou Dao gestured, see? They're just idiots. Suddenly, one boy lewdly chimed in. But bro, that freshman isn't much. The real prize is our campus beauty, Lin Xiaoxiao. He lowered his voice. With that face and figure, damn, even in school uniform, she is practically bursting out of it. Shen Xiuhuai's expression darkened, his chopsticks halting midair as anger flared within him. Let me tell you, girls like her may appear cold, but, before he could finish, he slammed his tray down onto their table. His voice icy as he turned to face them. Have you said enough? The boys were taken aback by the sudden crash, quickly rising to their feet, anger flashing in their eyes. Who the hell is this idiot? They shouted. Qi Kuang stood up alongside him. What filthy nonsense are you spewing? The boys' faces soured. Upon realizing it was Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang, a flicker of apprehension crossed their features. However, with the entire cafeteria now watching, they could hardly back down. Thus, the towering boys took a step forward, glaring at Shen Xiuhuai. Are you out of your mind, Shen Xiuhuai? The leader spat. Zhou De, having finished his last bite of food and downed a sip of soup, stood as well. Wu Fan, are you insane? What nonsense are you spouting daily? Shen Xiuhuai, already simmering with frustration, caught Wu Fan's words. Oh, which one of you is Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend? Did I say something wrong? Isn't it true? Before anyone could react, Shen Xiuhuai's fist flew toward Wu Fan's face, striking with such force that it knocked out his teeth. Damn! The boys surged forward. Chaos erupting in the cafeteria as screams and gasps filled the air, with many turning to seek out a teacher. Qi Kuang and Zhou De barely had time to join the fray before witnessing Shen Xiuhuai dispatching one boy after another with punches, each kick sending opponents sprawling to the ground. Qi Kuang, stunned, dashed forward to grab Shen Xiuhuai. Huaiga, stop! You'll kill someone. Zhou De joined in, attempting to restrain the visibly furious Shen Xiuhuai. Although they deserve it, they aren't worth your trouble. Huaiga. Chapter 57. The Internet's Mouthpiece Ultimately. Thanks to the intervention of Qi Kuang, Zhou De, and a few familiar boys, Shen Xiuhuai was halted before he could unleash further wrath. The assailants lay on the ground, struggling to rise, one even secretly weeping. The most unfortunate was Wu Fan, who, missing his teeth and nursing a kicked stomach, remained incapacitated. Shen Xiuhuai's expression was grim, his gaze fixed on them with an intensity that suggested he viewed them as mere corpses. Pang Fu soon arrived, accompanied by two male teachers. Upon seeing the scene, boys sprawled on the floor, some bleeding, while others restrained Shen Xiuhuai. He felt as though his head might explode. Shen Xiuhuai, what have you done? He gasped, pointing at them. Get them to the nurse's office. I suspect we'll need to visit the hospital. A nearby boy murmured, that Wu Fan is bleeding. Pang Fu felt his already thinning hairline ache even more. They needed to assess the situation in the nurse's office. Too much commotion could bring an ambulance. And tomorrow their school would be making headlines, leading to his imminent dismissal. Fortunately, Shen Xiuhuai had controlled his strength. While the injuries appeared severe and the boys claimed to be in intense pain, the school nurse found no major issues, just some bruises avoiding vital organs. The most serious seemed to be Wu Fan's swollen face and his lost teeth. Nonetheless, Wu Fan insisted he had internal injuries and demanded to go to the hospital, even wanting to summon his parents. Thus ensued a tumultuous scene, yet Shen Xiuhuai's anger remained unquenched. Had they refrained from provoking him, perhaps their mouths would have been less reckless. Ultimately, Pang Fu decided to call for the parents of all involved. A room filled with students and their homeroom teacher stood in a tense silence. The group of athletes was not from the same class. Lu Fengqin shielded Shen Xiuhuai and his two companions behind her, listening as the other teachers immediately accused them of wrongdoing. Furrowing her brow, Lu Fengqin glared at the opposing group, asserting that, while it was indeed inappropriate for her students to engage in violence, they were not impulsive individuals. Why don't you inquire what was said first? She challenged. Exactly. If you have a loose tongue, perhaps you should consider severing it. Qi Kuang interjected, unable to restrain himself, his voice loud enough to echo through the cafeteria. Wu Fan's homeroom teacher, a friend of his parents, shot a disapproving glance at Qi Kuang. Lu, do you find it appropriate for your student to speak in such a manner? Is it acceptable for Wu Fan to publicly discuss a girl's privacy? But my words are deemed inappropriate? Qi Kuang countered defiantly. Why don't you question him about what he said? Or is it because he asked your friend as son that you choose to defend him blindly? Lu, you're not that kind of teacher, are you? The expression on Lu's face darkened ominously. Enough. Everyone be quiet. Pang Fu exclaimed, feeling a headache coming on. Zhou De muttered under his breath, impressive, Kuang. Lu Fengqin shot him a warning look. In that moment, Shen Xiuhuai spoke up, declaring, I was the only one who acted. Zhou De and Qi Kuang did not lay a hand on anyone. Zhou De and Qi Kuang protested, Brother Huai. Yet Wu Fan, with a swollen face, mumbled. They all attacked. Fuming at the humiliation brought upon him by the trio, he was determined to make them suffer in return. I know perfectly well who acted and who did not. I have access to the surveillance footage. The school cafeteria just installed it, Pang Fu remarked, glancing at Wu Fan with a frown. I've also gathered information from the students present at the scene. He met Wu Fan's gaze steadily. Did you not utter insulting remarks about his classmates in the cafeteria? Wu Fan's expression shifted. I meant no offense. It was just a casual remark. Oh, right. And casually asking if your mother is. Qi Kuang interjected, his temper flaring. Watch your mouth. Wu Fan snapped, ready to charge at him. Qi Kuang chuckled mockingly. Got under your skin, did I? Just a casual comment. Shen Xiuhuai sighed, glancing at Qi Kuang with a lack of sincerity in his advice. Try to refrain from such comments. Don't involve parents in your insults. To hell with it. I might as well drag the entire family tree into this. What trash? Qi Kuang muttered, though he still heeded Shen Xiuhuai's words. Lu Fengqin had already pieced together the situation. She turned to Wu Fan, then to Pang Fu. Director, we need to clarify this matter among the homeroom teachers, or else someone will end up being unjustly labeled the victim. Lu's expression soured further. At that moment, a male teacher entered with 3 students, announcing, Director, these students witnessed the entire incident. I also brought the surveillance footage. Pang Fu gestured for the teachers to gather around and review the footage. The video began from the moment Shen Xiuhuai and his companions entered, initially enjoying their meal when Wu Fan and his group took seats behind them. The footage revealed Wu Fan and his companions huddled together discussing something, their expressions somewhat lewd. Suddenly, Shen Xiuhuai reacted with violence, while Qi Kuang and Zhou merely attempted to restrain him. Alone, Shen Xiuhuai managed to bring down several athletes. Lu pointed at the screen. It was Shen Xiuhuai who initiated the altercation, was it not? One should never strike first. Just then, one of the 3 students, the notorious loudmouth from Class 7, spoke up. It's no wonder Shen Xiuhuai acted. Wu Fan's comments about whether a girl was promiscuous in bed were beyond inappropriate. And he even brought up Lin Xiaoxiao from Class 8. That's why Shen Xiuhuai retaliated. I felt like hitting him myself. The boy shot a nervous glance at Wu Fan, who glared back. Another girl, head bowed, added quietly. They also used some pretty harsh language about several freshmen. Lu's face turned a deep shade of displeasure as she glared at Wu Fan. Taking a deep breath, she stated, regardless, initiating violence is still wrong. Lu, I recall you have a daughter as well. Perhaps you should consider the situation from a parental perspective and demonstrate some grace. Lu Fengqin remarked with a smile that did not reach her eyes, further darkening Lu's expression. In the end, the matter remained unresolved until the parents arrived. Primarily because Shun Nan was preoccupied and hadn't yet come. Lin Xiaoxiao learned of the fight during her afternoon class. Realizing the empty seats where Shen Xiuhuai and his companions usually sat, it was Zhao Lili who informed her after hearing from other classmates. Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang fought in the cafeteria during lunch. They're currently in the director's office. Lin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. Shen Xiuhuai got into a fight? What happened? Ku Qiaoling asked, her tone tinged with concern. I hope he doesn't face any penalties. I'm not sure. The witnesses were too far away to provide details. They said it suddenly escalated with the athletes, and Huai fought 4-1. Zhao Lili's excitement was palpable. Chapter 58, Detention. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of doubt, while others might be unaware. She knew Shen Xiuhuai's temperament would not typically lead him to quarrel with high school students. Now to hear there was bloodshed, her worry deepened. However, Shen Xiuhuai and the others did not return to class by the end of the school day, and Lu Fengqin was absent during the final English period, which turned into a study hall. The incident had escalated to the point of parental involvement, with reports that an ambulance had even arrived. The entire class buzzed with speculation. Lin Xiaoxiao attempted to reach Shen Xiuhuai by phone and text, but received no response, only amplifying her anxiety. Even Ku Qiaoling quietly inquired about the situation. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head gently. She had no idea what was going on and felt a surge of frustration within her. As the final bell rang, Lin Xiaoxiao hastily packed her belongings and left without a word. Zhao Lili observed her retreating figure and whispered to Ku Qiaoling, Xiaoxiao seems really upset. Sighing, Ku Qiaoling sent a few messages in their group chat to inquire about the situation. The boys who had dined with Shen Xiuhuai expressed their ignorance, only mentioning that it seemed the injuries were quite severe. Exchanging worried glances, Ku Qiaoling and Zhao Lili were both anxious. At this time, Shen Xiuhuai was no longer in the academic office, as Wu Fan's parents had arrived and demanded the police be called upon seeing their son's condition, wailing and demanding an ambulance. Despite Pang Fu and several teachers' attempts to reason with them, they remained insistent, pointing fingers at Shen Xiuhuai and calling him a violent delinquent deserving of expulsion. Qi Kuang nearly erupted in anger again, but was restrained by Shen Xiuhuai. Meanwhile, Shen Nan's office received a call from his secretary, who merely stated he would arrive as soon as possible. Eventually, the ambulance arrived, and Wu Fan was taken away, followed by the police, who escorted Shen Xiuhuai and his companions as well. The expressions of Pang Fu and the other teachers soured significantly. What had begun as a simple student altercation had escalated into a serious matter due to Wu Fan's family's uproar. Shen Xiuhuai awaited the hurried arrival of Shen Nan at the police station. He had an important meeting that afternoon and only learned of his son's predicament after it concluded. The secretary, having assumed Shen Xiuhuai's previous troubles were minor, failed to alert Shen Nan in a timely manner. For this, Shen Nan dismissed him from work the next day and hastily made his way to the station. The families of Qi Kuang and his companions had long since come to take them away. In this matter, Qi Kuang and his friends had not intervened at all. Thus, on the chair now sat only Shen Xiuhuai, his phone battery dead. Shen Nan entered and called out to him. Get up, let me see if you're injured. I've heard there was bloodshed. His brows were furrowed tightly, his demeanor stern and his tone far from pleasant. Shen Xiuhuai obediently stood up, admitting there was indeed blood. I knocked that fool's teeth out. Shen Xiuhuai shot him a glance before turning to the nearby officer. If I sign here, can we take him away? The officer, youthful and smiling, replied, absolutely. The boy is not severely injured. The teacher was just here. But I must say, you have quite the skill. Your aim was remarkably precise. Shen Xiuhuai sheepishly signed the documents, muttering, that brat deserves a beating. I apologize for the trouble. The officer chuckled and shook his head. When we first arrived, it was quite a scene, and there were many people. I thought it was something serious. Thankfully, several classmates came forward to testify. Otherwise, this child would have been in serious trouble. He discreetly gave Shen Xiuhuai a thumbs up before departing. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled and called out, thank you, officer. You're taller than I am now. It feels somewhat awkward for me to be called brother. The officer replied with a grin as he turned back. Shen Xiuhuai sighed. Let's go. Wait. Our teacher went to the restroom. I've been waiting for you all day, Shen Xiuhuai lamented. He sighed. Had I known their family would cause such a ruckus, I wouldn't have knocked out his teeth. That said, he felt no remorse. If given another chance, he would aim to balance things out by knocking out the other side as well. Some people simply need to be taught a lesson. Shen Xiuhuai was both amused and exasperated. You seem quite pleased with yourself. You're not a child anymore. Next time, try not to resort to violence. On the way, having gleaned the general situation, Shen Xiuhuai fell silent for a moment before lowering his voice. Next time, let us just bag him after school. Behind them, Lu Fengqin muttered. What kind of parents are these? Ahem, Teacher Lu, Shen Xiuhuai called out as he stood. Shen Xiuhuai quickly straightened up, his expression turning grave. Teacher Lu, I apologize for the trouble. No worries, Mr. Shen. I understand you are quite busy, Lu Fengqin replied with a polite smile. And as for Shen Xiuhuai's actions, they were indeed provoked. After a brief pause, she added, however, resorting to violence is still inappropriate. Principal Pang has mediated the situation, for now. Shen Xiuhuai will not return to class. A reflection and a demerit are necessary. What? That brat has been expelled? Shen Xiuhuai was taken aback, his brow knitting in concern. I'll go speak with your principal. He hasn't been expelled. He is just temporarily suspended. He can return to take exams at the end of the term, Lu Fengqin sighed. After all, the end of the term is not far off, and he will still need to complete his reflection after the new school year starts. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, who blinked back at him. I have no objections. It's mainly because that family is incredibly difficult to deal with. Ultimately, Lu Fengqin declined Shen Xiuhuai's offer to drive her home and took a taxi instead. Once father and son were in the car, Shen Xiuhuai immediately sought out a charging cable. Shen Xiuhuai, while driving, glanced at him. In a rush to reply to messages? What's going on? Given Shen Xiuhuai's temperament, it was quite remarkable that he accepted the disciplinary measures of suspension and school probation. However, Shen Xiuhuai reflected that his son's behavior over the past 6 months had indeed matured significantly. I was the one who struck first. The other party was merely verbally provocative. Besides, their family is too troublesome. They feared I would encounter that fool again at school and retaliate, Shen Xiuhuai remarked, clicking his tongue. Principal Pang and Teacher Lu spent the entire afternoon trying to negotiate on their behalf. I couldn't just stubbornly refused to relent. Shen Xiuhuai's eyes sparkled with amusement. He had been observing his son's transformation, yet Shen Xiuhuai's ability to articulate such thoughts surprised him. It seemed his son had truly grown up. But do you realize that even if it's troublesome, you still resorted to violence? Shen Xiuhuai inquired, perplexed. Shen Xiuhuai clenched his teeth, unable to hold back. I still want to find an opportunity during my suspension to bag that fool. Shen Xiuhuai, all right, confirmed, he's definitely my son. Shen Xiuhuai's expression of exasperation amused Shen Xiuhuai. By the way, old Shen, have you noticed something? What? Shen Xiuhuai replied absent-mindedly, focusing on the road. When I walked into the police station this time, you didn't question me at all. Did you already know the details beforehand? Shen Xiuhuai lazily pressed the power button. Shen Xiuhuai paused. No, it's because I know you've matured. Chapter 59. One's own son should never be bullied. Shen Xiuhuai did not anticipate Shen Xiuhuai's sudden declaration. He turned his head to look at Shen Xiuhuai, recalling that in his memory, Shen Xiuhuai had always been busy. He couldn't remember much from his early childhood, but since he started to form memories, Shen Xiuhuai had always been preoccupied, so busy that he would often break promises made long ago, only to appease Shen Xiuhuai with gifts afterward. As Shen Xiuhuai grew older, he began to stop expecting Shen Xiuhuai to keep his promises and even became reluctant to engage in conversation with him. Their father-son relationship grew increasingly strained. Meanwhile, Shen's mother was powerless to intervene. After being reborn, Shen Xiuhuai learned to empathize. After all, he was now an adult. But ultimately, he had outgrown the phase of having expectations of his parents. Shen Xiuhuai smiled and said, Old Shen, your perception of me seems to differ somewhat from reality. Shen Xiuhuai did not look at him, grunting, I don't even want to ask what you think of me. It certainly can't be anything flattering. Shen Xiuhuai collapsed into laughter in the passenger seat. Indeed, it wasn't entirely a negative impression, but it wasn't entirely positive either. I know you all have my best interests at heart. Shen Xiuhuai sighed. However, the following words felt overly sentimental. You all strive so hard for me. Yet it seems you've never truly asked what I really want. It feels as though the priorities have become reversed. His tone dipped into melancholy. Perhaps I am asking for too much. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Shen Xiuhuai through the rearview mirror, and for once, he fell into a rare silence. Shen Xiuhuai lowered his gaze to his newly powered-on phone, which was flooded with missed calls and a barrage of WeChat notifications. He quickly tapped on Lin Xiaoxiao's chat window. She hadn't sent many messages, starting with inquiries about why he hadn't come to class. Afterward, having presumably learned about the fight, she sent several messages asking if he was injured and if the situation was serious, inquiring about his whereabouts. The last message was sent after school. I'm waiting for you at the dessert shop across from your neighborhood. Please text me when you see this. I'm a bit worried. Shen Xiuhuai noted that it was just past the end of school. Nearly 2 hours had elapsed since. He frowned, considering calling Lin Xiaoxiao, but glancing at Shen Xiuhuai beside him, he opted instead to send a message. Sister, are you still there? I'll be there in about 30 minutes. A quick reply came back. Okay, little Huai, this is the first time your mother and I have been parents. From the moment you were born. We truly felt ourselves growing up. Shen Xiuhuai sighed before continuing. Perhaps our adult minds differ from those of children. Back then, I only wanted to give you the best. To ensure you didn't lag behind from the start, thinking you were too young to understand. I failed to realize that as you grew, you would develop your own thoughts. You are an individual, not a malleable lump of clay for us to shape. Unknowingly, my son transitioned from the roundness I expected into a sharp-edged square, which is quite wonderful. However, father also feels remorse for these past years. It's all right, Lao Shan. I felt that everything had passed the moment you acknowledged my growth. Shen Xiuhuai lifted his gaze from his phone, realizing that some words, once spoken, need not be reiterated. Remaining unspoken also brings discomfort, so this current state suffices. Shen Nan's heart quivered. Shen Xiuhuai's words bore a maturity beyond his years. This compelled Shen Nan to confront the reality that his child had indeed matured, and in a manner vastly different from his expectations. As they halted at a traffic light, he turned to Shen Xiuhuai and observed the smile tinged with helplessness as his son typed away on his phone. He looked exactly like a young man smitten in love. Shen Nan mused, this young lady has had a profound impact on his son, transforming a mischievous rascal into a charming simpleton. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the community, Shen Xiuhuai exclaimed, Hey, stop. You head back first. I want to be home for dinner. Please inform my mother. Shen Nan called out to Shen Xiuhuai, who was about to exit the car. Where are you off to? Going out to eat with classmates. Shen Xiuhuai glanced back. I haven't told mom about the fight yet. I'm afraid it'll worry her. Please don't let it slip. I'm off now. With that, he flung open the car door and dashed away. Shen Nan had words lodged in his throat, but they remained unspoken. You brat, starting tomorrow you'll be at home every day. Your mother's not blind. In resignation, he shook his head and drove into the complex. Once parked, Shen Nan retrieved his phone and made a call to his secretary. The Wu family shall no longer have any collaboration opportunities with us from now on. Let this news be disseminated. The chief's secretary, having accompanied him for many years, was well acquainted with his temperament and responded with a simple acknowledgement. Shen Nan grunted softly. He could not allow his son to be bullied, and a small company was still within his grasp. At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai remained oblivious to his father's subtle machinations for retribution. Upon entering the dessert shop, he found Lin Xiaoxiao seated in her usual spot, a book laid open before her, yet her gaze was fixated outside the window. She likely did not notice him as he passed by in his father's car. Feeling unexpectedly shy, Shen Xiuhuai approached her. Sister, he called softly. Lin Xiaoxiao, who had been staring out the window, turned to him, her large eyes swiftly scanning him from top to bottom, confirming that he appeared well. Are you hurt? Her voice was cool and detached, lacking urgency yet devoid of any discernible emotion. Shen Xiuhuai's heart sank. Was she angry? Surely not. I'm fine, he replied, taking a seat beside her in the limited space. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him and shifted slightly inward. I've been worried for 5 hours since I learned about it. She glanced at her phone. It's nearly 6 hours now. I couldn't do anything during that time, nor did I receive any news from you. It was only an hour ago that Qi Kuang and the others mentioned you were at the police station and that the other party intended to press charges. Shen Xiuhuai, can you fathom my feelings? Lin Xiaoxiao's tone was steady, leaving Shen Xiuhuai at a loss for words. If you can't immediately understand, consider this. I was out of contact for 6 hours, during which someone told you I was involved in a fight, that the other party was injured and hospitalized, and that I was at the police station, unreachable. That wouldn't happen. Shen Xiuhuai interrupted. I would definitely come looking for you. Even if I couldn't see you, I would find a way to reach you, no matter where you are. Lin Xiaoxiao paused. Noticing the earnest expression on his face, her tone softened. Her tightly wound emotions began to unravel. Shen Xiuhuai, are you breaking the rules again? I'm speaking from the heart, sister. I would never lose track of you, no matter where you are. Chapter 60. Does sister still like me? Lin Xiaoxiao had initially been angry, but the root of her frustration was not solely related to Shen Xiuhuai's altercation. She understood that Shen Xiuhuai was not one to resort to violence without cause, even if he had been influenced by Qi Kuang and the others lately. He was not as impulsive as an average 18-year-old. Her anger stemmed primarily from his lack of response to her messages. She had considered that perhaps he was busy or his phone had run out of battery. Yet, her worry overshadowed any rational thought. For it was well known that high school fights rarely resulted in serious injury for Shen Xiuhuai. However, the involvement of the other party's parents loomed ominously. Having witnessed the reckless fury of parents in hospitals during her past life, Lin Xiaoxiao understood that they rarely acted reasonably. If Shen Xiuhuai had acted out of impulsiveness, he might not retaliate even if provoked by the other party's parents. Thus, at the core of her fear was the possibility that Shen Xiuhuai could be bullied, regardless of his considerable strength. Shen Xiuhuai, I'm angry, Lin Xiaoxiao said, taking a deep breath, her voice steady. Shen Xiuhuai took her hand, exhaling softly, I know. Can I explain why I didn't respond to your messages? Seeing her silent nod, he continued, I truly didn't see your messages or receive your calls. My phone died, starting from when I was in the disciplinary office. The situation was too chaotic to even charge it. After he spoke, he glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. When Qi Kuang and the others returned, I asked them to inform you that I was fine and to explain the reason for the fight. At the mention of this, Shen Xiuhuai furrowed his brow, an expression of displeasure etched across his face. Damn it, I still feel I went too easy on them. Lin Xiaoxiao shot him a glance. So what was the reason? It's similar to the incident in the cafeteria, it just escalated this time. Shen Xiuhuai avoided mentioning Lin Xiaoxiao's involvement. Unwilling to tarnish her ears with the derogatory remarks that had been thrown around, those little brats clearly needed a taste of reality. I understand a bit. It's because they were talking about me, isn't it? Lin Xiaoxiao interjected, observing the anger radiating from Shen Xiuhuai's face. She sighed, however. Getting hospitalized seems a bit excessive. As she watched Shen Xiuhuai frown at her, a smile broke across Lin Xiaoxiao's face. But it's not your fault. They had it coming when they spoke about your girlfriend. Qi Kuang told you that. Shen Xiuhuai's voice was a low rumble. That brat is unreliable. It was I who asked him. He didn't provide specifics. What did they say that made you so furious? You fought before over similar comments from the neighboring class. Haven't you? Was it the same kind of remarks? Lin Xiaoxiao took the initiative to grasp his hand. You're really starting to resemble the 18-year-old version of yourself. Shen Xiuhuai blinked. Suddenly adopting a more plaintive tone, they were spouting nonsense. I don't regret retaliating. I just wish I had hit them harder. Besides, I know my limits. I wouldn't seriously hurt anyone. He leaned in closer, resting his cheek against Lin Xiaoxiao's arm. Sister, it's their filthy mouths that provoke me. As a man, I feel useless if I don't stand up for myself. Watching Shen Xiuhuai feign innocence and charm, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but soften. In truth, she had already felt her heart melt when he appeared before her unscathed. She had once stated that Shen Xiuhuai was her bottom line. And she meant every word. Lin Xiaoxiao reached out, pinching Shen Xiuhuai's cheeks and gently tugging them apart, muttering, Do you really think you're still an 18-year-old child? Sister, I was wrong. Shen Xiuhuai readily apologized. Next time, I'll just go out and hide in a sack. And I won't cause any trouble at school again. What was the consequence of your mischief? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired. Shen Xiuhuai silently averted his gaze, a hint of suspicion lingering in his silence. Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes and replied, Probation, a major demerit, and a self-reflection essay. For over a week until the final exams, I won't have to attend school. After finishing, Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao's expressionless face and sighed. Their parents have been unyielding, and Teacher Lu is worried I might actually get into trouble. It's far better than I had anticipated. Lin Xiaoxiao interrupted him, sighing in agreement. After all, you've already received 2 major demerits. Logically, another one would mean expulsion. But now that it's just probation, that's quite fortunate. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. What about him? He also received a major demerit and has to write a self-reflection. Shen Xiuhuai responded, relieved that Lin Xiaoxiao wasn't angry about the incident. Besides, Wu Fan is involved in early romance, so that freshman girl from the first year will probably be called in for a talk. It's best to stay away from such scum. Shen Xiuhuai's tone was laced with disdain. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. Well, I won't see you for 9 days. Her voice was soft. But I will start reviewing at home tomorrow. My parents are worried. Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's almost playful tone, Shen Xiuhuai smiled. I'll pick you up after school. I'll take you home, so you shouldn't run into your parents. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him, recalling the crowd at that time. Shen Xiuhuai blinked. The road is open to everyone, and the bus is for all. Why can't I go? Unable to hold back her laughter at his expression, Lin Xiaoxiao playfully rubbed his face, watching as it contorted under her touch, yet Shen Xiuhuai's gaze remained warm and amused. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao finally smile, she quickly pecked his lips and said, Then you must come to pick me up. It was both soft and sweet. Shen Xiuhuai leaned in closer. But Lin Xiaoxiao evaded him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. No, not in public. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. Sister, you're doing this on purpose. Lin Xiaoxiao did not deny it. I am. Then she began to tidy up her desk. I'm off to eat. I have to return to school soon. Mom is coming to pick me up tonight. Shen Xiuhuai sighed. The time I get to see you each day is dwindling. He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and feigned a pitiful tone. Will you look at other younger boys? Lin Xiaoxiao was exasperated, standing up after placing her books in her bag. She looked down at him seriously. Stop learning from Qi Kuang. I sense you're becoming a bit too flirtatious. Her eyes sparkled with laughter as she said this. Shen Xiuhuai tilted his head, gazing at her smiling face. Then does my sister still like me? Of course, I like you the most, she replied. At that moment, Qi Kuang, who had just been scolded by his father at home, suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose. Who was thinking of me? Chapter 61, Family Relations Ease. Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao found a nearby eatery to casually enjoy some noodles before he escorted her back to school. Along the way, his phone vibrated incessantly. A glance revealed numerous messages from their group chat, which he chose to ignore. As they approached a corner not far from the school, Lin Xiaoxiao halted. You should head back. Your parents must be worried after what happened. You can't just go home. My dad is coming to pick me up. He knows I'm fine, Shen Xiuhuai smiled. My mom doesn't he know yet. I'll tell her when I get back. Make sure to study hard at home. Finals are coming up, Lin Xiaoxiao advised, casting him a knowing glance. We can't afford to slack off. We're almost seniors. Indeed, once we're seniors. It's college time, Shen Xiuhuai feigned an exaggeratedly excited expression. In college, we can date. Lin Xiaoxiao, who had been expressionless, broke into a laugh at his antics. What are you thinking? If you don't study properly, we'll end up in a long-distance relationship. She lowered her voice playfully. Who knows? I might meet a more obedient younger brother at school. To her surprise, Shen Xiuhuai laughed even more joyfully, leaning slightly to scrutinize Lin Xiaoxiao's face. Didn't you meet one in your past life? Lin Xiaoxiao blushed at his proximity, taking a step back. Mind your own business. I'm going home. She turned abruptly, not waiting for Shen Xiuhuai to respond. He watched her swaying ponytail and slender figure, a grin spreading across his face. Shen Xiuhuai turned to run home only after she had entered the school. However, as he turned, he spotted Fang Yuanyuan standing not far behind. Shen Xiuhuai's smile faded. Yet he said nothing and attempted to walk past her. Wait, Fang Yuanyuan called out. Shen Xiuhuai paused and glanced at her. He noticed her gripping her phone tightly, a conflicted expression on her face. Are you dating Lin Xiaoxiao? Shen Xiuhuai had no intention of discussing his relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao with her. If you have something to say, just say it, he replied indifferently. Fang Yuanyuan bit her lip, recalling how gentle he had been with Lin Xiaoxiao earlier, stirring a strange feeling within her. After taking a deep breath, she swiped her phone a few times and held it up to Shen Xiuhuai. Here are your photos. Shen Xiuhuai's demeanor shifted, his gaze turning icy as he regarded Fang Yuanyuan. And, under his cold stare, Fang Yuanyuan took a small step back, her hands trembling slightly. Yet, she still managed to tap the screen twice. I deleted them. These were sent to me by Xiongge, and no one has seen them, so don't worry. Shen Xiuhuai watched as she deleted all 4 photos in front of him, then opened the recycle bin to permanently delete them. He was puzzled by her intentions. After deleting the photos, Fang Yuanyuan placed her trembling phone down. We owe each other nothing now. Thank you and Qi Kuang for the last incident. But I am no longer indebted to you. With that, she turned and walked away, her steps hurried. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, bewildered by her thoughts. However, recalling the earlier photos made him squint. It was a pity that Fang Yuanyuan was too quick, or else he could have saved a copy. He glanced once more in the direction she had departed before turning to head home. Upon arriving, he found that both Mrs. Shun and Shun Nen were absent from the living room. He noticed the study light was on, indicating they were likely busy, perhaps hearing the noise. The study door swung open, and Mrs. Shun stepped out. Xiaohai, you're back. Did you have fun with your classmates? Back, Shen Xiuhuai replied, his gaze shifting to Shun Nan, who subtly shook his head, indicating he hadn't said anything. Meanwhile, Mrs. Shun approached. I knew you were eating out, so I didn't leave you any dinner. But I prepared some sweet soup. It's getting warm, and you all have your finals coming up, right? Don't stress too much. If you don't want to go to evening study sessions, then don't. Take it easy at home. Mom, Shen Xiuhuai interjected, pushing her gently onto the sofa. I also think that studying at school has been a bit exhausting, so I haven't been going recently. Mrs. Shen's chatter abruptly ceased as she gazed at her son, who was crouching on the floor with an innocent expression. She then abruptly turned to Shen Nan, her voice rising in anger. Shen Nan, are you still not giving up on making your son join the army? He is still a minor. Why is he not studying? Did you say something to him? It's rare for him to be focused on his studies lately. What is wrong with you? Shen Nan. Upon hearing her mother's voice, laden with anger, Shen Xiuhuai was momentarily taken aback. No, Mom, this matter has nothing to do with old Shen. He hastily recounted the events of the day. After listening, Mrs. Shen immediately pulled him up. Are you hurt? Does it hurt when you hit someone? For the first time, Shen Xiuhuai had to concede that old Shen was right. His mother truly possessed the qualities of a mother whose excessive love could lead to his son's downfall. Shen Nan approached, pouring himself a glass of water. Your son is tall and strong. How could he possibly get hurt? He knocked out someone's teeth. He should be the one going for a medical examination. Mrs. Shun retorted. Those boys insulted him first. My son merely couldn't stand by and do nothing. However, the surveillance footage clearly showed that he had struck first. Fortunately, the teacher on duty was aware of the situation. Otherwise, without the footage or witnesses, it was likely that her son would have faced expulsion. Shen Nen settled onto the sofa, glancing at Shen Xiuhuai. If you don't want to go to school, then don't. The exams are just around the corner. Once they're over, I'll send you to your grandparents' place for some character building. You never wanted to go in previous years. Will you go this time? They've been asking about you. Shen Xiuhuai paused, recalling that his grandparents had passed away during his years of military service, and their relationship had never been particularly close. In his youth, he had maintained a distant connection with them, often preferring solitude at home during the new year rather than visiting. I hardly have half a month for summer vacation, Shen Xiuhuai finally said, observing the disappointment flicker across Shen Nan and Mrs. Shen's faces. I can manage a week at most, otherwise, I doubt I'll finish my assignments. He continued, and old Shen, you both should go as well. You can't keep using work as an excuse. Your parents must miss you. Do you really want to go? Mrs. Shen, who had initially worn a disappointed expression, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Shen Xiuhuai smiled, of course. It's been ages since I enjoyed the taro chicken Grandma made. I've been craving it. Oh, let me call your grandparents and tell them to prepare, Mrs. Shen exclaimed, excitement evident in her tone. When's your exam? We can pick you up right after. It's just a 3-hour drive. Shen Nan quickly interjected. It's the middle of the night. What are you doing? Plus, your son hasn't even taken his finals yet. He spoke with a playful glint in his eyes. Right, focus on your studies first, Mrs. Shen added. Watching his parents' joyful expressions, Shen Xiuhuai felt a surge of anticipation. Yet, he lamented inwardly, but if I go, I won't see my sister for over a week. In the ensuing days at home, Shen Xiuhuai did not slack off. His goal was to rank within the top 100 in the upcoming finals. Although he had made plans with Lin Xiaoxiao to meet at school, she always deemed it too much trouble and never allowed him to visit. Shen Xiuhuai attempted to go several times, but each occasion found Lin Xiaoxiao surrounded by others, making even a brief exchange impossible. With her now foregoing evening study sessions, Shen Xiuhuai felt it was increasingly challenging to even hold her hand. He sighed, and Lin Xiaoxiao glanced up from her test papers during a video call. What's wrong? It seems I've gone a week without holding your hand, let alone being close. Shen Xiuhuai's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled. Are you really that clingy? You'll be back for exams in 2 days. We'll see each other then. Yes, but right after the exams, I'm heading to my grandparents' place, leaving no chance for solitude. Shen Xiuhuai's voice brimmed with dissatisfaction. By the way, are those fools still bothering you? Previously, Wu Fan and his gang had audaciously blocked Lin Xiaoxiao, likely emboldened by Shen Xiuhuai's absence from school. Fortunately, they were intercepted not far from the administration office by Pang Fu. Upon learning of this incident, Shen Xiuhuai nearly lost his temper and sought to confront Wu Fan again. It's fine, he wouldn't dare. Besides, Qi Kuang and Zhou De have been with me every day, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, her tone light, yet tinged with helplessness. You know I can take care of myself. I understand. That doesn't diminish my concern, Shen Xiuhuai smiled in response. A knock interrupted the conversation, and Lin Xiaoxiao whispered, That's probably my mom bringing me fruit. I have to go. Shen Xiuhuai responded with an affirmative sound, watching the screen fade to black as he sighed. Feeling as if he were in a long-distance relationship. Lowering his gaze, he completed the remainder of his assignment before checking his phone. Each time he saw Qi Kuang's new name, he couldn't help but smile at the irony of his comprehensive quality education being a blatant oversight. Qi Kuang had messaged in their group chat, asking about Shen Xiuhuai's summer plans and whether he would join them for a hike. Shen Xiuhuai lazily replied, Heading to my grandparents for a week. School starts again soon after. The group erupted in a chorus of despair over the looming challenges of their senior year. Particularly Zhou De, a budding athlete, expressed his dread at transitioning from a regular class to a sports class, leading him to wail dramatically. Shen Xiuhuai found their antics amusing. Just then, Qi Kuang messaged him privately, Brother Huai, take me along to your grandparents. Shen Xiuhuai had no objections, my parents are going too. The oversight of quality education. Then forget it, I can't manage with parents around. But let me share some gossip. I overheard my parents saying that Wu Fan's family seems to be in trouble because of Uncle Shen. They probably won't have an easy time for a while. Shen Xiuhuai paused at the words, and Qi Kuang continued, My dad said Uncle Shen is childish, but I think it's super cool. What is so childish about protecting your child? Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed old Shen was still fighting his battles behind the scenes. He recalled old Shen mentioning in an interview that all his hard work was for the sake of providing the best for his family. If he couldn't protect them, what was the point of earning all that money? Shen Xiuhuai felt a swell of emotion. After replying to Qi Kuang, he set his phone down and stood up. As he stepped outside, he noticed Shen Nan engrossed in some paperwork, while Mrs. Shen was absent. Upon hearing the noise, Shen Nan turned to him. Hungry? Your mom went to take a shower. She said she'd prepare a late-night snack for you. Seriously, how can you eat so much at your age without gaining weight? Shen Xiuhuai scoffed and headed straight for the kitchen. I'm always waiting for mom. Does that mean I'm eating too much? Shen Nan was taken aback. Watching his son's retreating figure, you'll cook for me? If you can whip something up, that is fine by me. I'll have tomato and egg noodles. As I doubt you can manage anything too complex. When Mrs. Shen emerged from her shower, she was surprised to see her husband and son enjoying a rare moment of harmony at the dining table. Upon noticing her, Shen Xiuhuai waved. Mom, hurry up. Otherwise, the noodles will clump together. Why didn't you wait for me? Mrs. Shen questioned, astonished. Your dad's cooking is inedible. Hey, what do you mean my cooking isn't edible? This was made by your son, Shen Nin interjected, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he glanced at Shen Xiuhuai. It actually tastes pretty good. Shen Xiuhuai shot him a proud look, beaming like a child receiving praise. He urged Mrs. Shen to sit. Mom, you must try this. Final exams arrived swiftly, and Shen Xiuhuai made his way to school early in the morning. When he arrived, not many students were present. But Lin Xiaoxiao was already seated at her desk. Upon hearing someone enter through the back door, she turned her head for a fleeting glance. A smile gracing her face upon seeing Shen Xiuhuai. The others in the class, noticing his arrival, discreetly cast sidelong glances in his direction. Shen Xiuhuai, feeling somewhat apprehensive, could do little more than place his backpack on the table, leaning over to set a piece of candy on Lin Xiaoxiao's desk. Good morning, class monitor. He greeted cheerfully. Lin Xiaoxiao picked up the candy, still warm from Shen Xiuhuai's hand. You seem to have an exam in class 10 shortly. The examination venues in Nanyang were arranged according to the previous semester's final scores, and Shen Xiuhuai's ranking placed him in a later room. In contrast, Lin Xiaoxiao had consistently been in class 1. Shen Xiuhuai nodded. I know, I'll head over soon. He glanced around, and the classmates who had been surreptitiously watching him suddenly felt a bit awkward and turned their eyes away. Among the more familiar faces, someone called out, Huaiga. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, urging them to hurry up and cram. The few who had been whispering responded with exclamations, quickly returning to their studies. As the first subject was Chinese, their hopes resting on memorizing a few extra verses. Observing that no one was paying attention to them anymore, Shen Xiuhuai swiftly grasped Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, but feeling it insufficient, he quickly brought it to his lips for a gentle kiss. Yet, upon turning, he found Qi Kuang standing by the window, a pancake in his mouth, his expression a mixture of emotions. Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned by Shen Xiuhuai's boldness. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Shen Xiuhuai freeze, staring out the window, her heart skipping a beat as she feared it was Pang Fu. However, a quick glance revealed it was Qi Kuang, whose expression was equally complicated. Under the scrutiny of the two, Qi Kuang felt the pressure mounting. He removed the pancake from his mouth, swallowed hard, and said, I was just passing by. Chapter 63, Joys of Summer Vacation. Shen Xiuhuai observed the trembling Qi Kuang for a moment. Lin Xiaoxiao, her cheeks flushed, turned away to focus on her book. Whether she could truly concentrate was debatable, but it was evident she felt shy. With a playful hum, Shen Xiuhuai picked up his backpack and dashed out, wrapping his arms around Qi Kuang's neck as he ran. My pen. Huaiga. I saw nothing. I need my pen. Qi Kuang cried out. Finally, Shen Xiuhuai commanded Qi Kuang to stay put while he returned to fetch the pen. Sister, I'm heading to the exam room, he called out quickly, adding, let us have lunch together later. Lin Xiaoxiao did not turn around, but softly replied, good luck on the exam. Is there a reward for doing well? Shen Xiuhuai lowered his voice, a hint of laughter coloring his words. Lin Xiaoxiao remained still, offering no response. At that moment, Ku Xiaoling entered through the front door. Shen Xiuhuai felt a pang of regret, yet thinking of Qi Kuang waiting outside, he said, I'm off. As he turned to leave, he heard Lin Xiaoxiao murmur quietly, there is. A smile crept onto Shen Xiuhuai's lips, satisfied as he stepped outside. The 2 days of examinations passed swiftly. Although Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao could share lunch, they seldom had moments alone, usually surrounded by a large group. An amusing incident occurred when Shen Xiuhuai encountered Wu Fan and his group once again in the examination room. Although they regarded him with disdain, they did not dare to provoke him. However, the boy from class 7 who had testified on Shen Xiuhuai's behalf was not so fortunate. Wu Fan's group, known for bullying the weak, surrounded him with condescending remarks. Oh, isn't this the sycophant? Too bad the young master doesn't want a lackey like you. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't recall the boy's name, even after he had been previously beaten by the crowd from class 8. Qi Kuang quietly chimed in. This Liang Sheng is quite strange. He was just beaten by us during the cleanup, and now he is here testifying for us. It's odd that Wu Fan's group is targeting him so aggressively. I heard they attacked him a few times in private. I helped him once, but his mouth. Just then, Liang Sheng retorted, I'm willing. You can't make me your lackey, for even if I were a dog, I would not lick the boots of scum. Qi Kuang couldn't help but stifle a laugh. And even Shen Xiuhuai had to acknowledge the peculiar wit of this classmate from the neighboring class. How could someone have such a sharp tongue? The surrounding students chuckled softly, sharing whispers. The examinees in this classroom were generally those who enjoyed their studies but didn't excel, and thus most were not particularly afraid of Wu Fan. As Wu Fan glowered, preparing to unleash a tirade, someone interjected, bullying the weak, are we? Wu Fan, are you really that pathetic? Wu Fan turned to glare at the speaker. You want to step in? Shen Xiuhuai knocked on the desk, declaring, I do. The moment Wu Fan saw him, he recalled his previous injury and felt his face swell again. Just then, the invigilating teacher entered the room, demanding, what is going on? Everyone, return to your seats. Wu Fan huffed in response, begrudgingly sitting down as instructed. After the exams concluded that day, Qi Kuang called Liang Sheng, and during the remaining examinations, Shen Xiuhuai found himself accompanied by an additional person. That afternoon, after the tests, Shen Xiuhuai had barely a moment to speak with Lin Xiaoxiao, before he received a call from Mrs. Shen Xiaohuai. Your father and I are waiting for you at the school gate. Have you come out yet? Your father is worried about potential traffic. With a sigh, Shen Xiuhuai replied, I'm on my way. After hanging up, he glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was standing at the door of their classroom. The air was filled with the excited shouts of students celebrating their completed examinations, with Qi Kuang and Zhou Da's voices ringing the loudest. Are you heading to your grandparents' house? Lin Xiaoxiao asked first. Shen Xiuhuai nodded, a hint of reluctance in his demeanor. I might be gone for over a week. Lin Xiaoxiao acknowledged this, saying, then go. Your uncle and aunt are waiting outside, right? Shen Xiuhuai lowered his voice, a trace of reluctance evident. I'll miss you. We haven't had much time alone lately. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with amusement. What will you do when you enlist? That's different. There will be training then. Right now, I have too much free time. And I can't help but think of you. Shen Xiuhuai blurted out without hesitation. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, Pang Fu's voice interrupted from nearby. Shen Xiuhuai jumped, turning to see Pang Fu frowning at a distance. What are you doing standing at the door? Blocking the exit? He didn't wait for a response before shouting at the back door. What are you all doing? If you're going home for the break, then go. Stop shouting. The whole building can hear your class. The students fell silent at Pang Fu's command. After a moment, Qi Kuang piped up, we're just excited. We'll be in our final year soon. We're savoring our last moments in the second year. Do you think I can understand that? I thought you lot could raise monkeys by now, Pang Fu said sternly. He then scanned the assembly of students, noting their near completion. Your teacher Lu is busy organizing papers in the office and asked me to tell you that she remembers the barbecue you owe her. No need for anonymous emails. She'll sort it out next semester when you return. The previously quiet group erupted into cheers. Pang Fu, observing their enthusiasm, couldn't help but smile slightly. After a few unsuccessful attempts to quiet them, he decided to leave them be. As he turned to exit, he noticed Shen Xiuhuai. While Lin Xiaoxiao had already returned to her seat, Pang Fu scrutinized Shen Xiuhuai from head to toe before suddenly speaking. Do you remember what you promised teacher Lu? Too many, Shen Xiuhuai replied innocently, blinking his eyes. I hope you are not the peculiar individual who has flouted every school regulation at least once. You understand my meaning. Do you not? Pang Fu's tone carried a hint of danger. In light of this, Shen Xiuhuai felt compelled to clarify to Pang Fu that the last packet of cigarettes was not his. He truly does not smoke. Pang Fu nodded, then tell me. Whose were they? Shen Xiuhuai could hardly recall whose they were, given how many years had passed. After a brief moment of silence, he decided to let it go, saying, Director, take care on your way, goodbye. Pang Fu cast him a glance, as if to say he was unaware of their little secret. Before departing, he subtly pointed at him and Lin Xiaoxiao, the implication unmistakable. Shen Xiuhuai returned with a radiant smile. Once Pang Fu had moved away, Shen Xiuhuai leaned towards the window beside Lin Xiaoxiao and said, Sister, I must take my leave. Otherwise, it will be night by the time I reach Grandpa's. And I will miss you. Lin Xiaoxiao waved goodbye, while Xiaoling glanced over. Why go? Enjoy your summer vacation. The raucous crowd at the back of the classroom echoed. Why go? Happy summer. Chapter 64, Grandparents. When Shen Xiuhuai boarded the car, his face beamed with joy. Shen Ning glanced at him. Have you finished bidding farewell to your classmates? Yes, the director just came by, but it wasn't a long wait, Shen Xiuhuai replied, placing his backpack aside and stretching his limbs. Shen's wife in the front passenger seat handed him a glass of juice, not for long. She paused, her gaze drifting to the throng of students. Did you say goodbye to that girl you like? Shen Xiuhuai chuckled as he accepted the juice from her hand. You needn't look for her, Mom. She's still in the classroom. His mother withdrew her gaze with a hint of disappointment, but soon smiled. I suppose so. The girl my son likes must be quite beautiful. After all this time, I haven't seen anyone more lovely than your cousin. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. What if she's not particularly pretty? His mother shot him a look. That's impossible. You once said you'd rather not have a wife than one who isn't beautiful. That had been something he said at the tender age of 6. Shen Nan, while driving, added with a relaxed tone, now that he's grown, children certainly pursue different values. Placing too much emphasis on looks seems rather superficial. Oh, were you not drawn to me solely for my beauty back then? Shen's wife retorted with a playful huff. Why didn't you call it superficial then? Shen Nan coughed awkwardly. Let's talk about the children. Shen Xiuhuai listened with a smile as his parents engaged in a light-hearted exchange. After a brief dispute between Shen's wife and Shen Nan, she turned back to her son. So, Xiaohai, is that girl beautiful? Shen Xiuhuai realized that his mother seemed to have a penchant for appearances. It was no wonder she was so fond of Lin Xiaoxiao in the previous life. She is stunning, particularly so, Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile. I haven't encountered anyone more beautiful than her. Really? Do you have a picture? His mother's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Let me see. Shen Ning glanced at the two from the rearview mirror, his expression one of resigned amusement. No, Mom. I can't show you. I'll tell you after my exams. Just a glimpse. I promise I won't act on it. I'm very open-minded, she insisted. Shen Xiuhuai's grandparents, after retiring, opened a guest house in a quaint village near a mountain in a neighboring city. Their motivation was not primarily financial. Rather, they found themselves restless and enjoyed the company. The guest house was somewhat secluded, attracting mainly those who relish hiking. hence their clientele was typically sparse, with only a modest influx during summer and winter vacations. Old Shun had no objections to this. As long as the elderly were content, that was sufficient. Knowing that Shun Nan's family was coming, his grandparents had prepared well in advance, spending an entire afternoon sitting on chairs, doing nothing but waiting. Typically, Shen Xiuhuai would only visit for a day or two during the spring festival, and he rarely stayed longer. This year, however, his willingness to spend the summer brought them great joy. They arrived around 7 o'clock, thankful for the smooth journey and the absence of traffic. As the summer sun had yet to set, as Shen Nan parked the car, Shen Xiuhuai opened the door and immediately spotted his grandparents rising from their seats to approach him. Xiaohuai, his grandmother, who had always been fond of him, beamed upon seeing him. She grasped his hand. You just finished your exams. Are you tired? Your father should have let you rest for a day before coming. His grandfather patted Shen Xiuhuai's shoulder. You've grown taller. Shen's wife approached, carrying items. Dad, Mom, why don't you go inside and wait? Xiaohuai is calling you. His grandmother, holding Shen Xiuhuai's hand, said, let us go inside. You must be tired. Generally, Shen Xiuhuai was not one to engage in conversation much. He preferred to stay in his room, only emerging for meals. Grandpa, Grandma, have you been waiting long? Shen Xiuhuai gently embraced the elderly couple. He took one of their hands in each of his as they walked back. If there was traffic, it would take even longer. Next time, you should wait at home. The heat of the setting sun was quite uncomfortable. His grandparents seemed momentarily taken aback by the change in their grandson. It was his grandfather who soon regained his composure. Staying inside isn't much fun, right? Xiaohuai, you wanted to eat taro chicken, didn't you? Grandma prepared it early. Are you hungry? Last time you visited, you mentioned there was no computer in your room, so your grandpa and I got one for you this time. You won't be bored. Shen Nan and his wife exchanged amused glances behind them. However, Shen Xiuhuai felt a pang of sadness. In his previous life, he had not been particularly close to his grandparents. During his rebellious years, he seemed to find fault with everyone. He merely felt that each visit to their village was unbearably dull, with nowhere to play, and he would always hurry in and out. In retrospect, the silent love the elderly held for their grandson never waned. The dining table was always laden with his favorite dishes, and despite their lack of understanding about computers, they had ventured into town to buy one, hoping to acquire popular games. All of this was merely a desire for him to linger a little longer. Yet in his past life, he would only stay for 2 days at most before insisting on returning home. How lonely his grandparents must have felt during those times. Yet, when he next visited, they would always greet him with smiles, inquiring about his life and achievements, slipping him money in secret. Shen Xiuhuai gazed down at the two elderly figures who were discussing what meals they had prepared, their faces radiating genuine happiness. He tightened his grip slightly. This time, he could not allow those around him to feel disappointment again. The guest house run by his grandparents was modest, with only 5 rooms available for rent. With Shen Xiuhuai's family occupying 2 of them, one room still had guests, leaving 2 vacant. Shen Nan, after putting away their belongings, cheerfully remarked at dinner, Mom, Dad, will our arrival disrupt your business? Ah, yes. The remaining 2 rooms were booked, his grandmother replied while serving Shen Xiuhuai. If you hadn't come, that room would have been rented out. She turned to him with a smile, as if to reassure him that he need not worry. Xiaohuai, eat more. I'm not talking about you. That room is yours. It won't be rented out. His grandfather nodded in agreement, glancing at Shen Nan. You should settle the accommodation fee for you and your wife later. Shen Nan chuckled, his wife beside him, clearly amused. You just want to see Xiaohuai and think I'm bothersome, don't you? Indeed, what is there to see? We see enough of you on television all day. Grandmother, with a hint of disdain, remarked, you seem to have plenty of time to watch television every day. Isn't it about time for Xiaohuai to be in his senior year? She urged, you should spend more time with Xiaohuai. Shen Xiuhuai smiled as he observed his grandparents chiding his parents, feeling a warmth in his heart. This was the familial affection he had previously overlooked. Chapter 65, The Scapegoat, Old Shun. The inn run by his grandparents embraced a purely natural aesthetic, adorned with wooden and bamboo decor. The wood was intentionally aged, exuding an air of sophistication that would undoubtedly appeal to young visitors seeking picturesque moments for social media. However, Shen Xiuhuai's room stood in stark contrast to the rest of the inn, brimming with modernity, distinctly influenced by a European rock style. Shen Xiuhuai fell silent as his grandmother gently ushered him into the room, pointing to the new computer on the desk. Your grandfather knew you were coming and picked this up a couple of days ago. He said it's the highest configuration available. She glanced at Shen Xiuhuai and continued. Your parents mentioned you're staying for a week, right? If you tire of the computer, perhaps there are some game consoles you'd like your grandfather to take you to buy? Seeing his grandmother's eager yet cautious expression stirred a pang of emotion within Shen Xiuhuai. He wrapped his arms around her and reassured. I won't be bored at all. I'll go fishing with Grandpa during the day, and in the afternoon, we can check the vegetable garden together. I haven't even explored the mountains around here yet. How could I possibly be bored? With a mixture of surprise and delight, his grandmother seemed to brighten, but then, as if recalling something, she closed the door and whispered, Has your father threatened you? She frowned. I told you he was always threatening you and arguing with you. Did he force you to come? No, Grandma, not at all. Shen Xiuhuai sighed as he gently guided her to sit down. Crouching before her, he confessed, I think I've emerged from my rebellious phase. I missed you both, so I came. He gazed at her hands, weathered with age, feeling a swell of emotion in his chest. Grandma lifted his face, her eyes searching his, and after a long pause, she asked, Is Xiaohuai not doing well? Her hand brushed near his eyes. The light in your eyes doesn't seem as bright as before. Shen Xiuhuai's heart quivered at her words, not doing well, and he felt a haze cloud his vision. His grandmother embraced him gently, soothing him like a child. It's all right. Grandpa and I are still here. Should the sky fall, we will bear it together. My Xiaohuai, live joyfully, regardless of what they say. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Shen Xiuhuai's cheeks as he sobbed. Grandma, I just miss you both so much. In his previous life, while on a mission with a Special Forces unit, he returned to find that his grandparents had passed away, leaving him no chance to say goodbye. It was only after his retirement that he discovered they had bequeathed all their assets and shares to him. Fearing that old Shun would deprive him of everything due to their strained relationship, worried he would struggle after his service. Old Shun had worn a weary expression back then as he said, Your grandparents always cared for you. You can call me a failing father, but you should never overlook the love your grandparents had for you. At the age of 22, Shen Xiuhuai broke down in tears for the first time in front of old Shun, clutching all that his grandparents had left him. After finally calming his grandmother and seeing her off, Shen Xiuhuai intended to shower and change, but as he glanced around his room, he sighed and thought of Lin Xiaoxiao. Years ago, Lin Xiaoxiao had a unique taste, and he had harbored feelings for her for so many years. Lost in thought, he heard commotion from his parents' room. Shen Nan, what have you done to your son? Look at how aggrieved he is. Grandmother's voice rang out, filled with anger. Before she likely remembered that her volume could be heard by Shen Xiuhuai, she lowered her voice and muttered, You little rascal. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled softly. Knowing that old Shun must be utterly bewildered at that moment, he entered the bathroom in high spirits, humming a tune. Upon emerging, he sat at his punk-inspired desk and began to write a paper. It was just past 10 o'clock. He glanced at his phone and saw that Lin Xiaoxiao had also returned to her grandparents' home, and they could only exchange a few words here and there. Just as he was about to inquire about her bedtime, a knock interrupted him, expecting it to be his grandmother, mother, or perhaps even grandfather. He was taken aback to find Shen Nan standing at the door with a stern expression. Ahem, Dad, what brings you here? Shen Xiuhuai blinked, eyeing the bowl of sweet soup in Shen Nan's hands. Shen Nan huffed and stepped past him into the room, halting mid-step. Can I come in? Of course. Shen Xiuhuai replied, stepping aside to let him in and closing the door to preserve the air conditioning. Shen Nan surveyed the room and felt a headache coming on. He opened his mouth to speak, but recalled his wife's words and held back. Here's the sweet soup your grandmother made. Drink it and go to bed early. With that, he glanced at the computer desk and noted the closed lid and the exam papers scattered across the study table. His mood lightened slightly. Shen Xiuhuai shot him a look. You could have just called me down for that instead of bringing it up here. At this, Shen Nan felt a swell of frustration. What did you tell your grandmother? She thinks our father-son relationship is strained and wants me to help ease it. Shen Xiuhuai nearly choked on the sweet soup in his mouth, meeting old Shen's piercing gaze that seemed to brim with menace. I swear, I didn't say anything at all. Your grandmother even mentioned you cried. Shen Nan scrutinized him, his eyes narrowing. But you don't look like it. Shen Xiuhuai felt his face heat up. Indeed, he had lost control of his emotions earlier. In an attempt to conceal his embarrassment, he gulped down the entire bowl of sweet soup. There's no competition for it. Why the rush? Shen Nan, noticing Shen Xiuhuai's flustered face, diverted his gaze. Once the bowl was empty, Shen Xiuhuai placed it down. I'll take it down and go to bed, Dad. You should rest early too. Clearly, this was a dismissal. Shen Nan clicked his tongue, scrutinizing the suspicious redness on Shen Xiuhuai's face and starting to believe his wife's words. He picked up the bowl. Fine. Go to sleep early. I'll take this down and report to your grandmother. As he stood to leave, he suddenly added, Your parents have no special expectations of you, just like your grandparents. Don't feel too pressured. Shen Xiuhuai paused. Just don't get back into your old ways of fighting and brawling. It doesn't matter if your grades dip a little. Our family can support you comfortably for a lifetime. Shen Nan continued, locking eyes with Shen Xiuhuai. My only requirement is that you don't stray too far from the right path. You're doing well now. With that, he opened the door, preparing to depart. Shen Xiuhuai's voice called out from behind. I understand, Dad. A smile broke out on Shen Nan's face. But then he recalled something and pointed at the chaotic state of Shen Xiuhuai's room. Can you not change the decor? How can you sleep at night? Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but laugh at the disdainful expression on Shen Nan's face. This was set up by Grandma and Grandpa. You should ask them about it. Shen Nan shot him a glare and muttered, You little brat, before turning to descend the stairs. Chapter 66. Adding a WeChat contact with the junior. When Shen Xiuhuai arrived, he brought with him at least half a backpack full of exam papers. Having come directly from school, they had returned home for a 10-day break, soon transitioning into their final year, and the teachers, fearing the students would lose focus, had mercilessly assigned an abundance of papers without a hint of remorse. Shen Xiuhuai, however, was unfazed. His grades had never been stellar. and he had grown accustomed to the routine of practice papers. Yet, upon his arrival, he soon realized that his grandparents were the greatest hindrance to his academic endeavors. On the morning of the first day, his grandfather cautiously knocked on his door, inquiring if he would like to accompany him for a stroll followed by a fishing trip. Observing the elder's timidity, Shen Xiuhuai readily agreed. Thus, he was led by his grandfather on a leisurely circuit from the village entrance to its farthest end. News had spread throughout the village about the tall and handsome grandson of the old Shen family, who was rumored to excel academically. In this context, the old Shen referred to his grandfather, while his father could only be considered young Shen in the presence of his grandfather. Watching the small old man bask in pride as he boasted about his grandson, Shen Xiuhuai felt a genuine sense of happiness. The two spent the entire day fishing by the lake, culminating in a grand fish feast that evening. This idyllic lifestyle continued for 3 consecutive days. His grandmother's culinary skills were truly remarkable. After 3 days of preparing fish dishes, even the 2 female tenants residing nearby were tempted to join in the meal. The elderly couple rented out their house to 2 university students who had come primarily for hiking. Drawn by the enticing aroma, they approached his grandmother with smiles, inquiring if they could contribute to the meal in exchange for a taste. His grandmother waved her hand dismissively, stating that after a long day of fishing, the 2 of them had more than enough to share, inviting them to join for dinner instead. One of the girls expressed her gratitude, and just as she turned to leave, she caught sight of Shen Xiuhuai hauling in firewood. The young man, silhouetted against the light, exuded a striking profile that immediately captivated the girl's attention. She turned to her companion, exclaiming, "Is this your grandson?" Her steps, which were meant to lead her away, faltered as her gaze lingered on Shen Xiuhuai. "Yes," his grandmother replied with a smile, "my grandson visited during the summer." She then patted Shen Xiuhuai on the back, introducing him to the girls. However, he merely smiled and greeted them with a polite, "Hello." The term sister was reserved for just one person. The girl was undeniably attractive, her physique curvaceous, and evidently the result of regular exercise. Shen Xiuhuai's aloofness did not dampen her enthusiasm. She cheerfully introduced herself. "I'm Wu Xinyu. What is your name?" "Shen Xiuhuai," he replied. His grandmother chimed in. "How fortuitous that you are of similar age. Xiuhuai, weren't you interested in hiking?" Miss Wu and her friends seemed to be planning a hike as well. Why not join them? The old woman's thoughts were simple. She merely wished for her grandson to have the company of youth. However, Wu Xinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pressed. "Would you like to join us? We're quite skilled, and in a couple of days, several upperclassmen will be joining us, so you could hike along with us." Shen Xiuhuai shook his head, adding a couple of twigs to the fire. "I'll pass. I haven't finished my practice exams." Wu Xinyu paused, her surprise evident. "Huh? Practice exams?" "Yes, I'm preparing for my senior year. There's quite a bit of material to cover." He glanced at her, the shock and disappointment written clearly on her face. "Oh dear, why are you always buried in exams? Young people should go out and enjoy life," his grandmother interjected, nudging him aside. "Let me handle the fire. You've stoked it too vigorously." "But grandmother, didn't you always say to study diligently when you were young?" Shen Xiuhuai replied with a hint of amusement, standing up and deliberately avoiding Wu Xinyu's gaze. Feeling a bit awkward, she mumbled her apologies and exited. Once she left, Shen Xiuhuai felt the atmosphere in the room lighten significantly. The scent of her perfume had been overwhelming. Eventually, he was shooed out by his grandmother and returned to his studies, genuinely needing to catch up on his work, as he had spent the last few days indulging in leisure activities with his grandparents. At around 5 in the afternoon, Lin Xiaoxiao's phone call rang through. A smile appeared on Shen Xiuhuai's face upon seeing her name on the screen. "Hello, sister," he greeted. "Are you busy?" Lin Xiaoxiao's voice sounded muffled, as if she were eating something. "Not at all. I just finished some practice exams." "Are you still at grandfather's?" Shen Xiuhuai leaned back in his chair, slightly complaining. "It feels like ages since I last saw you." A sound akin to a lollipop being unwrapped echoed from her end. "I know you miss me. I'm enjoying a strawberry-flavored lollipop. Is it tasty?" he inquired, glancing at the sun still blazing brightly outside. "Grandfather and I have been fishing for 3 days and have feasted on fish each night." His tone carried a hint of grievance. "Grandfather and grandmother won't let me write my exams. Why are you acting like a child complaining?" Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled. "Isn't it just a week? You'll be back in time for our finals results." The thought of the impending grades sparked his interest. "What reward will you give me if I perform well?" "I'll have to think about that," Lin Xiaoxiao murmured. "The results aren't even out yet, and you're already asking for a reward?" As they conversed, a knock sounded at Shen Xiuhuai's door. Initially assuming it was his parents, he said, "I'll go see who it is. It might be my mom." Lin Xiaoxiao responded affirmatively. Shen Xiuhuai rose, phone in hand, but was taken aback to find Wu Xinyu standing at the door. Her eyes scanned his room, revealing a hint of surprise, yet she maintained a smile. "Grandmother sent me to call you down for dinner." Shen Xiuhuai furrowed his brow, nodding slightly. "Thank you. I'll be down shortly." He attempted to close the door, but Wu Xinyu stood firm, prompting him to ask, "Is there anything else?" "Junior, I forgot to add you on WeChat this afternoon. Would you mind if I add you? You can ask me about any questions you don't understand. I used to perform quite well academically," she said with a smile, waving her phone slightly. She was beautiful, and her figure was commendable, usually. It was others who sought her contact information. This was her first time approaching a boy for his WeChat. Initially disappointed upon realizing Shen Xiuhuai had just entered high school, her roommate reassured her that by the time he entered college, she would be in her 3rd year. And the age difference wouldn't seem so significant. Wu Xinyu thought it wise to seize the opportunity to connect. So she had cleverly devised a plan to ask for his WeChat when the chance arose. However, Shen Xiuhuai shook his head. I'm sorry. It might not be very convenient. My girlfriend might get jealous. He held up his phone, indicating he was on a call. Wu Xinyu froze for a moment. Glancing at his phone that displayed an active call, her complexion turning slightly awkward as she took a step back. Oh, I see. I apologize. No problem. Shen Xiuhuai replied, before closing the door. Left outside, Wu Xinyu's expression darkened. Yet, it dawned on her that a boy like Shen Xiuhuai likely had a girlfriend. She cast one last reluctant glance at the closed door, pondering how long relationships at their age could truly last. After finals, many would go their separate ways. Perhaps she still had a chance. Had her phone not displayed an active call, she would have undoubtedly added him on WeChat. However, she reassured herself that there would be other opportunities that evening. After lingering for a moment, she finally turned to leave. Inside his room, Shen Xiuhuai was oblivious to her thoughts. He merely felt that it was somewhat inappropriate for his grandparents to send a tenant to fetch him. But perhaps the elderly couple hadn't given it much thought. He glanced at his phone, still engaged in a call, feeling a pang of regret. Had he known better than to take his phone with him, he imagined the jealousy it might have stirred. Sister, are you still there? He called out. Silence greeted him from the other end. No response could be heard. After a considerable pause, when Shen Xiuhuai called out sister once more, Lin Xiaoxiao finally spoke up. Junior, who was that just now? The hint of jealousy was palpable, even from a distance, and Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but smile. Just a guest at the inn. Grandma probably thought to call me down for dinner. Oh, you seem to have a good relationship, considering Grandma asked her to fetch you for a meal, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked. Her tone somewhat subdued. Shen Xiuhuai teased her. Are you feeling jealous? No, you should go eat. Don't keep Grandma and Grandpa waiting too long, Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. Her voice lacking any notable inflection. I've already eaten. With that, she hung up, bidding farewell. Shen Xiuhuai barely had time to say another word before the call ended. He felt somewhat helpless. He was rather innocent in this situation. As he lowered his head to send a text, a knock at the door interrupted him. Accompanied by Shen Nan's voice, young master, dinner is ready. Coming. Shen Xiuhuai could only send Lin Xiaoxiao a voice message in a low tone. Don't overthink it. I'll call you after dinner. He then opened the door and followed Shen Nan downstairs. As they walked, Shen Nan chattered away. Such a young master. Must be treated well. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. Next time, don't let guests knock on the door. It'd be rather inappropriate if I weren't dressed. Shen Nan chuckled, glancing back at him. Oh, so you weren't dressed just now? I just went for a walk with your mother and didn't realize. Indeed. That's quite inappropriate. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue again, glancing at his phone, which displayed no new messages. When they reached the ground floor, Wu Xinyu and her roommate were also present. 2 seats were available at the small round table, one between Grandma and Wu Xinyu, and the other between Madame Shen and Grandpa. Shen Xiuhuai could hardly sit next to Madame Shen, so he opted for the seat beside Wu Xinyu. He paused briefly before walking over, cheerfully lifting a chair and saying to Grandma, Grandma, could you scoot over a bit? I want to sit between you and Grandpa. Grandma seemed taken aback for a moment, but then moved beside Wu Xinyu with a smile. Why are you acting like a child? Wanting to sit in the middle? Grandpa, very pleased, remarked, look at how well our grandparent-grandchild relationship is. Why doesn't Xiaohuai sit between his parents? He then shot a teasing glance at Shen Nan. Shen Nan quipped, they say old children are particularly evident in their fathers. Furthermore, Shen Nan noticed the girl across from him who was eyeing his son. It seemed the little rascal was quite popular. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao had yet to begin her meal, as her grandfather's family typically dined at 6 o'clock. At this moment, she felt somewhat gloomy. Just a few days, and a beautiful guest had appeared in her vicinity. Lin Xiaoxiao flipped over and lay on her back on the bed, chewing on her candy with audible crunches. She stared at the ceiling for a while, and after listening to Shen Xiuhuai's voice message 3 times, she opened a small group chat. There were only 3 members, herself, Ku Xiaoling, and Zhao Lily. Would you like to go out? Perhaps to a rural homestay? Zhao Lily quickly replied. Yes. I'm going crazy. I can't finish the test papers. But Xiaoxiao, do you actually want to go? You didn't even want to come out shopping the other day. Lin Xiaoxiao thought to herself that she didn't want to go out either. But what if her boyfriend got entangled with some other vixen if she stayed home? I just want to get some fresh air. After sending that, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a bit guilty. However, Zhao Lily didn't dwell on it. Is it just the 3 of us? Xiaoling, do you want to join? Ku Xiaoling responded quickly. Of course. I'm just having a meal. Where are we going? Just us 3? They're S&N at Shen Xiuhuai South Grandparents' place. Lin Xiaoxiao watched the group go quiet for a few seconds. Then, both sent an understood emoji. In the next moment, Chi Kuang was added to the group chat. A rare gem of comprehensive education. Want to join us? Chi Kuang appeared utterly bewildered with a series of question marks. Finally, Ku Xiaoling sent a voice message to explain. So? Our lovely class leader misses her boyfriend, but is too shy to admit it. You know what I mean, right? Chi Kuang immediately sent 3 OK responses in quick succession and excitedly replied with a voice message. Got it. I'm in. How about we go early tomorrow morning? I'll bring Dodo along. Let me tell you, Grandma and Grandpa cook so well. That taro chicken is to die for. Soon. The 3 began to discuss their plans, and Joda was added to the group as well. Lin Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks burning. It seemed everyone was aware of her feelings for Shen Xiuhuai. Strangely, this sensation wasn't entirely unpleasant. Watching the lively conversation unfold in the group, she quickly joined the discussion. Ultimately, they all agreed not to inform Shen Xiuhuai about their secret visit. Initially, they wanted to book a stay at Grandma and Grandpa's inn, but discovered it was fully booked. They had no choice but to reserve another nearby accommodation. The tickets were booked for around 7 in the morning. After dinner that evening, Lin Xiaoxiao informed doctors Lin and Huang, who rarely worked overtime, about her plans to go out with classmates. Dr. Huang appeared somewhat surprised, asking her, "Are you going with classmates? For how many days?" 3 days, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, explaining that there were 3 girls and 2 boys, all classmates. I'll give you their contact information shortly. Dr. Lin took a sip of tea. Have you met the fathers of the 2 boys? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Dr. Lin, aware he was inquiring about Shen Xiuhuai. She shook her head. I don't think so. One is named Chi Kuang, and the other Zhou. Dr. Lin scrutinized her for a moment as if he wanted to say more. But the old general beside them grew impatient. Why all the fuss about going out? Xiaoxiao isn't a child anymore. It's just a trip to a neighboring city with classmates. Let her go. As Grandpa said, what is the point of staying at home all the time? She is young. Dr. Lin sighed helplessly. Dad. Thank you, Grandpa, Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. However, they ultimately could not take the bus the next morning. Upon learning they were going to see Shen Xiuhuai, Chi's father immediately offered to drive them, expressing concern over a bunch of minors. He called each of their parents, which also eased Dr. Lin's worries. He discreetly confirmed that it was indeed not the same Shen Xiuhuai as last time, giving him peace of mind. Dr. Lin had noticed that his obedient and sensible daughter was quite different around the boy named Shen Xiuhuai, although she didn't overtly display her feelings. Dr. Lin was perceptive enough to observe through her subtle actions and glances. His daughter was still young, and such a radiant flower would not easily be courted by just any pig. The next morning, Dr. Lin dropped Lin Xiaoxiao off at the school gate, the agreed-upon pickup spot arranged by Chi's father. Seeing that Shen Xiuhuai was not there, Chi's father reassured them that the driver would safely transport them and that accommodations were arranged. After expressing his gratitude, Dr. Lin hurried off to work. Once the car set off, Xiaoling asked Lin Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, why does it feel like your dad is quite worried? Despite being minors, they were already 16 or 17. And it was rare to have such cautious parents like Dr. Lin. The others' parents typically dropped them off at school and rushed off to work without a second thought. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed softly. Last time, my dad met Shen Xiuhuai when he took me home. The group immediately displayed understanding expressions. Chi Kuang even lowered his voice, clicking his tongue. Looks like it's going to be tough for Brother Huai from now on. At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai was blissfully unaware of the delightful surprise heading his way. His mood was somewhat dismal, for Lin Xiaoxiao had scarcely acknowledged him since the previous evening. It would be inaccurate to say she had completely ignored him. Rather, her demeanor was tepid and indifferent. Last night, she had bid him good night at 10 o'clock and retired to sleep, which made him acutely sensitive to the shift in their dynamic, leaving him deeply regretting his decision to open that door with his phone. This morning, his grandfather, unusually, did not summon him to go fishing, opting instead to assist his grandmother in tilling the small vegetable garden in the backyard. Shen Xiuhuai had risen early as well, deciding to take a solitary jog around the vicinity. The air here was indeed quite refreshing, albeit the paths were somewhat uneven. However, after spending so many days out with his grandfather, Shen Xiuhuai had become quite familiar with the various trails. Yet, shortly after he began his run, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he spotted Wu Xinyu and her roommate, both clad in athletic wear, trailing him at a distance. They wore short sports outfits that accentuated their long legs, presenting an image of athletic beauty. Good morning, Wu Xinyu called out, her face brightening into a smile as she waved at him, while her roommate playfully nudged her. Shen Xiuhuai's expression remained impassive. He merely nodded and replied, good morning, before turning away and quickening his pace. Wu Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, as she had intended to join him for a run. His demeanor suggested he was not particularly welcoming. It was only when Shen Xiuhuai had run further away that her friend remarked, what an aloof flower. This junior has quite the personality. Wu Xinyu regained her composure, sporting a confident smile. It's precisely his personality that I find appealing. Don't you think he's handsome? He is indeed, but isn't he said to have a girlfriend? Besides, he seems uninterested in you, her friend teased. Oh, come on. Not everyone in high school is underage. Wu Xinyu retorted, determined to add him on WeChat before she departed. Shen Xiuhuai had initially intended to jog at a leisurely pace, but the encounter with Wu Xinyu had dissuaded him from wanting to run alongside her, preferring the solitude of distance. Thus, he completed his loop back in under 10 minutes. Old Shen was momentarily perplexed upon his return. Aren't you supposed to be running? I finished my run, Shen Xiuhuai replied. wiping the sweat from his brow as he headed inside for a shower. You just meandered around the yard, didn't you? Old Shen scoffed, though he noted his grandson's sweat suggested otherwise. Go wash up. When Qi Kuang and the others arrive, you can greet them. Old Shen waved him off. Shen Xiuhuai paused at the mention of Qi Kuang. Right, your Uncle Qi just called me. Qi Kuang is coming over to play with a few classmates. They are staying at the nearby guest house. Shen Xiuhuai's heart skipped a beat at the mention of classmates, and he couldn't help but inquire. Did he say who he's coming with? Old Shen looked at him quizzically. They'll be here in half an hour. You'll find out when you see them. Now hurry and wash up. Otherwise, your grandmother will scold me. Shen Xiuhuai sighed and turned back towards the house, muttering, I'll ask Qi Kuang myself. Old Shen called after him as he walked away. Be careful, there are other guests around. Shen Xiuhuai acknowledged him, having noticed the girls heading out for their run. However, once inside, he sent a message to Qi Kuang asking which classmates were accompanying him, yet no response came. Despite feeling it improbable, Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but wonder if his sister might be among them. It had been far too long since he had spent time alone with her since his suspension from school. After finishing his shower, he emerged only to find that Qi Kuang had not replied to his message either. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, had responded, sending him a photograph of her desk, cluttered with half-finished assignments. Shen Xiuhuai sighed, realizing he had read too much into things. With the knowledge that Lin Xiaoxiao would not be coming, he felt little motivation to greet Qi Kuang. It was not until Old Shen called him that he leisurely set aside the half-completed exam paper and made his way outside. Announcing, I'm on my way, Old Shen replied. Then he heard his grandmother say, make sure to invite your classmates over for dinner. Understood, Grandma. Shen Xiuhuai said as he descended the stairs. He encountered Wu Xinyu and her friend returning. Wu Xinyu greeted him with her usual smile. Are you going to meet your classmates? I just heard Grandma and Uncle mention their arrival. Shen Xiuhuai responded coolly with a nonchalant mem, attempting to sidestep her. But then Wu Xinyu called out, lowering her voice. Do your family members know you have a little girlfriend? Shen Xiuhuai's footsteps faltered, and he glanced at her. Wu Xinyu flashed what she believed to be an adorable smile. Add me on WeChat, and I'll help you keep this secret. I promise not to bother you. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. Miss, I've been tolerating you because you're a guest, but do you realize that your behavior borders on harassment? He gazed at Wu Xinyu, who appeared bewildered, her expression reflecting shock as he continued with an icy demeanor. Are you still planning to threaten me? Wu Xinyu's face darkened. Shen Xiuhuai. If you don't want to add me, fine. So it's settled then. I've said it many times, I want to add you, he declared, turning away without sparing her another glance and heading downstairs. Chapter 69. Are you surprised, Brother Huai? Left standing in place, Wu Xinyu's expression soured, while her friend looked on. Embarrassed. Xinyu, just forget it. He's just a kid. Wu Xinyu shot a glare at Shen Xiuhuai's retreating figure before turning to ascend the stairs. Her friend let out a sigh and hurried after her. Upon reaching the courtyard, Shen Xiuhuai witnessed Old Shen and Mrs. Shen unceremoniously munching on cucumbers, their former elite demeanor seemingly forgotten. Grandfather emerged from the kitchen, holding a small basket of tomatoes. You two should eat less. Dinner will be served soon. We only had a couple bites, Old Shen replied sheepishly, nudging his wife playfully. Shen Xiuhuai watched this scene with a smile, realizing that no matter their age, parents would always see their children as just that, children. Even his parents, who were so formidable in the outside world, were no exception. He approached, snatching a tomato and grinning. I'm off to meet my classmates. Make sure to bring them back for dinner. Your grandmother has prepared a feast. Old Shen's attention was evidently diverted. Oh, I should have expanded the house. Your classmates could have stayed with us. Had I known, I wouldn't have rented that place. No worries, Grandpa. It's just nearby, not too far. I'll head over now, Shen Xiuhuai said, biting into the tomato as he waved goodbye, laughing as he dashed off. Grandfather watched his figure disappear through the door and turned to Mrs. Shen. Xiaohai has changed a lot. Mrs. Shen exchanged a knowing glance with her husband, agreeing. He has taken a liking to a rather remarkable girl. That's wonderful. He seems quite happy now, Grandfather chuckled, glancing at Mrs. Shen. His age is quite similar to when you were pursuing your wife. Mrs. Shen's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot a playful glare at her husband. Old Shen rarely displayed such a foolish grin. Xiaohai was always a good boy. He has always been good, Grandfather said lightly as he turned to the kitchen, leaving behind a gentle reminder. Xiaohai has always been great, no matter the time. Though they were nearby, a small distance still separated them. Upon his arrival, Shen Xiuhuai noticed a business vehicle parked outside another guest house, presumably belonging to Qi Kuang's family. Qi Kuang and Zhoda were at the door, handling their luggage, occasionally turning back to converse with someone inside. The figure obscured by the door was unrecognizable, though it appeared to be a girl in a dress. Given Lin Xiaoxiao's photograph, Shen Xiuhuai was certain she wouldn't be coming. Thus he felt little curiosity regarding who else might be there. He called out from his position, Qi Kuang, Zhoda. The two individuals turned their faces towards him and immediately broke into joyful smiles, simultaneously raising their hands to wave at Shen Xiuhuai. Brother Huai. The scene appeared somewhat absurd. Shen Xiuhuai leisurely strolled over after finishing his tomatoes, expressing his disdain. I'm not even 300 meters away from you. There's really no need to wave. As he uttered this, he glanced towards the entrance, where his eyes met Lin Xiaoxiao's sparkling ones. Shen Xiuhuai found it difficult to articulate the feelings stirring within him, only experiencing a fleeting moment of confusion. Wasn't she supposed to be taking an exam? How did she end up here? No, she merely sent a photo without mentioning she was at home. Could this be a surprise? While a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, he noticed Lin Xiaoxiao's petite lips moving. Brother Huai. Ku Xiaoling and the others laughed, echoing, Brother Huai. Qi Kuang nudged Shen Xiuhuai, chuckling, surprised are you? Shen Xiuhuai regained his focus, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiaoxiao, utterly captivated. Surprised? This was beyond mere surprise. Ku Xiaoling and Zhao Lily exchanged knowing smiles, observing his unwavering attention on Lin Xiaoxiao. Each girl took one of Lin Xiaoxiao's arms, playfully declaring, Brother Huai, take us out for some fun, and we'll graciously lend you Xiaoxiao for a moment of solitude. How about that? This was undoubtedly my Xiaoxiao, Shen Xiuhuai silently protested. However, gazing at Lin Xiaoxiao's smiling face, he finally broke into a smile himself. All right, let us drop off our luggage first. We'll head home for dinner later. My grandparents prepared a feast. Since they would only be there for 3 days, everyone's luggage was minimal, just a backpack each. Shen Xiuhuai took Lin Xiaoxiao's bag, while the others carried their own. In the crowd, he merely walked side by side with Lin Xiaoxiao. After checking in, they entered their rooms. The accommodations were booked by Qi's father, consisting of single rooms. As soon as Qi Kuang and the others arrived at their room, they swiftly entered and shut the door, displaying a sense of maturity. Earlier, they had intentionally given the innermost room to Lin Xiaoxiao. Brother Huai, is 30 minutes enough? Qi Kuang suddenly opened the door with a mischievous grin. Aren't we going to eat soon? Lin Xiaoxiao's face instantly flushed. Get lost. Your brother Huai needs more than 30 minutes. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, surprisingly responding to the innuendo, indicating his mood was genuinely elevated. Qi Kuang and Zhou chuckled in response. The other 2 girls had already shyly retreated into their rooms. Lin Xiaoxiao playfully nudged Shen Xiuhuai, stating, We'll head out for dinner in 30 minutes, all right? Sure, class monitor, the group replied, laughing as they closed the door. Once the door was shut, only the 2 of them remained in the corridor. Shen Xiuhuai reached out, taking Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, and in silence, hurried towards her room. The room was located at the end of the corridor. Given that it was a small inn, the first floor had only 5 rooms, all of which were occupied by their group. Shen Xiuhuai, holding Lin Xiaoxiao's hand with one and carrying her backpack with the other, smoothly inserted the room card into the lock. Lin Xiaoxiao only saw the door open, but hadn't yet taken in the decor within. Suddenly, she felt a shift before being pressed against the door as it closed. Shen Xiuhuai's breath mingled with his kiss upon her lips and cheeks. The kiss began with fervor, but gradually softened as she reciprocated. In the confined space, the only sounds were their hurried breaths and heartbeats. The backpack slipped to the floor, unnoticed, as Shen Xiuhuai embraced the girl in his arms. The warmth radiating from her body confirmed her presence, undeniably real, within his embrace. Feeling something, Lin Xiaoxiao's face reddened further, and she thought that if the kissing continued, it would become more than just a fleeting encounter. What if her lips swelled, and she couldn't face the world? Thus, she gently pushed against him, yet Shen Xiuhuai remained unmoving, seemingly punishing her for her distraction with a gentle nibble on her lips. Lin Xiaoxiao lightly pounded on his chest, a mix of annoyance and helplessness evident in her demeanor. Fortunately, Shen Xiuhuai was aware that this was not the moment for indulgence, and the kiss gradually came to an end. He slightly turned his head, burying his face in Lin Xiaoxiao's slender shoulder, his breath cascading over her collarbone, tinting her fair skin with a soft blush. It was a lovely sight. Unable to resist, Shen Xiuhuai pressed a kiss to her collarbone, murmuring, Little liar. Chapter 70. If I had known I was coming to see you, I would have run. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced, her breath quickening. A mist of emotion clouded her beautiful eyes as she heard Shen Xiuhuai's words and couldn't help but retort. I didn't deceive you. I just asked what you were doing, and what did you send me? Shen Xiuhuai, unable to resist, pinched her delicate face. Lin Xiaoxiao yelped softly, gently pushing him away. Don't pinch me. Move a little, you're too heavy. Shen Xiuhuai felt an explosion of happiness inside him. The sensation of the one he had longed for suddenly appearing before him, grinning, was truly exhilarating. It was no exaggeration to say that at that moment, everyone and everything else around him faded away, leaving only the girl standing there, smiling at him, a feeling so unforgettable. I used to weigh more than I do now, and you didn't mind. Now you've turned into a little spoiled brat. Shen Xiuhuai feigned complaint before slowly releasing her and straightening up. Lin Xiaoxiao felt her face flush with embarrassment from his teasing, looking at the playful expression Shen Xiuhuai wore, feeling somewhat helpless. Moreover, she missed him. Suddenly, with a glum expression, Lin Xiaoxiao embraced Shen Xiuhuai's waist, burying her face in his embrace. My face is too red, she murmured softly, her voice sweet and tender as if she were whining. How am I supposed to go out like this? You're still pinching me. In an instant, Shen Xiuhuai's heart melted. He tightened his embrace around the girl, the impulsiveness and bizarre images in his mind settling down. He leaned down to kiss the top of her head. It'll all be fine in a moment. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I wanted to give you a surprise. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was barely above a whisper. Are you happy? Happy. Shen Xiuhuai's face softened into a gentle smile. But you should have told me sooner. If I had known you were coming, I would have run to see you instead of dawdling. Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. Qi Kuang would cry if he heard that. He is a big boy now. He needs to learn to be strong. Shen Xiuhuai thought of Qi Kuang's forlorn expression, and his smile became even more genuine. The two remained quietly embraced for a moment, until Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly said, I think my legs are numb. Shen Xiuhuai paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, his voice resonating with delight. Lin Xiaoxiao, somewhat displeased, looked up at him, complaining, You're still laughing. It's all your fault. Now I can't even move. The sensation of numbness in her legs was rather unpleasant, and the young girl's voice carried a hint of a whine. Finally, Shen Xiuhuai managed to suppress his laughter, though the mirth in his eyes remained evident. He bent down, lifting her up and walking to the bedside, squatting in front of her to gently touch her little leg. Ouch, be gentle. My leg is numb and it hurts. I'm not even applying any pressure, Shen Xiuhuai replied with a hint of exasperation. I'm just touching it lightly. Bear with it, it'll pass soon. He then applied a suitable amount of pressure to her straight little leg. It is likely quite painful. As Shen Xiuhuai felt her calf involuntarily tense. Raising his gaze, he caught sight of the glimmering tears in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes, her delicate pink lips drained of color, bitten by her immaculate white teeth. With a pang of sympathy, he reached out with his other hand, gently caressing her bitten lip. Don't bite it. If it breaks, you'll complain about not being able to go out. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoxiao grasped his hand and playfully sank her teeth into the flesh of his palm, attempting to alleviate the discomfort in her leg. Gradually, the sensation in her leg became less unbearable. After taking a bite from Shen Xiuhuai's hand, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed. She released her grip and smiled sweetly at him, looking adorably innocent. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but find her both amusing and exasperating as he withdrew his hand, asking, Is it still numb? Lin Xiaoxiao obediently shook her head, indicating it was no longer so. After speaking, she stood up and stomped her feet, gesturing for Shen Xiuhuai to see. Huai Ji's technique is truly exceptional. Her tone laced with a hint of flattery. Shen Xiuhuai let out a soft huff, shaking his hand at her. Indeed, I helped someone with their numbness, and all I got was a bite in return, like a little puppy. Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling somewhat shy, extended her hand towards him, inviting him to bite back. As Shen Xiuhuai gazed at her delicate, fair hand, he was about to reach for it when a voice called from the doorway. Huai Go. Monitor. Uncle Shen has called me. It was Qi Kuang, who added, Huai Go. Why aren't you answering your phone? Chapter 71. The Troubles of Youth. Shen Xiuhuai sighed inwardly, reflecting on the bittersweet nature of this rebirth. It offered him another chance to be with his wife, yet the timing felt utterly inconvenient. He grasped Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, which she had placed on his waistband, and replied to Qi Kuang, coming. Then, turning to Lin Xiaoxiao, he reassured her, I'm fine. Lin Xiaoxiao clearly did not believe him. She scrutinized him closely, her gaze lingering on his clear eyes. You were about to cry just now. Fortunately, Qi Kuang, being perceptive, fell silent after hearing his response, not knowing if he had already left or was still standing outside. I was just teasing you. It does hurt, but not excessively, Shen Xiuhuai murmured. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed, whether from embarrassment or anger, as she kicked him lightly, exclaiming, You truly have no shame. She then turned and entered the bathroom. Shen Xiuhuai sat on the carpet, feeling somewhat innocent as he clicked his tongue, calling out to the bathroom, How can I have no shame? I merely speak the truth. You are defaming me. A cold snort came from inside. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled to himself for a moment before standing up to open the door. He found Qi Kuang standing in the corridor, absorbed in his phone while smoking. Upon hearing the door open, Qi Kuang glanced over. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. Stop smoking. You're still so young. Why do you smoke every day? Qi Kuang extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray with a grin. Huai Gu, you used to be the school bully and didn't smoke. Who would believe that? Shen Xiuhuai shot him a look, gently closing the door behind him as he approached Qi Kuang. Whether they believe it or not, have you quit? Can I? Qi Kuang replied nonchalantly. I just learned it to show off. I'm not addicted. Shen Xiuhuai nodded, rummaging through his pocket to find a piece of candy, which he offered to him. Then quit smoking. Otherwise, Uncle Qi will scold you again. Qi Kuang accepted it with a laugh. Isn't this from the monitor? Yes. I'm making an exception and giving you one today, Shen Xiuhuai acknowledged, glancing at the closed door. I'll give her one later. Qi Kuang peered at Shen Xiuhuai, confusion flickering in his eyes. Huai Go, I still don't quite understand how you and the monitor suddenly became close. After realizing this might not be the right thing to say, he added, I mean, you said you didn't like any girls before, right? I even asked you about that senior who confessed to you. But the monitor is indeed quite beautiful and has a nice personality. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. If you keep talking about Lin Xiaoxiao, I'll have to punch you. Qi Kuang laughed, greedy. So what is it then? Is it because the monitor is beautiful? That schoolflower from the dance academy was also quite pretty. That's different. It can only be Lin Xiaoxiao, Shen Xiuhuai interrupted, casting him a glance. You're still young. You'll understand later. Qi Kuang huffed. You're only a year older than me. You sound just like my dad. Shen Xiuhuai playfully patted his head, You deserve it. Qi Kuang laughed and dodged, sighing. Huai Go, have you thought about what you want to study in the future? I feel so young still. My brother asked me last night if I hadn't prepared, I should just finish my exams and go abroad. But I don't want to go abroad. It sounds so boring. Looking at Qi Kuang, who was mumbling his dissatisfaction and confusion, Shen Xiuhuai reassured him, you still have plenty of time to think about it. If you don't want to go abroad, then don't. As they spoke, Lin Xiaoxiao emerged from the bathroom. Appearing to have just washed her face and brushed her hair, her expression returning to its usual neutrality. Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang both turned their attention to her. However, Lin Xiaoxiao noticed the ashtray and slightly raised her brow. Shen Xiuhuai quickly declared, it's not me, I don't smoke. Qi Kuang added, it's just between the two of us, you could just say it was me. He picked up the ashtray, grinning, I'll go call them. He then hurried off, lightly knocking on a door as he passed. Kids, it's time for dinner. Doors swung open all at once. Ku Xiaoling exclaimed, Qi Kuang, are you crazy? Lin Xiaoxiao watched him dash back to his room and couldn't help but ask, am I that terrifying? It's not like we're at school. I can't even give him a demerit. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, reaching for her hand. It's a school-related trauma. They all fear encountering you. Lin Xiaoxiao dodged slightly, whispering, we're going to your house for dinner later. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, whispering back, just for a moment. I'll let go at the door. Lin Xiaoxiao stepped back, shaking her head. This is the village. They all know Grandpa and Grandma. That won't do. Suddenly, she remembered something. They're all scared of me. Are you afraid? Her big, sparkling eyes fixed on Shen Xiuhuai, waiting for his answer. Shen Xiuhuai rubbed his fingers together, clicking his tongue softly. I can't even hold my own wife's hand yet. He then looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, his eyes filled with mirth. I'm scared too. I'm afraid you'll ignore me. Seeing his playful demeanor, Lin Xiaoxiao realized he was just teasing her and turned to dash towards the stairs where everyone was waiting. Shen Xiuhuai led the group towards the homestay. Chatting, my grandmother said if she had known you were coming, she wouldn't have rented the house. He felt a tinge of regret. It would have been more convenient if Lin Xiaoxiao had lived nearby. This is my first time here, Zhoda said cheerfully. Why go? Take us to explore later. Where can we go in this sweltering heat? Zhao Lily complained. It's scorching. The midday sun is giving me a headache. There is a pond. If you want, you can go swimming, Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile. Oh, I brought my swimming trunks. I can go for a swim. Zhoda clapped his hands in delight, glancing at Zhao Lily. Lily, let me show you my six-pack abs. Zhao Lily scoffed. Who cares? Ha ha ha. Dada has once again been scorned, and Qi Kuang chuckles maliciously from the side. The laughter of the crowd echoed far and wide. Not far from the entrance of the courtyard, an elderly lady emerged, and upon seeing Shen Xiuhuai and the others, she cheerfully exclaimed, Xiaohuai, Xiaokuang, you're back? Qi Kuang's eyes brightened, and he dashed over, shouting, Grandma, I've missed you so much. Chapter 72. Clearly, he is her brother Xiuhuai. The grandmother hadn't even noticed who was present before she was nearly knocked over by Qi Kuang's sudden rush. Fearing for her safety, Shen Xiuhuai shouted from behind. Qi Kuang, be careful not to run into Grandma. This startled Grandpa and the others, prompting them to rush out of the courtyard. Of course, Qi Kuang would never truly collide with his grandmother. He executed a swift stop, enveloping her in a hug and teasing, Grandma, look, Xiuhuai is being mean to me. The grandmother's face beamed with joy as she patted him gently. Xiaohuai is not mean. Grandpa, who had just been startled, sighed in relief. You scared me. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Shen's gaze lingered on the four individuals behind Shen Xiuhuai. They recognized Zhoda, who played with their son. But their interest was piqued by the three young ladies, all radiant and lovely. One of them, in the middle, seemed somewhat familiar and exceptionally beautiful. Knowing that Shen Xiuhuai was usually surrounded by boys and that he had recently developed a fondness for a girl, they naturally paid special attention to the girls accompanying him. However, Mrs. Shen hesitated, her voice low. Doesn't she resemble the granddaughter of General Lin? I remember seeing her during a parents' meeting. Mr. Shen, sensing the gravity of the situation, remarked cautiously, what if our son is discovered? Will he still be able to walk? Before they could voice their concerns, Shen Xiuhuai had already brought the group before them. Qi Kuang, having finished charming his grandparents, joined them, saying, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle Shen, Auntie, let me introduce you. You all know Zhoda. He waved dismissively towards Zhoda, then added, Grandpa and Grandma might not have met him before. Zhoda is our sports committee member. Grandpa and Grandma chuckled. He is a sturdy-looking lad. Zhoda grinned widely, his bright white teeth on display as he boomed. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Sorry for the intrusion. No, we're delighted you came to play, Grandma replied with warmth. Oh, let us not focus on Dada. The main attraction is our three lovely flowers, Qi Kuang interjected, playfully nudging Zhoda aside. He then pointed at the three girls beside Shen Xiuhuai, introducing them. Ku Xiaoling, my desk mate with Xiuhuai, Lin Xiaoxiao, our class monitor, also a desk mate, and Zhao Lily, a good friend. The three girls greeted the elders with grace. Shen Xiuhuai remained silent, as Mr. and Mrs. Shen found themselves unable to discern which girl had captured their son's heart. Grandpa and Grandma, however, were simply delighted to see so many youthful friends of their grandson and promptly invited everyone inside for lunch. As they settled at the table, Ku Xiaoling and Zhao Lili took seats beside Lin Xiaoxiao, a strategic arrangement set by Qi Kuang to prevent Shen Xiuhuai's parents from noticing his feelings. Shen Xiuhuai had intended to sit next to his beloved, but ultimately ended up beside Qi Kuang. Indeed, Grandpa and Grandma had prepared an abundance of food, filling the table to the brim, and knowing the crowd would be large, they had even arranged for a larger dining table. The meal was lively, with Qi Kuang keeping the parents entertained with laughter. Meanwhile, Shen Xiuhuai seized moments to cast pitiful glances at Lin Xiaoxiao, but she resolutely focused on her food, ignoring him. This did not escape the keen eye of Shen Nan, who observed his son's unreciprocated affection, realizing that his son's feelings were one-sided. A smirk crept onto Shen Nan's face as he noted the beauty and aloofness of Lin Xiaoxiao, thinking it would be a challenging pursuit for his son. As the meal progressed, everyone enjoyed themselves thoroughly. However, when Wu Xinyu and her friend descended from upstairs, Grandma cheerfully inquired, "Have you eaten? It's so late." "We've eaten, Grandma." Wu Xinyu's gaze swiftly swept over the group of boys and girls, pausing momentarily when she spotted Lin Xiaoxiao, whose striking beauty caught her attention. The coldness in Lin Xiaoxiao's glance made Wu Xinyu feel uncomfortable. Thus, she deliberately approached, positioning herself behind Shen Xiuhuai, and softly remarked, "So, these are the classmates of Xiuhuai's little brother. They're all quite handsome and beautiful." Unabashedly, Shen Xiuhuai felt a shiver run down his spine. Glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao's unchanging expression, unable to discern whether she was upset, he immediately regretted offending a woman, realizing Wu Xinyu was clearly being provocative, having guessed that his little girlfriend was present. Qi Kuang and Zhou De, oblivious to the underlying tension, eagerly engaged in conversation with the striking older girl. Just as they were about to exchange WeChat contacts, Shen Xiuhuai interjected, "Qi Kuang, Zhou De, don't delay them from leaving." His words halted Qi Kuang, who had been about to pull out his phone, and he instinctively pressed Zhou De's hand back down, sensing his older brother's displeasure. "Ah, then, sisters. If you're in a hurry, we'll talk some other time," Qi Kuang said with a smile. Wu Xinyu appeared surprised, casting a glance at Shen Xiuhuai before bidding farewell to the elders and leaving. Meanwhile, Zhao Lili leaned closer to Lin Xiaoxiao, whispering, "That girl is quite scheming." Lin Xiaoxiao's face remained impassive, but inside, her grip on her chopsticks tightened, nearly snapping them. That girl had called Shen Xiuhuai's little brother, a title she had claimed first. She snapped a piece of lotus root with her pristine white teeth, while Shen Xiuhuai, watching from a distance, swallowed hard, sensing an ominous feeling. Having observed the entire scene, Shen Nan chuckled softly. Mrs. Shen, curious, asked, "What's so funny?" Shen Nan shook his head. "Oh, nothing. It's just so lively and cheerful." Grandpa and Grandma nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's a delightful gathering. By the time the meal concluded, it was nearly 2 o'clock. Given their age, Grandpa and Grandma had a habit of taking afternoon naps, and they were coaxed upstairs to rest. When Shen Xiuhuai and his friends attempted to assist with the cleanup, Mrs. Shen shooed them away, smiling. "You go play. I can manage here with your uncle. Xiaohuai is tired of being around us every day. It's a rare occasion that you're all here, so go enjoy yourselves." Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai reluctantly led the group outside. A lively bunch of young people exited, their backs radiating the essence of youth. Shen Nen approached his smiling wife, gesturing towards the retreating figures. "Your son has done well, choosing the most challenging path." Just then, he caught sight of Shen Xiuhuai moving from Qi Kuang's side to approach a girl, speaking softly to her. However, she seemed to ignore him completely, continuing her stride without a hint of acknowledgement. Mrs. Shen, taken aback yet unsurprised, noted, among the 3 girls, the one from the Lin family is the most beautiful. Then with a hint of worry, she inquired, "Do you think our son might get his legs broken?" Chapter 73, a minor misunderstanding from a previous life. At this moment, Shen Xiuhuai remained blissfully unaware of his mother's secret concerns regarding his legs. Ever since stepping out of the courtyard, Lin Xiaoxiao had behaved normally, showing no signs of distress, and when he spoke to her, she offered no reply. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai couldn't shake off a feeling of unease. For instance, at this moment, Zhou De and Qi Kuang were clamoring to go swimming. Shen Xiuhuai approached Lin Xiaoxiao from behind and softly inquired, "Sister, would you like to join? It's quite warm outside." Lin Xiaoxiao didn't even glance at him. She merely replied, "Sure." At that moment, Ku Xiaoling slowly made her way from Lin Xiaoxiao's right side to join Zhao Lili, and the two exchanged a knowing glance, their steps becoming deliberately measured. Shen Xiuhuai quickened his pace to walk beside Lin Xiaoxiao, asking, "Sister, are you upset about what just happened?" Only then did Lin Xiaoxiao turn to him and ask, "Is there something to be upset about? What did you do?" Shen Xiuhuai stammered, "Well, I didn't do anything." Fundamentally speaking, he was also a victim in this situation. However, could he express this during a moment of appeasement? Certainly not. Shen Xiuhuai was a straightforward man, but not a fool. Thus, he earnestly murmured, "I actually told her no, and I really don't know her well. I'm not sure what she meant by that." "Refused?" Lin Xiaoxiao interjected softly, keenly focusing on the crux of the matter. "Did she confess to you?" Shen Xiuhuai exclaimed, no? I truly didn't. She merely asked for my WeChat, and I told her I had a girlfriend. He cautiously stole a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao's impassive face. Sister, please don't be angry. She called Yu Xiuhuai brother. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice remained level, her expression betraying no change. By this time, they had fallen significantly behind Qi Kuang and the others, who were now planning to return to the guest house to fetch their swimsuits. Shen Xiuhuai ignored the commotion ahead, where Qi Kuang and Zhou De seemed to be on the verge of a scuffle, accompanied by the raucous encouragement of Ku Xiaoling and Zhao Li. His gaze lingered solely on Lin Xiaoxiao, as he pondered the earlier remark. Despite the absence of any wrongdoing, he sensed an undercurrent of grievance. Was she genuinely feeling jealous? Shen Xiuhuai glanced at the group that was now receding into the distance. The midday heat rendered the streets largely deserted. Sister, are you jealous? It's the first time I've heard you call me that. Shen Xiuhuai paused. I don't like it either, and regardless of how she addresses me. I want to respond. I am only Xiuhuai, your brother. Lin Xiaoxiao's pace slowed, finally meeting his gaze. Her eyes flickered with a mix of anger and hurt. If it weren't for the fact that we are still minors, the unspoken words hung in the air, yet Shen Xiuhuai completed the thought in his mind. If it weren't for their youth, he would undoubtedly stand up and declare to everyone that she was solely his Xiuhuai brother. Shen Xiuhuai halted, and Lin Xiaoxiao came to a stop alongside him. He regarded her in silence, his heart racing in a disordered rhythm. He genuinely cherished this occasionally possessive side of his sister since their rebirth. Noticing his silence, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes betrayed a flicker of panic. She replayed her earlier words in her mind, wondering if she had overstepped. Had she expressed too much possessiveness? With her gaze cast down, she bit her lip and softly uttered, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Shen Xiuhuai interrupted, observing her averted gaze, her long lashes concealing her emotions. Yet, he still sensed her distress. Was it not her desire to claim him for herself? Or was she merely worried that he might feel uncomfortable or displeased, hence her apology? How endearing his sister was. Did she not wish to possess him? To proclaim to the world that he belonged to her? Shen Xiuhuai's voice lowered, tinged with a teasing lilt. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao kept her head down, avoiding his gaze. No, I wouldn't do that. Shen Xiuhuai furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of discomfort at her demeanor. Just as he was about to say more, Qi Kuang's voice rang out from the front. Xiuhuai. Class monitor. What are you two doing? The loud outburst startled a nearby dog into a frenzy of barking. Qi Kuang exclaimed, oh no, the dog is loose. Xiuhuai, hurry. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted, and Lin Xiaoxiao had already turned to continue walking ahead. Shen Xiuhuai, still frowning, followed her, pondering whether she had misinterpreted his intentions. He didn't view her possessiveness as a negative trait. I don't have any, Lin Xiaoxiao replied coolly, devoid of much emotion. You are free. You can do whatever you wish. Go save whoever you want. Lin Xiaoxiao experienced a surge of helplessness and grievance for the first time since her rebirth. No one starts out being understanding. In her past life, Shen Xiuhuai had been too preoccupied, leaving her to adapt and not become a burden. Yet, she was still a young girl, sometimes yearning to act coy with someone she cherished. That day, she was on her period, likely exacerbated by the numerous trips and surgeries that had deprived her of rest. When her period arrived with a vengeance, she had gone to the team to deliver a meal to Shen Xiuhuai when it unexpectedly hit. Shen Xiuhuai had prepared a great deal for her and had taken her back to the dormitory to rest. Yet, just then, the alarm rang out. And without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xiuhuai bolted to his feet and rushed out. Lin Xiaoxiao was not particularly dramatic. Naturally, the mission took precedence over her discomfort. Shen Xiuhuai had dashed out so quickly that he left the door ajar. She stood to close it, intending to wait quietly for his return. However, she overheard a team member remark, Captain, isn't your girlfriend feeling unwell? You should stay with her. The vice captain can take us. Who's being dramatic? Shen Xiuhuai laughed lightly. Your sister is not the type to be fussy. Girls need to be pampered. She is certainly understanding, but you can't neglect her. They were already running far away, yet Lin Xiaoxiao caught the tail end of Shen Xiuhuai's voice, being dramatic. I'm free. At that moment, her heart felt as though it had been hollowed out. That night, she suddenly asked Shen Xiuhuai, what if I were the kind of woman with a strong possessive streak? Shen Xiuhuai was about to prepare hot water for her feet. You're not. Besides, if you were particularly possessive, I probably wouldn't be able to handle it. I have too much on my mind. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. Do you care? Lin Xiaoxiao's complexion turned pale, her smile strained. Of course not. You are free. Shen Xiuhuai smiled. He refrained from telling her, my body belongs to the nation, to the people, but my soul shall forever remain loyal to you, my beloved. Chapter 74. A second chance. I hope we have no misunderstandings. Shen Xiuhuai followed her with a furrowed brow, sensing that Lin Xiaoxiao's mood had suddenly shifted to one of disappointment, even a hint of resistance to his proximity. Yet, he was entirely unaware of what had transpired. He believed he hadn't said or done anything inappropriate. He longed to clarify with Lin Xiaoxiao, but opportunities were elusive. As Ku Xiaoling and her friends seemed to have detected Lin Xiaoxiao's low spirits, perhaps thinking they had quarreled, and thus lingered close by. Qi Kuang and Zhou De were also trailing him. Shen Xiuhuai found himself unable to find a private moment with Lin Xiaoxiao amidst the commotion. He could only lead them to the edge of the pond, hoping to seize a moment later to converse with Lin Xiaoxiao. This pond was a place Shen Xiuhuai had visited with his grandfather during fishing trips. It resembled a small waterfall, its waters vibrant and alive. The water in the pond was remarkably clear, allowing one to see the stones beneath its surface. It was not very deep. Shen Xiuhuai stood where the water reached just below his chest. This spot was not part of the usual tourist route, but rather a hidden gem known only to the locals. Thus, when they arrived, it was devoid of visitors. Qi Kuang and Zhou De had even deliberately changed into their swim trunks before coming. Upon sighting the pond, they promptly began to disrobe. Zhao Lily called out, Hey, aren't you considerate of us? It's fine, we're not shy about being seen. Go ahead and look, Qi Kuang replied as he leaped into the water, splashing everyone nearby. Qi Kuang, are you looking for a beating? Ku Qiaoling exclaimed, attempting to dodge the spray but failing. Lin Xiaoxiao was fortunate enough to be shielded by Shen Xiuhuai's quick reflexes and remained dry. Zhou De also cheered and jumped in. The girls, however, had no intention of swimming. They merely wished to dip their feet. Zhao Lily found a shaded spot and called back, Xiaoling, let us soak our feet here. Zhou De, Qi Kuang, please don't swallow any of our foot-soaking water. Hey, Lily, you have no heart. But I don't mind, haha. I've been to swimming pools before. Besides, this is fresh water. Come on down, brother Huai. Shen Xiuhuai, still holding Lin Xiaoxiao's hand tightly, responded, I want to swim. I'll take the class monitor to explore over there. The others echoed, go ahead. Just remember the way back. Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, allowing Shen Xiuhuai to lead her further in. Not far behind the pond was a small patch of grass, or rather, a piece of land abandoned by someone. Overgrown with grass and occasionally adorned with a few small flowers. The breeze made it quite picturesque. However, Shen Xiuhuai did not guide Lin Xiaoxiao onto the grass, as it was too sunny. Having walked this distance, Lin Xiaoxiao's fair skin had already reddened from the sun. Shen Xiuhuai found a shaded spot by the trees, with two smooth stones, likely worn by frequent visitors resting there. He gestured for Lin Xiaoxiao to sit. She glanced at him, noticing his serious expression, and obediently sat down. What's wrong? Shen Xiuhuai took a deep breath, opting not to sit beside her, but instead crouching down in front of her. This posture momentarily disoriented Lin Xiaoxiao. She had long realized that in this rebirth, Shen Xiuhuai had grown accustomed to this position, communicating with her from below, which made her feel cherished. In her previous life, she had always looked up to Shen Xiuhuai, who was exceptional, leaving her with the imposing silhouette of his back. However, this time felt genuinely different. Shen Xiuhuai softened his expression and tone. Xiao, it's not easy for either of us to relive our lives. This is our opportunity together, isn't it? Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to grasp his intent, nodding silently. Shen Xiuhuai gently took her wrist and kissed the pulse point there, saying, therefore, I wish to avoid any misunderstandings between us. If there are issues, let us resolve them. Please don't keep silent. His tone carried a hint of helplessness and regret. I can sometimes be quite oblivious. If I were to guess, it might take me quite some time. It's not that I dislike the wait. It's that I can't bear to see you sulking for so long. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a sudden warmth where he had kissed her, and she instinctively attempted to retract her hand, only to find it grasped more firmly by Shen Xiuhuai. So, Xiao, be your true self. Express whatever you feel. Haven T, my actions these past few days indicated my affection for you, regardless of who you are. Shen Xiuhuai's earnest tone left Lin Xiaoxiao momentarily speechless. Some thoughts and issues had weighed heavily on her heart for too long, and now, the mere touch seemed to trigger an instinctive urge to suppress and deny them. She opened her mouth, glancing at the serious Shen Xiuhuai before her, struggling to convey her feelings. I just recalled some past events. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was somewhat hoarse. I don't know if you remember. Perhaps it was trivial to you, but when I heard about it, I felt quite sorrowful. And I recall you expressing your aversion to possessiveness. This revelation momentarily stunned Shen Xiuhuai, as he had no recollection of discussing such matters with Lin Xiaoxiao. He frowned slightly. I'm sorry, I truly don't remember. Could you remind me what it was about? Lin Xiaoxiao met his gaze, hesitating internally, but ultimately biting her lip and recounting the incident word for word. Just as Shen Xiuhuai had said, since they were given a second chance at life, they could not leave unresolved issues and regrets behind. Yet, she also feared that as Shen Xiuhuai gradually discovered her true self, he might not love her as he once did. Would he still profess his love to her? Her possessive nature was not slight, it was genuinely intense. It was strong enough that for a time, she felt jealousy not only toward girls, but also toward boys who got too close to Shen Xiuhuai. After all, such intimacy was something she and he had never truly shared. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Shen Xiuhuai felt a flicker of recognition. He recalled that Lin Xiaoxiao had once sought him out during her menstrual period, looking pale and distressed. He remembered that day quite vividly. However, the details Lin Xiaoxiao recounted differed from his memories. Shen Xiuhuai smiled, observing Lin Xiaoxiao's anxious expression. Her face had turned pale as she cautiously glanced at his reaction. Resembling a timid little squirrel, extraordinarily endearing. Why didn't you just ask me directly back then? Shen Xiuhuai's tone was light, as if he feared startling her. I did. Lin Xiaoxiao instinctively replied, her voice trailing off in embarrassment. But I was afraid that if I spoke too much, I would expose my feelings. Finally, with her eyes shut tight, she declared, I have an intense possessiveness over you. It was not a jesting matter. It was a feeling so strong that it frightened her. Chapter 75. My free spirit will forever love you. Silence enveloped them, apart from the sweltering wind occasionally rustling the leaves. Distant voices of Qi Kuang and Zhou De could be faintly heard. Lin Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering gently. The tranquil atmosphere caused her heart to sink deeply. She slowly stirred her eyelids, yet lacked the courage to fully open them, fearing to encounter Shen Xiuhuai's shocked, bewildered, and perhaps disdainful gaze. At times, she found herself pondering how someone so intelligent could appear so foolish and endearing when it came to her matters. Shen Xiuhuai's voice bore no discernible emotion. Yet suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of courage to open her eyes. He had neither stepped away nor released her hand, which diverged from her expectations. Indeed, the expression in Shen Xiuhuai's eyes contained not only helplessness and amusement, but also a hint of tenderness. Lin Xiaoxiao sensed her lips were slightly parched, and she pressed them together, her voice barely above a whisper. Don't you find this unappealing? Shen Xiuhuai gazed at the uncertain girl before him and sighed heavily within. He had long believed that their seemingly smooth marriage had been marred by cracks, which Lin Xiaoxiao, in her deep affection for him, had tirelessly attempted to mend, pretending as if nothing had transpired. How heart-wrenching that must have been for her. I recall the incident you mentioned. I just forgot the specifics of what I said. There must have been some misunderstanding. Shen Xiuhuai gazed at her with a hint of bewilderment, as the once cold, phoenix-like eyes that had always seemed aloof were now filled with confusion and uncertainty. In that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao appeared entirely devoid of her usual high and mighty demeanor. Instead, all Shen Xiuhuai could perceive was her anxiety, her disorientation, and her bewilderment. She remained unsure whether her words were right or wrong, having been subservient in this relationship for so long that she had long since shed her pride. Suddenly, Shen Xiuhuai rose to his feet, prompting Lin Xiaoxiao to look up at him, her eyes brimming with sorrow and fear. She gently stirred her hand, which had just been released from his warm grasp. It felt strange to be unheld, and she instinctively yearned to reach out and reclaim that connection. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai did not walk away. He regarded Lin Xiaoxiao, the mirth in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a solemn gravity. I truly cannot recall what I said to my teammates back then, but I can assure you, it was certainly not what you think. Xiaoxiao, my teammates may have heard me express similar sentiments. Yet I realize I have never articulated this to you. My wife is exceedingly understanding, never overly sentimental. In truth, I cherish her reliance on me, but she is far too independent and self-assured. I could never contemplate divorce, for I love you. My body belongs to my country, a matter of faith and duty. However, my free spirit will eternally love you. In that moment, one stood while the other sat, a posture that should have instilled pressure upon Lin Xiaoxiao. His serious and earnest expression exuded an air of intensity. Yet, she felt no such pressure. Her heart trembled at his words, which flowed effortlessly, as if he had recited them countless times before. As she looked up at Shen Xiuhuai, the sunlight was glaring, causing her eyes to sting, and her tears threatened to spill. The moment they began to trickle from the corners of her eyes, Shen Xiuhuai's previously stern expression transformed into one of tenderness. He knelt once more before her, cradling her face in his hands. Do not cry. What I say is true. It flows too smoothly to be fabricated. I had no idea we harbored such misunderstandings between us. You must have felt so distressed. I am sorry. Lin Xiaoxiao, I love you, all of you. Your strength and independence. Your adorable pride. Even the possessiveness you now deem undesirable. I cherish all of it. Shen Xiuhuai's voice was gentle yet resolute. So do not be sad. And do not hide your true self from me. I love every facet of Lin Xiaoxiao. Just as Lin Xiaoxiao would invariably fall for Shen Xiuhuai, no matter his age. He paused momentarily, a hint of concern crossing his features. What if I grow old, lose my looks, my abs, and my teeth? Would you still love me? Upon posing this question, Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, contemplating the unappealing image he had conjured. Lin Xiaoxiao, unable to stifle a laugh at his disdainful expression, felt her earlier sadness dissipate. Through her nasally voice, she retorted, You are insufferable, Shen Xiuhuai. Seeing her red-rimmed eyes filled with mirth, Shen Xiuhuai secretly sighed in relief. Then, observing her earnest expression, she declared, Even when old, you'll still be the most handsome old man. I will still love you. Perhaps I will even have to contend with other elderly women vying for your attention. Would that bother you? Not at all. When other elderly women approach, I will call out, Wife, help. This old lady is attempting to harass me, and you will dash to my rescue, won't you? With a laugh, Lin Xiaoxiao succumbed to his charm once more. Shen Xiuhuai's eyes sparkled with joy as he suddenly opened his arms wide, adopting a mock-pleading tone. Sister, come give me a hug. You frighten me. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoxiao leaped into his embrace. Shen Xiuhuai held her tightly, and though the heat of summer rendered their close proximity somewhat uncomfortable, He relished this sensation. Lin Xiaoxiao belonged in his arms. Their connection felt so natural. He closed his eyes and buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her scent, a delicate fragrance of peach that captivated him. After a while, Lin Xiaoxiao gently stirred and inquired, "How much longer shall we embrace?" Shen Xiuhuai remained still, responding with a simple "You're too hot." She remarked with a hint of exasperation. Youthful bodies radiate heat, and in the sweltering summer, holding onto a furnace was quite uncomfortable. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, tightening his grip. No, sister cannot find me repulsive." He playfully nuzzled her shoulder, his lips brushing against her ear and the graceful curve of her neck, igniting a blush that spread from her neck to her cheeks. With laughter dancing in his eyes, he pressed a kiss to her neck, teasing, "Sister, you're blushing. It's delightful." Lin Xiaoxiao attempted to push him away, yet there was a reluctance in her heart. Her hands rested against his chest, his laughter ringing in her ears, and she found herself smiling. She heard her own voice declare, "I am not just beautiful when I blush. I am lovely at all times." Chapter 76, The Blossoming Youth at 16. Shen Xiuhuai momentarily paused, then quickly regained his composure. Indeed, particularly when in bed, or perhaps not just then. "Shen Xiuhuai, must you act so lewd? I cannot indulge in that. I can only satisfy my verbal cravings. Besides, sister, you are the only one I treat this way." Whispers of affection between lovers occasionally echoed in the forest, though they were scarcely audible. Had anyone passed by, they would surely find it peculiar that, in such sweltering weather, the couple beneath the trees seemed oblivious to the heat, remaining entwined. Eventually, the heat became unbearable. Lin Xiaoxiao felt sticky and uncomfortable, prompting them to part. After separating, Shen Xiuhuai did not rush to seek out Qi Kuang and the others. Instead, he led her to purchase a chilled watermelon in a small village shop owned by locals. An elderly gentleman, a fishing companion of Shen Xiuhuai's grandfather, greeted them. Xiaohuai, is this your classmate?" "She is quite lovely." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 icy popsicles from the refrigerator and offered them to Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai. "Look how hot you are, kids." Lin Xiaoxiao accepted with a smile, thanking him, while the old man continued to praise, "Truly lovely. Much more so than your 2 lodgers." "Of course, our class monitor is the school's flower," Shen Xiuhuai replied, grinning as he unwrapped the popsicle and handed it to Lin Xiaoxiao, then requested, "Grandpa Li, we'd like a large, chilled watermelon." Grandpa Li, observing their natural rapport, felt a sense of understanding. Shen's grandson was indeed a fine young man. Without further inquiries, he chuckled, "All right, I'll pick the sweetest one for you." After purchasing the watermelon, they returned to find Qi Kuang and the others. While enjoying their popsicles, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly remarked, "That old man just said I'm prettier than your lodgers." Shen Xiuhuai glanced at her sideways. "You are indeed more beautiful. You surpass most people." A smile tugged at Lin Xiaoxiao's lips, as if she were pleased, yet she quickly suppressed it. "But she has a great figure." If Shen Xiuhuai failed to grasp the implications, he would either be a fool or utterly oblivious. Amused, he replied, "I hadn't noticed her figure. I didn't even pay much attention to her appearance." After saying that, Lin Xiaoxiao secretly praised herself in her heart, standard answer. She took another lick of her popsicle and tilted her head to gaze at him. "Really?" Shen Xiuhuai's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. How adorable, he thought. Wanting to kiss her, he glanced at the popsicle in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, feeling an undeniable twinge of envy towards it, wishing he could be the one indulged by his sister. Of course, Shen Xiuhuai hurriedly pulled his thoughts back from the realm of fantasy. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoxiao remained oblivious to his wandering mind and did not dwell on her body issues. After all, she still had room to grow. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at her own chest, reassured that her figure was quite commendable. As they returned, Qi Kuang and Zhou De were still soaking in the water while the 2 girls sat on a rock, dipping their feet. Upon seeing their return, Qi Kuang complained, "I thought you 2 had abandoned us." Shen Xiuhuai lifted the bag. "Want some watermelon?" Qi Kuang immediately forgot his grievances, standing up to exclaim, "Absolutely." The watermelon had been pre-sliced by Grandpa Li into manageable pieces, and everyone was quite satisfied with the treat. The scorching weather made the refreshing watermelon all the more delightful. After Lin Xiaoxiao had taken 2 pieces and reached for another, Shen Xiuhuai blocked her hand, saying, "You can't have any more. You just had a popsicle. Don't catch a chill." "Popsicle? What popsicle?" Zhou De, bewildered, rummaged through the bag, finding nothing. Zhao Lily laughed, "Are you a fool? That was clearly bought just for Xiaoxiao. Do you expect to have some too?" Zhou De glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, his face contorted in confusion. "Come on. Why go? How much could one popsicle possibly cost? You wouldn't be that stingy." Shen Xiuhuai rolled his eyes. "Eat the watermelon or not. Eat, eat, eat. Why are you getting upset?" Zhou De clutched his watermelon tightly. "Have you been hit on the head?" Qi Kuang teased him. "What status do you have to compare with the class monitor? It's not about the money. The monitor is one of a kind, you know? You at 16 sure know a lot." Ku Xiaoling interjected, putting down her watermelon rind. Qi Kuang, feeling inexplicably attacked, was flabbergasted. What is wrong with being 16? A 16-year-old boy is a flower in bloom. You wouldn't understand. Laughter erupted among the group. Shen Xiuhuai watched the playful banter unfold, his gaze landing on Lin Xiaoxiao's face. Her skin was slightly reddened from the sun, yet she was beaming with joy, her eyes sparkling with mirth. The once present air of aloofness had completely dissipated. Eventually, they played in the water a bit longer before returning. As Qi Kuang and Zhou De looked down on them, they remained perched at the water's edge, especially Shen Xiuhuai, who ultimately conspired with the others to drench everyone in a water fight. Concerned that the girls might catch a cold, Shen Xiuhuai decided it was best for everyone to return home. Originally, Qi Kuang and Zhou De could have changed clothes, but Shen Xiuhuai had snatched their garments, considering the girls were soaked, and it wouldn't be appropriate for them to walk down the street wrapped in wet clothes. Thus, they donned the boys' outfits instead. Shen Xiuhuai's attire was slightly damp, having removed it to splash water on Qi Kuang and the others. Lin Xiaoxiao had hung his clothes up to dry, yet now he wore them. On their way back, the three young men, bare-chested, attracted the playful teasing of the villagers. Qi Kuang, possessing a certain social charisma, could strike up a conversation with anyone, unashamed. After escorting them home, Shen Xiuhuai rushed back to change. Upon entering the yard, he heard a commotion. Coincidentally, Wu Xinyu and her classmates had arrived. Grandpa and Grandma, along with old Shun, were busy assisting with the check-in procedures. When Mrs. Shen saw Shen Xiuhuai run in with his upper body exposed, she was momentarily taken aback. "Where's your shirt? Did you lose it playing in the water?" "No. It's with Qi Kuang. Those girls got their clothes wet. I'm going upstairs to take a shower," Shen Xiuhuai replied as he dashed up the stairs. The boys who were already settled in the class whistled at him. One of them chuckled. "Hey, nice physique, man." Shen Xiuhuai smiled and thanked him before rushing upstairs. Overhearing Wu Xinyu's roommate remark, "He's a high schooler. Look at his body management." That evening, dinner was once again at Shen Xiuhuai's place, with Grandpa and Grandma preparing a grand feast. Qi Kuang, addressing them as Grandpa and Grandma, charmed the elderly couple to the point where they almost adopted him as their own grandson. Wu Xinyu and her group had commandeered the small courtyard, skipping dinner to prepare for a barbecue. When Grandpa and Grandma invited them to join, they declined, saying they'd have barbecue later. Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze flitted over to Wu Xinyu, and then meaningfully toward Shen Xiuhuai. Shen Xiuhuai felt as though his meal had lost its flavor. Chapter 77. Her parents disapprove. The lively chaos on the other side did not disturb Shen Xiuhuai and the others as they dined. However, they still occupied the same seats as at noon, and Shen Xiuhuai sighed inwardly, wishing he could sit closer to his sister during the meal. Although he understood their intentions, he felt they were overreacting. Thankfully, the dinner was short-lived due to the noise from the courtyard, and they quickly finished their meal. This time, no one hurried to leave. They were all busy helping Grandpa and Grandma clear the table. Seeing their eagerness, old Shen decided to take a break and strolled off with his wife, leaving the young ones to handle the chores. The girls assisted Grandma in washing the dishes, while Grandpa took the boys to move the table, which had been set up for the larger gathering. As Grandpa noticed Wu Yusin and her friends preparing for the barbecue, he moved the table inside to avoid cluttering the courtyard. Shen Xiuhuai and Zhou De helped carry the table inside. Qi Kuang primarily stood next to Grandpa, directing the operations with an air of feigned authority. Zhou De shot him a look, wanting to hit him. Qi Kuang, however, was thoroughly enjoying himself. When Shen Xiuhuai and Zhou De finished moving the table and stepped outside, both Qi Kuang and Grandpa had vanished. "Where the heck did Kuang go? He really knows how to avoid work," Zhou De remarked, looking around in exasperation. Shen Xiuhuai paid little mind, merely glancing towards the kitchen where Lin Xiaoxiao had yet to emerge. A quick call should clarify things. Shen Xiuhuai mused. "Didn't they say there would be fireworks tonight? He might have gone with Grandpa. We need to head to the convenience store soon. But it's mainly for sparklers and such. Hey, it's mostly for taking pictures and posting on social media. Sparklers look great. I already have my captions planned, huh?" Zhou De said, pulling out his phone to call Qi Kuang. At that moment, one of the college students who had already started grilling approached them, holding a phone. Shen Xiuhuai recognized him as the one who had complimented his physique earlier. "Hey, do you guys want to join us for a barbecue?" The young man beamed, exuding a cheerful demeanor, and showed no hesitation in addressing the taller Shen Xiuhuai and Zhou De's brothers. Shen Xiuhuai glanced over, catching Wu Xinyu's gaze. He shook his head, smiling. "No thanks, we just finished eating." The young man nodded, unfazed, maintaining his bright smile, but his attention drifted towards the kitchen. "Those three girls are your classmates, right?" he asked, lowering his voice slightly and leaning in closer. This question piqued not just Shen Xiuhuai's interest, but also drew Zhou De's gaze from his phone. The inquiry's purpose is rather overt, making it difficult not to speculate further. Shen Xiuhuai raised an eyebrow, yet before he could utter a word, Zhou De interjected, "Brother, what's up? We're just classmates. High school students, unlike you all in college." The boy, seemingly taken aback by Zhou De's directness, exhibited a hint of embarrassment. "No, please don't misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to make a friend." In a flurry to clarify, he waved his hands, insisting his only desire was to exchange WeChat details, particularly with the girl in the long hair and white dress, strikingly beautiful and tall. "Could you possibly give me her WeChat?" Shen Xiuhuai was taken aback by Zhou Da's candidness and the boy's relentless pursuit to add Lin Xiaoxiao on WeChat. He feigned a sigh, replying, "Mate, that's not feasible. Her parents won't permit it." The boy appeared momentarily dazed. "Seriously? At this age, needing parental consent to add someone on WeChat? I had no intention of anything more than a simple friendship. Could you perhaps inquire if she would be willing?" "No need to ask. Her parents disapprove." Shen Xiuhuai interjected with a dismissive click of his tongue, just as Lin Xiaoxiao and her friends emerged. Ignoring the boy's presence, he swiftly made his way toward them. Caught off guard, the boy instinctively followed a couple of steps before Zhou Da intercepted him. "Hey there," he called with a smile, gesturing towards Shen Xiuhuai's retreating figure. His tone laced with a hint of exasperation. "If her parents disapprove, you ought to refrain from pursuing her." After a moment of realization, the boy finally comprehended the situation. Watching as the tall Shen Xiuhuai approached the girl he found so captivating, extending what appeared to be a piece of candy towards her. An elderly lady nearby chuckled, remarking, "P.S. acting like a child, sharing candy? Just one piece?" Suddenly enlightened, the boy took an awkward step back, stammering, "My apologies. I just didn't grasp the situation initially. Please convey my regrets to your friend." Zhou Da laughed, "No worries, it's all normal. Have fun, older siblings. We're off." He then turned and dashed towards the direction of Qi Kuang, who had gone to the convenience store with their grandfather. "Yes, your grandfather mentioned buying you fireworks earlier." He must have been coaxed by Qi Kuang. The elderly lady chuckled, waving them off. "Go on and enjoy yourselves. There's not much left to clean up." Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai assisted his grandmother in sweeping the ground before he and Lin Xiaoxiao departed. As they exited, the group of college students observed them, particularly fascinated by Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai. Once they had distanced themselves, the boy who had previously sought Lin Xiaoxiao's WeChat sighed. "They do seem quite compatible. Kids nowadays are so precocious." "Oh, now you're calling them kids? Didn't you consider that when you were trying to get her WeChat?" A friend teased him. The boy flushed slightly, retorting, "Shut up." Only Wu Yusin averted her gaze from their retreating figures, realizing that indeed, Lin Xiaoxiao was the most beautiful girl. "She truly is stunning. No wonder she's out of reach." Though Wu Yusin felt a twinge of discomfort, she reconciled with the notion that she herself preferred handsome boys, and it was only natural for boys to be drawn to beauty. Meanwhile, Shen Xiuhuai and the others found their grandfather and Qi Kuang outside the convenience store, both seated, enjoying popsicles while swatting away mosquitoes. Beside them lay a bag of fireworks, primarily sparklers. Upon noticing their approach, Qi Kuang cheerfully greeted them. "Want a popsicle?" "Brother Shui didn't buy me one. Grandpa got it for me." His triumphant demeanor elicited a hearty laugh from their grandfather. Feigning jealousy, Shen Xiuhuai remarked, "Grandpa seems to favor Qi Kuang more than me." The grandfather paused, rising to his feet. "What's this? It's all the same. Was Xiaohuai just being coy?" He mused, having not experienced such affection from his grandson in quite some time. He had observed the changes in Shen Xiuhuai. Yet the distance of years was not something that could be bridged overnight. With a hint of warmth in his eyes, the grandfather grasped Shen Xiuhuai's wrist and approached the freezer, inquiring, "What would you like?" He then turned to the group of young ones. "Feel free to choose whatever you fancy. Grandpa is impartial." The group responded with cheerful laughter as they approached the freezer. Shen Xiuhuai sensed his grandfather's hand trembling slightly as he held onto him. He suddenly struggled to recall when he last displayed such affection towards his grandfather. It had indeed been quite a while. "What do you wish to eat, Xiaohuai?" The grandfather's voice brought Shen Xiuhuai back to reality. He heard the grandfather say, "Don't you young folks fancy Haagen-Dazs or something? Next time you visit, I'll make sure to purchase some beforehand. I didn't prepare this time." "No worries. Grandpa, I enjoy the old popsicles too," Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile, presenting an old-fashioned popsicle. "I'm easy to please. But you can't show favoritism towards Qi Kuang. You're my grandpa." He deliberately cast a glance at Qi Kuang, who retorted, "Hey, Brother Shui, you're such a child." Shen Xiuhuai overheard the grandfather mutter a soft "all right." Chapter 78. It seems the entire world knows of your togetherness. In high spirits, the elder, after buying them popsicles, also procured a large watermelon, saying, "You all can enjoy this on the hill. It's quite warm, and nightfall won't arrive too swiftly. You can still catch a glimpse of the sunset." He waved them off. "Go play. I'll be playing chess with Old Li." At that moment, Grandpa Li had set up a chessboard and table outside. Shen Xiuhuai and the others hurried to lend a hand, only to be met with a dismissive wave from Grandpa Li, who said, "Enough, enough. You all go play. Don't disturb me and your grandfather. Off you go." Thus, the group was shooed away, leaving the two elderly men watching their retreating figures, both smiling. Grandpa Li remarked, "Old Shun, your grandson is truly remarkable. His friends are also well-mannered." The grandfather's gaze lingered on Shen Xiuhuai's silhouette, realizing that his grandson was indeed growing up, albeit still retaining a childlike innocence. Playfully responding to Grandpa Li, "Of course, my grandson is a good boy. They're all good kids. Strange, I hadn't seen him out playing before, I thought." He glanced at the grandfather. "I assumed your relationship was strained." "We're quite close," the grandfather replied with a frown. "You simply haven't noticed." "Why are you so quick to anger in conversation?" Grandpa Li teased, adjusting the chess pieces, suddenly recalling how Shen Xiuhuai had brought along a beautiful girl earlier that day. By the way, let me tell you. At this moment, Shen Xiuhuai and his friends were nearing the small hillside their grandfather had mentioned. This picturesque spot was one the grandfather had brought Shen Xiuhuai to during fishing trips. However, given its rural setting, there were indeed cows grazing nearby. And some areas of the hill bore traces of cow dung. Cao Qiaoling and Zhao Lili, true city dwellers, were taken aback by such sights, their faces betraying a mixture of astonishment and disgust. They soon realized that Lin Xiaoxiao, who appeared the most fastidious and hygiene-conscious, displayed no particular reaction. Shen Xiuhuai beckoned to them from a relatively clean spot. Come over here. Xiaoxiao, there is cow dung here, don't you mind? Zhao Lili couldn't help but ask. Lin Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, then unthinkingly replied, cow dung isn't dirty, cows only eat grass. It's nothing. Observing Zhao Lili and Cao Qiaoling's shocked expressions, she couldn't help but smirk, her tone taking on a mischievous edge. Have you ever heard of cow offal hot pot? It's made from the cow's. Stop, Cao Qiaoling exclaimed, unable to bear it any longer. Though I've never tried it, I've seen videos, and they have quite a smell. Then she dashed towards Shen Xiuhuai and the others, exclaiming, Huai Ge, do keep an eye on your free-spirited Xiaoxiao. Zhao Lili followed suit, adding, yes. Do watch over her. Lin Xiaoxiao blinked innocently, casting a glance at Shen Xiuhuai from afar. Meanwhile, the group, engrossed in their playful antics, hardly noticed the sunset. However, the breeze atop the hill grew stronger, and the evening air began to cool. They settled on the hillside, gazing at the clouds ablaze with hues of crimson, their eyes sparkling with ease and mirth. Let us do this again after the exams, Zhou suggested cheerfully. I feel like it's been ages since I've been this relaxed. I can do it. I want to join too, Lin Xiaoxiao responded with enthusiasm. Shen Xiuhuai leaned closer to her ear, inquiring softly, does sister want to come again? A gentle smile adorned Lin Xiaoxiao's face as the background music swelled with the sounds of Qi Kuang and their animated discussions, punctuated by Shen Xiuhuai's voice. Light and teasing, his breath brushing against her ear. Her cheeks tinged slightly with crimson, yet she turned her profile toward him. They sat close enough for her to discern the delicate lashes framing Shen Xiuhuai's eyes, as well as the dandelion fluff adorning his face. Lin Xiaoxiao reached out to brush away the white fluff, her voice barely above a whisper. Where you go, I will follow. Shen Xiuhuai squinted in laughter. His tone relaxed. Then after the exams, I'll ask my grandparents to vacate our house. Oh, that is perfect. The group waited until the sun dipped below the horizon, igniting sparklers and capturing photographs. By around 9 o'clock, several girls could no longer endure the summer heat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable from the evening's festivities. Ultimately, the group began their journey home, but Shen Xiuhuai accompanied them upstairs after dropping them off at their lodging. Zhou glanced back. Huai Ge, aren't you going to take a shower? Why not stay up all night with us playing cards? What are you thinking? Staying up all night? I'm just going to ask the class monitor for a test paper to review. Unlike you all, I cherish my studies. Thank you very much, Shen Xiuhuai replied. Unflustered, Lin Xiaoxiao, walking ahead, turned to look at him, pondering his odd behavior, as she hadn't brought any papers, nor had he inquired about them. However, Qi Kuang and the others paid little mind, having already accepted Shen Xiuhuai's studious reputation throughout the semester. Only Qi Kuang expressed his dissatisfaction. Don't drag me into this. I refuse to be coerced. I'm on break now and just want to have fun. I'm off to shower. Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao lingered behind, bidding farewell to their companions. Once they entered, the corridor fell into a sudden silence, leaving only the sound of their footsteps. Upon reaching Lin Xiaoxiao's room, she opened the door but hesitated, glancing at Shen Xiuhuai. I didn't bring any papers. Shen Xiuhuai pushed the door open. It's all right. I just want to enjoy the air conditioning. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with amusement as they locked gazes. Ultimately, she relented and stepped inside, softly stating, why bother? It'll only make things uncomfortable for you. Shen Xiuhuai, in high spirits, replied, not at all. It's your absence that troubles me. Such candid words nearly caused Lin Xiaoxiao to lose her composure. Once inside, she inserted the room card. And as the cool air rushed out, Shen Xiuhuai sighed. Ah, the air conditioning feels divine. Lin Xiaoxiao, uninterested, retorted. Isn't your room equipped with air conditioning as well? Speaking of Shen Xiuhuai's room piqued Lin Xiaoxiao's curiosity. By the way, I forgot to check out your room today. Shen Xiuhuai had previously sent her photos that left a lasting impression. Lin Xiaoxiao recognized that at 18. Shen Xiuhuai was rebellious, yet she hadn't anticipated his unique flair, and she genuinely wished to see it for herself. Covered in sweat, Shen Xiuhuai hesitated to lie on her bed and instead chose to sit in a nearby bamboo swing chair. If you're interested, we can check it out together tomorrow. He beckoned her with a hand. Without a second thought, Lin Xiaoxiao approached him, her tone filled with curiosity. Honestly, with such a dark theme, can you sleep at night? Before she could finish her sentence, as she reached his side, he pulled her into his embrace. Do you think I can't sleep? Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. When I was in the military, I could sleep anywhere, even in the wild. Chapter 79, A Grand Surprise. Lin Xiaoxiao gasped, utterly taken aback by Shen Xiuhuai's sudden movement, her eyes widening as she fell into his arms. She squirmed slightly, whispering, "Please don't break the chair." Shen Xiuhuai dismissed her concerns, burying his face in the nape of her neck. Not a chance. You can't weigh more than 100, right? Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, realizing it was indeed less than 100. At that moment, she felt quite slender, a fact that had been true for quite some time. Since starting work, her figure had grown noticeably slimmer, primarily due to her hectic schedule. Shen Xiuhuai, despite his own busyness, made it a point to call or video chat daily to ensure she was eating properly. If he ever missed a meal check, he would follow up later to ask if she had been diligent. Consequently, it wasn't until about a year after their marriage that Lin Xiaoxiao gained a little weight. Realizing her silence, Shen Xiuhuai chuckled softly. "You must be neglecting your meals again. Be careful not to get spanked." His teasing tone made Lin Xiaoxiao shiver, feeling his warm breath tickling her neck. "All right, enough already. Let go. I've been eating well, and I'm all sweaty. You need to release me," she insisted firmly, though her voice lacked strength. Lin Xiaoxiao assessed herself internally. She felt Shen Xiuhuai ease his grip slightly, and just as she prepared to breathe a sigh of relief and stand up, he chuckled, "Sister, you smell delightful, like a ripe peach. I want the same shower gel." His low voice elicited a blush from Lin Xiaoxiao. "I'll buy you the same one later, okay?" she replied, struggling once more. Shen Xiuhuai, however, tightened his embrace, his long legs pushing against the ground, causing the chair to sway. Playfully, he suggested, "Sister, we should get one of these chairs for our home. I really like it." Lin Xiaoxiao felt goosebumps rise all over her body as she abruptly pushed Shen Xiuhuai away and stood up, her face flushed as she glared at him. "If you like it, just buy it. Stop teasing me." Initially, Shen Xiuhuai had only intended to provoke a reaction, but seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's flushed demeanor sparked a more serious thought within him. Yet, his rational mind held him back. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao maintained her composure. Determined not to let him get carried away, she averted her gaze first, stating, "I need to shower. It's sweltering." After a long day out in the scorching heat, her body felt sticky and uncomfortable. Shen Xiuhuai remained seated, merely waving his hand. "Go ahead, I'll wait for you." Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes glistened, a hint of red at the corners, making her look exceptionally beautiful. After hearing Shen Xiuhuai's words, she cast him a doubtful glance before nodding and stepping into the bathroom. Shen Xiuhuai rubbed his face, realizing that whenever he was alone, he felt compelled to tease her, relishing the sight of her blushing face, which he found utterly adorable. Indeed, humans are insatiably greedy creatures. He pressed his hand against the location of his heart, the surprise of Lin Xiaoxiao's sudden appearance still lingering within him, compounded by the emotional turmoil influenced by Qi Kuang and the others after a day of play. His heartbeat resonated like a rhythmic dance. It resembled the excitement of a child whose birthday held no expectations, only to discover that those around him had long prepared gifts, waiting for him to unwrap them, an exhilaration that was difficult to articulate. Moreover, the thought of Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate and soft demeanor caused Shen Xiuhuai to involuntarily smile. This was undoubtedly his most cherished gift, without a doubt. He rose and retrieved his phone from his pocket, fiddling with it. Most of the messages from Qi Kuang and the others were trivial, yet they served well to soothe his current state of mind. Qi Kuang, still reveling in the group chat, boasted about how foolish Shen Xiuhuai looked upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao. He also recounted how much fun they had today, affirming their fondness for the agritainment experience, which, despite appearing to offer fewer activities, still provided immense joy. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue and typed, "Qi Kuang, I'm in the group too." Sure enough, the chat fell silent for a moment, and Qi Kuang began to frantically retract messages. Though some had already surpassed the 2-minute mark, he cautiously typed, "Brother Huai, do you think I'm a joke? Is that all right?" Shen Xiuhuai smirked, replying, "What do you think? What is Xiaoxiao doing now?" Ku Xiaoling interjected, unable to bear the awkwardness and steering the conversation elsewhere, although somewhat forced. Shen Xiuhuai's gaze turned towards the bathroom. In the bathroom, Well, seeing the barrage of questions, Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. "Aren't you all hot? Aren't you going to shower? Though we are all showering in our own rooms. Why is the class monitor showering in her room?" Qi Kuang asked cautiously. Shen Xiuhuai, unperturbed and shameless, replied lazily, "I'm enjoying the air conditioning. I'll be back in a bit." "Why are you so nosy?" Qi Kuang quickly replied, "I'm sorry, I wouldn't dare. I'm unworthy. My apologies for the intrusion. I'm going to take a shower now. Goodbye, Brother Huai." Shen Xiuhuai chuckled at the message, then turned his gaze back to the bathroom. Girls do take quite a long time in the shower. Chapter 80. Were those sexy lingerie pieces intentionally worn for my viewing? The sound of water trickling from the bathroom filled the air. Shen Xiuhuai inhaled sharply, pondering when this exasperating situation would come to an end. He reclined in the hammock, gently rocking, feeling his breath becoming labored and his body warm. The response unmistakable. Shen Xiuhuai sighed. He was indeed courting his own suffering. Despite this, he had no intention of stepping outside. His gaze swept over Lin Xiaoxiao's backpack resting nearby, untouched. This indicated that she had entered the shower without bringing a change of clothes. Shen Xiuhuai had noticed this earlier and had intended to call out to Lin Xiaoxiao. However, upon witnessing her bashful retreat with flushed cheeks, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Not bringing clothes was fortuitous. It allowed him the opportunity to deliver some to his wife, which he found rather delightful. Yet, despite this thought, Shen Xiuhuai did not immediately reach for Lin Xiaoxiao's bag. Instead, he retrieved his phone and found a video titled High School Mathematics Key Points presented by Peng Fu. After watching for about 5 minutes, he felt considerably more at ease and lay back, enjoying the show for the better part of an episode until the sound of water ceased. After a few minutes, or perhaps longer, Lin Xiaoxiao's hesitant voice emerged. Xiuhua, are you still outside? Shen Xiuhuai smiled, rising to respond. Yes, are you done, sister? Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent again. What's wrong? Shen Xiuhuai's voice, laced with amusement, inquired as he approached the bathroom door. Why the silence? Inside, Lin Xiaoxiao stood wrapped in a towel. Sensing his teasing tone, it was clear he knew her predicament and was deliberately provoking her. She felt a mix of anger, embarrassment, and perhaps the heat of the water, causing her to flush a deeper shade of pink. Earlier, when she glanced in the mirror, the parts of her chest that her clothing could conceal had become nearly indecent, resembling a mess as if chewed by a dog, an obvious result of his intent. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoxiao faced a dilemma. She could either step out to retrieve her clothes or call Shen Xiuhuai to fetch them for her. In the context of their marital relationship, either choice seemed entirely reasonable. However, as two teenagers who had just ignited a spark, the first option seemed significantly riskier. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao could only mutter, I forgot to bring clothes. They're in my bag. She paused, adding, or you could just hand me the whole bag, and I'll find it myself. Shen Xiuhuai could detect her wariness even through the door. He silently chuckled, adopting an innocent tone. How can you find it from inside? I'll get it for you. Just wait a moment, sister. With that, he turned and opened the bag on the bed. Aside from skincare products, the bag contained 2 outfits, one of which was sleepwear. Shen Xiuhuai noted that Lin Xiaoxiao's sleepwear was quite modest, long pants and long sleeves. Did she dress that way on purpose during their video calls at home? His thoughts momentarily drifted before he shook his head, continuing to search until he found a sealed bag containing her undergarments. They were all black, with styles that appeared rather conventional, starkly contrasting with the alluring designs he had previously seen on the adult Lin Xiaoxiao. Shen Xiuhuai raised an eyebrow as he grabbed the clothes and approached the door, knocking lightly. The door swiftly opened a crack, revealing a delicate white arm extending outward. Shen Xiuhuai did not wish to intentionally embarrass her, primarily to avoid provoking her into hiding in the bathroom all night, as it was uncomfortably warm. Lin Xiaoxiao exhaled in relief and quickly donned her clothes before stepping out, her cheeks still flushed, her hair down and damp from the shower. As she emerged, Shen Xiuhuai stood by the table, a chair in front of him, a hairdryer in hand, beckoning her. Come here, let us dry your hair. Shen Xiuhuai had previously noticed Lin Xiaoxiao's laziness regarding hair drying, often leaving it half dry and unattended. Once, she had asked him whether he preferred long or short hair, to which he had replied without much thought, long hair, as Lin Xiaoxiao had always sported long locks in his memory. Later, he realized his oversight and added, as long as it's you, I like it. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao still dismissed the idea of cutting her hair. Now, as Lin Xiaoxiao approached and sat in the chair, she replied, I can do it myself. You're too lazy. It'll end up half dry again, Shen Xiuhuai remarked, gently stroking her hair. Lin Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue, unable to deny the truth. Shen Xiuhuai, clearly inexperienced at drying hair, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaoxiao merely squinted her eyes and remained silent, only speaking up when the heat became too intense. Gradually, Shen Xiuhuai became more adept at the task. Lin Xiaoxiao's hair was thick and long, making it quite the chore to dry. However, Shen Xiuhuai exhibited an unusual patience. Once he finished drying her hair, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a sense of relaxation wash over her, for they had already transitioned into a different kind of old married couple. In the past, although both were quite busy, they still managed to communicate frequently regarding certain matters. And at times, it was she who took the initiative. Thus, this situation could hardly cause Lin Xiaoxiao to feel shy for long. Her initial embarrassment stemmed from their current age and the provocative nature of Shen Xiuhuai's words. Reflecting on this, Lin Xiaoxiao secretly vowed to retaliate in due course. After placing the hairdryer away, Shen Xiuhuai inquired whether he should take her undergarments back to wash, knowing she would likely feel too shy to hang them out to dry here. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately turned to glare at him, exclaiming that it would be rather odd for him to do so. How would he explain hanging a girl's lingerie to his family? Shen Xiuhuai merely chuckled at her reddening cheeks and said, if you want to wash them, I will. They can dry in my room. You need not concern yourself with my undergarments. Lin Xiaoxiao retorted softly, her voice laced with embarrassment. Shen Xiuhuai raised an eyebrow at her, remaining silent. Eventually, unable to endure the tension, Lin Xiaoxiao asked, why are you staring at me? It's past 10. Shouldn't you be heading back? As she spoke, she stood up, moved to his side, and playfully pushed him towards the door, muttering that soon, his parents would be calling him. All right, no need to push. I can walk by myself. Shen Xiuhuai replied, his tone filled with exasperation, complying with her gentle shove. He cautioned her to lock the door when she went to sleep, to call him if anything arose, and to seek help from Qi Kuang for urgent matters, assuring her not to feel embarrassed, as he would need some time to arrive. After a lengthy admonition, he clicked his tongue, expressing his lingering concern for her. "I'm not a child anymore," Lin Xiaoxiao retorted, yet as she gazed at Shen Xiuhuai, who stood at the door, she suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. They hadn't had a moment alone for quite some time, and these few hours felt utterly insufficient. As if sensing her reluctance, Shen Xiuhuai suddenly wore a mischievous smile and leaned closer, whispering, "Sister, were those alluring lingerie and sleepwear you wore previously intended for my eyes? What was your intention?" As soon as Shen Xiuhuai finished his teasing remark, the girl, who had been exhibiting signs of reluctance, promptly shoved him away, and the door closed with a resounding thud before him. The noise attracted the attention of Zhou De, who had just stepped out from the other side of the corridor, wondering what was happening. "Hey, Brother Huai, why haven't you returned yet? No wonder I didn't see you in the group chat earlier," he chuckled, his laughter taking on a somewhat lewd tone. Zhou De's voice was anything but quiet, prompting Qi Kuang to open his door, asking, "What are you two so engrossed in from so far away?" Although Qi Kuang recognized the lateness of the hour, he lowered his voice slightly. Shen Xiuhuai, interrupted by their banter, lost the inclination to continue knocking, realizing that Lin Xiaoxiao likely wouldn't open the door anyway. She was far too bashful at the moment. After his teasing tonight, he wondered whether she would even acknowledge him tomorrow. Thus, Shen Xiuhuai simply approached them and whispered, "Keep your voices down. Be careful not to attract complaints. This place has terrible soundproofing." As he made his way over, Qi Kuang and Zhou De had already leaned against the railing, observing him intently. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Shen Xiuhuai inquired, raising an eyebrow at them. "Aren't you all tired? You've been on the road for hours and have been playing non-stop until now." "It's still early," Qi Kuang yawned. "The girls are asleep. But the class monitor must be asleep too, right? You must have been kicked out," he added with a tone that barely concealed his schadenfreude. Shen Xiuhuai playfully smacked the back of his head. "You little brat." Zhou De, with a worried expression, asked, "Brother Huai, you two didn't do anything, did you? The soundproofing here is atrocious." He pointed upstairs. "The room above me is having some late-night activities." Upon hearing this, Qi Kuang's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "I'm going to listen in. Dada, this is going to be a thrilling experience." Shen Xiuhuai swiftly grabbed him by the collar. "You young lad, aren't you afraid it will get you all hot and bothered?" Zhou De nodded sagely. "Indeed. I couldn't stand it for long before coming out. As soon as I left, I ran into Brother Huai." Qi Kuang was merely being boastful, stating that listening to such things was less thrilling than watching videos, and thus he followed Shen Xiuhuai's lead back. Zhou De pulled out a cigarette to offer them, but Shen Xiuhuai, accustomed to refusing, was surprised when Qi Kuang also declined, declaring, "No thanks, a good student doesn't smoke." "Seriously, Kuang Gu, you're quitting smoking?" Zhou De exclaimed, looking at him as if he had betrayed their cause. Then he saw Qi Kuang nodding earnestly. "Starting today, I'm quitting." Shen Xiuhuai cast a glance at Zhou De, who appeared lost and abandoned by their group, before taking the cigarette from him. "You shouldn't smoke either. You won't have time for it during your senior year training." Zhou De eyed the confiscated cigarette with a conflicted expression. He was addicted, and quitting wouldn't be easy. However, before he could ask Shen Xiuhuai for it back, Shen Xiuhuai's phone rang. It was a call from his father urging him to return. After concluding the call, Shen Xiuhuai prepared to leave, reminding them to sleep early to avoid attracting mosquitoes. As Shen Xiuhuai descended the stairs and exited the courtyard, Zhou De suddenly remarked, "I feel like Brother Huai has changed." Qi Kuang glanced back at him, suggesting, "Perhaps love changes a person. It's a good thing." With that, he turned to head back to his room to sleep. Zhou De called out, "Hey, do you have any cigarettes left? Share some with me." Due to the conversation with Qi Kuang and Zhou De, Shen Xiuhuai arrived at his grandparents' in just before 11. His grandparents had likely retired for the night, yet his father, old Shen, was sitting in the courtyard, still sipping tea. Upon entering, Shen Xiuhuai exclaimed, "What are you doing? Drinking tea at this hour? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to sleep?" Old Shen glared at him and raised his thermos. "This isn't tea. It's hot milk, made by your mother." The latter part of his statement carried a hint of pride. Shen Xiuhuai responded with a nonchalant "Oh," thinking to himself that if he weren't underage, he too would have a partner by now. Observing his son's somewhat sour expression, Shen Nin felt a sense of satisfaction. After taking a sip of milk, he inquired, "I thought you didn't want to come back?" Shen Xiuhuai shot him a glance, saying, "Then don't call me." As he pulled at his clothing, stating that he was too hot, he turned to leave. Shen Nin called after him, "Hey, is it that Lin Xiaoxiao?" Shen Xiuhuai halted in his tracks. Although he hadn't intended to hide this matter, having always been open about liking someone at home, he had yet to explicitly tell his family whom he liked due to Lin Xiaoxiao's insistence on prioritizing their studies at their age. Today, seeing 3 girls, old Shen had likely deduced something. "Did you notice?" Shen Xiuhuai replied. Shen Nin chuckled. "As a businessman, I can pick up on such things. However, we encountered something curious while returning from our evening stroll. When Shen Nan and his wife returned from their walk, the group of children had already gone out to play, leaving only Grandma in the kitchen, washing the tea sets. This was Grandpa's routine. They would certainly enjoy a pot of tea upon returning. I saw a young girl talking to your grandmother, and her expression changed dramatically. Shen Xiuhuai paused to observe his son's handsome face, noting how many girls seemed to be enamored with him. Wu Xinyu? Shen Xiuhuai frowned, asking, what did she say to Grandma? Although he could be candid with old Shen, he was uncertain how Grandma would react. Do not be deceived by the current pastoral facade of my grandparents' agritourism venture. Beneath the surface, my grandmother hails from a refined lineage steeped in the elegant landscapes and literary traditions of Jiangnan, retaining a fundamentally conservative disposition. It was not Wu Xinyu, but rather her companion. Shen Xiuhuai shook his head, remarking that one could easily surmise the unfolding events. As we approached, we overheard my grandmother admonishing. Gossiping is hardly the behavior of a lady, before she dismissed the girl entirely. Shen Xiuhuai paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet he acknowledged that such words were quintessentially those of his grandmother. His grandmother appeared quite irate. Upon our return, she insisted we come inside for a discussion. Shen Xiuhuai cast a sidelong glance at Shen Xiuhuai, suggesting that their grandmother had discerned his affections for one of the three girls. Shen Xiuhuai fell silent. Processing the implication, what did she say? Nothing specific, merely that today's youth are rather precocious. As Shen Xiuhuai stretched and stood, he added, you should know that your grandparents are quite reluctant to speak ill of you. With that, he passed by Shen Xiuhuai, advising him to retire for the night. Shen Xiuhuai remained still, watching his retreating figure, only to hear Shen Xiuhuai call over his shoulder, our silence stems from the understanding that you possess discretion. We hope you will not disappoint us. In the aftermath, chapter 82, it sufficed that Shen Xiuhuai harbored feelings for someone. After taking a refreshing shower, he felt a sense of relief. Shen Xiuhuai's remarks upon his return were ultimately motivated by the latter sentiment. They all recognized his relationship, yet everyone chose to respect it, simultaneously hoping Shen Xiuhuai would remain mindful and refrain from any indiscretions. For the first time, Shen Xiuhuai genuinely sensed the transformation within Shen Xiuhuai, realizing that they were beginning to embrace his evolution. Had he been his former self, Shen Xiuhuai would not have approached him with such calmness. Rather, he would have intervened the moment he learned of Shen Xiuhuai's affections for a girl. Shen Xiuhuai envisioned that in the past, Shen Xiuhuai would have scolded him, cut off his allowance, possibly even transferred him to another school, or, if all else failed, conscripted him into the military or sent him abroad. He would inevitably add, do not bring misfortune upon that girl. After all, in Shen Xiuhuai's eyes, his former self was a troublesome adolescent, incapable of meaningful interaction beyond inciting chaos, and they genuinely feared he might engage in something reckless or irreparable. A wry smile crept across Shen Xiuhuai's face as he reflected on this. Indeed, Shen Xiuhuai and the others had never truly understood him. While he would not claim to be infallible, Shen Xiuhuai was confident in his moral and legal boundaries. Even as an 18-year-old, he had never contemplated crossing any lines. Otherwise, he would not have silently cherished his feelings for Lin Xiaoxiao, keeping his affection secret, knowing that his presence would only hinder her studies. She was far too exceptional to regard him favorably. With that thought, Shen Xiuhuai could not help but click his tongue in frustration. Thus, they had both engaged in this peculiar dance of unspoken affection, only to miss their chance. Reclining on his bed in the nude, he sent Lin Xiaoxiao a message. However, after approximately 10 minutes of silence, he wondered if she was still shy or perhaps had succumbed to slumber. Ultimately, he leaned towards the latter. For even if Lin Xiaoxiao were genuinely shy or upset, she would not deliberately leave him hanging, causing him to worry. Eventually, Shen Xiuhuai set his phone aside and drifted off to sleep, contemplating where to take Lin Xiaoxiao for their outing the following day. Alas, he thought of the several third wheels that might accompany them. The next morning, Shen Xiuhuai luxuriated in the rare indulgence of sleeping until 7. Upon waking, he noted with surprise that his grandfather had not roused him for their mountain excursion. Instead, he was awakened by the raucous sounds emanating from outside. Laughter and banter, presumably from a group of university students, filled the air. After completing his morning routine, Shen Xiuhuai stepped outside just in time to see the group. Their backpacks slung over their shoulders and climbing shoes on their feet, presumably heading for a hike. His grandparents were tidying up the yard downstairs. Following the barbecue the previous night, they had made some efforts to clean, but the yard remained less than immaculate. His grandmother, a paragon of cleanliness, could not abide the disorder. Good morning, Grandpa and Grandma, Shen Xiuhuai called out, and upon catching their attention, he added, let me help with the sweeping for a moment. Just then, the door to the house opened, revealing Shen Xiuhuai, dressed impeccably and frowning as he emerged. His phone in hand, followed closely by Mrs. Shen, who carried a small suitcase that she had brought along. With a single glance, Shen Xiuhuai understood that they were preparing to depart. His grandparents, having noticed as well, cast their eyes upward, their expressions unreadable. All right, gather the materials. I'll be there shortly, Shen Xiuhuai said, frowning as he hung up the phone. He took a deep breath, contemplating how to broach the subject. When Shen Xiuhuai had initially agreed to accompany them, they had intended to carve out time for a family visit. However, this morning, A significant decision-making error had arisen at the subsidiary, necessitating Shen Nan's immediate presence. How could he articulate this? Xiuhuai, Mrs. Shen began, but Shen Xiuhuai interjected, taking her suitcase from her. I see you're leaving now? You must apologize to Grandpa and Grandma. Shen Nan sighed, I'm sorry. I didn't anticipate such an urgent matter. There has been a significant misstep at the subsidiary. I don't quite grasp the details, but judging by your expression, it seems serious. Shen Xiuhuai sighed in return. You two should go ahead. I'll return with Qi Kuang and the others tomorrow. Shen Nan and Mrs. Shen exchanged glances, wishing to say more, but unsure how to proceed. After descending the stairs, they briefly explained the situation to their grandparents. Despite their efforts to mask it, it was evident that Grandpa and Grandma were quite disappointed. This rare occasion of the entire family being together had brought them great comfort, and they were reluctant to part ways. Nevertheless, Grandpa nodded, go on, work takes precedence. We'll be fine with Xiaohuai here. Although Shen Nan and Mrs. Shen felt a twinge of guilt, the company could not afford to wait. Thus, they hastily made their way to the car. Shen Xiuhuai waved goodbye as Mrs. Shen entered the vehicle, and behind him, his grandparents stood. Shen Nan suddenly spoke. This was unforeseen. Mom and Dad will ensure to prepare in advance next time. The corners of Shen Nan's eyes bore the marks of age as he looked at the somewhat dazed Shen Xiuhuai. So, could you refrain from harboring no expectations of us? This statement left Shen Xiuhuai utterly stunned. Despite his urgency, Shen Nan remained patient, awaiting Shen Xiuhuai's response. Finally, Shen Xiuhuai smiled. All right, go earn a good living, old Shen. That way, I can indulge in the life of a carefree, wealthy heir. Little brat, Shen Nan retorted, then called to the elderly couple behind him. Mom, Dad, we're off. The two elderly figures waved farewell. The car soon disappeared from view. Shen Xiuhuai watched it vanish before turning to embrace one grandparent with each arm. Well, it seems we've become the left-behind elderly and the left-behind children. The initially somber grandparents were amused by his jest. His grandmother playfully swatted him. What nonsense are you spouting? Our Xiaohuai is certainly not a left-behind child. At your age, you're hardly a child anymore. Hurry and eat breakfast. I've prepared meals for you and your classmates. Call them over to eat shortly. His grandfather chuckled as well. After a moment, he recalled what Old Li had mentioned about a certain girl. Xiaohuai, your class monitor is quite the beauty. Isn't she? His grandmother also turned her gaze to Shen Xiuhuai, affirming, indeed, she is quite lovely. It's rare to encounter such a fresh and charming girl. Upon hearing the conversation, Shen Xiuhuai discerned that the two elders were subtly probing him. Rather than denying it, he readily acknowledged, indeed, she is quite beautiful. Our campus belle. To be precise, admired by many boys. Do you fancy her? His grandfather inquired leisurely. Of course. Don't you both? Shen Xiuhuai's eyes sparkled with delight, his laughter unrestrained. This candid response took the elderly couple by surprise. Eventually, his grandmother nodded, stating, as long as you like her, that suffices. However, his grandfather added, at your age, study should take precedence. I understand, Grandpa. Education is paramount, Shen Xiuhuai replied. Chapter 83. Sometimes, habits are not the most beneficial of traits. When Qi Kuang and Lin Xiaoxiao arrived, they discovered that Mr. and Mrs. Shen had left unexpectedly due to prior commitments. Shen Xiuhuai would accompany them home the following day as their holiday was rather brief, and they had yet to complete their assignments. Though reluctant to part, his grandparents smiled and reassured him that it was perfectly fine. The group deliberated on their day, realizing they had spent it all with the elders. The elderly cherished lively company, and their time together was fleeting. Climbing mountains could always wait. Despite their insistence that the youngsters should go out and enjoy themselves, the smiles on the elders' faces revealed their contentment. Consequently, this group of young adults patiently spent the day with their grandparents. Though they scarcely did much other than create a delightful commotion, the elders relished the cheerful ambience that surrounded them. However, due to this time spent with his grandparents, Shen Xiuhuai found little opportunity to be alone with Lin Xiaoxiao. Today, Lin Xiaoxiao sensed something unusual in the way the grandparents regarded her. It wasn't a drastic change from the previous day's warmth, but there was a notable difference. After the grandfather took the boys fishing, the three girls accompanied the grandmother to the vegetable patch. The garden was meticulously tended, with vibrant tomatoes and cucumbers hanging enticingly. The grandmother selected the ripest tomatoes, washed them, and offered them. Would you like some? They are entirely organic. The girls accepted without hesitation, and the grandmother smiled, recalling, you all are quite agreeable. Some previous renters were reluctant to eat them raw. Turning to Lin Xiaoxiao, she inquired, Xiaoxiao, is your family from the capital? Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback by the direct question. Yes, Grandma. In her previous life, she had never met her grandparents. They had passed away before her marriage to Shen Xiuhuai. Shen Xiuhuai seldom mentioned them, but he always appeared somber on their memorial days. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao surmised that his grandparents must have held him in high regard. Over the past few days, she had come to understand that the grandparents were genuinely kind-hearted and affectionate towards their descendants. However, it was rare for the grandmother to inquire about her specifically. Lin Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze to meet the grandmother's warm, smiling eyes. Although aged, It was evident that she had been a beauty in her youth. Shen Xiuhuai resembled his mother, yet his eyes mirrored those of his grandfather, and at that moment, it appeared that the grandfather's eyes were akin to those of the grandmother. As Lin Xiaoxiao gazed into those familiar eyes, her heart raced. Did the grandmother perceive something? At that moment, Ku Xiaoling interjected, "Grandma, you are biased. Why don't you ask us?" Zhao Lili chimed in, approaching the grandmother and affectionately linking her arm. "Is it because Xiaoxiao is so lovely? She is the belle of our school." The grandmother chuckled. "You are all beautiful. At your age, you shine the brightest." Lowering her voice conspiratorially, she continued, "So, do you have many young rascals bothering you? Ensure that Xiaohai and Xiaoquang protect you." Zhao Lili, astute as she was, sensed the underlying meaning in the grandmother's words. Leaning closer, she whispered, "Xiaoxiao has many admirers, but Brother Huai has helped her evade quite a few troubles." Lin Xiaoxiao observed the grandmother's expression shift to one of understanding after Zhao Lili's few words. As they exited the garden, the grandmother grasped Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, assuring her, "If Xiaohai ever bullies you, tell Grandma, and I shall give him a lesson. Boys should not torment girls." Lin Xiaoxiao and Ku Xiaoling exchanged puzzled glances at Zhao Lili, who wore a smug smile. Although Zhao Lili had said little, she feared the grandmother would chastise Lin Xiaoxiao if she learned about her relationship with Shen Xiuhuai. Thus, she merely hinted at how kind Brother Huai was to Xiaoxiao, suggesting that her demeanor was somewhat aloof. This wasn't entirely a falsehood, but it led the grandmother to believe that Shen Xiuhuai was the one pursuing Lin Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, Shen Xiuhuai, fishing, suddenly felt an itch in his nose and rubbed it hastily to suppress a sneeze. Beside him, Qi Kuang remarked quietly, "Brother Huai, you're impressive. You can even hold back a sneeze?" Naturally impatient, he found fishing tedious and was instead preoccupied with his phone. He hadn't anticipated that both Shen Xiuhuai and Zhou Dai could endure sitting with their grandfather for so long, which left him quite impressed. As soon as he spoke, the three others shushed him. Qi Kuang promptly sealed his lips again. Predictably, dinner consisted of fish once more, though it was the first time Lin Xiaoxiao had tasted it. During this meal, Shen Xiuhuai finally managed to sit next to Lin Xiaoxiao. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the grandmother's gaze upon him was somewhat peculiar. He considered that he had already been forthright with his grandparents regarding his affection for Lin Xiaoxiao, so there should be no cause for concern. As he pondered this, he noticed Lin Xiaoxiao discreetly removing the bones from her fish, a gesture that had become second nature to her. She had observed that Shen Xiuhuai had always rushed through his meals and avoided fish due to the hassle of bones. Once she realized this, she had taken it upon herself to prepare his fish for him, a habit she maintained. However, this moment felt somewhat inappropriate. As all eyes at the table turned toward them, Lin Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on her chopsticks, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Shen Xiuhuai coughed lightly, saying, "Thank you, class monitor." The others then diverted their gazes. His grandfather, with a grin, served his grandmother a chicken wing, urging her to eat more, cautioning them all about the fish bones. He cast a meaningful glance at Shen Xiuhuai, particularly noting how he had never been adept at removing fish bones. Perhaps he was simply lazy. Shen Xiuhuai relinquished his half-removed fish bones and accepted the clean piece of fish that Lin Xiaoxiao had placed in his bowl, responding nonchalantly, "Yes, I am lazy." His tone bore an air of pride. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao's face gradually flushed with realization. At times, habits can be quite inconvenient. She felt as though everyone was discreetly observing her. Though they were indeed watching, no one dared to breach the unspoken silence. After dinner, they assisted the grandparents in tidying the yard before gathering together to sip tea and admire the moon. When Wu Xinyu and her companions returned, they greeted the group but ascended the stairs, careful not to intrude. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at their retreating figures, feeling grateful to Wu Xinyu. Had it not been for her, his sister likely wouldn't have sought him out. His gaze returned to Lin Xiaoxiao, who was engaged in conversation with the grandmother. Her expression was soft, radiating beauty. Grandfather handed him a cup of tea, obscuring his line of sight, and playfully inquired, "What are you looking at while drinking tea?" The tone was laced with mirth. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled softly, responding, "I'm watching a fairy." Chapter 84. Is Xiaohuai doing well? Unfortunately, Shen Xiuhuai did not find an opportunity to be alone with the fairy until evening. Perhaps it was because he knew that Shen Xiu would be leaving the next day. Even when it was time for bed, the elderly couple did not mention retiring for the night. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai noticed that while his grandparents wore smiles, their eyes betrayed an uncontrollable melancholy. Eventually, he spoke up, "It's getting late. Let us all disperse." Qi Kuang sighed, suggesting, "It's time for Grandpa and Grandma to sleep. Let us head back." A fleeting look of reluctance crossed the faces of his grandparents, yet they stood up with smiles, saying, "You didn't have much fun this time. You spent the whole day with us old folks." "Not at all. Spending time with you both brings me joy." Lin Xiaoxiao, typically reserved, said softly, her sincerity palpable. Grandma, reluctant to let go, patted her hand. "Make sure to visit often during your breaks. Just let us know in advance, and you one team need to stay elsewhere. Your grandpa will be expanding the house later this year, so we'll have our own space." Shen Xiuhuai interjected at the right moment. Then, "Grandfather, please change the decor of my room. I've been a source of amusement for them." Everyone broke into laughter. recalling how they had toured Shen Xiuhuai's room together earlier that afternoon, an experience that had been quite overwhelming. With Shen Xiuhuai's jest, the atmosphere brightened. The elderly couple began to anticipate their next visit. Grandfather turned to Shen Xiuhuai, saying, "Why don't you escort Xiaoxiao and the others home?" "No need." Qi Kuang chimed in. "It's still early. With me and Dada here, Xiuhuai can stay a bit longer with you." He flashed a radiant smile at his grandparents. They could easily perceive that the ones they cherished most were Xiuhuai, as there were undoubtedly private matters left to discuss. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and smiled. "Yes. With Qi Kuang here, I want to be seeing you off. Head back early and let me know when you arrive." The last remark was directed at Lin Xiaoxiao. Finally, Shen Xiuhuai and his grandparents watched them depart before returning to tidy the courtyard. In truth, there wasn't much to tidy up. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others had already helped with that before leaving. Grandma took his sweeping hand and said, "Stop sweeping. I'll do it in the morning. Come, follow me." Grandfather was at the far side of the courtyard, smoking. Although his health was decent, Grandma forbade him from smoking. At this moment, she seemed unconcerned, perhaps aware of the turmoil within him. Grandma led Shen Xiuhuai into the room, directing him to sit on a chair and wait. This routine was all too familiar. Sure enough, she retrieved a bag and a small box from the cabinet. Shen Xiuhuai needed no guesswork to know that the bag contained Gundam models, while the small box held several books, alongside some money, tokens of love from his grandparents over the years. Initially, they had given him money directly, but after Shen Nan lost his temper once, they stopped doing so. In truth, everyone knew what was concealed within the books. But Shen Nan either couldn't bear to diminish his grandparents' heartfelt efforts, or simply couldn't bring himself to cut off Shen Xiuhuai's pocket money, perhaps a combination of both, so he pretended not to know. "This is Gundam, the one you like. Your grandparents bought you a few. They are limited editions from a friend of Grandpa's," Grandma said softly, gazing at Shen Xiuhuai with tenderness. "I know you're a good boy, but don't overexert yourself with your studies. We're not lacking in funds." As she placed the box beside Shen Xiuhuai, she added, "Take this back with you. Try not to argue with your father too much. Your grandparents dare not transfer money into your account anymore, for if your father finds out, he might cut you off entirely." Seeing her grandson's eyes glistening with unshed tears, her heart ached. The changes in him were strikingly evident. They could sense that their little grandson had endured much. Yet, they were old, and often, children must forge their own paths. It wasn't their cruelty. It was simply that neither parents nor family could carry him through life indefinitely. "Grandma," Shen Xiuhuai crouched down, resting his head gently on her lap. "I miss you so much. I miss Grandpa too." Grandma sighed, stroking his stiff hair. "Silly child, if you miss us, just come over. We're always here for you." Shen Xiuhuai closed his eyes in silence, feeling his emotions grow fragile since his rebirth. The Shen Xiuhuai who once endured a bullet piercing his arm without a word seemed to have vanished long ago. Yet, this feeling was delightful, for he was surrounded by so much love that he had become softer. "Grandma, please take care of yourself and Grandpa. I'll be back during the winter break. If you miss me, just video call me. Didn't I teach you and Grandpa how to use WeChat the other day?" As Shen Xiuhuai emerged from the room, he spotted Grandpa crouched on the stairs. Who could have guessed that this seemingly unkempt old man had once been a corporate president like Shen Nan? Upon seeing Shen Xiuhuai, Grandpa stood up. "Your grandma has been crying." Shen Xiuhuai nodded, feeling a bit helpless. "I tried to comfort her, but it didn't seem to work." Grandpa sighed. "It's all right. I'll go back and cheer her up." He gazed at Shen Xiuhuai for a long moment. Shen Xiuhuai did not shy away, allowing him to observe. Then, Grandpa smiled. "All right, go back to sleep. By the way, what style do you want for your room as decoration? Anything is fine. Just don't make it as extravagant as this," Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile. Grandpa nodded, waving him off. "All right, I'll go ease your grandma." As he turned to head back, he paused momentarily. "Xiaohuai, are you doing well?" "I've gained some weight, so I'm doing great," Shen Xiuhuai replied, momentarily taken aback, then smiled in response. Grandpa nodded. "That's good. Now go to bed." "Grandpa, I'll come back to see you during winter break." This time, Grandpa waved his hand and entered the house without lingering. Watching him go inside, Shen Xiuhuai turned and ascended the stairs, holding tightly to the items Grandma had given him, feeling the weight of their love. After returning to his room, Shen Xiuhuai felt a bit downcast. He took a shower but still felt gloomy. Finally, he opened a chat window with Lin Xiaoxiao, typing, "Sister, I feel like Grandpa and Grandma have noticed something." Lin Xiaoxiao quickly returned his call. "What's wrong?" "Noticed what?" As her familiar voice reached him, Shen Xiuhuai's heart suddenly quieted. He was not alone. No matter where he was, Lin Xiaoxiao was there, originating from the same place as him, and this was no dream. Shen Xiuhuai exhaled, sensing that they seemed to have picked up on something. Was the gap between the current him and the one from years past truly so vast? Chapter 85. "Sister, hold my hand for a while. There is undoubtedly a difference." Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was softer, as if she had climbed into bed. "But you've been quite similar to your former self lately." Lin Xiaoxiao recalled the impulsive Shen Xiuhuai who had once resorted to violence, a behavior that the adult Shen Xiuhuai would never engage in, yet was characteristic of the 18-year-old Shen Xiuhuai, brash and unrestrained. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. "Are you suggesting I'm regressing into childishness?" Who would have known that Lin Xiaoxiao's tone turned serious? No, I think it's wonderful. The old you was mature, but it was exhausting. This way is much better. Shen Xiuhuai stared silently at the ceiling, and after a long pause, he finally said, it is quite good. Ultimately, their conversation yielded little, as Shen Xiuhuai merely found himself yearning to hear her voice. The mere knowledge that Lin Xiaoxiao was still present brought him solace. The following morning, the vehicle arranged by Qi's father arrived to collect them. The driver first picked up Qi Kuang and his companions before proceeding to the grandparents' guest house, where they awaited. Grandmother reluctantly released her grip on Shen Xiuhuai's hand, while grandfather patted his shoulder, reminding him that upon returning, he would enter his final year of high school and should study diligently to impress his father, declaring, our little Huai is truly remarkable. It will vex him. A smile adorned Shen Xiuhuai's face as his gaze flitted between the two elderly figures, silently acknowledging, I shall certainly strive to do my best. Grandfather, grandmother, I am heading back now. If you miss me, do not hesitate to call or video chat. I am always available. He embraced both grandparents tenderly, expressing, I will visit during the winter break and celebrate the new year here. Please await my return. All right, all right, all right, grandmother repeated thrice, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The others, witnessing this poignant scene, remained silent. Ultimately, it was Shen Xiuhuai who boarded the vehicle first, waving to the elderly couple as a signal for them to return. After the others shared their farewells with the grandparents, they too entered the car. Even as the vehicle drove away, the grandparents stood at the entrance, watching until they were out of sight. Qi Kuang sighed, noting how lonely the grandparents appeared from this vantage point. Why not return to live together? Shen Xiuhuai echoed a similar sigh, contemplating the fact that while they cherished their current lifestyle, their absence from him perhaps rendered their lives less joyful. As he spoke, he reached for Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, gently caressing her palm with his thumb. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him, remarking, your grandparents seem quite content. I aspire to live a leisurely life like theirs when I grow older. Indeed, they seem to live quite comfortably, Zhao Lili interjected. What a dreamlike existence. Rising with the sun and resting with the sunset. Perhaps I shall open a farm in the future, came another suggestion, leading to a lively discussion among them. Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao occupied the first row at the back of the car, while the others intentionally left the front row empty to afford them some privacy. Suddenly, Shen Xiuhuai bent down, resting his head on Lin Xiaoxiao's shoulder, an endearing gesture that seemed uncomfortable for his tall frame. Nevertheless, he persisted, whispering softly in her ear, then we shall open a guest house one day. Lin Xiaoxiao reached out to stroke his hair, which felt coarse and prickly. He had shaved his head for the summer, sporting a buzz cut that had drawn the attention of the boys in their class for quite some time. However, Shen Xiuhuai's good looks made even a buzz cut appealing. Lin Xiaoxiao found joy in the sensation, relishing it. All right, but I also want to raise a dog. Despite the noisy environment and their awkward position, the soothing timbre of Lin Xiaoxiao's voice lulled Shen Xiuhuai, who had barely slept the night before, into slumber. The rhythm of his steady breathing enveloped Lin Xiaoxiao, prompting her to relax her shoulders slightly, wishing to make him more comfortable. Since Shen Xiuhuai's phone call the previous night, Lin Xiaoxiao had sensed his troubled emotions. Encountering his grandparents again likely stirred many memories, perhaps even regrets. They are such wonderful grandparents, she mused. The more admirable they were, the heavier Shen Xiuhuai's heart felt, burdened by his past rebelliousness and neglect of their affections. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed softly, planting a gentle kiss on his slightly furrowed brow. Shen Xiuhuai, though not deeply asleep, sensed her sigh and felt her kiss. He also realized that if they maintained this position, Lin Xiaoxiao would likely suffer discomfort. Thus, he sat up, leaning his head against the back of the seat, and grasped Lin Xiaoxiao's hand firmly, whispering, Sister, may I hold your hand? Lin Xiaoxiao remained still, allowing him to hold her right hand. After all, the journey would last over 3 hours, and soon, the others fell silent, some dozing off, while others occupied themselves with their phones. They had set out early, arriving in the capital just past noon. However, Lin Xiaoxiao had not anticipated Dr. Lin would come to pick her up. Thus, when Shen Xiuhuai alighted from the vehicle, carrying Lin Xiaoxiao's backpack and spotted Dr. Lin, he stiffened momentarily, then forced a smile, exclaiming, Uncle. Dr. Lin, noticing him, displayed a hint of surprise before his gaze landed on the backpack in Shen Xiuhuai's hands, pausing slightly. He then extended his hand, greeting, Hello, Shen. May I have Xiaoxiao's backpack? Shen Xiuhuai cheerfully handed it over, explaining, the class monitor mentioned her hands went numb, so I offered to carry it for her. As Lin Xiaoxiao descended from the car and saw the two standing face to face with her backpack between them, she felt an instant wave of embarrassment wash over her, akin to being caught in a secret romance. Dad, what brings you here? Dr. Lin glanced at her, replying, I had some free time at noon, so I came to pick you up and thought I might take you all out for a meal. Qi Kuang and the others had already disembarked. Greeting him one by one, Dr. Lin smiled and inquired, Have you all eaten? Allow me to treat you to lunch. Zhao Lili waved her hand. My mom is waiting for me to return home for lunch, so I'll pass, Uncle. Zhoda also intended to head home. As for Qi Kuang and Ku Qiaoling, they initially thought of leaving but, noticing Shen Xiuhuai's tense demeanor, Qi Kuang felt he could not abandon Huai Gu alone. Meanwhile, Ku Xiaoling was being anxiously pulled by Lin Xiaoxiao. Ultimately, the four of them boarded Dr. Lin's car together. He drove them to a nearby mall, selecting a modest Cantonese restaurant. While waiting for their food, Dr. Lin glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, who was seated beside Lin Xiaoxiao. It seems you did not travel with them on the day of departure, Shen. We went to the guest house where Huai Ji's grandparents are. We essentially went there to visit him. Qi Kuang replied honestly, unaware that Dr. Lin was already privy to their previous solitary encounter. Upon hearing this, he noticed the class monitor's expression stiffen momentarily.